For a man who had lost everything, a man who had fought his entire life, it all came down to this moment, and this single cup of wine. Under a blanket of stars, inside a grand pagoda, two old men share a quiet drink. The air is heavy with the silence of a long, difficult journey finally reaching its end. One of the men lets out a quiet, thoughtful hum, the sound hanging in the still air. His friend Gui Ryongya holds up a small bottle, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After decades of waiting, he muses. His guest is only having one cup. "You really are a cold man," he jests. The other man, his face a roadmap of scars and his hair the color of silver, watches as his cup is refilled. The weight of 100 battles sits on his shoulders. Gui Ryongya's gaze drifts, lost in a memory from a time when they were both young, when life felt limitless. His expression hardens, caught in the past. The scarred man listens, his eyes distant. He remembers that day too. "It was 40 years ago," Gui Ryongya says, his voice now a low murmur. 40 years since this whole impossible journey began. He remembered the impossible request his friend had made all those years ago. "I need you to send me to the past, using the great regression technique." The memory is sharp and clear. A younger version of the scarred man stands in the doorway, his hair as black as night, a sword at his hip. His presence alone filled the room with an almost suffocating intensity. A much younger Gui Ryongja could only stare back, utterly stunned by the audacity of the request. The great regression technique. The two men stood in silence, the air crackling with the weight of those words. A technique that was nothing more than a myth. Gui Ryongya explains that the technique was his family's legacy, the culmination of centuries of research passed down through generations. But it was a forbidden art, one that was believed to be impossible to perform. He always thought he could have completed the research, but eventually he had to give up. The reason was simple. The 5 materials required for the ritual were the stuff of legends. Gathering them all in one place was a fool's errand. It simply couldn't be done. So he made a deal he never expected to honor. If the young man could bring him the materials, he would perform the ritual. First on the list was the Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the heavenly cult. Then, the divine incense brazier, a priceless treasure of the divine dragon family. And it didn't stop there. He needed the core of a 10,000-year-old carp and the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. Things that bordered on myth. Gui Ryongja admits that the only thing he could have possibly gathered himself was the 5 million yang, the easiest item on the list. But over the course of 4 long decades, the man before him had somehow obtained every single impossible item. To find the final material, the secret demonic soul, he had to vanish from the world completely. Gui Ryongya had assumed he'd died somewhere, his quest forever unfinished. He looks at his old friend, still in disbelief. "How in the world did you manage to get all of this?" The scarred man takes a slow sip, his voice low. He admits that the list of materials was so impossible, he once considered just taking Gui Ryongya's life and his research. The chilling thought reveals the depth of his desperation. Gui Ryongya doesn't flinch. He understands the darkness that drove his friend. The man reflects on how much time has passed. Gui Ryongja was a young man when they met, and now his hair is white. He knows he has changed too, worn down by the long hunt. Finally, after 40 years, Gui Ryongja slams his cup down and asks the one question that matters. Why? Why go through all this just to go back in time? The man's eyes seem to burn with an inner fire. The answer is simple and raw. Revenge. Gui Ryongya is speechless. 40 years of impossible labor, all for vengeance. He had to ask, with skills as legendary as his, was revenge truly impossible in this timeline? The man's answer was a simple yes. And so Gui Ryongja asks, "Who is it that you hate so much?" The man's gaze turns venomous, a storm of pure hatred brewing in his eyes. He speaks a single name, a name that echoes with death and destruction. Hua Mugi. Just hearing the name sends a chill down Gui Ryongja's spine. His eyes widen in terror. He knew that name all too well. The leaders of the 3 great powers, the very pillars of the Murim world, had all been destroyed by him. The Murim Alliance leader, the Unorthodox Alliance leader, and the Heavenly Demon. All of them, dead at the hands of one man. Hua Mugi, the strongest martial artist in history. He was less a man and more a force of nature, a monster who stood atop a mountain of corpses, the undisputed king of their era. Gui Ryongya is sweating, his voice trembling. He tells his friend that a monster like that can't be defeated, not even by turning back time. But the man's resolve is iron. "Even so," he growls, his teeth clenched, "I have to kill him, no matter what it takes." And then he reveals the truth. The Heavenly Demon, one of the leaders Hua Mugi killed, was his father. The revelation hits Gui Ryongya like a physical blow. Suddenly, it all makes sense. But the man clarifies that it's not just about his father. It's not even about his treacherous brother, who also fell that day. For those in the demonic cult, he explains, death is an accepted part of life. The real reason was far more monstrous. Hua Mugi hadn't just defeated warriors that day. He'd slaughtered everyone. The servants, the cooks, even the children who knew nothing of martial arts. He wiped out every living soul in the cult, down to the animals. A complete and utter massacre. Gui Ryongya can't accept it. Hua Mugi was a warrior, not a butcher. But the man simply states that whether he believes it or not doesn't change what happened. He knows he can't kill him in this era. He has to go back. And when he does, there's one question he needs to ask before he ends Hua Mugi's life. Why did someone as strong as you feel the need to kill children? Gui Ryongya is silent, the horrific truth settling over him like a shroud. Finally, he speaks, his voice serious. He has a favor to ask, if the technique actually works. His eyes plead with his friend. If you go back to the past, please come find me. The scarred man looks at him, confused. Why? Gui Ryongja's face twists in anguish. I need you to stop me from getting married. A sharp crack echoes through the room as the heavy tension shatters. The scarred man stares, completely baffled by the bizarre request. He lets out a short, disbelieving laugh. But Gui Ryongja is dead serious. He bursts into a painful laugh of his own. Please, I'm not kidding. Tell me to live the rest of my life alone. After a long moment, a small, weary smile touches the scarred man's lips. All right, he says. I promise. With the promise made, he rises to his feet. It was time. He tells Gui Ryongja to lead the way. As they walk, Gui Ryongja asks if he's all right. The man nods, admitting he lost an arm and an eye to obtain the secret demonic soul, a cheap price in his opinion. They enter a vast chamber where the artifacts are arranged around the colossal thunderbell, which hums with a powerful blue energy. Gui Ryongya steps forward with a small, ornate box, the final piece of the puzzle. He opens it, unleashing the secret demonic soul, a swirling sphere of pure, chaotic darkness. Shadowy tendrils of energy snake out from the box, connecting the artifacts and filling the room with an ancient power. Gui Ryongja begins the ritual, pouring every ounce of his energy into the spell. The artifacts blaze to life, ancient symbols igniting in the air as their powers converge. The energy flares violently. A massive, unstable sphere of crackling energy forms. Gui Ryongja is putting his very life force on the line to control it. With a blinding flash, the sphere implodes and then erupts. I did it! He screams, his voice raw with triumph. He turns, his face a mask of exhaustion and pride. Do you see? I told you I could do it! But something is terribly wrong. The portal of light is already collapsing. The scarred man watches, his expression turning to ash as he realizes it's failing. Gui Ryongja stares in horror as his life's work disintegrates before his eyes. He can't believe it. After everything they went through, it wasn't enough. The strain is too much. He collapses to his knees, his body trembling. I'm sorry, he whispers, the words catching in his throat. He crumples to the floor, defeated. 40 years of waiting, only to fail at the very last second. The scarred man sits down, his own body heavy with fatigue. He looks at his friend not with anger, but with sorrow, promising to find him in the past and warn him. With his last breath, Gui Ryongja says that this was his family's dream. His dream. And then his body begins to turn to dust, consumed by the failed ritual. But suddenly, the scarred man's body freezes. He can't move a muscle. His demonic acupoint has been sealed, paralyzing him completely. Confused and betrayed, he looks to his friend. Gui Ryongya! His friend looks back, his face cold and unfamiliar, a menacing red glow in his eyes. He says only one word. You! He repeats the question, his voice hollow. Of all people, why you? And with a sudden burst of speed, he drives a palm into his friend's chest. The warrior coughs up blood, shock and pain etched on his face, but just as quickly, the red glow vanishes from Gui Ryongja's eyes. He looks down at his hand in horror, realizing what he's done. He babbles an apology, saying he lost his mind for a moment. The scarred man's eyes are calm. There is no anger in them. Gui Ryongja is a wreck, tears of regret streaming down his face. Coughing, the scarred man helps his friend up. He admits he's a selfish person too. That's the only way he could have gathered all the materials. He looks his friend straight in the eye, telling him that if it had been anyone else, he would have killed them on the spot for that attack. But since it's you, he says, his expression softening, I'll understand. In that moment, he chose forgiveness. He places a hand on his friend's shoulder. Gui Ryongja. Thank you for spending your entire life waiting for me. The kindness completely overwhelms Gui Ryongja. Tears flood his eyes. He breaks down completely, sobbing that he's so sorry. His cries are filled with 40 years of regret, friendship, and failure. The scarred man looks at him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The image of his crying friend seems to shimmer, like a ghost. And then, the world stops. Time freezes, the colors drain away, and ethereal butterflies begin to flutter through the silent gray chamber. What is happening? He wonders, staring at the frozen form of his friend. A calm, powerful voice echoes through the silence. You have passed all the tests. He whips his head around, searching for the source of the voice. A figure descends from a pillar of golden light, an old man with a flowing beard and divine robes, radiating an otherworldly energy. The scarred man demands to know who he is. The being smiles gently. I am the one who can send you to the past. He explains that the laws of heaven are beyond human understanding. Did he really think a few trinkets and a ritual could turn back time? The artifacts were never the true price. The real sacrifice was the 40 years of unwavering effort he poured into gathering them. His entire life had been a trial. He lived for a single purpose, sacrificing everything. And his act of forgiving Gui Ryongja, that was the final, most important test. The divine being admits it was the most difficult trial of all, yet he passed it with ease. The man stands, his tattered robes fluttering. If I've passed, he says, his voice thick with desperation, then grant my wish. Please, send me back. The being looks at him with ancient all-knowing eyes. He asks a simple question, and what will you do when you get there? The man's answer is different now. He will kill the one who deserves it and save those who don't. But beyond that, he just wants a chance to live a meaningful life, free from the regret and anger that consumed him. What do you regret? The being asks, and all the pain of a wasted lifetime explodes out of him. Everything! He roars, his face a mask of agony. He confesses that from the moment he was born, he never felt like he was in control. He was just a pawn, pushed around by fate and tragedy until his life was simply over. The divine being listens, his expression unchanging. I am curious to see the life you will lead now, he says, as a wave of golden light washes over the man. I look forward to it. The gray butterflies burst into vibrant color as reality itself begins to bend and rewrite. For a split second, time returns to normal. The scarred man looks at his friend one last time. I'm sorry, he says. There is nothing more to say. Gui Ryongja, still trapped in the moment before time froze, shouts after him. I know this is shameless, but don't forget your promise. You have to stop me from getting married. A faint smile touches the man's lips as he turns away. Stay well, he says, walking into the blinding portal of light. Hey! Gui Ryongja screams after him. Remember what I told you! His friend's fading voice echoes as the light consumes all. His body dissolves into particles of light, his long journey in this timeline finally at an end. His eyes snap open. The world rushes back in a dizzying wave of sound and color. He's standing on a platform, surrounded by a massive cheering crowd of martial artists. He looks down at his hands. They're unscarred. His body is young and strong, his hair is black, his eyes sweep across the familiar arena, a giant demonic statue looming in the background. The roar of the crowd is deafening. It worked. He actually came back. He feels the familiar weight of his sword, his body humming with a power he hadn't felt in decades. A slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. He knows this place. He knows this day. He looks up towards a grand pavilion. There, on a throne, sits a man he thought he'd never see again. An imposing figure with long dark hair and an aura of absolute authority. The man on the throne looks down, his eyes stern and calculating. The young man looks up, and a single word escapes his lips. Father. His father's gaze flickers, a silent acknowledgement. The young man looks back, a new fire in his eyes. He is not the same boy who stood here all those years ago. A voice from the crowd below shouts up at him. How long are you going to make us wait, second young master? A huge, shirtless warrior yanks a massive blade from the ground. Are we going to do this or not? He bellows. The young man looks down at his challenger, a flicker of memory in his eyes. I see. A confident, almost dangerous smile touches his lips. He knows exactly what's about to happen. This is the day of the new demon skirmish, and this time things are going to be very different. He remembered exactly how this nightmare began. It started with his father, the heavenly demon, making a declaration that sent shockwaves through the entire cult. The next leader, he announced, would not be chosen by bloodline alone. That single statement ignited a firestorm of ambition. For every warrior hungry for power, it was the chance of a lifetime. Anyone from any background could become the next heavenly demon. All they had to do was prove they were the strongest. To that end, his father created the new demon skirmish, a brutal competition to find the best of the next generation. The rules were simple. The winner would earn the right to challenge one of the heavenly demon's 2 sons. And victory in that final match came with a single wish, granted by the heavenly demon himself. And this was the man who had won it all. He stares at our protagonist, Cheon Yeo-woon, with a predatory grin. He mocks him, telling him to give up now before he gets hurt. But Yeo-woon stands calmly, sword in hand. The roar of the crowd is nothing but a distant hum. He's lost in thought, the memories of his first life crashing over him like a wave. He remembers this moment all too well. The first time around, he'd been insulted that this man had chosen him, knowing it was because he was seen as the weaker, easier target compared to his older brother. But now, with the clarity of a lifetime of experience, he knew there was more to it. His opponent had bribed a cook to mix a subtle poison into his food, a poison that would scatter his inner energy and leave him powerless. It was a cowardly, dirty trick. And it worked. He lost the match, humiliated in front of the entire cult. When he tried to explain the poisoning to his father, hoping for justice, he was met with silence. The look in his father's eyes wasn't sympathy. It was disappointment. Disappointment that his son was weak enough to fall for such a simple plot. That one defeat was the first domino to fall. It sent him down a spiral of failures, pushing him further and further away from the succession, forcing him down a path of pain and struggle. Everything, all the suffering of his past life, it all started right here. His opponent's voice yanks him back to the present. "Second young master! Are you going to stand there dreaming all day?" Yeo-woon's eyes focus. The past is done, but the present is here, and he has the power to change it. "What was your name again?" he asks, his tone so casual, so utterly dismissive that it catches the warrior completely off guard. The man explodes with fury, shouting his name is Gu Pyong-ho. Yeo-woon just points a finger as if finally remembering. Ah, that's right. Gu Pyong-ho. He remembers now. Gu Pyong-ho, a disciple of the Blood Demon Sword Demon, one of the cult's supreme masters. From his throne, his father watches with a look of utter boredom, likely thinking his subordinates were getting too bold. But Yeo-woon knew better now. He glances at his father, those cold, calculating eyes. His father had known. He knew all along that his son had been poisoned. This wasn't just a fight. It was a test. A test to see how he would handle an impossible situation. With the skills from his future, Yeo-woon knew he could end this in a single move, even without his inner energy. But he couldn't reveal his hand. Not yet. He had to keep his true power hidden. So he made a choice. He raised a fist, and in front of the thousands gathered, he made an announcement that silenced the entire arena. He would fight without using any inner energy. The crowd stared, a collective wave of confusion washing over them. Gu Pyong-ho was shocked, speechless. What did he just say? Then the arena erupted in a mix of mockery and outrage. Gu Pyong-ho was livid, thinking he was being looked down on. He accepts the condition, snarling that he won't be held responsible for what happens next. He lets out a furious roar. The crowd grumbles. A fight without inner energy sounded boring. The pressure was mounting. Gu Pyong-ho slams his sword down. "Fine! But even without my energy, just remember, my sword doesn't have eyes." Yeo-woon takes a deep breath, feeling the unfamiliar lightness of his younger body. He wondered if it would move the way he needed it to. "Unsheathe your sword!" Gu Pyong-ho bellows, charging forward. Yeo-woon doesn't move a muscle. He watches the incoming attack and says calmly, "Against you, I don't think I'll need one." The insult lands like a punch to the gut, and the crowd roars with laughter. Gu Pyong-ho's pride shatters. "You," he seethes, "I won't take your life, but I will take an arm." He swings his massive blade with everything he has. Yeo-woon sidesteps effortlessly. His body is faster, more responsive than he remembered. He flows around Gu Pyong-ho's clumsy, rage-fueled attacks, moving like a phantom. He flips cleanly over his opponent's head, dodging another wild swing. He lands without a single wasted motion. He puts a hand to his chest, feeling the powerful, steady beat of his heart. It was exhilarating. He was truly alive again. Gu Pyong-ho growls in frustration, his anger boiling over when he sees Yeo-woon smiling. "You little punk! You dare to laugh at me?" He swings again, more recklessly than before. Yeo-woon's eyes turn to ice. Playtime was over. He ducks under the blade and sweeps Gu Pyong-ho's leg, sending him stumbling off balance. Before his opponent can recover, Yeo-woon drives a powerful elbow into his chest. The warrior gasps for air, the wind knocked completely out of him. Yeo-woon grabs his head, yanking him downwards, and meets him with a brutal knee to the face. Blood sprays from Gu Pyungho's nose as his head snaps back. Yeowon follows with a swift, precise punch to the temple. And another. And another. It's a relentless, surgical assault. He unleashes a storm of strikes against Gu Pyungho's torso. Each blow lands with a sickening thud. He isn't just fighting, he is systematically dismantling him. Gu Pyungho spits out a mouthful of blood, completely and utterly overwhelmed. He swings an arm wildly in a last, desperate attempt to fight back. Yeowon slams his foot down on the outstretched arm, pinning it to the stage. He looks down, his voice chillingly calm. "Was it this hand? The one you used to pass along the poison?" Gu Pyungho's eyes widen in pure terror. He knows. With a sickening crunch that echoes in the silent arena, Yeowon brings his foot down. The crowd watches in horrified silence as Gu Pyungho's screams of agony fill the air. Yeowon stands over his broken opponent, his face a mask of cold indifference. "Now that I've returned," he thinks to himself, "I will never again let people like you dictate my life." He raises a hand, signaling the fight is over. The entire arena is stunned into silence, unable to process the one-sided demolition they just witnessed. His father's voice booms across the grounds. "As promised, I will grant you one wish." He gestures from his throne. "Tell me what you desire." Yeowon stands before the crumpled form of his opponent. He knew what they expected. A legendary sword, a secret manual. That's what a normal winner would ask for. His father watches him, waiting patiently. But Yeowon wasn't here to play by the old rules. This time, he thought, I'll do things my way. He speaks clearly. "My wish is to go on a hunt with you, father." For the first time all day, the heavenly demon's stoic expression breaks. He is visibly surprised. The entire crowd is just as baffled. A hunt? After all that, his grand wish is to go hunting? His father clarifies, "You wish to hunt with me?" Yeowon nods, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Yes, I've heard you enjoyed it when you were young. I wish to learn from you." His father's eyes narrow, studying his son as if seeing him for the first time. He rests a hand on the arm of his throne, contemplating the strange request. After a long, tense pause, he stands. "We will depart tomorrow at dawn." He turns and walks away, his grand robes sweeping behind him. As he leaves, the elders exchange confused glances, none of them understanding what they just saw. Someone in the crowd mutters about what a foolish wish it was. Even Gu Pyungho's allies can't believe it, calling it a waste. Gu Pyungho himself, now being tended to, screams for Yeowon's head, but Yeowon simply looks back at them with disdain. "Now that I'm back," he thinks, "your petty games for power no longer interest me." Later that evening, the sun sets over the imposing halls of the demonic cult. Yeowon stares at his reflection. He is so young again, a world away from the scarred old man he had become. He sees a faint image of his future self in the glass, a constant reminder of the long, hard road he has traveled. His thoughts turn to his true purpose. Hwa Mugi. Where was that monster right now? He knew that finding and eliminating him early would be the simplest solution. The problem was, the man was practically a ghost. In his first life, Hwa Mugi had appeared out of nowhere. After destroying the three great powers, he vanished, leaving behind no clues about who he was or where he came from. Simply shouting his name to the heavens would be a foolish and dangerous provocation. He clenches his fist. No matter what, his first priority had to be getting strong enough to face him. He stands alone in the quiet of his room, his mind already racing with plans for the future. A soft voice calls out, "Young master." A young woman enters, bowing slightly. "You were magnificent today." He turns, and his breath catches in his throat. He knows her. "Leon?" "Yes, young master," she replies with a gentle smile. It was his bodyguard. He remembered now that she was always by his side back then. He never knew that her large build was a side effect of her martial arts, a technique she had mastered solely for his protection. She was a practitioner of the body petrification technique, a secret art that could make her body as hard as stone. But the technique came at a great cost, altering the user's physique dramatically. And then, the memory hits him like a physical blow. He sees her, clear as day, throwing herself in front of a killing blow from Hwa Mugi. She had died to save his life. Her sacrifice was the only reason he had survived that day. She notices him staring, a confused look on her face. Is something wrong? He's stunned. He never realized her voice was so kind. She was a person willing to give her life for him, yet back then, he saw her as nothing more than a bodyguard. He had taken her loyalty for granted, like the very air he breathed. He looks at her now, truly seeing her for the very first time. She's bigger than I remember, he thinks. But this time, the thought isn't one of dismissal. It's filled with a deep, aching fondness. Leon just looks back, a quiet question in her eyes, completely unaware of the storm of emotions swirling inside the boy she had sworn to protect. Leon. The name echoed in his mind, heavy with a lifetime of regret for a loyalty he never truly saw. He remembered her as a little girl. Everyone said she was destined to become the most beautiful woman in the world. But one day, the bright, lovely girl he knew simply vanished. In her place was someone bigger, her features softened by a new, powerful frame. But her spirit was the same. With an unwavering smile, she had promised him, "I will protect you, young master." A wave of guilt washed over Yeo-woon. He never knew how much she had cried over losing her beauty. He'd never noticed the puffiness in her eyes, the silent tears she shed after choosing a martial art that would make her strong enough to shield him from his enemies. He ached thinking about it now. How must she have felt? She gave up everything a young woman could want. And how did he repay that sacrifice? The memory was a sharp, bitter sting. He remembered complaining as she happily offered him food. He'd treated her with a coldness that grew with every day her appearance changed. His eyes hardened with a deep, sorrowful resolve. He looked at her, truly seeing the person in front of him for the first time in 2 lifetimes, and made a silent vow. "Leon, I promise you, I will find a way to reverse the side effects of your technique." He would repay the debt he never knew he owed. Leon saw the intensity in his gaze. "Young master, is everything all right?" He turned away, steadying himself. "I'm all right," he said, then corrected himself with a small, genuine smile. "No, actually, I'm good." She tilted her head, confused. "You're acting a little strange today." He wasn't surprised. Of course she'd be the first to notice. She had been his shadow for years. He grinned, a new kind of confidence in his eyes. "Let's go. I'll show you something even stranger." She followed, her curiosity piqued. "Where are we going?" "To the kitchen," he said, a cryptic edge to his voice. "To flip some tables." A short while later, they arrived at the kitchens. The entire staff was lined up, bowing nervously before him. Yeo-woon's gaze was like ice as he fixed on the young cook who had poisoned him. "Why did you do it?" the head cook stammered, asking what he meant. Yeo-woon's eyes narrowed. He was in no mood for games. "I'm asking why you put energy-dissipating poison in my food." The accusation hung in the air, heavy and sharp. The young cook flinched. "I didn't do it!" he cried, sweat beading on his forehead. But Yeo-woon was relentless. "Did you already gamble away the 3,000 yang you were paid?" The boy's face went white. He was caught. Yeo-woon laid it all out. The gambling addiction, the crippling debt, the desperation that led him to betray his master for a bag of silver. The cook collapsed, begging for his life. "I made a terrible mistake! I was blinded by money!" Yeo-woon asked one last question. "Did Gu Pyung-ho come to you himself?" The cook nodded, sealing his fate. That was all he needed. In a flash of steel, Yeo-woon drew his sword and cut the man down without a flicker of hesitation. The other cook screamed, stumbling back in terror. Yeo-woon looked down at the body, his voice cold. "A cook, of all people, daring to poison someone's food. You deserved this." The head cook, an old man named Lim, fell to his knees. "My apologies, young master. The responsibility is mine." But Yeo-woon shook his head. "Why? The one at fault is the one who committed the crime." Cook Lim insisted that everything in his kitchen was his burden to bear. Yeo-woon looked at him, his mind already 3 steps ahead. He posed a simple, devastating question. "Cook Lim, by that logic, is every injustice in this cult my father's fault?" The question shocked everyone. The head cook immediately panicked. "No, of course not, young master. Then why are you trying to take responsibility for this?" Cook Lim was speechless, trapped by his master's flawless logic. Yeo-woon sheathed his sword, his entire demeanor shifting in an instant. With a bright smile, he said, "Enough of this serious talk. Cook me some shredded chicken noodles. It's been a while." Cook Lim could only stare, completely bewildered by the sudden change in his master. As they walked away, Leon pointed out, "Didn't you just have that a few days ago?" Yeo-woon looked ahead, his gaze distant. Leon watched him, the feeling that something had fundamentally changed about him growing stronger. "To me," he thought to himself, that was decades ago. Simple things he'd once ignored were now precious memories. The next morning, at the break of dawn, he met his father. The heavenly demon looked him up and down, unimpressed. "What is all of this?" Yeo-woon stood ready, equipped with a large pack, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. "Supplies," he replied calmly, "for the next few days." His father raised an eyebrow. "Days? I only planned for a day." Yeo-woon just smiled. "Who knows? You might enjoy yourself." His father's eye twitched. "You're ambitious," he said, a clear challenge in his tone. They ventured deep into the rugged, mist-shrouded mountains. As they walked through the ancient silent forest, the air was still and heavy. His father broke the silence. "You're better than I thought." Yeowon tensed. Did he know? Did he realize he was holding back during the fight? He decided honesty was the best approach. There was no fooling this man. "I was hiding my skills," he stated plainly. His father replied without even turning. "I know." Yeowon smiled. "I am not a cat that hisses, but a beast that hides its claws." His father was quiet for a long moment. Then he asked a simple, cutting question. Why would a beast need to hide its claws? The question caught Yeowon off guard. His father scoffed. "That is why you are still a cat." His father changed the subject. Another test. "How much of the soaring sword art have you mastered?" It was the signature technique of the heavenly demon's bloodline, a martial art of the highest order. Yeowon met his father's gaze without flinching. "I have mastered all of it." In an instant, his father attacked, a blast of pure energy aimed directly at his face. Yeowon's instincts took over. He snapped his head back just as the energy tore through his pack, right where his face had been. A second slower, and he'd have lost his cheek. His father stood, unimpressed. "So you have?" Yeowon, heart-pounding, was furious. "You believed me and you still attacked? What if I hadn't dodged?" "Then you would have paid the price for lying," his father replied coolly. "Besides, you have my face. A scar would not look good." His father just stared at him, his expression unreadable. For the first time, Yeowon wondered if maybe he'd pushed the backtalk a little too far. But then his father turned away, a rare note of approval in his voice. "To have mastered it completely at your age is worthy of praise." Yeowon was stunned. In 2 lifetimes, he couldn't remember his father ever praising him. A strange warmth spread through his chest. For a fleeting moment, they were just a father and son walking through the woods. He whispered it, so quietly it was almost lost in the wind. "Thank you." As they walked on, his father began to open up. "Who taught you to hunt?" Yeowon asked. "My older brother," the heavenly demon replied, his face turning grim. "I had an uncle?" Yeowon asked, confused. "He died," his father said flatly. "I killed him when I was about your age." The words landed like stones, heavy and cold. Yeowon absorbed the dark family secret in silence. His father looked back at him. "You did well yesterday." He was talking about the fight, but the meaning was clear. You did what had to be done. Otherwise, he continued, his gaze darkening, you would not have been born. The horrifying truth settled in. If his father had lost that fight, he would have never existed. His father said nothing more, letting the lesson sink in. Yeowon finally understood. His father, the most powerful man he knew, carried the wound of killing his own brother. He'd seen it before. The stronger the exterior, the deeper the scars within. He could almost feel his father's desperation from all those years ago. He couldn't win the war for succession without killing his own family. Yeowon looked at his own hand, then spoke, his voice heavy with promise. "I hope you don't think I am unable to do the same. I will not fail where you were forced to succeed." He continued, his voice firm. "And you already know I won't have to hesitate. My brother is a cruel man." He was telling his father he understood the rules of this deadly game. The heavenly demon looked at his son, and for the first time a flicker of true understanding passed between them. A silent, brutal pact had been formed in the heart of the ancient forest. Suddenly, his father's voice cut through the stillness. "Speaking ill of him when he's not around, are we?" He knew they weren't alone, a father and son, alone in the vast, silent mountains. But this was no family outing. This was a test, where every word, every silence, could mean the difference between life and death. Sensing they were no longer alone, they didn't hesitate. They moved as one, leaping down a sheer cliff face with a speed that barely disturbed the falling snow. As they descended, Yeowon's mind drifted back. He remembered a long, lonely first life, one where he never married, never had a family of his own. Because of that, he'd never truly understood what it meant to be a father, or a son. And now, walking in the shadow of the man who gave him life, he found himself genuinely curious. He stared at the imposing figure of his father, a man he had only ever feared, and a single, heavy question formed in his mind. What was I to you? Did I ever mean anything at all? Suddenly, the heavenly demon froze. He'd sensed it again. Yeowon stopped instantly, his senses on high alert. "Is something there?" Yeowon whispered, peering into the dark forest ahead. Without looking back, his father answered with 2 simple words. "Our dinner." Yeowon was ready. "Then we should kill it!" But his father stopped him with a question. "How do you kill something you cannot see?" This was the first lesson of the day. The heavenly demon told him to close his eyes and simply feel his surroundings. Yeowon's expression turned serious. He knew this was an important moment. He didn't hesitate. "Okay," he said, ready to learn. He closed his eyes, his face calm as he shut out the world, trying to tune his senses to a different frequency. He cleared his mind, reaching for a state of pure, focused awareness. His father explained that true masters don't rely on sight alone. They learn to feel the vibrations in the air, the flow of a being's energy. As he spoke, a faint blue aura began to glow around Yeowun. But as he extended his senses, all he could feel was the massive, overwhelming energy of his father, radiating like a bonfire right beside him. The heavenly demon gave him his next instruction: send out his energy not as a wave, but as a single, fine line. Think of your body as a ball of yarn, he said. Slowly, pull out a single thread of energy. Make it thinner and thinner, but do not let it break. Yeowun followed the command precisely. A thin, controlled stream of blue energy flowed from him, extending into the darkness like a silent probe. He pushed it further and further, his concentration absolute. And then, he felt something. A faint signal. His father's voice cut through his focus. Did you reach it? The thread of energy made contact, sending a flicker of information back. Yes, Yeowun confirmed. I can feel it. What is it? His father pressed. Yeowun remained still, his eyes closed as he translated the feeling into an image. In his mind he could see the rough bark, the sturdy trunk. He answered with confidence. A tree. Search that area, his father commanded. Slowly. Yeowun carefully guided his energy, exploring the darkness around the tree. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. In his first life, he could have never managed this level of fine control at this age. His energy snaked through the undergrowth, a silent hunter feeling its way through an unseen world. And then, it found something else. It brushed against coarse fur, felt the shape of sharp tusks, and sensed a powerful animalistic life force. The image of a massive boar flashed in his mind. His eyes snapped open, a jolt of surprise running through him. A wild boar! He turned to his father, still processing the image. Or maybe a bear? The fur felt stiff, and the body was long. The heavenly demon's face was a mask, but a flicker of surprise shone in his eyes. It's a wild boar, he confirmed. Yeowun took a quiet breath. He had passed the test. His father admitted that even he couldn't have identified it so clearly at this distance when he was first learning. Yeowun looked at his father with a new, unshakable confidence. My body is naturally gifted, he stated coolly. This much is nothing. The heavenly demon's expression tightened. This was not the weak son he remembered. Later that night, they roasted the boar over a crackling fire. His father watched, impressed, as Yeowun expertly prepared the meal. When asked where he learned, Yeowun simply said, from a book. His father was skeptical. He looked far too skilled. Yeowun just smiled. The truth was, he'd spent years hunting animals just like this to survive in his desolate first life. He gestured to the luxurious tiger-skin pelt his father was sitting on. I brought this for you. Worth carrying all that weight to win some favor, don't you think? The heavenly demon got straight to the point. Did you ask to hunt with me to prove yourself and become the successor? Yeowun met his gaze without flinching. No, I know that wouldn't work on you. He then added with chilling conviction, I can become the successor on my own. His father remarked on his confidence, his tone unreadable, while a small knowing smile played on Yeowun's lips. Then why did you want this hunt? The heavenly demon asked again. Yeowun explained he had two reasons. The first was to learn everything he could from his father, and in that, he said, I think I've already succeeded. His father's gaze was sharp. And after you get stronger? Yeowun knew this was a critical moment. He clarified that his goal wasn't to take his father's place. You're still healthy. I don't intend to waste my youth chasing your title. He looked up at the stars, his voice sincere. I will be satisfied simply to learn the heavenly demon's martial arts by becoming a successor. But beneath that humble claim, his true purpose burned. His goal wasn't just to learn the legendary 9 Calamities demonic art. He had to master it, and then surpass it. His eyes narrowed, filled with a grim determination forged in a future of absolute loss, because he carried a terrible secret. In his past life, even his father, the master of this ultimate art, had been defeated and killed by the monster Hwamugi. This wasn't about a title. It was about becoming strong enough to rewrite the future. I must master it, he vowed to himself. The heavenly demon, oblivious to the darkness driving his son, asked, and the second reason? Yeowun turned back to him, his intense expression softening into a small, genuine smile. I wanted to spend some time with you alone, he said quietly. It's our first time. The honest words hung in the air between them. In that moment, he wasn't a rival or a subordinate. He was just a son. The heavenly demon scoffed, his default cynicism kicking in. A useless emotion that will get you killed. But Yeowun didn't back down. How is it useless? I am spending time with the strongest man in the world. When you sing, it is the world's greatest song. When you drink, it is the world's greatest liquor. His father listened, his expression unreadable, but for the first time his eyes seemed to be truly seeing the young man in front of him. You could see the thoughts turning behind that sharp gaze, processing the unexpected, earnest logic from a son he'd long written off. He turned his head slightly, a silent sign that the words had landed. Yeowun looked down, a quiet sadness on his face as he prepared to be even more vulnerable. He thought about his first life. Whenever he tried to remember his father, his mind was a blank. No shared moments, no lessons, no meals by the fire. There was only the towering, terrifying figure of the heavenly demon. Fear, he thought, doesn't really count as a memory. In this life, he thought with resolve, I don't want those to be my only memories. A cold, strategic part of him added a silent clarification. But don't get me wrong. This isn't for your sake, father. It's for mine. The night passed. As the first light of morning broke, the heavenly demon spoke. It's dawn. He stood, ready to leave. Let's go back. But Yeowun stopped him. We came out to hunt with the heavenly demon. We should at least kill a tiger before we leave. And then he cheekily threw his father's authoritative tone back at him. Don't just stand there. Follow me. He immediately caught himself, his tone shifting back to an eager, yes, father, as he scrambled to keep up. Their hunt led them into a dense, mist-shrouded bamboo forest. The air was still heavy, perfect hunting grounds. His father stopped. Close your eyes again. Yeowun complied instantly. The target is on the right, 100 yards away, his father said, raising the stakes. This will be more difficult. I want you to feel the wind this time, he instructed. Infuse your energy into the wind. Yeowun was stunned. In all his years, he had never heard of such a thing, merging one's energy with the elements themselves. Discharge your energy, his father ordered, leaving no room for questions. Yeowun concentrated, trying to grasp this impossible-sounding technique as he sent his energy flowing outwards. His father warned him that being too careful would be useless. If you want to use this in a real fight, you have to send your energy to the target as fast as possible. Yeowun took the lesson to heart. He had to be faster, more decisive. He pushed his energy out with more force, letting it flow into the air currents around him. He could feel the two distinct forces, the gentle push of the wind and the hum of his own power. But how to combine them? He strained, gritting his teeth, but it felt like trying to mix oil and water. His energy whipped around wildly, uncontrolled. It resisted, refusing to merge with the natural flow. And then, in a flash of insight, something clicked. That's it! He was thinking about it all wrong. It wasn't about riding the wind. The key was to entangle them, to weave them together until they became one. With this new understanding, he tried again. This time, his energy seamlessly intertwined with the currents, becoming one with the air itself. It shot forward, carried on the breeze, extending his senses far beyond what he thought possible. And through the wind, he locked onto the target. He could feel the texture of its striped fur, and saw a single glowing eye staring back through the bamboo. Yeowun's eyes flew open, a grin of pure excitement on his face. There really is a tiger! His father could only look on, astounded that his son had mastered such a profound technique in minutes. What's wrong? Yeowun asked, noticing his father's stunned silence. The heavenly demon just looked at him, his expression a mixture of shock and something else he couldn't quite place. As they walked, his father gave him one final piece of advice. He told him to never get lazy with his energy training, because the more threads he could control, the better his chances of survival. Yeowun nodded. Understood, father. That night, they sat by the fire once more. Yeowun pulled out a small jug. My trump card, he thought, a playful glint in his eye. He poured a drink for his father and himself. For a moment, they were just two men, sharing a quiet drink under the stars. The heavenly demon brought the cup to his lips, taking in the aroma. He took a long swallow and nodded. This is good. Yeowun took a sip and immediately winced, coughing as the strong liquor burned his throat. It's still too strong for me, he gasped, playing the part of a young man. His father's eyes narrowed. No true member of our cult complains about strong liquor, he said, calling his bluff. Yeowun pushed back. So what if I can't drink? Having a vicious heart is more important. His father seized the opening, posing the ultimate test. A vicious heart? Could you kill me to ensure your own survival? Yeowun gave the safe answer. No. How could a child kill his parent? But inside, he knew it was a lie. Given the right reason, there was no line he wouldn't cross. But he couldn't admit that. Not now. This was the first real conversation they'd ever had. He couldn't risk destroying this fragile new connection. His father took another drink, his voice cold. If you hesitate, then you have no right to speak of a vicious heart. He was pushing, testing for any real steel behind the words. Yeowon looked at the jug, then back at his father with a determined smile. He accepted the challenge. Then I will have to learn to drink strong liquor. He raised his cup and, without flinching, took a long, deep drink. The heavenly demon watched him, his face an unreadable mask, but something had clearly shifted. He was no longer looking at a disappointment. He was looking at his son as something new, something unpredictable, and perhaps, for the first time, something worthy of his attention. The hunt was over, but the war for the future had just begun. Back in the quiet of his pavilion, Cheon Yeowon began to sharpen his newfound weapons. He sits in silent meditation, a faint blue energy swirling around him. He isn't resting, he's training, pushing the limits of the skill his father taught him. He lets out a slow breath, a faint smile on his lips. It's only been a few days, but with a lifetime of experience, he can already infuse his energy into the wind with ease, maintaining 4 distinct threads at once. He never expected his father to teach him something so powerful. Sensing his surroundings without his eyes was like having a second life. He could detect any enemy long before they got close. If he could push past 10 threads of energy, he could neutralize any stealth technique thrown at him. He clenches his fist. This one skill could change everything. But a sobering thought cuts through his confidence. He remembers the future. Even his father, a master beyond compare, had lost to Hua Mugi. And it happened because their fortress, the heavenly demon Pavilion, had been infiltrated. The pavilion was supposed to be impenetrable, protected by layers of barriers, traps, and a legion of elite guards. And watching over it all were the 8 demon supremes, the most powerful warriors in the cult, sworn to protect the heavenly demon with their lives. He recalls their factions. The demonic swordsmen in the north, and the brutal demonic bladesmen in the south, the powerful iron fists in the east, the demonic sorcerers in the west, the faceless swordsmen in the northeast, the poison fangs in the southwest, and the crazed monks of the demonic Buddha in the northwest. An army of protectors. In his first life, he'd assumed the enemy had broken through from the outside, but he eventually learned the truth. The outer defenses were never breached. The conclusion was chilling and unavoidable. Someone from within the 8 demon supremes, one of those sworn protectors, had let Hua Mugi in. A traitor. In the chaos that followed his father's death, the traitor was never found. But to Yeowon, it didn't matter who it was, because after his father died, none of the 8 demon supremes sought revenge. They stood by and watched the cult crumble. In his eyes, all 8 of them were traitors. A wicked grin spreads across his face. That day is still far in the future, which gives him an incredible advantage. He knows everything about them, their lives, and more importantly, their deaths. He slowly gets to his feet, his mind made up. He stands tall, hand on his sword, a cold resolve burning in his eyes. This time, he thinks with chilling certainty, I will make use of them all. He wasn't just going to survive them, he was going to control them. He steps out into the courtyard, his mind already formulating a plan. But he stops short, hearing an arrogant voice. "Hey, fatty, is the second young master still in there?" His bodyguard, Li An, stands firm against a group of intimidating men. The leader, a brute with a huge blade on his back, complains impatiently. "How many days has it been? I can't wait anymore." "Go drag him out here!" Li An's eyes flash with anger. "What did you just say?" But before she can finish, Yeowon's voice cuts through the tension. "Li An, what's going on?" He steps out, and both Li An and the belligerent man Yang Po are startled by his sudden appearance. Yeowon looks at Li An, a hint of concern in his voice. "I told you to rest while I was training. Have you been waiting here this whole time?" She just shyly presses her fingers together, confirming that she had. The burly man, Yang Po, steps forward. "You're finally out. Why the sudden urge to train for days on end?" His tone is mocking and disrespectful. Yeowon's eyes are cold. He knows this man, Yang Po, a disciple of the Blood Heaven's bladesman, and he knows why he feels so bold. Ever since his father announced that anyone could become the successor, being his son was no longer a shield. In fact, it was the opposite. It made him a target for every ambitious warrior looking to make a name for themselves. Yeowon turns his cold gaze on Yang Po. "What do you want? Don't you know?" Yang Po sneers. "Pyongo can no longer practice martial arts because of you." Yeowon is unfazed. "So? Do you want me to go visit him?" Yang Po's face contorts with rage. "Do you think this is a joke?" "I don't think we're close enough to have a serious conversation," Yeowon says coolly. Yang Po explodes. "You need to take responsibility for crippling him. Apologize to him officially." But Yeowon sees right through the act. He knows exactly why Yang Po is really here. His master, the Blood Heaven's bladesman, hadn't chosen his successor yet. His disciples were all desperate to impress him. Yang Po couldn't care less about Pyongho. He just wanted to force an apology out of the heavenly demon's son to gain prestige for his faction and make himself look good. A slight mocking smile touches Yeowon's lips. He looks at Yang Po. "I doubt your master would choose you just for this." Yang Po roars back, "Nonsense! I'm here for Pyongho!" "Enough," Yeowon says, his voice suddenly dropping, silencing him completely. A dangerous energy radiates from him as he looks Yang Po dead in the eye. "I want you to be the one to apologize." Yang Po is taken aback. "For what?" Yeowon's gaze is like ice. "For speaking rudely to my subordinate." He gestures to Leon. "Apologize to her." Leon is completely stunned. "What?" Yang Po says, looking at Leon with pure disdain as she stands there in shock. She tries to de-escalate. "It's fine, young master." But Yeowon cuts her off, his voice firm. "I'm not fine with it." Leon looks at him, her eyes wide with a feeling she has never known before. Yeowon takes a step forward, his voice low and commanding. "Yang Po, you disrespected my subordinate. Kneel and apologize." Yang Po lets out a sigh of disbelief. "You want me to kneel to that fatty over there?" He sneers, pointing a disrespectful finger at Leon. Yeowon's teeth grit. "There you go again," he says, his voice seething with anger. "Running that mouth of yours." Yang Po throws his hands up. "Have you gone crazy? I would rather die than kneel to her." "You'd rather die?" Yeowon repeats, a chilling calm in his voice. "Good. That's what I wanted to hear." He unsheathes his sword. "All right then, I'll grant your wish." The shift is so sudden, so absolute, that Yang Po flinches back in genuine shock. Leon can only watch, her mind reeling. The weak, insecure boy she had always protected was gone. "You've really lost it," Yang Po snarls, finally realizing this isn't a bluff. Yeowon holds his sword at the ready. "Kneel and apologize, or fight me. Choose." He adds a final, strategic taunt. "Just so you know, your master won't be pleased if you retreat." As Yang Po hesitates, Yeowon speaks again, his voice clear and echoing. "I don't care that you came here looking for me. I can even understand seeking revenge. But," his voice drops, filled with deadly seriousness, "I will not allow you to insult my subordinate." Leon's eyes well up with tears. For the first time in her life, someone was standing up for her, defending her honor. She looks at her young master, truly seeing the man he was becoming. Yang Po lets out a disbelieving laugh. "You're really going to kill me over that pig?" he sneers. Yeowon's expression turns into a cold, predatory smile. "That's how much she means to me." That's the last straw. With a roar, Yang Po hefts his massive blade and charges, swinging it down with all his might. His followers scream his name, telling him to stop, but it's too late. Leon watches, her heart pounding, as the huge weapon descends. Yang Po stands alone in the courtyard, confident. But Yeowon is completely still, his back to Leon, as if the attack means nothing. Yang Po changes his mind at the last second. "I'll just take an arm instead," he yells, swinging his blade sideways. The massive sword cuts through the air, a blur of motion aimed to cripple him. But Yeowon is faster, so much faster. In a single fluid motion, his own sword becomes a streak of light. A sharp clang rings out as steel meets steel. He doesn't just block the attack, he shatters it. The tip of Yang Po's huge blade is sliced clean off. Yang Po's followers can only stare in utter disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Leon covers her mouth, her eyes wide with awe at the impossible feat she just witnessed. Yeowon's voice is cold and steady, looking at the blood now dripping from his sword. "Your mouth was the cause of your death. You used it to insult my subordinate, and that same mouth refused to apologize." And with a final, brutal swing, it's over. A spray of blood erupts as he cuts him down. He doesn't stop. He spins, a whirlwind of death, his long hair flying as he turns on the others. In a horrifying blur, he cuts down Yang Po's followers before they can even react. No witnesses, no challengers. He stands amidst the carnage, his face calm, his blade dripping. A clear, bloody message had been sent. This is the new Cheon Yeowon, and there are lines you do not cross. A challenge was made, a line was crossed, and now the price had to be paid. In a flash of steel, Cheon Yeowon reminded the world what happens when you underestimate a demon. The bodies of Yang Po's followers fall, their blood painting the courtyard stones as his blade finds its mark again and again. He moves with a terrifying, lethal grace. Each swing is precise, each cut final. There is no hesitation, only cold, efficient execution. The few men left standing can only stare in horror at the body of their leader, lying in a pool of his own blood. One of them, trembling, screams at Yeowon, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Yeowon turns to him, his expression chillingly calm. "Your mouth sounds just like his," he says, and the man freezes, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. His eyes glow with a faint, dangerous light. He leans in and gives one final command. "Pass on my words exactly as I say them. If you change a single thing, I will find you before dusk." The terrified men scramble to carry away their fallen, leaving Yeowon alone in the blood-stained courtyard. Leon finally finds her voice, her tone filled with disbelief and worry. "Why did you do that?" "What?" he asks, turning to her. She presses on, her voice trembling. "I'm asking why you would do all of this for someone like me." A hint of warmth enters his gaze. Even after being insulted, he thought, "She's still worried about me." "This isn't because of you," he says, trying to reassure her. "I simply dealt with someone who deserved it." But then he adds the grim reality of the situation. Besides, the Blood Heaven's bladesman would have never let this slide anyway. His eyes narrow. He knows what's coming next. He thinks about the delicate balance of power in the demonic cult. It's ruled by the 8 demon supremes, powerful masters with armies that even his father can't ignore. And the Blood Heaven's bladesman is one of them. "I crippled one of his disciples, and now I've killed another." He had just thrown a direct challenge to one of the most powerful men in the cult. Leon asks what the bladesman could possibly gain from getting involved. Yeowon smirks, explaining that the master won't do anything publicly, as it would just make him look bad. "But his pride might be hurt," she suggests. "He doesn't have that kind of pride," Yeowon says simply. Leon looks down, still unconvinced. He gently places a hand on her shoulder. He leans in, his voice soft but firm. "In any case, you don't need to worry about me." Leon looks up at him, her heart fluttering. This gentle, protective side of her master was something completely new. As they walk away, Yeowon reflects on his true motive. Killing Yang Po wasn't just about protecting her honor, it was a calculated move. First Gu Pyung-ho, now Yang Po, he thinks. This will definitely get everyone's attention. In the brutal politics of the succession war, this ruthless act had just put him on the board. "Young master," Leon says, her voice quiet, "thank you for what you did today." A bright, genuine smile spreads across her face. "I was really happy that you took my side. I mean it, from the bottom of my heart." Yeowon looks at her, a rare, gentle expression on his own face. He turns away, trying to sound gruff to hide his feelings. "You'd better be. Don't you dare forget this." Leon just beams. "Okay." But as he walks, a small, genuine smile plays on his lips. Yes, he thinks, keep smiling like that. In his first life, he had failed her. In this one, he vowed, "I want you to live your life smiling." Later that night, Yeowon sits alone in the quiet courtyard, his calm demeanor gone. He is haunted by memories of his past life, of the crushing defeat, and the years he spent as a broken man on the run. The only thing that kept him going was the single-minded goal of revenge. He wonders what would have become of him if he'd never found a way to come back. Suddenly, his senses scream a warning. An immense, suffocating pressure descends upon him. He doesn't need to see the figure materializing from the shadows. He knows that oppressive aura. His body tenses, every muscle screaming to run. The image of a hulking figure with wild white hair and glowing red eyes fills his mind. The Blood Heaven's bladesman. "He's here already," Yeowon thinks, his heart pounding. The killing intent is so strong it feels like a physical weight. "Can I even dodge his blade?" He quickly analyzes the situation. He has the mind of a master, but his young body lacks the power to back it up. He can't dodge. He remains perfectly still, projecting a calm he does not feel. He has to face this head-on. The vision clears. The bladesman is sitting on the rock across from him, having appeared without a sound. The old master grins. "Why'd you do it?" he asks, his voice deceptively casual. Yeowon forces a cocky grin of his own. "Because he was a fool." The bladesman's eyes narrow slightly. "So you're the kind of person who picks fights with fools?" he asks. Yeowon stands, refusing to be intimidated. The bladesman slams the flat of his enormous blade onto the rock, the impact sending a tremor through the ground. The pressure doubles. "Should I cut off your head and show it to your father? Shall we see if he cares?" The threat is real. The killing intent is suffocating. But Yeowon doesn't back down. "I doubt your blade could make it through my neck, not when you imagine my father's terrifying eyes." He's reminding the master that attacking him means angering the heavenly demon. The bladesman's grin widens. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple. This boy was not what he expected. Yeowun feels the killing intent recede just a fraction. He's won a small victory. Suddenly, the bladesman shatters the rock they're sitting on with a single contemptuous strike. The ground explodes, sending chunks of stone flying everywhere. Yeowun stares at the shattered stone, waiting. The bladesman draws a cross in the dirt with his blade. "This is how much your father cares," he says, pointing to the smaller section. "That's you. I am the majority." He's saying the heavenly demon values a powerful ally more than his own son. Yeowun says nothing, simply observing the old master's game. He knows this is just another test. Yeowun reaches down and draws another line, splitting the larger section. "I'm his son," he says with a confident smile. "I probably matter at least this much. It's 7 for me, 3 for you." The Blood Heaven's bladesman's face twists into a snarl. The audacity of this boy was unbelievable. He stands, his voice a low growl. "We'll know if we test it. Do you think he'll kill me, or let me live if I bring him your head?" Yeowun smirks back. "I think you greatly underestimate a father's love. Which is why I said," the bladesman begins, his hand tightening on his weapon. "Let's test it." A wave of pure killing intent washes over Yeowun, so powerful it feels like he's drowning in fire. He grits his teeth, his body trembling. The bladesman leans in, his voice a whisper. "No need to test it. He has 2 sons. There's only one of me." And just as suddenly as it began, the pressure vanishes. The bladesman sheathes his weapon. He looks at Yeowun with a genuine toothy grin of approval. "You're not as foolish as my disciple was." Yeowun, still reeling, replies with a sharp barb of his own. "If your disciple was anything like you, he would still be alive." The bladesman just chuckles, addressing him with a new title, Second Young Master. "I've lived my life surrounded by misfortune," the old master says, his tone turning serious. "I hope we do not meet often." It's both a warning and advice. Yeowun gives a small knowing smile. "I will be sure to remember that." As the bladesman leaves, Yeowun finally lets his guard down, the terror of the encounter hitting him all at once. His knees feel weak. He watches the old master leap away into the night. He stumbles back to the now shattered rock, his body finally reacting to the stress. He coughs, gripping his robes as he tries to catch his breath. He pulls open his robe, revealing dark bruises on his chest, formed purely from the pressure of the bladesman's killing intent. "That old man," he thinks, cursing under his breath. He takes a moment to think, his mind racing to analyze what just happened. He realizes the bladesman only looks like he acts on impulse. The old master calculates everything. The fact that he threatened him twice meant he was genuinely considering it. "He came here to see me," Yeowun concludes. His victory over Gu Pyungho and the hunt with his father had already put him on the radar. Now, after this, the bladesman felt the need to test him personally, to see what this suddenly competent son was really made of. A grim smile crosses his face. He's here to see if I'm fit to be a successor. The game has changed. This isn't just about survival anymore. Is my first true opponent the Blood Heaven's bladesman? He wonders. The night's tension hasn't faded, but Yeowun is already pushing himself, forcing his energy to circulate faster, preparing for whatever comes next. A vibrant blue aura swirls around him, a visible sign of his growing power. He's not just training, he's sharpening his instincts for the war he just started. Suddenly, his concentration shatters. A powerful, all-too-familiar presence appears nearby, and he instantly knows who it is. In a blur of motion, he springs to his feet. He lands silently on the rooftop, his sword already in hand, a lone silhouette against the pale morning sky. His eyes scan the surroundings, instantly locking onto his target. There, on an adjacent roof, stands the imposing figure of his father, the heavenly demon. "Father?" Yeowun says, a hint of surprise in his voice. His father's voice is steady, but the words carry immense weight. He heard that Yeowun dealt with the disciple of the Blood Heaven's sword demon. Just a quick note for context, the title Blood Heaven's Bladesman is now more accurately translated as Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Yeowun doesn't flinch, his gaze unwavering. He offers no excuses, simply stating the cold truth. Yes, his disciple deserved what he got. His father waves off the justification. It doesn't matter if the man deserved it or not. The Blood Heaven's Sword Demon came to him personally about the matter. A stunned Yeowun could only ask, "What?" "He demanded that you be punished," the heavenly demon states plainly. The gravity of the situation begins to settle in. Yeowun quickly connects the dots. The sword demon bypassed him and went straight to the leader of the cult. Even his father admits it's strange, as the old master isn't one to care about a single disciple. But Yeowun sees the real strategy at play. This was never about revenge for a dead student. The sword demon is testing the waters, trying to see how his father will react. He realizes the old master wants to know if the heavenly demon considers him a true candidate for the succession. It's a masterful political chess move. His father's voice cuts through his thoughts, his decision made. "And so, I will punish you." Yeowon immediately pushes back. "You have no reason to punish me." His father's reply is chilling and absolute. "Reasons can be created." Yeowon falls silent. In this cult, his father's will is law. The heavenly demon then shifts the topic, his voice dropping slightly. "During the hunt, you asked me which of the demon supremes I trust the most." Yeowon's eyes narrow, the memory of that night flashing back to him. "Yes," he confirms quietly. We see a glimpse of that night by the fire, of a younger Yeowon asking his father who he could truly rely on. Back then, the heavenly demon had given no answer, letting the question linger in the air. But now, in the light of a new day, Yeowon is about to get his answer. His father's words are blunt. "I don't trust anyone, not a single one of them." Yeowon is visibly stunned by the stark admission. The heavenly demon looks down at his son, his gaze piercing. "You said the cult needed hierarchy and discipline. Don't give me some recycled speech about corruption. Tell me what you truly think." This is more than a question. It's a challenge, a demand to see the true mind of the boy standing before him. Yeowon meets his father's gaze, understanding this is a moment that could define his future. He takes a deep breath, preparing to reveal a truth he learned from a future of pain and loss. "I feel," he begins, his voice steady with a wisdom far beyond his years, "that somewhere along the way, we've forgotten the true path of the demon." The heavenly demon's eyes widen almost imperceptibly. This was not the answer he was expecting. "Forgotten the path of the demon?" he repeats, his interest clearly piqued. "Yes," Yeowon confirms. The heavenly demon leans in, posing the ultimate question. "Then tell me, what is the path of the demon to you?" "It is the belief that only our cult possesses," Yeowon declares, his voice ringing with passion, "the strength to defeat absolute evil." His father is taken aback. "Defeat absolute evil?" Yeowon clarifies that he no longer sees the Orthodox faction as their real enemy. When his father asks who is, then, "Absolute evil," Yeowon repeats, and the simple words seem to shake the very air around them. He elaborates, his mind flashing with images of the monsters he faced in his past life. He speaks of an evil so vile that even other demons would turn away in disgust. An evil the so-called justice of the Orthodox faction is too weak to handle. "They are fundamentally forgiving," he explains. "How can those who value every life possibly stand against an evil that has abandoned its own humanity?" His voice builds, filled with unshakable conviction. "We are the only ones who can destroy such wickedness by being even more wicked ourselves." His expression hardens, his eyes burning with intensity as he delivers his final powerful thesis. "That is the true path of the demon, when the great evils that the Orthodox faction cannot even touch are forced to kneel before us." He ends with a grim warning. "If we cannot walk this path, our cult is doomed. We must hold ourselves to this standard to survive." The heavenly demon stands in absolute silence, his mind processing the profound philosophy his son just laid bare. Yeowon watches him, knowing his words have struck a deep chord. He thinks to himself that this is a concept his father has never considered, a perspective no one has ever dared to show him. The heavenly demon reflects on a lifetime of battle and conquest, realizing his son has articulated a purpose he himself had only vaguely sensed. "Any other arrogant thoughts?" his father asks, but the tone is different now. It holds a spark of genuine curiosity. "No, that is all," Yeowon replies, sensing the subtle shift in power between them. A small, almost invisible smile touches the heavenly demon's lips. "I think I understand now why the Bloodheaven Sword demon wants you punished. He saw something in you," he continues, looking at his son with new understanding. "And he's using me to test your limits." Yeowon nods, realizing his father sees the whole game. "He must have seen me as a potential successor," his father adds, "or perhaps as someone who could disrupt the entire cult. Either way, that old man has a sharp eye for the extraordinary." A moment of silence passes as the heavenly demon makes his final momentous decision. "Follow me," he commands, turning and leaping from the roof in a single fluid motion. Yeowon follows without hesitation, wondering where they could possibly be going. They arrive at a desolate, ancient stone marker. Carved into it are 3 words, "Minor Heaven Cave." His father leads him to a massive sealed stone door built into the mountainside. This is the entrance. Yeowon knows this place by reputation. It's a legendary trial ground, a place where candidates for the throne prove their worth. He also knows the grim statistics. Once you enter, you either pass the trial or you never leave. The survival rate is a mere 50%. The cave is so infamous for its danger that even his ruthlessly ambitious older brother has never dared to challenge it. But this is a path I must walk to become the heavenly demon, he thinks to himself. He turns to his father. You're telling me to go in there? His father's reply is simple. I entered around your age. Yeowon asks the crucial question, how long did it take you to get out? 2 months, his father answers flatly. The answer stuns Yeowon. His father is a legendary prodigy, the most talented heavenly demon in history, and it still took him 2 full months. His father clarifies, I was the only one to ever escape in 2 months. The average for the others was 3 years. And you want me to enter a place like that with no preparation? Yeowon asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His father's response is ice cold. Did I not say I was going to punish you? Yeowon looks at his father, and everything clicks into place. This isn't just a punishment, it's the ultimate test. He looks his father dead in the eye, cutting to the heart of the matter. Are you really sending me to a place where I might die, just to satisfy the sword demon's request? He presses further, his voice sharp. Do you truly not care if I die in there? Or are you hoping that I will survive and emerge stronger than ever? He watches his father's stoic face, searching for any sign, any hint of the truth, and then he sees it. A tiny, fleeting smile playing on the heavenly demon's lips. That's all the answer he needs. A confident, almost wicked grin spreads across Yeowon's own face. All right then. In that case, I'll try to get out even faster than you did. For a brief moment, the heavenly demon looks at his son, and in his eyes there's a flicker of something that looks like pride. Just focus on staying alive. Thrown into a trial with a 50-50 chance of survival, Yeowon takes his first steps into the minor heaven cave. His footsteps echo in the vast, empty hall, lit by an eerie green glow from the lanterns lining the walls. This is his punishment, but to him, it's a chance to prove he deserves this second life. He scans the massive chamber, his expression calm. He knows this place has claimed many lives, and can't help but wonder what kind of test is so difficult that half of those who enter never return. Walking deeper into the heavy silence, the glowing lanterns cast long, dancing shadows that play tricks on his eyes. This place was designed to break a challenger's spirit before the real trial even begins. The scale of the hall is staggering, like an ancient tomb built for giants. Yeowon is just a small, solitary figure walking towards his fate. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something up ahead. A tall, black monolith stands in the center of the path, a silent guardian watching over whatever lies beyond. Yeowon approaches cautiously, his hand resting on his sword. Instructions are carved into the stone. The first trial is simple but brutal. Defeat all enemies without using sword aura. Failure means a 10-day wait for another attempt. To begin, he just has to step into the crimson circle on the floor. He notices 2 large jars filled with plain grain balls, his only source of food. The thought of being stuck here, waiting 10 days for a retry, is unacceptable. With a determined expression, Yeowon strides forward and steps directly into the glowing red circle, ready to face whatever comes. The moment his foot touches the circle, the air hums with energy as the trial activates. With a series of loud clanks, sections of the walls slide open. From the darkness, dozens of wooden humanoid figures begin to emerge, moving with a deadly purpose. An army of puppets floods the chamber, their featureless faces turning towards him. The sound of their mechanical joints fills the hall as they charge forward. As they approach, Yeowon spots a faint red mark on each of their bodies, their chests, necks, and heads. The targets were clear. He draws his sword and dives into the fray. His blade becomes a blur, weaving through the puppets as he deflects their strikes and aims for their weak points. His eyes are sharp, tracking every movement. He's not just a boy fighting dummies. He's a veteran warrior on a familiar battlefield. He moves like a storm, his long hair flying as his sword flashes, cleanly striking the glowing red marks. He is a whirlwind of precise steel. Every movement is efficient, with no wasted energy. He twists to avoid one blow while simultaneously cutting down another. He ducks under a wild swing, his blade arcing up to dismember a puppet. The floor is already littered with broken parts, but as he cuts them down, he feels the harsh scrape of his blade against their hardened bodies. These things are tougher than they look. Simple slashes won't be enough. Gritting his teeth, Yeowon refuses to be overwhelmed. He puts more force into his next strike, his sword crashing down and shattering a puppet's torso. He presses his attack relentlessly, smashing through their defenses, breaking limbs and shattering bodies one by one. The pile of destroyed puppets grows, a testament to the storm of destruction he's unleashed. He spots the last one. With a determined shout, he stomps his foot, launching himself forward for the final blow. The world seems to narrow, focusing on his single remaining target. He brings his sword down with blinding speed. The blade connects, and the last puppet explodes into pieces. Silence returns to the vast chamber. Yeowon stands among the wreckage, catching his breath. A wave of relief washes over him. At least he won't be waiting 10 days. He takes a moment to reflect. The weak boy he used to be would never have survived this. This victory is proof that he's already rewriting his destiny. With a heavy grinding sound, a massive stone door at the far end of the hall begins to open, revealing the path forward. As he walks towards the new doorway, something carved into the wall beside the monolith catches his eye. He stops to look closer. It seems previous challengers left messages behind. The messages are tales of failure and perseverance. 9 tries. 16. One poor soul took 37 attempts. Another bragged about passing in 6. These were his ancestors, all contenders for the throne. But as his eyes drift to the very last message, he recognizes the sharp, confident handwriting. A grin spreads across his face. The message is a single word: idiots. It was written by his father. Of course, Yeowon lets out a small chuckle. Even in a place like this, his father's incredible arrogance shines through, insulting all their ancestors, just because he could. It was so perfectly him. With a renewed sense of purpose and a little amusement, he turns and enters the next room. The second chamber is an armory. Walls are lined from floor to ceiling with countless weapons, mostly swords of every shape and size, all gleaming in the dim light. Yeowon's expression turns serious once again as he sizes up the new trial. Looking at the sheer number of blades, he figures the next test has to involve swordsmanship. Another monolith confirms his suspicion. The rules are simple. Use a sword from the wall to split a stone in half within 2 hours. This time, the instructions clearly state he may use sword aura. The penalty for failure is even worse, a 20-day wait. He steps into the crimson circle. A stone pedestal rises from the floor, presenting a perfectly smooth, round stone ball. Yeowon looks down at the stone, his expression thoughtful. 2 hours to cut a single stone? The thought echoed in his mind. With his enhanced sword aura, he could destroy hundreds. Something felt off. This felt like a trap. He steps back, stroking his chin. This wasn't just a test of power, it had to be a test of intelligence. He decides to test it. Grabbing a random sword, he strikes the stone. It just bounces off with a loud clang, not even leaving a scratch. Just as he thought. He figures he might as well get it over with. He'll just use his aura, cut it in half, and move on. A powerful blue energy erupts around him, swirling and converging on his blade. His eyes glow with the same intense light as he prepares to unleash his full power. But just as he's about to strike, he hesitates. His glowing eyes narrow. He stops his attack, the blue aura slowly fading. Lowering his sword, he thinks again. It just felt too easy. There had to be more to it. He recalls the messages on the wall, wondering how the others passed. His mind flashes back to their words. One challenger bragged about splitting it with aura on the first try. Another failed 89 times without aura before giving in. But one person claimed to have cut it without any aura at all. The others had called him a liar. It seemed impossible. He then wondered what his father did. Suddenly, another of his father's messages comes to mind. Absolute nonsense. If there's heat, you lose. His eyes widen. He stands frozen, the pieces clicking into place. Why would his father write that? It wasn't a simple insult like before. It was a clue. And then he understands. The instructions didn't say to use sword aura. They said you may use it. The wording was the trap. The true test was to pass without using aura. His father's note about heat was a warning, because sword aura generates intense heat. This was the real challenge. With this new insight, he begins striking the stone again, using only raw strength. But each hit just rings out uselessly, the sword bouncing off. He pants, sweat dripping from his face. He can't even scratch it. Time is ticking away, and frustration is building. How was he supposed to do this? He clenches his teeth. The temptation to just use his aura and be done with it is overwhelming, but giving in, taking the easy way out, that wasn't his style. This was a battle of will. He lets out a sigh, looking up at the dark ceiling, feeling completely stuck. An image of his father flashes in his mind. He knew, with absolute certainty, that his father had split this stone the correct way. An idea begins to form. There had to be another way. Yeowon closes his eyes. A calm, blue aura flows from his body. Not the intense energy of an attack, but something subtle. He's using the energy-sensing technique his father taught him. He extends his senses, letting them drift over the stone like a gentle wind. His energy flows around the sphere, reading its structure, searching for a weakness his eyes couldn't see. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He found it. He can now perceive a faint, almost invisible line running along the stone's surface. A seam. A weakness. The line forms a perfect circle, wrapping around the stone's equator. He raises his sword, his hand perfectly steady. This was the key. With absolute focus, he pours all his concentration into this one single moment. He swings. The blade hits the invisible line with a sharp crack, and the stone splits cleanly in two. The two halves fall away, revealing the stone was hollow all along. A triumphant grin spreads across Yeowon's face as he lets out a joyful shout. He did it. He passed the trial the right way. But as he looks down, he notices something nestled inside one of the broken halves. His eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing. It's a small, dark orb pulsing with a faint purple light, a legendary treasure he'd only ever heard of in stories, a demonic essence pill. This was the true reward. Staring at the pulsating orb in his hand, Yeowon finally understands. This is a demonic essence pill, a legendary treasure. He realizes if he'd used his sword aura, the intense heat would have destroyed it. This was the real prize, hidden for anyone clever enough to solve the puzzle. A small, genuine smile touches his lips. His father's cryptic clue was what led him here. For the first time, he feels a real sense of gratitude. Thanks, father, he thinks, and without another thought, he consumes the pill. He immediately sits, closing his eyes to absorb the pill's power. A deep purple aura radiates from his body, filling the dark chamber with an otherworldly glow. The energy surges through him, raw and untamed. His eyes are shut tight as he wrestles the immense power into submission. The purple aura explodes outward, transforming into a pure, blinding white light that engulfs him completely. The force of the energy makes dust and pebbles float in the air around him. He is being reforged from the inside out. The light finally subsides. He slowly opens his eyes, a new and dangerous intensity burning within them. He lets out a slow, controlled breath, the last remnants of excess energy dissipating into the air. He looks down at his hands, quietly processing the profound change within him. He clenches his fist, the newfound power crackling in his grasp. A confident grin spreads across his face as blue energy now flows around him effortlessly. The one thing he was missing was a deep well of internal energy, and now he has it. He's ready for anything. Moving into the next chamber, he finds another monolith. The third trial's title is ominous: Differentiate Life and Death. A 5-day penalty for failure. He wonders what kind of morbid test this could be. As he steps into the circle, a stone table rises from the floor. On it are 12 compartments, each holding a different plant. He leans in for a closer look at the twigs, leaves, and roots. He recognizes them all instantly. This isn't a combat trial, but a test of knowledge. He has to distinguish between medicinal herbs and deadly poisons. For anyone else, this would be a nightmare. But for Yeowon, it's a gift. A memory flashes in his mind, his past self, desperately searching the world for rare ingredients for a friend. He spent years becoming an expert on all kinds of plants. This trial is almost laughably easy. His eyes scan the table, and in seconds he hones in on a single leafy green. He knows with absolute certainty it's the only one that isn't poison. He picks it up. As soon as his fingers touch the herb, the table retracts back into the ground. But a moment later, it rises again, this time with a completely new set of plants. He understands. It's a second test to prevent anyone from passing by a lucky guess. For a normal person, the only way to pass would be to eat them one by one, a slow, painful process. But again, this is no challenge for him. He calmly picks out the single, non-poisonous root from the new selection. He holds up the correct plant, and once more, the table sinks into the floor. He waits, but this time, it doesn't return. He assumes the trial is over. Just then, the familiar sound of grinding stone echoes through the cave. The door to the final chamber opens. Before proceeding, he stops to read the messages left by his predecessors. Their words are filled with misery. One complains about the idiotic poison selection. Another is overjoyed after finally succeeding on their 96th try. One poor soul even lost all their hair from the constant poisoning. Then he finds his father's message. Don't count on something like luck. Yeowon smirks. His father didn't guess. He must have memorized every plant he ate, passing through sheer willpower. Walking away, Yeowon thinks to himself that thankfully, they both managed to keep their hair. He reaches the final monolith, and the words on it send a chill down his spine. The trial is to survive an illusory life and death trap formation, and the second rule is terrifyingly clear. If you die in the trap, you die for real. His calm expression fades. A trial where failure means actual death. The stakes have just been raised to their absolute limit. The messages here are filled with sheer terror. One ancestor swore to kill the creator of this formation. Another simply wrote that it was scary and tough, and they would never enter again. Yeowon searches for his father's message. It's just 2 words: don't rest. He steps into the final crimson circle, mulling over the words. He knows it's a hint, but it feels like more. Looking ahead with grim determination, he feels like it's advice for his entire life. Never stop pushing, never get complacent. The world around him dissolves into light, and the stone cave is gone. He finds himself standing in a vast, empty desert under a pale, washed-out sky. There's nothing for miles but sand, rock, and the occasional dead tree. He feels the wind on his face. He crouches, letting gritty sand run through his fingers. A lizard scurries past. Everything, it feels completely real. He stands, amazed. To think an illusion this flawless could even exist, it's beyond anything he'd imagined. As he's taking it in, the ground begins to tremble. All around him, figures rise from the sand, an army of decaying zombie-like warriors. He's completely surrounded. He knows they're illusions, but he can feel their overwhelming intent to kill him. And yet, looking at the horde, he feels no fear. A slight, confident smile plays on his lips. This is a good opportunity. He slowly draws his sword, the sound of steel cutting through the silence. He holds his blade ready, his eyes fixed on the approaching horde. The undead charge, a grotesque mob of rotting flesh and rusty weapons, letting out guttural groans. His eyes widen, not with fear, but with sharp focus. He meets the first one head-on, his fist slamming into its face and shattering its skull. He ducks under a clumsy swing from another. With a calm expression, he slices his sword across its neck, his movements fluid and precise. He spins into the heart of the horde, his blade a whirlwind of motion. He thinks to himself that since he's not fighting real people, he doesn't have to hold back. A brilliant blue aura explodes from his sword. He unleashes his full power, sending out a massive wave of energy that vaporizes the front line of the undead army. Thanks to the pill, he has more than enough energy to use these powerful techniques with ease. He fights with a brutal elegance, his blade a blur against a storm of enemy weapons. Swords and spears come at him from all sides, but he moves through them like a phantom. His gaze is cold and steady, tracking every threat at once. He leaps into the air, a lone warrior against a sea of monsters. His focus is absolute. This isn't just a trial, it's a training ground. He twists his body, narrowly avoiding a dozen blades aimed for his back. Taking a deep breath, he channels his energy, and a dozen swords made of pure blue aura materialize around him. He unleashes the attack, sending the energy blades shooting out in all directions, piercing through the horde. The undead warriors are momentarily stunned, their bodies crackling with leftover energy. But they are relentless, their empty eye sockets glowing as they prepare to charge again. But Yeowon is faster. He moves through them like a phantom, his body glowing with power. The entire battlefield is engulfed in a storm of blue light as he cuts down every last one. The last of the enemies crumble into dust. He stands alone in the now quiet wasteland, surrounded by mounds of gray ash. He glances at his sword, not even breathing heavily. His expression is calm as he surveys the aftermath. He looks around the empty desert and wonders aloud, is it over? He stands tall, thinking it would be a shame if that was all this legendary trial had to offer. His sharp senses detect movement in the distance. Another wave is coming. A slight, eager smile touches his lips. It wasn't over. A new army rises from the sand. These are different, armored, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light, and the energy pouring from them is on another level entirely. The real test has just begun. The fight rages on. Yeowon is a blur of motion, his sword clashing against the armored undead in a chaotic storm of steel and dust as he holds back the tide alone. He's breathing heavily, a wild grin on his face. Every enemy he cuts down is replaced by another, each stronger than the last, pushing him ever closer to his limits. His father's words echo in his mind, "Don't rest." Now he gets it. This relentless battle is the first real fight he's had since returning, forcing him to adapt and evolve. Surrounded, he weaves through a forest of blades, his movements becoming more fluid, more instinctive. He knows to survive, he has to keep fighting with his life on the line. This is exactly what he needed. The decades of experience from his past are finally merging with the raw power of his new body. He's no longer just a man with memories, he's becoming a complete warrior. Suddenly, a volley of daggers flies toward him from all directions. With incredible speed, he spins his sword, creating a shield of steel that deflects every single one. He shatters another undead with a powerful blow, a battle cry ripping from his throat. "Come at me!" he yells, welcoming the onslaught. This is how a true master is forged. He needs them to be stronger, to push him beyond his breaking point. He meets a towering warrior head-on, his glowing blue sword plunging deep into its chest. With a final mighty swing, he unleashes a wave of energy that slices the behemoth clean in two. The two halves of the massive undead fall to the ground, dissolving into dust. He leans on his sword, panting heavily, the ground littered with the remains of his enemies. Is it over? He wonders. In the next instant, the wasteland shatters like glass, and he's standing back in the cold, quiet chamber of the Minor Heaven cave. A message appears in the air, congratulating him on passing the trials. A proud, satisfied smile spreads across his face. He did it. He cleared all the trials in a single day, a feat that took his legendary father an entire month. But his smile quickly vanishes as his strategic mind kicks in. If word of this got out, it would cause an uproar. Being this fast wouldn't earn him praise, it would earn him suspicion. They would call it impossible. A trick. His expression hardens with resolve. He can't afford that kind of attention. Not yet. Looking back at the entrance, he makes a decision. He'll stay here and train. He'll use this time to fully master the power and insights he gained, making them completely his own. 100 days later, Yeowoon is summoned before his father. The heavenly demon sits on his throne, his presence as imposing as ever. "You took exactly 100 days, he observes. Yeowoon reports that he did his best but couldn't break his father's record. The heavenly demon cuts straight to the point, asking if he passed the stone trial the proper way. Yeowoon confirms he did, adding that his father's hints were a great help. The heavenly demon looks at him, his expression unreadable. But then, for just a fraction of a second, the corner of his mouth twitches upward. Yeowoon's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe it. He thinks, did he just smile? The smile vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving his father's face a cold mask once more. His father speaks, his voice flat. Looks like you're not a fool, at least. Yeowoon smirks back. Of course, I'm the great heavenly demon's son, after all. The heavenly demon closes his eyes for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of his son's wit. In that brief silence, Yeowoon's perception of his father shifts. In his past life, he always believed his father enjoyed the bloody succession battle between his children. But now, he sees it differently. His father isn't cruel. He's a leader willing to endure any sacrifice, even the deaths of his own children, for the good of the cult. A voice breaks his thoughts. An old man approaches, congratulating him on surviving the cave. Yeowoon recognizes him instantly. This is the chief advisor, Sima Myung, his father's most trusted right-hand man. Yeowoon greets him respectfully. The advisor says he has an important cult matter to discuss. Yeowoon is surprised. With me? He immediately understands. If the chief advisor is talking to him, it's on his father's orders. Sima Myung explains that they received an anonymous tip about deep-rooted corruption within the demonic army. Yeowoon listens, his expression turning serious. The advisor continues, revealing that the demonic army is led by the younger sibling of the Bloodheaven's sword demon. His old adversary is in the picture again. Sima Myung says they tried to investigate last year, but the special officer they sent was killed. Yeowoon asks if the demonic army was responsible. The advisor confirms it, adding that the killer then took his own life to cut off all leads, a professional cover-up. Then, the advisor delivers the real reason for this meeting. He wants Yeowoon to become the new special investigator and handle the case. Yeowoon knows this is a death sentence. The people involved will do anything to stay hidden, and they won't hesitate to eliminate the heavenly demon's son. He looks Sima Myung in the eye. "You're sending me somewhere I could die." The advisor doesn't deny it. "That's right, you'll have to put your life on the line." Yeowoon glances at his father, who sits silently on his throne. This is it. Another test, far more dangerous than the cave. The heavenly demon finally speaks. "Didn't you say you would hold them by their leashes?" He's throwing Yeowoon's own words back at him. Yeowoon meets his father's gaze. "That's for when I become the heavenly demon," he replies coolly. His father leans forward, a hint of a taunt in his voice. "So, you're scared?" Yeowoon sighs. He knows he's been backed into a corner. "Well, I can't really refuse if you put it like that." He straightens up, his expression hardening into pure determination. "I understand. I'll take the mission." Father and son lock eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. A faint, confident smile plays on Yeowoon's lips. He thinks, "I don't know what you're planning, Father, but I'll put on a good show for you." Then, he adds one more thing. "Since this could be my last moment," he says casually, "I'd like to have a drink with you." The request hangs in the air, stunning both his father and the chief advisor into silence. The advisor is completely bewildered by the boy's sheer audacity. As they leave, Yeowoon turns to Sima Myung with a small smile. He acts tough, but he actually cares for us." The advisor just stares back, clearly thinking that from where he was standing, it didn't look like that at all. Yewoon is led to a pavilion to meet his new subordinate. A young man with curly hair introduces himself as Seo Daryong, a special investigator. Yewoon looks him over, arms crossed, thoroughly unimpressed. "Why are you here?" Yewoon asks bluntly. "I told the chief advisor to send the most beautiful woman from the pavilion." Daryong looks completely flustered before muttering to himself, "I guess I'm the most beautiful woman in his eyes." An irk mark appears on Yewoon's forehead. This is off to a great start. "Whatever," he sighs, turning to leave. "Let's just get to work." Daryong scrambles to catch up. "Are we leaving now?" he asks. Yewoon replies simply, "Yes." Daryong looks concerned by his new superior's attitude. He begins to brief Yewoon. The commander of the demonic army is the younger brother of the Blood Heaven's sword demon. He's turned the army into an elite force over the last 8 years. Yewoon comments that it just means they're good at their jobs. Daryong agrees. Suddenly, Yewoon stops walking. He turns back to Daryong, who asks what's wrong. With a cynical look, Yewoon asks, "Do you even intend to investigate this corruption?" Daryong is taken aback. "Of course I do," he says, his voice now uncertain. "Then why do you sound like that?" Yewoon presses. "I don't feel any enthusiasm." He continues, his voice flat. "Because even if we succeed, nothing will change." He stares at Daryong, letting the weight of his words sink in. Daryong processes this, wondering if his new superior believes nothing can be fixed without a complete change in leadership. Yewoon's eyes are cold, reflecting a wisdom far beyond his years. Daryong asks, "Are you not scared?" Yewoon keeps walking, answering without a hint of fear. "Not at all." A small, grim smile touches Yewoon's lips. Daryong presses, "Really? Even though the previous investigator died?" Yewoon's eyes flash with a sharp intensity. "The previous investigator that died," he says, his voice now dangerously low. He turns, looking down at the stunned Daryong. "Oot was my direct superior, the person who taught me." The look on Yewoon's face is no longer detached. It's filled with a quiet, burning rage. Daryong is left speechless, finally understanding that for his new leader, this isn't just a mission. It's personal. Their mission begins at the headquarters of the demonic army, the demonic dragon court. As they approach, 2 brutish guards step forward to block their path. "Where are you from?" one of them grunts. Trying to sound official, Daryong steps forward. "I'm Special Investigator Seo Daryong from the Nirvana Pavilion. Step aside. I have business with the commander." Watching his subordinate's shaky but bold declaration, Yewoon thinks to himself that the kid has guts, at least. The guards just scoff. "Special Investigator?" one sneers. "You don't look so special." The other adds, "You can't go in without permission from the higher-ups." Daryong presents the official order from the heavenly demon himself. The guards take it, but tell them to wait. When Daryong tries to push past, saying they'll speak to the superior directly, the guard blocks him again, his voice rising in anger. "I told you, you can't enter without permission!" Daryong, flustered, holds up the document. "Are you really going to stop a special investigator with an official order?" The guards are unimpressed. "What nonsense is that?" one barks. "When you're here, you follow our rules." The word makes Daryong flinch. The other guard leans in. "Exactly. All you have is a title. Other than that, you're powerless here." Daryong looks completely intimidated, his confidence gone. Just then, Yewoon's calm, quiet voice cuts in. "Let me ask you one thing." He steps out from behind Daryong, his cold gaze falling on the guards. "Do you know who I am?" The guards hesitate for a moment before one of them mutters, "We do?" "You do?" Yewoon asks, his voice dripping with ice. "So you know who I am." In a flash, he slams his palm into both guards' chests, sending them flying. They crash to the ground, stunned and sputtering. "And you still dare to behave so rudely?" Yewoon finishes, his voice echoing in the sudden silence. He stands over them, his presence utterly dominant. Daryong watches, pale and shaken. Yewoon turns to his terrified subordinate. "Stop standing there! Lead the way!" Snapping out of his shock, Daryong stammers, "All right!" and hurries ahead. As they walk through the courtyard, they're met with a wall of hostile glares from dozens of rough-looking soldiers. Feeling a bit of borrowed courage, Daryong holds up the order and shouts, "Can't you see this? You're all obstructing an official investigation. Do you want to rot in prison?" His threat is met with nothing but mocking laughter. A huge, bald man with a thick beard pushes through the crowd. "Where the heck did these punks come from to cause a ruckus?" he bellows. Daryong puffs out his chest. "I'm Special Investigator Seo Daryong." "Identify yourself." The man glares down at him. I'm Go Dang, the demonic army's first corps captain, he growls. Is that good enough for you, punk? Daryong whispers to Yeo Woon that this man is second in command, and notoriously violent. The captain ignores Yeo Woon, focusing on Daryong. Why aren't you saying anything? He taunts. Daryong stands his ground. Captain Go, I am a special investigator. Mind your words. Go Dang just laughs. Mind my words? What will you do if I don't? Daryong threatens to have them all arrested for obstruction. Arrest us? Go Dang repeats, a wolf-like snarl on his face. He starts to laugh, a low, guttural sound that makes Daryong shiver. Yeo Woon just watches, unimpressed. Oh, I'm so scared, Go Dang mocks. I'd like to see you try. Daryong is completely frozen, not knowing what to do. Before it can escalate, Yeo Woon steps forward with a calm, friendly smile. Captain Go, it's been too long. He extends his hand. When was our last meeting? A banquet, I think? Go Dang is confused as he reaches out to shake, but Yeo Woon's grip tightens with crushing force. The captain's face contorts in pain. Yeo Woon leans in, his friendly mask gone, replaced by a chilling threat. We have urgent business with the commander. Enough hazing. If you act up again, you'll lose this hand forever. Go Dang seethes, his pride wounded, thinking some people believe their noble birth makes them untouchable. Their eyes lock in a silent battle. Go Dang threatens him back, suggesting they see whose sword is faster. But Yeo Woon just lets go, his calm smile returning. Thanks for stepping aside. He turns and walks away, casually telling the stunned captain, I'll buy you a drink next time. Daryong scrambles to follow, leaving the soldiers in bewildered silence. As they walk, Daryong asks, Do you know him? Yeo Woon replies without looking back, No, first time we've met. Daryong is confused. Then why did he step aside? Yeo Woon gives a cold smirk. I broke his hand when I shook it. He'll be eating with one hand for a while. What? Daryong exclaims. Yeo Woon cuts him off. Stop making a fuss and lead the way. They finally make their way up the main building, but at the entrance to the 7th floor, they're stopped again by guards claiming they can't see the commander without an appointment. Yeo Woon lets out an exasperated sigh. Aren't they sick of this yet? They push forward, but the guards refuse to move, one of them crumpling the order in his fist. Yeo Woon simply unfolds another copy. By stopping this order, he says, his voice dangerously low, you're not stopping us, you're stopping the cult leader himself. The guards flinch at the weight of his words. Yeo Woon stares them down. You can look down on us, but I don't think you should look down on this document. Or do you look down on the cult leader as well? The threat works. A voice from inside commands the guards to let them in. They enter to find an old man with shaggy white hair lounging in a chair. Welcome, second young master, he says with a lazy grin. This is the commander, Gu Cheonyang. It seems my men were rude, he says, his smile not reaching his eyes. They're ignorant, so please understand. Yeo Woon can feel an unfathomable level of power radiating from him. The sheer pressure is so intense it's making Daryong sweat and struggle to breathe. Yeo Woon, however, remains perfectly calm. He waves off the fake apology. They were all looking for a fight. They should probably read some books instead. Cheonyang just laughs. They say the ignorant are brave. That's an old saying, Yeo Woon counters smoothly. These days, those with knowledge are braver. They know what needs to be done. Cheonyang's smile falters for a second. I see. I suppose I've fallen behind the times. But inside, he's shocked. He can't believe Yeo Woon is so calm despite his provocations. He changes the subject, asking why Yeo Woon was assigned this mission. Yeo Woon answers simply, It seems father wanted to punish me. Punish you? Cheonyang asks with wide, feigned surprise. I made a small mistake during a hunt, Yeo Woon says with a dismissive wave. Cheonyang bursts into a loud, fake laugh, seeing through the lie instantly. Yeo Woon's face remains a mask of calm indifference. He knows Cheonyang and his brother have been trying to figure out why he was sent here. Cheonyang decides to test him. So, was there another anonymous letter? Before Yeo Woon can stop him, Daryong blurts out, That's right. Yeo Woon was trying to keep that a secret. Daryong immediately clamps his mouth shut in horror. Yeo Woon lets out a quiet sigh of frustration. Cheonyang leans back. I knew it. I receive all sorts of slander leading these rough men. It's tiring. Yeo Woon cuts through the act. We'll finish quickly, so I hope you'll understand the inconvenience. Cheonyang puts on a hurt expression. Inconvenience? That's sad to hear. I thought our relationship was more than that. Yeo Woon smirks. Isn't it a known fact that the Blood Heaven's sword demon supports my brother? He's calling out their political games directly. Cheonyang's friendly facade finally cracks. Even so, my brother and I are different people. We support you, of course. It's a blatant, meaningless lie. Yeo Woon plays along with a fake smile. Just hearing that is so dependable. I'll count on your cooperation. I'll be counting on you too, Xiaonyang says, his own grin wide and predatory. Perfect, Yeowoon thinks. In that case, Xiaonyang cuts him off. Oh, be careful though. He looks at Yeowoon, his tone dripping with false concern. I'm really worried about you. Yeowoon's eyes narrow. Are you referring to the previous investigator who was killed? Oh, not that, Xiaonyang says dismissively. The cult leader wouldn't send his son here to die. I'm just concerned. It's a veiled threat, a reminder of what happens to those who snoop around. Yeowoon turns to leave. I'm thankful for your concern, he says flatly. I'll take my leave now. As he walks away, he glances back at the old commander sitting in the shadows. Xiaonyang's face is a mask of cold calculation, the fake warmth completely gone. Outside, Daryong walks beside him, looking troubled. Yeowoon breaks the silence, a grim smile on his face. He finally understands the real mission. It seems the reason Father sent me here, he says, is to make sure one of us dies. This isn't an investigation. It's an execution order. The scene flashes back to the Heavenly Demon's throne room, where Sima Myung is protesting the decision. He argues that he should have been the one to handle this, not the young master, but the Heavenly Demon is resolute. He said this to me, the Heavenly Demon recalls, his eyes burning with intensity. That we've lost the demonic path. Sima Myung is stunned. That's why you sent him? Just because he said that? The Heavenly Demon looks down at his sword, his voice like iron. If he dares to talk so big, then he ought to prove it with his actions. His face is set like stone, a cold, ruthless fire in his eyes. He is forcing his son to live up to his own ideals, or die trying. Stepping into the viper's nest is one thing, but Yeowoon's welcome is a clear, silent threat. A dead crow hangs from the rafters, a message that he's not wanted here. The air in the main hall is thick with hostility, as dozens of soldiers stare them down, muttering amongst themselves about the ominous display. The whispers grow louder, filled with contempt. They curse the investigators from the Nirvana Pavilion, making it clear their authority means nothing here. Yeowoon's gaze sweeps over the crowd. He notes the loudest complainers are the same ones from the gate. They're putting on a show to intimidate him. Beside him, Daryong is starting to sweat, his eyes wide with fear. This level of disrespect is an outrageous provocation. A massive, scarred man cuts through the crowd, his eyes burning with a challenge. He roars his introduction, "I am Jang Ho, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demonic Army." Daryong freezes, whispering a warning to Yeowoon. Jang Ho is known as the strongest and most hot-tempered of all the commanders. He's a dangerous man to cross. Yeowoon doesn't flinch. He looks Jang Ho straight in the eye and asks calmly, "Commander Jang, do you have a complaint?" Jang Ho explodes, pointing at the dead crow, shouting and demanding to know why Yeowoon would do something so disrespectful. A faint, chilling smile touches Yeowoon's lips. He explains that someone once threw a dead animal on his bed, so he just assumed it was a local greeting. Jang Ho fires back that he should have punished the person responsible, not resorted to this. A silent stare-down follows. Jang Ho's brute force meets Yeowoon's unshakable calm. The air crackles. Yeowoon breaks the silence, his voice carrying through the hall. "All right, I'll start with you then." Jang Ho is thrown, a flicker of confusion on his scarred face. He has no idea what Yeowoon means. "The investigation," Yeowoon clarifies, his eyes sharp. The casual tone is gone, replaced by the cold authority of an investigator. Jang Ho's eyes widen. He was ready for a fight, not to be named the first target of an official inquiry. Yeowoon doesn't give him a moment to recover, ordering him to submit all of his records. Jang Ho roars in defiance, shouting that not even the Heavenly Demon's son can do this to him. Yeowoon's gaze is like ice. Jang Ho's rage is boiling over. "I can," Yeowoon says quietly, but the words land like a hammer blow. In that instant, he releases his aura. A powerful shockwave erupts from him, forcing the soldiers back. He calmly warns Jang Ho that obstructing an investigation is an act of treason. Jang Ho's own men rush to hold him back, pleading with him. They know challenging an investigator on treason is a death sentence. Yeowoon presses his advantage. "I'll start the investigation with you." He leaves no room for argument. Jang Ho grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury. He knows he's been perfectly trapped. "All right," he growls. "Let's see this to the end." The scene shifts to a quiet, private room. The confrontation is over, but the air is still heavy with suspicion. Yeowoon watches him, his eyes narrowed in calculation. Jang Ho glares back, waiting for the interrogation to begin. Yeowoon speaks first, but it's not the question anyone expects. "How long will you keep testing me?" he asks quietly. Jang Ho is confused. "What do you mean?" he demands. "You're the one who sent the letter." Yeowun states. Not a question, but a fact. Daryong gasps, completely shocked. Daryong stares, his mind reeling. Commander Jong, the most aggressive man here, was the anonymous whistleblower? Yeowun watches Jong Ho's reaction, certain he's correct. Jong Ho tries to play dumb, but his composure is cracking. Yeowun remains silent, letting the accusation hang in the air. The flicker in Jong Ho's eyes gives him away. He's been caught. His hands tremble slightly as he finally breaks. How did you know? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Yeowun calmly explains his deduction. Jang Ho made a big show of the confrontation, so the real culprit wouldn't suspect he was the informant. He continues, pointing out that the third corps members are incredibly disciplined. When Yeowun hung the crow, only Jang Ho's subordinates didn't curse or laugh. He adds that their concern was obvious when they tried to stop their commander. He concluded that a leader who inspires such loyalty couldn't possibly ignore the corruption rotting the army from within. Jang Ho says nothing, completely exposed by Yeowun's intellect. The entire confrontation was a test, and he failed. But Yeowun isn't finished. That's not the only reason, he says, a grim look in his eyes. He reveals the final piece, a memory from his past life. He remembered an incident where Jang Ho had died, likely killed for sending that same anonymous letter. Jang Ho confesses he left out details in the letter, never imagining the second young master himself would come to investigate. Yeowun asks him what he thought when he heard the news. Jang Ho looks down, his voice heavy with despair. I'm sorry, but I thought we were done for. He had lost all hope. Yeowun lets out a weary sigh, a faint smirk on his face as he turns to Daryong. Is it popular for people to be so honest these days? He really said that right to my face. Daryong, ever the literal one, reminds him, You're younger than us, though. Yeowun just concedes, Oh, right. The light moment passes and Yeowun's expression turns serious again. In any case, what on earth is happening here? Jong Ho's gaze darkens. He's ready to talk. He reveals the horrifying truth. The commander, Gu Cheonyang, is taking money for assassinations and forcing his subordinates to carry them out. Daryong is speechless. This is far worse than simple bribery. Yeowun's mind races. For the demonic army's elite to be acting as mercenaries for hire, it's a betrayal of everything they stand for. Daryong can't wrap his head around it. How is that possible? He asks, his voice shaking. Jang Ho explains that the commander manipulates the corps rosters, and he believes the first corps is doing the dirty work. He looks shocked. How did you know that? He asks Yeowun, realizing the investigator is always a step ahead. Yeowun explains the first corps members were the loudest and most aggressive from the start. Their guilt made them overreact. Jang Ho is still amazed by his perception. His face is a mixture of shock and dawning respect. His voice drops, filled with pain. He reveals that the martial artist who was said to have killed the previous investigator was his friend, and he was the first to send an anonymous letter. Yeowun's gaze is intense. How close were you with him? Jang Ho bites his lip, struggling to keep his composure. We joined the cult at the same time, he says, his voice thick with emotion. He was basically family. Yeowun asks the final critical question. Who do you think killed him? Jang Ho's face twists with hate. He believes the commander gave the order, and that Go Dang, the first corps captain, killed his friend personally. Yeowun processes this. This is an immense conspiracy involving the head of the demonic army and the entire first corps. The corruption is so deep they even murdered an investigator. He wonders if his father knew the full extent of it, and concludes he must have suspected. It all clicks. This is his father's ultimate test, to see if he can resolve a crisis of this magnitude, even against a powerful figure like the commander. Yeowun looks at the grieving man with newfound respect. You made a good friend, he says quietly. Jang Ho's tough facade crumbles. He was, he admits, his voice choked with regret. He confesses that if he'd been a good friend, he would have done something instead of staying silent in fear. Yeowun and Daryong watch, the weight of his grief filling the room. A light seems to emanate from Yeowun as he addresses the broken man. Third Corps Commander, Jang Ho, thank you for being courageous. Jang Ho looks up, his eyes wide with shock, not expecting gratitude. The simple words break through years of guilt and anger. Tears well up in his eyes and stream down his scarred cheeks. Daryong and Yeowun watch in silence as the strongest commander in the demonic army weeps. Looking at this scene, Yeowun feels something shift inside him. For the first time, he feels some hope for the lost demonic path. His vision for the future becomes clearer, a place where people like Jang Ho, people with loyalty and justice, are in charge. He looks at the crying man and makes a silent vow. Jang Ho died tragically in his previous life. He won't let that happen this time. His fists clench with determination. The entire purpose of this second chance is to save the people who shouldn't have to die. and he's just found the first person on his list. After breaking down, Jung-ho looks at the young man before him with a new understanding. He tells Yeo-woon that he's very different from the rumors he'd heard. Yeo-woon glances back, his expression calm. He's not one for praise, but he is curious. As they walk through the quiet courtyard, he asks what kind of rumors are spreading about him. Daryong looks down, almost ashamed, and explains that people whisper Yeo-woon isn't suited to be the next heavenly demon. He quickly apologizes, worried he's offended him. But Yeo-woon's eyes show no anger, only quiet contemplation. His reaction is unexpected. He almost smiles, saying that could be a compliment, leaving Daryong completely bewildered. He looks up at the sky, explaining that to him. Being suited for the current title of Heavenly Demon isn't praise at all. He continues, saying the cult right now isn't truly ruled by terror, implying it's a pale imitation of what it should be. A faint, knowing smile crosses his face as he looks back. Isn't it about time it changed? He asks, his words carrying the weight of someone who has already seen the future. Daryong stares, speechless. He's starting to realize Yeo-woon isn't just investigating corruption, he's here to reshape their entire world. Yeo-woon's gaze hardens with resolve. Our cult must change, because he knows the truth. If it doesn't, a dark future awaits them all. The complete annihilation of his family and the cult he's meant to lead. The next day, that quiet resolve is shattered. One of the investigators bursts into the room, his face pale with panic, yelling that there's trouble. Yeo-woon doesn't hesitate, his calm demeanor replaced with a sense of urgency as he follows. His eyes narrow as he approaches, sensing the army has made its next move. He arrives to a horrific sight. Another of his investigators is kneeling in a pool of his own blood while Daryong yells for the attackers to stop. His first concern is for his subordinate. He asks Daryong if he's badly hurt, his voice tight with controlled anger. Daryong, bruised and bleeding, says he's fine, but his colleague is severely injured. Yeo-woon kneels down, his face grim. The man's ribs are broken. He orders them to get him to the infirmary, fast. As his men carry their injured comrade away, Yeo-woon stands alone, facing a wall of hostile soldiers. His eyes, cold as steel, scan the crowd until they land on the one responsible. His voice cuts through the silence, sharp and accusatory. "Go Dang, were you the one who did this?" A large, bald man with a thick beard steps forward, a smug look on his face. "It's Go Dang, the First Corps commander." "That's right," he admits without a hint of remorse. Yeo-woon's gaze doesn't waver. "And your reason for harming an investigator?" he asks, his voice dangerously calm. Go Dang scoffs, claiming the investigator bumped his shoulder and didn't apologize, so he just taught him a lesson. Yeo-woon calls him out immediately, seeing through the pathetic lie. Go Dang's eyes glint with amusement. He's not even trying to deny it. He lets out a low chuckle. "Well, that's true," he says, openly mocking Yeo-woon's authority. Yeo-woon looks at the men standing behind their commander. He says one word, "They're poison." Go Dang is confused. Yeo-woon clarifies, his eyes glowing. "Your subordinates are poison to you." Go Dang dismisses it as nonsense, but Yeo-woon is just getting started. He begins listing Go Dang's crimes, revealing he's done his homework, murders from last year, a bar fight 2 years before that, all covered up by the army. Go Dang just grins, his arrogance unshaken, boasting that some people just don't properly revere the demonic army. Yeo-woon's voice drops, delivering the checkmate. "Do you know that I possess the authority to order an execution?" For the first time, Go Dang's smug expression falters. The tension in the hallway is suffocating as they stare each other down, but Go Dang's pride won't let him back down. "So what if you do?" he scoffs, taunting that a weakling like Yeo-woon isn't capable of it. This is exactly the poison Yeo-woon meant. Go Dang is so focused on posturing for his men that he can't see the reality of his situation. He's so arrogant he has no idea what kind of monster he's standing in front of. Yeo-woon takes a single, deliberate step forward. Go Dang's men flinch, reaching for their weapons. Their commander waves them off, telling Yeo-woon that messing with his men means messing with the whole army. "At least I don't hide behind my subordinates," Yeo-woon retorts. Go Dang glares down at his bandaged hand, a reminder of their last encounter, and snarls. Yeo-woon makes an insane offer, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I won't use my right hand. How about that?" Go Dang sneers, thinking it's a trap so Yeo-woon can tattle to his father. But Yeo-woon shuts him down. "I won't hold you responsible even if I die. I swear on it. That's all it takes." Go Dang's pride is shredded. He grits his teeth, his face twisting into a savage grin. "Great! Let's fight then!" he roars, drawing his massive sword, his eyes glowing with red energy. Daryong whispers a frantic warning that Go Dang is ambidextrous. Yeo-woon simply notes that explains his confidence. Yeowoon stands ready, his left hand on his sword, his posture relaxed but radiating immense power. The soldiers can only watch, their faces a mix of terror and disbelief. With a bellow, Go Dang lunges, his sword aimed for Yeowoon's neck. But Yeowoon is faster. In a blur, he closes the distance, a massive shockwave erupting from his movement and sending soldiers flying. Go Dang's eyes widen in shock as Yeowoon's blade appears right in front of him, stopping his attack cold. But Yeowoon doesn't use the blade. He spins and dodges, flowing around Go Dang's clumsy swings with impossible grace. His movements are so fluid, he seems to be in a different league entirely. Then he does the unthinkable. He turns his sword, gripping the blade. He swings it like a club, smashing the heavy metal pommel right into Go Dang's jaw. The sound of bone crunching echoes through the hall. Before Go Dang can register the pain, another brutal strike caves in the side of his face. Again and again, the pommel connects, each blow more brutal than the last. Yeowoon isn't fighting him, he's dismantling him, piece by agonizing piece. Go Dang's men are frozen in terror. "That crazy guy!" one screams as they finally rush forward. Daryong screams Yeowoon's title, his face a mask of pure shock. But the soldiers are too late. Yeowoon is a whirlwind of destruction, cutting them down with ruthless efficiency. He moves through them like a phantom, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. The remaining soldiers and Daryong stare, horrified by the carnage and the sheer difference in power. One of the last men standing drops his weapon, his face pale with fear. Yeowoon informs him that the crime of those who just died is treason. The man falls to his knees, his arrogance gone, replaced by a desperate plea to be spared. Yeowoon turns his back on him, his expression unreadable. He walks over to the broken, bleeding form of Go Dang, lying defeated and humiliated on the floor. Yeowoon looks down, his eyes devoid of pity. He asks a simple question. "Do you know what happened to the families of the people you killed in that bar fight?" Go Dang can only cough up blood. "I doubt it," Yeowoon continues, his voice cold. "They lost their father, their son, their husband. Do you think they could live a normal life?" The question hangs in the air, a final judgment on Go Dang's life. With his last bit of strength, Go Dang whispers, "I was wrong." Silence. Yeowoon raises his foot. He doesn't need a sword. A single, powerful stomp is all it takes, ending the corrupt commander's life. Daryong shields his eyes, trembling at the brutal display of justice. But just as the blood settles, an enraged roar cuts through the hall. A new figure appears, demanding, "Who do you think you are, to dare kill our cult members?" The clash of steel has faded. Now the real battle begins, not with blades, but with carefully chosen words, fought over a cup of wine. Inside a lavish room, a woman plays a gentle tune on a lute, but the melody does little to ease the chilling tension in the air. Wine is poured, the sound echoing in the silence. Across the table sits the demonic army commander, Gu Cheonyang. The fury from moments ago is gone, replaced by a calm, calculating mask. He makes small talk, asking if Yeowoon ran into a little trouble down there. Yeowoon, completely unfazed, admits there was a conflict. The commander takes a slow sip, already spinning his story. He claims the dead commander, Go Dang, was deployed out of necessity, but casually admits the man had some questionable habits. But Yeowoon sees right through it. What an absolute snake. Go Dang served him with brutal loyalty, and instead of anger, the commander is already painting him as a scapegoat to save himself. Gu Cheonyang lays his cards on the table. He reminds Yeowoon that, investigation or not, he still killed a demonic army commander. If he decides to make this a problem, things could get very ugly for him. His eyes glint with cunning. This isn't a suggestion, it's a threat wrapped in a peace treaty. "What do you say?" he presses, pushing for a quick end to all this. He places his cup down, proposing they settle everything right here, right now. He asks if the death of one commander and 3 of his men isn't enough to close the case. Yeowoon offers a polite smile and thanks him for his consideration, seemingly agreeing. But just as the commander thinks he's won, Yeowoon flips the script. He says that while he'd love to end things smoothly, there's one small issue. The commander's smile tightens. "A problem?" "Yes," Yeowoon says plainly. "There's no evidence. He's on an official mission, and he can't go back to his superiors with nothing but a body count." Gu Cheonyang refills his cup, the gesture dripping with corruption. "Then just make some up," he suggests, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. Yeowoon shakes his head. "That won't work." He points out that the tip-off mentioned taking outside jobs for money. That's a deep-rooted crime, not something you can pin on one dead man without proof. The commander pauses, cup halfway to his lips. He's beginning to realize this young investigator isn't going to be so easily controlled. Yeowon presses his advantage. To close this case by the book, he needs something tangible. He needs evidence. Gu Cheonyang takes a long, slow drink, his mind racing. He's been neatly backed into a corner. Yeowon delivers the final demand, his voice firm. You must hand over the evidence to close this investigation. He's forcing the commander to create the very proof that will hang him. Later, at the infirmary, Daryong is startled to see Yeowon walk in. Second young master, what brings you here? I came to check on our colleague, Yeowon replies simply. He then tells him that the esteemed demonic physician is on his way to treat the injured man. Daryong's face fills with shock and then immense gratitude. He thanks Yeowon profusely for calling such an important doctor. Yeowon just waves it off, saying they're all colleagues working for the cult, but the simple act of respect clearly moves Daryong. Just then, a calm voice calls out from the doorway, asking for the second young master. It's the demonic physician, a respected elder who only treats the cult's most powerful figures. His presence alone is a massive statement. Yeowon asks for an update. The physician explains that the investigator will live, but he'll need a long time to recover before he can work again. Looking at his injured subordinate, Yeowon's voice is firm. These men were hurt while faithfully serving the cult. He turns to the doctor and requests that he spare no expense, using the best medicine available. The physician gives a respectful nod, promising to do so. As the doctor leaves, Yeowon notices the other investigators in the room are staring at him. Their expressions are a mixture of awe and profound gratitude. He's a little confused by their intensity. One of them bows his head low. Thank you, second young master. In that moment, he's no longer just a rumor or a name. He's a leader who takes care of his own. For a man who lived a life of betrayal in the future, this genuine respect is a foreign feeling. Unsure how to react, Yeowon just clears his throat and walks out. Outside, he asks Daryong about his talk with the commander. Daryong explains the deal, pin everything on the dead commander and walk away. Daryong is in disbelief. Even after his most loyal subordinate was killed? He can't fathom how a commander could be so cold. Yeowon corrects him. Godang wasn't important, just useful. For a man like Gu Cheonyang, people are tools. Once a tool breaks, you simply throw it away. Daryong asks what comes next. Yeowon gazes across the compound with a faint, cunning smile. I've thrown out the bait. Now we wait and see what he does. Daryong is lost. Bait? A sharp glint appears in Yeowon's eyes. I'll tell you when he bites. Still trying to process the day's events, Daryong asks what he should do now. Yeowon's reply is simple. Drink with me. A genuine smile spreads across Daryong's face as he insists that tonight, the drinks are on him. Yeowon returns the smile. A true bond is forming here, built on trust in a world that has none. The next day, a mountain of books and scrolls sits on a desk. The demonic army has delivered the evidence. Daryong reports that assassination logs and a stash of cash were supposedly found in the dead commander's home. Yeowon looks at the pile of fresh forgeries with a satisfied smirk. He thinks to himself, he took the bait. Now, he gives Daryong his real mission, find the smartest man in the First Corps, someone known for being good with paperwork. That man is their forger. With his subordinate on the hunt, Yeowon heads out to meet the commander again, creating the perfect distraction. Standing before Gu Cheonyang, he formally announces that they've received the evidence and the case is nearly closed. The commander lets out a relieved laugh, suggesting they celebrate, but Yeowon cuts him off. But there's a problem. The commander's face falls. Again? What is it this time? Yeowon explains that since the demonic army found the evidence, it looks suspicious. As investigators, they were supposed to uncover it themselves. It matters, Yeowon insists. He reminds the commander that their superior, the chief advisor, is a sharp man. If he learns the army just handed them the proof, he'll start digging deeper into the entire affair. The commander's face sours. He knows Yeowon is right. The chief advisor's scrutiny is something to be avoided at all costs. He asks what Yeowon proposes. The solution is simple, a fake, one-day, large-scale investigation to keep up appearances. Gu Cheonyang is silent, weighing the risks. Yeowon plays his part perfectly, sighing as if it's a huge pain. He says it's just a formality, and all he needs are some common official documents to look over. Seeing it as a small price to pay to finally be rid of him, the commander waves his hand dismissively and agrees to have his men cooperate. Yeowon's eyes narrow slightly. The final piece of the trap is now in place. A tiny, triumphant smile plays on his lips. He doesn't need top-secret files. He's after the mundane stuff, hiring papers, mission rosters, and the last wills of soldiers. He needs them for one reason, to collect dozens of handwriting samples and find a perfect match to the forgeries. The plan worked. In a dark storeroom, a man named Yonggu is tied to a chair. He nervously asks why he's been taken. Yeowun stands before him, arms crossed, his face an emotionless mask. "You forged the assassination logs," Yeowun states, his voice flat and direct. Yanggu immediately starts to deny it, stammering that he has no idea what he's talking about. Yeowun sighs, feigning patience. He says he knows the man was just following orders and just needs him to tell the truth. But Yanggu holds firm, insisting he's never done anything of the sort. Yeowun's expression softens, almost looking sympathetic. He says he understands. After all, the man is terrified the demonic army commander will have him killed if he talks. Yanggu's eyes dart away, a flicker of fear confirming Yeowun is right. Then he does the last thing the forger expects. "You can go back now." Yanggu is stunned into silence. Yeowun explains that since he won't cooperate, there's no point in keeping him. Besides, he doesn't like the idea of torturing a man who was only following orders. He turns his back, a gesture of dismissal that leaves the forger utterly confused. But as the man feels a wave of relief, Yeowun delivers the final, soul-crushing blow. "By the way, did you know? The commander already knows that you've been captured." Yanggu's blood runs cold. Yeowun continues, his voice chillingly calm. "So what do you think he'll assume when you walk out of this room completely unharmed?" The trap snaps shut. "The commander will think he confessed." Yeowun's voice drops to a near whisper as he twists the knife. "I'm sure you know better than anyone what he does to people he can't trust." The forger can only stare back in dawning horror, realizing he's already a dead man. The trap has been sprung, the confession secured. But for Yeowun, justice isn't about courts and cages. It's about cutting out a sickness at its source. Daryong puts the pieces together, the testimony, the confession. It all points to the commander. But his face is etched with worry. He knows a man this powerful won't go down without a fight. Yeowun, however, remains perfectly calm. His mind is already 10 steps ahead. He turns to his subordinate and says something that makes Daryong's blood run cold. "I'm not going to arrest him." Daryong can only manage a confused, "Pardon?" Yeowun's eyes are like chips of ice, filled with a terrifying resolve as he delivers the final verdict. "I'm going to kill him." Daryong's face is a mask of pure shock. This goes against every rule, every fiber of his being as an investigator. But Yeowun lays out the brutal logic. If they simply arrest the commander, his immensely powerful brother, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon, will undoubtedly intervene. Gu Cheonyang would spin a web of lies, create more forged evidence, and turn the entire investigation into a political nightmare that Yeowun could never win. But more importantly, if the commander lives, he will hunt down every loose end. Zhang Ho, the man who sent the letter, will die. His loyal soldiers in the Third Corps will be slaughtered. Yeowun then looks Daryong straight in the eye, his voice low. "And you are on that list, too. The threat is no longer distant. It's right here, in this room." However, if the commander dies while resisting arrest, the story ends. The only thing left is to present the evidence of his crimes, and the case is closed. Cleanly. Daryong is still worried, asking if Yeowun will be safe. The Sword Demon will surely come for revenge. Yeowun just dismisses it. He knows the Sword Demon is a pragmatist. He won't throw away his own life seeking vengeance for a corrupt brother who is already dead weight. Without another word, Yeowun stands. Daryong, still pale, asks where he's going. A sharp, predatory smile touches Yeowun's lips. "I told you, I'm going to kill the demonic army commander." Daryong's eyes go wide. Right now? He thought this was a plan, a strategy for later, not for this very moment. Moments later, Yeowun sits across from Gu Cheonyang, raising a cup. He offers a toast, his voice smooth as silk, thanking the commander for his help in completing the investigation. The commander plays along, a relaxed smile on his face as he says he's glad it's over, though he's sad to see Yeowun leave. They exchange empty pleasantries, two predators circling each other, fully aware of the lies they're telling. Yeowun's gaze is steady, his mind a cold, calculating machine. He knows this greedy old man would never forget this humiliation. He would be planning his revenge the second Yeowun was out of sight. Yeowun picks up the wine bottle. "Let's drink to the end of this investigation." "Of course," the commander agrees, his smile never wavering, completely oblivious that these are his final moments on Earth. As Yeowun pours one last drink, he shatters the illusion. "Why did you do it?" he asks, his voice low and direct. The commander's smile falters. "Do what?" Yeowun's eyes are like ice. He calls out the commander's bottomless greed, asking why a man with so much power and wealth still needed to run an assassination ring. Gu Cheonyang's gaze darkens as he stares into his cup. He sets it down with a sharp clink, deflecting the question. "You should ask the dead First Corps commander." Yeowun just smiles. How would a puppet know anything? The words hang in the air, a clear message, "I know everything." The commander's eye twitches. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm curious what goes on in that head of yours." Yeowun presses, his gaze unflinching. He leans back, his voice dripping with contempt. "Then again, I suppose there's nothing but pitch-black darkness and a greed that will never be satisfied." That's the final straw. With a roar of pure rage, Gu Qianyang shatters his cup, his friendly mask completely gone. "Hey! Have you lost your mind?" he snarls. But Yeowun calmly takes a sip of his drink. "You're the one who lost his mind taking on all those dirty jobs." "I've had enough of your nonsense," the commander screams, unleashing his power. The air crackles and the room explodes around them, but amidst the chaos, Yeowun is a pillar of calm, slowly finishing his drink. His eyes are sharp, focused, and utterly unimpressed. Their eyes lock, one filled with wild, glowing fury, the other with icy contempt, as the commander lunges, his hand a blur aimed straight for Yeowun's throat. But with impossible speed, Yeowun catches the attack with just 2 fingers. He calmly names the technique that has already sealed the commander's fate. Soaring Sword Art. 5th technique, Heavenly Strike. Before the commander can even register his failure, Yeowun's sword flashes. "Demonic Army Commander, Gu Qianyang," he declares, his voice ringing with absolute authority. "You are under arrest for misusing the demonic army and for over 20 counts of murder and conspiracy." The commander's eyes are wide with disbelief. He looks down, confused, as the tip of a blade emerges from his chest. "But this isn't an arrest." Yeowun looks at the dying man without a shred of pity. "You were going to be executed anyway. Just accept your fate and make way for those who deserve to live." And with a single, vicious pull, he rips his blade free. His face is splattered with blood, but his expression remains cold and unmoved. Gu Qianyang coughs, his life fading fast. His eyes, once full of cunning, are now wide with the blank shock of death. The reign of the corrupt commander is over. Soldiers burst into the room, freezing in place at the bloody scene before them. Yeowun stands over the body, his sword still dripping. "Listen up!" he announces. "The demonic army commander has died while resisting arrest for his heinous crimes." The soldiers can only stare, their minds reeling from the sheer audacity of it all. Yeowun turns to Daryong. "Arrest every member of the First Corps and begin the official investigation." Daryong, no longer timid, snaps a crisp salute. "Yes, sir!" He then calls out to Jang Ho and the Third Corps, ordering them to assist. He declares that his authority comes directly from the heavenly demon himself. "Execute the order immediately!" Jang Ho roars his acceptance, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. "Yes, sir!" His eyes burn with a fierce loyalty. After so long, justice is finally being served. Daryong and Jang Ho exchange a look. The cleanup has begun, and Yeowun, his work here done, turns to leave. A faint, grim smile touches his lips. He didn't just complete his mission, he took control. With the demonic army firmly in his grasp, Yeowun walks back towards the heart of the cult, ascending the steps to the main palace to deliver his report. He walks the long red carpet of the throne room. He stands before the throne, where his father, the heavenly demon, sits in judgment. And standing beside him is the Blood Heaven's sword demon. Yeowun walks alone, the weight of every eye in the room fixed upon him. His expression is firm, his resolve unshaken. The Blood Heaven's sword demon's eyes are narrow slits, burning with a dangerous, calculating light. Yeowun meets his gaze without flinching. The investigation is over, but a new, far more dangerous battle is about to begin. The corruption has been purged, the mission is complete, but now comes the true test, facing the political fallout in the lion's den. Yeowun stands before his father, the heavenly demon. The air in the throne room is thick with tension, but the most crushing pressure comes from the man standing just a few steps away. Yeowun's gaze is steady. He knew this was coming. A deep, gravelly voice cuts through the silence. It's the Blood Heaven's sword demon, the brother of the man Yeowun just executed. He looks down at Yeowun, his expression a cold, unreadable mask. He asks if he's been well, but the words are a challenge, not a greeting. The sword demon gets straight to the point, demanding to hear what happened. When Yeowun points to the official report, the old man cuts him off. "I want to hear it from you." The room falls silent. Yeowun's expression doesn't change, but his mind is racing. He knows this is a performance. His father and the chief advisor are watching, judging how he navigates this political minefield. He calmly recites the official story. Their investigation uncovered the commander's crimes. When they moved to arrest him, he resisted violently. He then bows his head slightly, offering a formal, but completely empty, apology for the man's death. The sword demon accepts the apology, but he isn't buying it. He says that while his brother was pathetic, he wasn't foolish enough to attack an investigator when he was already cornered. Yeowon figures the old man already knows the truth. His brother likely called for help, and this is just a public test to find a flaw in the story. So he plays his part, feigning sad confusion. He suggests that perhaps the commander's pride couldn't handle being exposed by someone so much younger. The sword demon plays his next card. "I saw his body," he says, his eyes narrowing. "It looked like a single, clean strike to the chest." The implication hangs heavy in the air. "Your martial skill must be more exceptional than I realized," he says, his voice laced with suspicion. "To kill my brother in a single blow." Yeowon pauses, just for a moment. He then turns his gaze to the throne and delivers the perfect counter. "That is thanks to my father." He explains the commander was so agitated he couldn't use his full strength, brilliantly turning a pointed accusation into praise for the heavenly demon. A slow, chilling smile spreads across the sword demon's face. "Thank you for your honesty," he says, acting as if his questions are answered. "That brings me much relief." Yeowon offers a polite reply, but inside, he's on edge. He's killed this man's disciple and his brother, yet the sword demon shows no genuine anger. This cold, calculating game is far more dangerous than any open rage. The sword demon turns to leave, his role in this little drama seemingly complete. The heavenly demon watches him go, his own face a stone mask. The old warrior gives Yeowon one last, lingering look. A look that promises this is far from over. The heavenly demon finally speaks, his voice echoing through the hall, telling the sword demon to go and prepare the funeral. With a respectful bow, the old master finally departs. He walks down the long red carpet, leaving Yeowon alone with his father. Yeowon understands now. The sword demon wasn't trying to prove anything. He was testing his father's reaction to see if the heavenly demon would punish his son for going too far. The crushing tension in the room finally begins to ease. For the first time, the chief advisor, Sima Mayung, offers genuine praise. "You did great work, second young master." He confirms the evidence was flawless, closing the case without a single loose end. Even the heavenly demon himself speaks, asking a question Yeowon has never heard from him before. "Are you hurt?" Yeowon assures him he's fine, thanking him for his concern. Sima Myung looks at him, a sense of wonder in his eyes. "You've really," he begins, before trailing off. Yeowon asks what he was about to say. The advisor just shakes his head. "It's nothing." But the unspoken words are clear. "You've changed more than any of us could have imagined." Just then, a servant approaches with a long, ornate box, announcing a reward from the cult leader. Yeowon's eyes widen. Inside lies a magnificent blade, its steel as dark as the night sky. The black, demonic sword. Sima Mayung announces it officially. It's one of the two great treasure swords of the cult, a symbol of immense power and favor. For a brief moment, Yeowon thinks to himself that the white demonic sword would have suited his personality better. It's as if his father can read his mind. "The black demonic sword suits you," he states, his voice leaving no room for argument. Yeowon grips the hilt, a slight smile on his face. He thinks, "It seems you still don't know me that well." The moment his fingers touch the hilt, a powerful, dark energy flows from the blade, swirling around him like a storm. The heavenly demon watches his son, a flicker of pride in his otherwise stoic eyes. Sima Myung leans over to his master, a small smile on his face, quietly asking if he is pleased. Feeling the immense weight of the sword, Yeowon admits, "To be honest, this reward feels too great for what I've done." But Sima Myung disagrees. He explains that the demonic army's corruption was the cult's most dangerous secret, and no one expected Yeowon to solve it so perfectly. Yeowon looks to the throne. "Cult leader, were you expecting this outcome?" His father's answer is blunt. "No, I thought you'd be lucky to survive." But Yeowon knows that's not the whole truth. He thinks, "You only sent me because you believed in me." He realizes his father knew all along, about his mastery of the soaring sword art, about his increased power. He knew his son wouldn't die so easily. Though, he probably didn't expect the commander to actually end up dead. A small, knowing smile touches Yeowon's lips. He looks at the black demonic sword and understands its true purpose. This isn't just a reward, it's a message to the Blood Heaven's sword demon. A clear warning. "Do not touch my son." He grips the sword tightly. He bows his head deeply, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "Father, thank you for this sword and for what it represents." The heavenly demon says nothing, but the acknowledgement is clear. "You may leave." Yeowon looks up, a new level of respect for his distant father in his eyes. He leaves the throne room, stepping out into the sunlight with his new blade at his side. The mission is truly over. Or so he thinks. A voice calls out, asking him to wait. Yeowon's eye narrows. The Blood Heaven's sword demon is waiting for him in a quiet courtyard. Yeowun isn't surprised. He knew the old wolf wouldn't give up so easily. He approaches, the air between them heavy and still. The sword demon watches him, silent. They sit, and the old man makes a casual remark about the summer heat. And then the mask drops. A wave of pure, suffocating, killing intent erupts from him. "You worthless brat!" His face twists into a mask of pure rage. "You dared to ambush and kill my brother?" The pressure is immense, enough to make the very air tremble. "I will tear you limb from limb," he roars. He snarls that he'll offer Yeowun's corpse at his brother's grave. The flowers around them wither and die under the sheer force of his murderous aura. But Yeowun doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, an unshakable rock in the storm. The sword demon grits his teeth, his rage peaking. A savage grin spreads across his face, and just as suddenly as it began, the pressure vanishes. He leans back. "Is what I should have said, right? It was just another test." But Yeowun's patience has snapped. "You old fool," he retorts, unleashing his own chilling blue aura. He calls him out for letting his corrupt brother threaten the cult, warning him that if he had tried to seek revenge, he would have been the next to fall. A sharp, confident smile appears on Yeowun's face. "If you had said that, that is how I would have responded." He's no longer a boy to be tested. He's an equal. The old man is stunned into silence, completely floored by the young man's ferocity. Then he throws his head back and lets out a booming laugh that echoes through the courtyard. "Even so," he says, his laughter fading, "you could have gone easier on him, for my sake." Yeowun admits he tried. He only wanted the commander to step down peacefully. But he had crossed the line far too many times, he says, his voice grim. For him, a line never even existed. The sword demon just sighs. "I see." A moment of quiet understanding passes between them. Yeowun breaks it, his gaze sharp. "You knew about his corruption, didn't you? Why did you let it continue?" The old man looks away, a flicker of shame in his eyes. "He wouldn't listen," he admits before adding quietly, "and perhaps I wasn't so clean myself." And then he says something that shocks Yeowun to his core. "When I heard my brother had died," he confesses, his gaze distant, "I honestly felt relieved." He explains that his brother's corruption was a weakness, a liability. Yeowun is speechless. He never expected such brutal honesty. They sit in silence, the weight of that truth hanging between them. "I understand how you feel," Yeowun says quietly. The old man turns, surprised. Yeowun continues, "Because I'd probably feel the same if my own older brother died." The sword demon's eyes widen as Yeowun delivers the final chilling line. "I'd be relieved that I didn't have to kill him myself." In that moment, a dark and twisted understanding is forged. Not as allies or friends, but as two ruthless men who see the world in the exact same pragmatic way. A dangerous truce has been called, but in the silence that follows, the real questions begin to surface. Yeowun cuts straight to the heart of it, his gaze fixed on the old master. "What do you see when you look at me?" The sword demon's eyes narrow, sizing up the young man who has caused him so much trouble. He doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, he's calculating, weighing every word, every possible outcome. He looks up at the sky and makes a cryptic remark. "Looks like it's going to be a hot year." It's not about the weather, it's a warning. Yeowun says nothing, simply watching him. The sword demon rises to leave. "Fortunately," he adds, "I'm not one to back down from the heat." He's making it clear, he's ready for the storm to come. Yeowun watches him go, his own expression unreadable. As the old man disappears, Yeowun is left with a puzzle. Despite their dark understanding, this is still the man whose brother he killed. An attack could come at any time. Or perhaps the old pragmatist will simply let it all go, letting the incident fade away like clouds in the sky. Yeowun looks up, his mind a whirlwind of possibilities. Whatever the future holds, he doesn't regret his actions for a single second. Back in his quarters, it's time to bond with his new partner. The first moments with a new blade are always the most important. It is said that a supreme blade like the Black Demonic Sword connects with its master on a spiritual level. If this first communion doesn't go well, he will never be able to unlock its true power. He speaks to the blade, his voice a low whisper. "Nice to meet you. I am your master now." Taking a deep breath, he begins to pour his demonic energy into the sword. An immense wave of cold, blue energy erupts from the blade, swirling around him as it accepts its new master. He floats into the air, lifted by the sheer power of the sword as it becomes one with his own spirit. He begins to move, testing its weight, its balance. The blade feels like a natural extension of his own arm, impossibly light, yet overwhelmingly powerful. He flows through his forms, a blur of dark steel, promising his new sword that together they will survive and achieve the impossible. The training leaves him sweating, but a deep sense of satisfaction settles over him. He finally has a weapon worthy of his skill. But his quiet moment of reflection is about to be shattered. He opens the door to his residence and freezes. His courtyard is filled with people. A sea of hostile faces, all armed, all ready for a fight. They are the sword demons, the elite disciples of the Bloodheaven's sword demon. Whether they came on their master's orders or their own, their intent is crystal clear from the waves of killing intent rolling off them. They are all unleashing their demonic energy at once, a coordinated pressure attack designed to crush his spirit. He knows that taking it head-on could cause serious internal damage. They want to intimidate him, to break him. But they've just made a fatal mistake. A memory flashes in his mind, a secret art perfect for this very moment. The meridian strengthening technique. It's a technique that allows the user to absorb the energy released by others and use it to strengthen their own body. The more attackers, the more powerful the effect. They think this is an assault. For Yeowon, it's a gift. He steps forward, directly into the storm of demonic energy, and begins to draw it all into himself. The pain is immense as raw power surges through him, but he grits his teeth. His own power level skyrockets, blowing past its limits in seconds. He lets out a guttural cry, demanding more, embracing the agony as fuel. In a matter of moments, his technique surges to its absolute peak. The storm of hostile energy dies down. Yeowon opens his eyes. He stands there, completely unharmed. In fact, he's stronger than he's ever been. The faces of the sword demons are a mixture of shock and utter terror. Their ultimate intimidation tactic just became his personal training session. He walks right up to one of the largest men, who can only stare back, trembling. Yeowon's gaze is like ice. The man's face is pale, sweat beading on his forehead. His spirit is completely broken. There is nothing they can do. They part like the sea, allowing him to walk straight through their ranks. Not a single one of them dares to meet his eye. He doesn't have to say a word. His actions have said it all. A small, satisfied smile touches his lips. They understand his power now. Later, he finds himself back in the throne room. He is alone with his father. The heavenly demon's voice echoes from the throne. "Do you wish to sit here?" Yeowon is startled, but he answers honestly, "No. I have no desire to be trapped by that chair." His father scoffs. "Don't try to sound so profound. Come up here." He gestures to a small stool beside the throne and tells his son to sit. Yeowon sits, and his father asks him how it feels. The view from the top is vast and imposing, but Yeowon feels nothing. He admits that he expected to feel excitement, but instead he just feels empty. His father replies that he felt the same. Yeowon thinks about the bloody path his father walked to claim this seat, a path paved with the bodies of his rivals and even his own brother. His father then reveals something startling. He knew the sword demons had gone to Yeowon's residence on their own, without their master's command. He knew about the entire confrontation from the start. Yeowon admits that while he acted tough, the moment he was out of their sight, his legs began to tremble. His father watches him, his expression unreadable. "Were they truly that frightening?" he asks. Yeowon clenches his fist. "No," he says. "I was scared that my judgment was wrong." He knew that if even one of them had lost their nerve and attacked, he might have died. And even if he survived, his path forward would be ruined after killing so many high-ranking disciples. That was his true fear. The weight of making a life-or-death decision where a single mistake could cost him everything. "Strangely," he admits, "in that moment, I thought of you, Father." He doesn't understand it himself. Why, in a moment of fear, would he think of this cold, distant man? His father offers comfort in the only way he knows how. "A true demon does not look back," he says. "We only look forward and advance." Yeowon is stunned. He realizes his father is actually trying to comfort him. He looks at the man in a new light, a flicker of warmth in the cold space between them. A moment of quiet understanding passes. Feeling awkward, Yeowon breaks the silence. "I was thinking about something else too." He gestures to a terrifying statue in the hall. "How about replacing that with a statue of a beautiful woman?" He suggests one of the 4 flowers, the most famous beauties in the land. He continues rambling, suggesting they could replace all the demon statues with them. His father just stares, completely unimpressed by his son's clumsy attempt at humor. Realizing his joke has fallen flat, Yeowon stands to leave. He walks down from the throne but stops at the bottom of the steps. He turns back, his voice suddenly serious. "Father!" His eyes are cold, his expression deadly, as he asks a question that shatters the fragile peace. "May I kill the Bloodheaven's sword demon?" He stands there, waiting, his hand resting on the hilt of his new sword, and the heavenly demon, the cold and calculating ruler of the cult, simply smiles. A chilling, terrifying smile. After asking for permission to kill one of the cult's most powerful men, Yeowon receives his answer, not with words, but with laughter. The heavenly demon roars with amusement, telling his son he stands no chance against the Blood Heaven's sword demon. But Yeowon's expression remains dead serious. This isn't a joke. He looks his father right in the eye, his voice sharp with accusation. Then why did you create this conflict between us in the first place? Shouldn't you take responsibility for that? The heavenly demon's laughter dies in his throat. He's intrigued by his son's sheer audacity. Fine, he says, a dangerous glint in his eye. I'll take responsibility. His offer is staggering. I will make you the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion. Yeowon is stunned. The Nirvana Pavilion is the inspector bureau for the entire cult. This isn't just a promotion, it's a true seat of power. What's wrong? His father asks, a challenge in his voice. Isn't this what you wanted? A chance to enforce order? Yeowon doesn't answer. His mind is racing. He can't figure out his father's game. Is this a reward, or is he just a convenient tool to clean up the cult's problems? Does his father even care if he lives or dies in the process? They stare at each other, a silent battle of wills between father and son. Yeowon decides to stop guessing. He'll make his choices based on what he can see and hear, not on his father's unreadable intentions. He knows who this man is. The kind of father who would carve secret lessons into a cave wall, but also the kind of leader who would send his son on a suicide mission, if it served a purpose. He clenches his fist, his decision made. If you want me to go out and slay a beast, he says, using an old proverb, then at least give me a sword to do it. His father asks him what he wants. Allow me access to the Heavenly Demon Archives, a legendary library filled with countless secret martial arts manuals, a sacred place that only a handful of the cult's most powerful members are ever allowed to enter. His father scoffs, warning him not to be foolish. He claims Yeowon is mistaken if he thinks he can just walk in and master a supreme art. The sheer volume of knowledge inside would overwhelm him. Yeowon knows he's right. There are thousands of manuals in there. Finding the right one would be like finding a needle in a continent-sized haystack. But he has an ace up his sleeve. I'd like to test my luck, he insists. His father's eyes narrow, sensing his son has a hidden motive. But he agrees. Very well. You will have 7 days in the Heavenly Demon Archives. A triumphant grin spreads across Yeowon's face. Thank you, father. He arrives at the archives, a place he only dreamed of seeing in his past life. A memory floods his mind. In his first life, long after the cult had fallen, he came back to this very place. Decades had passed. He was a broken man, his face scarred beyond recognition, a ghost haunting the ruins of his home. He remembers the long, painful years it took to climb the ranks all over again, just to get a moment alone with the new leader. All to ask about a single, legendary technique, the 4 strides of the Wind God. He remembers being told it was the greatest mobility art in existence, composed of just 4 simple moves. It was once a core art of the Heavenly Demon, but at some point, the manual was lost. The man who told him this, his father from that first tragic timeline, confessed that he only became leader because he was the one who found it. Right here, in this library. He had asked his father why it was considered lost, if it was always in the archives. The answer was simple, it wasn't on a bookshelf. Now, in his second life, Yeowon walks through the massive library, ignoring the thousands of priceless scrolls around him. He already knows exactly where to look. He remembers his father's words from that other life, the faint smile on his face as he took a sip of tea. The memory is crystal clear. That precious manual was being used to prop up the 19th bookshelf. He finds the wobbly shelf and pulls out the dusty, battered old book being used as a wedge. His heart pounds. It's really here. He holds the legendary technique in his hands, a treasure that was hidden in plain sight for decades. He opens the first page and reads the inscription. With just 4 steps, one can walk the entire world. A confident smirk crosses his face. His journey to absolute power is about to take a massive leap forward. He sits down and begins to burn the 4 techniques into his mind. Shadow Step, Flicker Step, Death Step, and Swift Step. The first, Shadow Step, is for infiltration. At its peak, it is said you can become invisible even while standing in a crowd. The second, Flicker Step, is for defense, a technique that allows you to find an escape route even from an unavoidable attack, like a sky full of arrows. The third is Death Step, an offensive art for charging head-on, piercing through any defense your enemy can muster. And the last, Swift Step, a movement technique so fast that the word speed becomes an insult. For 7 days and 7 nights he trains, searing the 4 strides of the wind god into his very soul. When the week is over, he emerges from the archives and returns to the throne room. "I've returned." He looks completely transformed, calm, centered, and radiating a new level of power. He stands once more before his father. The heavenly demon watches him, his expression as unreadable as ever. "What did you learn in the heavenly demon archives?" Yeowun smiles. "A mobility art," he answers. His father presses him. "Which one?" 1T8_054, the 4 strides of the wind god. For the first time, the heavenly demon's eyes widen in genuine shock. "Do not speak such nonsense," he snaps, his legendary composure finally cracking. "Are you telling me you learned the lost shadow step?" "I wouldn't dare lie to you about something like this," Yeowun replies, his tone perfectly respectful. His father is silent, trying to process the impossible. "Show me," he commands. But Yeowun, feeling bold, pushes back. "What will you give me if I do?" A muscle twitches in the heavenly demon's cheek. He is not used to being challenged like this. He leans forward, his voice a low growl. "I will spare your life." A wicked grin spreads across Yeowun's face. That's all he needed to hear. He unleashes his energy, and a brilliant silver light explodes from his body. The heavenly demon's eyes widen, not expecting such a powerful display. Yeowun's feet barely seem to touch the ground as he begins to move. 4 strides of the wind god. Shadow step. And then, he's gone. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes, leaving his father staring at an empty space. He reappears as a blur of motion, after-images dancing across the throne room floor, moving faster than the eye can possibly follow. The heavenly demon, the most powerful man in the demonic cult, can only stare, completely and utterly speechless. When you leave the most powerful man in the world speechless, the silence that follows is a weapon in itself. The heavenly demon's eyes are narrow, filled with a dangerous mix of awe and suspicion as he asks the one question that matters. "Where did you learn the 4 strides of the wind god?" In the vast empty throne room, the heavenly demon stands as a figure of absolute authority, looking down at his son. But the tension between them fills every inch of the hall. Yeowun doesn't flinch. He gives the only answer he can. "I learned it in the heavenly demon archives." In a flash, the heavenly demon is inches from his face, the air crackling with pressure. His voice is a lethal whisper. "You dare lie to me?" His father's eyes burn with intensity. He knows the archives better than any living person, and he states with cold certainty that the technique has never been within those walls. But Yeowun stands his ground, his gaze unwavering. "I definitely learned it there." The heavenly demon's face contorts with rage. He presses his son again, his voice dangerously low. "You insist on lying?" This is the moment Yeowun was waiting for. He calmly counters, asking if his father is so sure it wasn't there, just because he's read so many books. He suggests it could have been misplaced, hidden on a shelf with unrelated techniques. A flicker of doubt crosses the heavenly demon's eyes. The logic is sound, even if the story isn't. The realization dawns on him. His son didn't stumble upon it. He knew where to look. But Yeowun keeps up the act, claiming he found it by pure chance while looking for something else. The heavenly demon stares, trying to see through the lie, but his son's face is a perfect mask of calm innocence. Finally, he steps back, his anger giving way to a sharp curiosity. "Where was it?" Yeowun explains his fabricated story. The manual was being used as a wedge to prop up a crooked bookshelf. He claims he found it when he tried to straighten the shelf. The heavenly demon listens, his expression unreadable, processing this incredibly convenient tale. Yeowun adds another layer to his lie, saying that the manual's most crucial parts must have been removed. His father is stunned. "How could you know that?" With chilling calm, Yeowun looks his father in the eye. "Because that's what I would have done." In that moment, he's showing his father that they think alike, cunning, ruthless, and always one step ahead. The heavenly demon turns and slowly walks back to his throne, a reflection of himself staring back at him from his son's eyes. He stops and looks back, his decision made. "Tell me the steps." He's choosing to accept the gift his son has offered, lie or not. Yeowun watches him go, a silent understanding passing between them. He thinks to himself that this was all part of the plan. His true goal isn't to take the throne, it's to save everyone in the cult from the monster Hua Mugi. And that includes his father. He wants to help his father become so powerful that he can one day retire and see the world, a dream born from the respect he never got to show in his first life. With that goal in mind, teaching his father this lost art is not a problem. It's a necessity. But the heavenly demon suddenly snaps. "I refuse." His pride as the ultimate warrior will not allow him to be taught by his own son. His face is a mask of stubborn authority. He will not be a student in his own throne room. Yeowun smirks. This is the opening he wanted. "Nothing in this world is free," he says calmly. A dangerous glint appears in the heavenly demon's eye. A negotiation has begun. He points out that he taught Yeowon a technique for free at the hunting ground. But Yeowon is ready. "That was payment for the liquor you drank." The heavenly demon is stunned into silence, completely caught off guard by his son's audacity. A faint smile touches his lips. He's almost amused, asking how he managed to hide this brazen personality for so long. "I held myself back," Yeowon replies with confidence, "until I was strong enough to show my true self." The heavenly demon gets straight to the point. "What is it that you want?" Yeowon's eyes sharpen. "I want the heavenly demon defense art." "Impossible!" his father roars. He explains it's an exclusive art, learned only by the heavenly demon or his chosen successor. It's a technique that can save your life in any battle. But Yeowon isn't asking officially. A cunning smile spreads across his face. "You just need to teach it to me secretly." His father is completely floored by the sheer nerve of the proposal. "What?" Yeowon presses his advantage, explaining that the defense art isn't a flashy technique. It's internal. If his father teaches it to him in secret, no one would ever know. It would be a secret between just the two of them. The heavenly demon stands in silence, considering the outrageous but tempting offer. Yeowon bows respectfully, giving him space to think. He says he'll take his leave and let his father consider it. Just as he turns to go, his father speaks. "In return, you will teach me the 4 strides of the wind god first." Yeowon is shocked. He can't believe it. His father actually agreed. The deal is on. Wasting no time, he immediately turns back and asks if they can start right now. A hint of a smile appears on his father's face. He asks if Yeowon isn't worried that he'll just take the technique and break his promise. Yeowon's answer is immediate and firm. Not at all. He looks at his father with absolute trust. "You're not the kind of man who would do something so embarrassing in front of his own son." It's a masterful move, appealing directly to his father's pride. The heavenly demon is silent, his son's words hitting their mark. Defeated by his son's cleverness, he sighs and repeats his earlier command. "Tell me the steps." A victorious smile spreads across Yeowon's face. "Yes, father." He can barely contain his excitement. He's getting the ultimate defense art, and he's making his father even stronger for the war to come. And so, Yeowon begins to recite the secrets of the legendary technique. The heavenly demon listens intently, his sharp mind absorbing every detail of the lost art. As Yeowon explains, he closes his eyes, an immense aura gathering around him as he comprehends the technique on a level beyond imagination. Yeowon continues, his voice echoing through the massive palace. The technique is about more than just movement, it's about becoming one with the wind itself. The heavenly demon's hair begins to flow, though the air in the room is perfectly still. He has grasped the very essence of the art. He opens his eyes, which now hold a profound new understanding. Yeowon finishes and asks if he should repeat it. "No need," his father replies. And then, in a flash of movement so fast it's almost invisible, the heavenly demon is gone. He moves through the throne room like a phantom, a blur of motion leaving afterimages in his wake. He's not just using the technique, he's mastering it instantly. Yeowon watches in absolute awe. It's the 4 strides of the wind god, but it's faster, more fluid, more powerful. He realizes his father hasn't just learned the technique, he's already evolved it on the spot. The heavenly demon appears back on the steps, his movement flawless. With a simple gesture, he declares, "This is a truly fine martial art." A genuine smile touches Yeowon's lips. This is exactly what he wanted. He thinks to himself that a new seed of hope has been planted. With this power, could his father survive the battle against Hwamugi this time? The heavenly demon turns to him, his expression serious once more. "Now I will teach you the heavenly demon defense art. I will say it only once. Memorize it." Yeowon grins, barely able to contain his excitement. "Yes, father!" After their secret lesson, Yeowon returns to his quarters with a small red mark on his forehead. Leon rushes over, furious. "Who did this?" she yells, ready to defend him. But she stops short when he calmly says it was his father. Her anger vanishes, replaced by quiet concern. Looking at her, Yeowon's mind flashes back to his past life, to the image of her, scarred and broken, using a forbidden art to defend him until her last breath. The memory fills him with a quiet, burning determination. He will make his move as soon as he masters the heavenly demon defense art. Back in the throne room, he had smiled at his father, saying he was happier about them sharing a secret than even learning the new technique. His father had responded by flicking him hard on the forehead, telling him not to get cheeky. It was a rare, almost normal moment between them, and the source of the mark. In the present, Leon jokes that he should get revenge. A small smile touches Yeo Woon's lips. She never would have dared to joke like that in the past. She's changing, and he's glad. He turns to her, his expression growing serious. "Li-an," he says. "I can't do it right now, but—" She looks at him, confused by his sudden change in tone. He looks her directly in the eyes and makes a solemn vow. "I will find a way to fix the side effects of your body petrification technique." He asks her to wait just a little longer. Leon is stunned into silence, the weight of his promise hanging in the air. He is vowing to erase her tragic fate. A look of absolute resolve settles on his face. This is why he came back, and this time he will not fail. A promise is more than just a vow, it's a vision for a better future. Yeo Woon explains to Leon his dream for the demonic cult, a place where loyalty isn't paid for with self-destruction. He wants to build a world where people like her, the fiercely loyal, are never forced to make such a terrible choice again. A gentle, determined smile crosses his face. This is no longer just about power, it's about changing the very soul of the cult. Leon is completely stunned. The idea of reforming their brutal world is something she's never dared to imagine. Hope, bright and overwhelming, lights up her eyes. For the first time, she sees a future beyond just being a living shield. Yeo Woon's expression turns serious. "Guard warrior, Leon," he says, his voice formal and commanding. "Listen closely." She immediately snaps to attention, ready for any order. "Yes, sir!" And then he delivers a blow she never saw coming. "From this moment on, you are fired as my guard warrior." The words hang in the air, and the light in her eyes instantly vanishes. Her face falls into pure panic. "Master Gui? Are you serious? You're firing me?" Her entire purpose has just been ripped away, but his next words flip her world upside down again. "You have been chosen to become the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps." Leon just stares, her mind reeling. Fired, then promoted to captain, all in the span of 30 seconds. She looks at him, baffled. "The Phantom Shadow Corps? But that group doesn't exist." A confident smirk plays on Yeo Woon's lips. "Correct," he confirms. "Because I am going to create it. An elite force that reports directly to me." He looks at her, his voice serious once more. "Leon, I'll ask you again." He poses a new question, one with far more weight than any order. "Will you be the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps for me?" Tears well up in her eyes. This isn't a dismissal, it's the ultimate show of trust. He's making her his right hand. She brings her hands together in a formal salute, her decision already made. With tears of loyalty streaming down her face, she declares, "I, Warrior Leon, accept your order." With his new captain appointed, the next phase of his plan begins. We see Yeo Woon walking through a bustling city, now a different man entirely. He knows creating an elite force requires a massive amount of money. To get it, he will use his knowledge of the past to profit from a tragedy he is determined to prevent. He joins a group of rough-looking mercenaries. Their leader, a burly man named Yang Dong, warns them that the mission is dangerous, and any mistakes will be met with death. "Anyone who does something idiotic," he growls, "will die by my hands." He then turns his skeptical gaze to Yeo Woon. "Can I trust your skills?" Yeo Woon, completely unfazed, offers a challenge. "Will you acknowledge me if I can cut you?" Yang Dang just scoffs, warning him that arrogance gets you killed. Yeo Woon backs down, saying he'll follow orders as long as he's paid. Yang Dang agrees, but promises to keep a close eye on him. Yeo Woon's eyes are cold and focused. He's already a dozen steps ahead. The clients appear, a woman and her young child. The mission is to escort them to safety. But Yeo Woon knows from his past life that they both die on this journey. He's here to rewrite their fate. The child tugs on her mother's sleeve, unaware of the danger they're in. They climb into an ornate carriage, their lives in the hands of these hired swords. The group sets off, racing down a dusty forest road. As the sun sets, the leader calls for a halt. They'll make camp for the night. Yang Dong hands out rations, telling his men to eat up. The mercenaries settle around the campfires. Yeo Woon sits alone, his food untouched. He remembers this mission. In the original timeline, the entire escort group was ambushed and slaughtered. No one knew how, but he does. The quiet of the night is shattered by a harsh cough. One of the mercenaries doubles over, his face contorting in pain. All around the camp, the scene repeats. Men choke and collapse, the poison in the food taking hold. Yeo Woon's eyes narrow slightly. Poison. Just as he remembered. He stands over the bodies, watching the chaos unfold. Then a thought crosses his mind. Wait, why am I fine? He glances at the uneaten food in his hand. Yang Dong emerges from the shadows, sword drawn, surprised to see Yeo Woon still standing. The betrayal is now in the open. Yeowon calmly states that he never ate the food. He looks at the traitor with cold disappointment, to think their own leader would poison them. What a pathetic life, Yeowon says, his voice dripping with contempt, asking what he plans to do with money earned from killing his own comrades. Yongdang just snarls back that there's plenty he can do with it, his motivations as shallow as his loyalty. You killed all these people for that? Yeowon asks, disgusted. But Yongdang just laughs, telling him to worry about his own life instead. Just as he moves to attack, Yeowon looks past him. Looks like it's over. From the darkness, cloaked figures emerge, moving with a silent, deadly purpose. Yeowon assesses them with a glance. They're strong. This is the real threat. The leader of the assassins steps forward, shouting towards the carriage, threatening to burn it down if the targets don't come out. The carriage sits silently, its passengers trapped. The mother and child are dragged out into the open. The assassin leader, Warrior Kwon, taunts them for hiding. The woman, tears in her eyes, begs him to spare her child's life. Kwon looks down at her, his expression cold and unfeeling. He agrees with false sincerity, hinting at a past connection that makes this betrayal even more vile. But it's a cruel joke. He explodes in anger, grabbing her and screaming that she should be begging for mercy. Clutching her terrified daughter, the woman makes a last, desperate plea, offering him 10 times the money. Kwon dismisses her offer as useless. Then he delivers the final blow. Your father has already been caught. All hope drains from the woman's face. Suddenly, Kwon looks up, sensing another presence. From the shadows, a figure emerges, stepping between the assassins and their victims. Yeowon stands calmly before them, protecting the mother and child. I'm just someone who was paid to bring them to their destination. Kwon asks Yangdang who he is. Yangdang spits, just a vagrant I haven't dealt with yet. I'll handle him now. The assassin leader orders him to get rid of Yeowon, but Yeowon isn't looking at him. His words are for Yangdang. He points out that the assassins are just thugs who would betray their own master. Then he asks the critical question, do you really think you'll get paid? A seed of doubt is planted as Yeowon explains that they'll probably just kill him to tie up loose ends and take his share. Warrior Kwon is furious. Thugs that betray my own master? Yeowon turns his gaze to Kwon, noting that he must have hit a nerve. Enraged, Kwon screams, kill that filthy vagrant first! Yeowon smirks and turns back to the stunned Yangdang. Heard that? He said first. Doesn't that mean you're next? The realization hits Yangdang a second too late. While he's distracted, one of Kwon's men strikes him. And in the next instant, a blade pierces through his back. The betrayal has come full circle. Kwon looks down at his dying pawn in disgust. Fool! I knew I shouldn't have trusted a vagrant. Yeowon stands over the body of the traitor, his expression unreadable. That's what happens to those who betray others for money. The first threat is down. The real battle is about to begin. The time for talk is over. The assassins rush forward, their leader screaming for an end to Yeowon's taunts. Yeowon watches them come, his expression perfectly calm. There is no fear, only quiet focus. He glances back at the terrified mother and gives a single chilling instruction. Cover the child's eyes and ears. She doesn't hesitate, pulling her daughter close to shield her from the horror that's about to unfold. The assassins close in, but Yeowon is already in motion, a blue aura flaring around him as he weaves between their attacks like a ghost. He unleashes the legendary technique he just taught his father, the 4 strides of the wind god. This is the death step. In a single, imperceptible movement, he closes the distance. The assassin leader's eyes go wide with shock. How did he get so close? Yeowon doesn't answer. He simply moves, a blur of motion cutting through the assassins. One by one, they fall, their bodies hitting the ground before they even realize what happened. The last of the assassins collapses, the entire squad wiped out in a matter of seconds. Warrior Kwon is left standing alone amidst the bodies of his men, terrified. Who are you? He stammers. Yeowon turns to him, his expression cold. That's my question. Who are you? But it's the woman who answers, explaining that Kwon was supposed to be one of her family's loyal vassals. Another betrayal. She then reveals her identity. She is Gyeom Sion, the daughter of the master of the Golden Manor. This is exactly what Yeowon was expecting. This is why he had to join the mission as a simple vagrant. He knows the story well. Her father is one of the 10 richest merchants in the Central Plains, and in his previous life, he knew of the tragic incident where the Golden Manor was betrayed from within, and both the master and his daughter were killed. Kwon stands silently, knowing he's completely outmatched. Seeing an opening, he lunges forward in a desperate surprise attack. His sword flashes towards Yeowon's back, but Yeowon simply sidesteps, the blade missing by inches. In one fluid motion, he spins, his own sword a blur. He moves past him before Kwon can even register the attack. A thin red line appears on Kwan's neck, and his head falls. Sion covers her mouth in shock as Yeowon sheathes his sword, muttering about how cowards always attack from behind. With the threat gone, Sion approaches him, her voice trembling but determined. "I would like to hire you. Please, help us." Yeowon's demeanor shifts from warrior to businessman. "The situation has changed," he says coolly. "My price has gone up." Sion doesn't hesitate. "That's fine. We can pay any price." Then she makes her true plea, "Please save my father." A small, satisfied smile touches Yeowon's lips. The funding for his Phantom Shadow Corps is now secure. "Let's go," he says. Meanwhile, at the Golden Manor, a brutish man named Baek Jung-on is laughing manically. He celebrates with his men, believing his 10-year plan has finally succeeded. But then he pauses, a flicker of confusion on his face. The doors to the manor open, and in walks Yeowon, followed by Sion and her child. Baek Jung-on looks around, confused. "Where is Kwan?" Yeowon's answer is blunt. "They all died. Except for me." The traitor is stunned. "He's dead? Who killed him?" Sion steps forward, describing the killer as a mysterious, young, and handsome martial master. Baek Jung-on explodes with rage. "Why are you praising the enemy?" Yeowon just watches, letting the chaos unfold. Suddenly, realization dawns on the traitor's face. He points a trembling finger at Yeowon. "It was you! You killed Kwan! Looks like you have a good eye for people." Yeowon replies with a smirk. Baek Jung-on can't understand it. He tells Yeowon he should have run far away instead of walking right back into the tiger's den. Yeowon scoffs. "Tiger's den? Where's the tiger? All I see are dogs that bit the master who raised them." Baek Jung-on pauses, a jolt of fear running through him. He realizes this is no ordinary man. He changes his tactic, putting on a friendly face and inviting Yeowon inside for a drink. But Yeowon isn't buying it. "There's no need to be polite," he says. "Acting kind won't make me go easy on you." The friendly mask drops, replaced by pure fury. "Kill him!" he roars, and his men charge. The courtyard erupts into motion, but Yeowon is just too fast. He moves like a phantom, his blade a silver streak in the night. He cuts a path through the guards with brutal efficiency. In seconds, the courtyard is littered with bodies. Yeowon stands calmly amidst the carnage. Baek Jung-yeon's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Yeowon stands over the fallen, not even breathing heavily. "Who on earth are you?" the traitor stammers. "I'm no one," Yeowon says, flicking the blood from his sword. "Just a hired swordsman who saw a chance to earn some money." Desperate, Baek tries to buy his way out, asking how much money it would take to make him leave. Yeowon smiles. "So you're rich, huh?" The traitor boasts that he has enough money to change a man's life, begging Yeowon to name his price. Yeowon's smile vanishes, replaced by disgust. He asks why, if he was so rich, he had to betray his master, instead of using his own money to change his life. Baek Jung-han grits his teeth, his rage boiling over. He has one last card to play. "Throw down your sword!" a voice shouts. From the main hall, a guard appears, holding a blade to the throat of an old man, Ju Masu, the master of the Golden Manor. The old man is held tightly, a sharp sword pressed against his skin. "Father!" Seon screams in horror. A triumphant, evil grin spreads across Baek Jung-yeon's face. He orders Yeowon to drop his sword, or the old man dies. Yeowon looks at him, then slowly raises his sword high. A line of fiery energy suddenly erupts from the ground, racing from Yeowon's feet across the entire courtyard in a split second. The energy shoots past the traitor and straight towards the hostage-taker. The guard looks down just in time to see the blade at his own master's throat snap in two. Before anyone can process what happened, Yeowon swings his sword down through the air, soaring sword art, fourth form, flaming heavens. Baek Jung-han's jaw drops in utter disbelief. He just witnessed the impossible. Cornered and out of options, the traitor Baek Jung-han can only beg for his life. "Wait," he pleads, his voice trembling, but Yeowon's patience has run out. He gives the man a chilling ultimatum: fight back or die where he stands. A desperate thought flashes through Jung-han's mind. Surely, after that massive energy attack, the kid must be exhausted. It's his only hope. With a final roar of defiance, he lunges, bringing his blade down with everything he has left. But the strike is met with unnerving ease. Sparks fly as he pours all his remaining strength into a frantic flurry of attacks, hoping to overwhelm his opponent by sheer force. But Yeowon stands like a mountain, deflecting every furious blow without taking a single step back. Their swords clash in a blinding explosion of energy. Jung-han screams, pushing himself past his limits in a last-ditch effort. The courtyard fills with the relentless sound of clashing steel. He feels a surge of false hope. The The resistance feels weaker. Maybe he's actually pushing him back? Just a little more, he thinks, pouring the last of his strength into the attack. And then, a searing pain rips through his chest. Yeowun's blade has slipped through his guard as if it wasn't even there. Looking down at the dying man, Yeowun's voice is laced with contempt. He calls his efforts pathetic, a life of greed wasted. He pulls his sword free, reminding him that as head of the guards, his duty was to protect, not betray. A flash of regret crosses the traitor's face before his eyes go dim. With a flick of his wrist, Yeowun cleans his blade. He offers one last piece of advice to the corpse. If you want to be rich in your next life, try being a merchant. From behind him, a voice chokes out, "Thank you." The family of the Golden Manor is finally reunited and safe. The old master Ju-Masu bows deeply, his voice thick with emotion, calling Yeowun the benefactor who saved them from ruin. He asks for the young warrior's name. Yeowun remains anonymous, claiming to be nothing more than a passing vagrant. The master is in awe of his power and humility, but Yeowun simply brushes off the praise. His daughter reminds him of their promised reward. The old master smiles warmly, confirming it's a promise he's eager to keep. He looks at Yeowun. "If it's money you're after," he says, "you've come to the right place." A faint smirk plays on Yeowun's lips. This was his goal all along. They lead him deep into the manor, toward a heavily fortified hallway. The master explains that while they owe him everything, giving him their entire fortune would be impossible. So, he makes an unusual offer. Instead of a fixed sum, he can take as much as he can physically carry. Yeowun's eyes gleam with interest. This was far more generous than he expected. The rules are simple. No carts, no help. But he's free to use his internal energy. It's the least they can do for the man who saved their lives. Acknowledging their sincerity, Yeowun gives a respectful bow. With a low groan, the massive stone doors to the treasury grind open. He steps into the darkness. He walks the long corridor alone and disappears into the vault. The family waits outside, wondering just how much a man like him could possibly take. The master worries he's underestimated him, but his daughter offers a new perspective. She asks if any amount of gold could truly be worth more than their lives. The old man softens, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're right," he says. "Having you both safe is all that matters." She looks at her father, relieved. Looking back at the vault, the master remarks that their savior is no ordinary person. It's not just his skill, but a powerful, indescribable aura he projects. In all his years, he's never met anyone so young with such overwhelming presence. He tells his daughter that money can be earned again, but a connection with someone of that caliber is a priceless opportunity. The more he takes, the stronger their bond becomes. This isn't just paying a debt, it's investing in the future. Sion absorbs her father's wisdom, understanding the deeper strategy at play. Sometime later, the heavy sound of footsteps echoes from within the vault. Yeowun returns to the demonic cult. To avoid suspicion, he had sold the mountain of treasure across various cities. He traveled from town to town, offloading the jewels and gold bit by bit. In the end, he converted it all into an astronomical fortune, 38 million yong. This vast sum would be the foundation for his own elite force. He stands once more before his father's throne, bowing low. He observes the powerful leader and his ever-present advisor, Sima Myong. This is the seat of power, where decisions of life and death are made daily. He wonders if this life of endless duty is what his father truly wants. He thinks of himself and his own desire for a different path. He looks at the man on the throne and asks himself if his father, too, secretly yearns for freedom. The heavenly demon's voice cuts through the silence. "I heard you went outside." Yeowun answers plainly that he went to earn money. His father's brow furrows. "Why do you need money?" Yeowun explains that he needs significant funds for his future plans, prompting his father to ask what he intends to spend it on. "I'd like to create my own private group." The request hangs in the air, drawing a sharp look from both his father and Sima Myung. He explains that to contend with the other factions in the cult, he needs a force loyal only to him. The heavenly demon's answer is immediate and absolute. "That's not going to happen." He argues that allowing one son a private army would force him to allow it for all, fracturing the cult's power. "I forbid it," he declares, his voice final. But Yeowun expected this. This was all part of his plan. With a calm expression, he pulls out a heavy scroll. "Father," he says, "this is for you." Both the heavenly demon and his advisor look on, confused by the sudden gesture. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the scroll flying toward the throne. It glides through the air, carried by his internal energy. The heavenly demon catches it. Unfurling it, he sees a ledger detailing an immense sum of money. "What is the meaning of this?" he asks. Looking his father directly in the eye, Yeowun delivers a line no one could have predicted. "That's my allowance for you." The words hang in the air, stunning the room into silence. What is all his father can manage? Even the stoic Sima Myung looks on, in utter disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. The heavenly demon simply stares, unable to process what he just heard. After a long moment, he finally finds his voice. I have immense wealth. Yeowun smiles gently. I know. You're the richest man in the world. He continues, this is the first allowance I've ever given you as your son, to thank you for raising me. The heavenly demon looks down at the ledger, at the impossible number, 38 million yang, given not as a bribe or a political tool, but as a heartfelt gift from a son to his father. Yeowun bows deeply. I wanted to do this at least once, he says softly. Please rest well, father. And with that, he turns and leaves, his request still officially denied, but his true objective complete. Alone in the throne room, the heavenly demon continues to stare at the scroll, his mind reeling. A complex storm of emotions crosses his face, shock, confusion, and then something else. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Sima Myung watches his lord in silence, understanding that the young prince just played a game of politics on an entirely different level, using not power, but heart. Yeowun now has the right to form his own army, but first, he's been given a new title and a new mess to clean up as master of the Nirvana Pavilion. This is the headquarters for the demonic cult's internal investigators, an imposing building meant to represent order in a world of chaos. Inside, Yeowun stands with his loyal captain, Li An. He gazes out over his new domain, calm and ready for whatever comes next. Li An watches him, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She's witnessing her master climb another rung on the ladder of power, and she's right there with him. A respectful voice calls out from the doorway. It's time, Pavilion Master. Yeowun turns, his expression as unreadable as ever. He already wears the weight of his new title, like it was made for him. It's Seo Daryong, the young investigator, who saw Yeowun's brand of justice firsthand. He greets him formally, acknowledging his new authority. Yeowun gives a slight nod. So you're here too. A quiet understanding passes between them. Daryong smiles, explaining that he volunteered for this post, clearly wanting to continue serving under a man he respects. He admits he was shocked when he heard the news, never imagining they'd meet again with Yeowun as his direct superior. The two share a knowing look, both aware of the incredible journey that brought them to this moment. With a simple, let's go, Yeowun is ready to face his new subordinates. He turns to leave, Li An falling into step beside him, ever the vigilant protector. As he walks past, his long hair flows behind him, Li An's eyes following with unwavering loyalty. Daryong watches for a moment before moving to follow his new leader. The three of them walk forward together, a new master, his captain, and a trusted subordinate. A new era for the pavilion is beginning. They step out onto a grand balcony, ready to greet the investigators waiting below. In the courtyard, a sea of men in yellow uniforms are assembled in perfect formation, their faces turned upward in anticipation. Yeowun emerges into the sunlight, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of faces waiting for his command. In a single, fluid motion, the entire assembly drops into a deep bow. A unified roar echoes across the courtyard. Greetings, Pavilion Master! Yeowun is quiet for a moment, taking it in. This warm of a welcome was unexpected. He turns to Daryong with a hint of suspicion, asking if he threatened them to get this kind of reaction. Daryong quickly denies it. Confused, Yeowun asks why they seem so eager then. Daryong explains it has nothing to do with threats, and everything to do with what Yeowun has already done. It clicks for Yeowun. This is about the demonic army commander. Daryong reminds him of the brutal history. The investigators who tried to expose the commander were either killed or crippled. But Yeowun didn't just expose him. He delivered a public, final justice. To these men, he was a symbol of vengeance. With a hopeful look, Daryong urges him to say something. These men are desperate for a leader they can believe in. Yeowun turns back to the crowd, his expression hardening with purpose. The investigators stand at attention, their eyes locked on him, waiting. He takes a breath, his presence commanding absolute silence. Every single man is focused on him, eager to learn what kind of leader he will be. His voice rings out, clear and firm. He tells them he doesn't know if his command will make their lives better or worse. But, he continues, his tone sharpening, I can promise you one thing. A fiery aura seems to ignite around him as he makes a vow of action and danger. Your hearts will beat faster than they ever have before. Daryong is stunned. That was not the reassuring speech he expected, but the crowd reacts differently. A murmur of pure excitement ripples through the ranks. Smiles break out on their faces. They weren't looking for safety. They were looking for a leader who would finally act. Fists clench with renewed purpose. This is exactly what they wanted to hear. They are fired up and ready for anything. But as the triumphant moment settles, the harsh reality of their work comes crashing down. Back inside, Yeowon acknowledges that the reception was good, but his mood has soured completely. Holding a case file, he looks at Daryong, his voice laced with accusation. "Are you trying to get me killed with this?" Daryong calmly replies, "This is the case you asked for, sir, the one that was handled unfairly." Yeowon's voice drops to a low growl. "Why is it connected to the Bloodheaven sword demon again?" Daryong insists it was just a coincidence. Leon steps in, warning him to be careful. She reminds him how furious the sword demon was last time. But, she adds, the injustice here was so blatant they couldn't just bury it. Leon looks down at the report, her expression troubled. She knows this is a political minefield. With a heavy sigh, she looks back at Yeowon. "It's your problem now. You'll have to handle it." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tavern across the city, another man is drowning in injustice. He slams his cup on the table, drink splashing everywhere. A groan of pure anguish escapes him. His friend tries to calm him down, telling him he understands, but drinking won't help. The man looks up, his eyes red-rimmed. "How can I not drink?" he asks, his voice thick with despair. He chokes out the reason for his pain. The thugs who put his child in a coma were just found innocent. His friend is shocked. The man explains the Nirvana Pavilion ruled it was just an injury from a friendly sparring match. A complete lie. He slams his hand on the table. The real reason the case was buried? The boy who led the attack is the son of the 100-sword demon. The name hangs in the air. A feared warrior, a direct subordinate of the Bloodheaven's sword demon. No one would dare cross him. His friend's face goes pale. Now he understands. The grieving father crushes his cup, his knuckles white. He spits that the investigator who covered this up is just as rotten as the criminals. His friend frantically tries to quiet him, but the father is beyond caring. He yells for them all to hear him, daring the 100-sword demon himself to come and finish the job. He has nothing left. His friend can only watch, helpless, as the man spirals. With tears streaming down his face, the father whispers that if his son doesn't wake up, his wife won't survive the grief. His heart completely broken, he makes a final, desperate vow. He'll kill that monster himself, and then end his own life. A cold, mocking voice cuts in from behind them. "You think you can kill him?" Both men whip around, startled by the intrusion. A group of young thugs stands there, their leader smirking arrogantly. It's him, the son of the 100-sword demon. The father looks up, his grief turning to rage. "Who are you?" he demands. The young man strolls forward, taunting him. "Who are you to be making threats against someone's precious son?" Recognition dawns. The father leaps to his feet, screaming, "You monster! Give me back my son!" The young man closes his eyes and gives a completely fake, insincere apology. "I'm so sorry. I committed a terrible crime. It will never happen again." He gives a shallow bow, the very picture of false remorse. Then he looks up, a smug grin twisting his face. "There. Don't say I never apologized." The father can only stare, stunned by the sheer, shameless audacity. The bully lets out a small, cruel chuckle, clearly enjoying the man's agony. That's the final straw. Blinded by rage, the father draws his sword and lunges. But he's no match. The bully dodges easily and smashes a fist into his face. A sickening crunch echoes through the room. The father is sent flying. The bully immediately plays the victim, shouting, "You all saw that, right? He drew his sword on me first." His cronies eagerly back him up. "Yes, we saw it! We're your witnesses!" The bully begins to mercilessly beat the defenseless man, ranting as he kicks him. He reveals the whole story in a fit of rage, how the father, a mere storage keeper, dared to report him after his son refused to be extorted. He sneers that the boy's righteous attitude just made him want to beat him senseless. In his anger, he's just confessed everything. Suddenly he freezes, realizing what he's just said out loud. Lying broken on the floor, the father sees a flicker of hope. "A confession?" the bully stammers, trying to play dumb. "Everyone here heard you," the father gasps. "You just admitted you attacked my son because he wouldn't let you steal from him." The bully's eyes narrow. He's been caught. His expression hardens as his mind races for a way out. He turns to the other patrons, his voice now laced with a cold threat. "Did anyone hear me say that?" The patrons, who were watching just moments before, immediately drop their gaze, staring into their drinks. The entire room falls silent. No one dares to speak against the son of the 100-sword demon. The bully sees their fear and knows he's won. A cruel smirk spreads across his face. He looks down at the father. "See? No one heard a thing." The last spark of hope in the father's eyes is brutally extinguished. A choked, hysterical laugh escapes his lips. The laughter dissolves into gut-wrenching sobs of pure, absolute despair. The bully looks down at the weeping man with utter disgust. "Look at this grown man crying his eyes out. Pathetic, just like his son." His friends join in, their cruel laughter echoing through the tavern. But then, a new voice cuts through the noise, sharp and cold. "I heard it." The laughter dies instantly. The bully and his friends whip around, their smug expressions vanishing. Standing on the stairs, flanked by Leon and Seo Daryong, is Cheon Yeo-woon. His eyes are like chips of ice. The new pavilion master has arrived. Still high on his own power, the bully snaps back without even a proper look. Who the heck was that? He's so used to fear that defiance is unimaginable. Yeo-woon continues his slow descent, his eyes locked on his target. Leon and Seo Daryong follow, their presence adding to the sudden heavy pressure in the room. Yeo-woon's voice is calm, but it cuts like glass. He points out the bully's arrogance, remarking that he can already guess what kind of person raised him. The bully and his cronies finally get a good look at the newcomer, and the confidence on their faces begins to crack. There's an aura of authority here they did not expect. His tone shifts instantly, feigning remorse. "My apologies, I got too emotional. Please, don't be angry." But the act lasts only a second. His face twists into a mocking grin as he sneers. "Did you really think I'd say that? You must have a death wish, butting in where you don't belong." Yeo-woon just smirks, completely unfazed. This is exactly the kind of rot he came here to excise. He comments coolly that being the son of the 100-sword demon must be a powerful thing to allow for such tyranny in broad daylight. The bully looks confused. What? Just his son? The way he said it made it sound like it was nothing special. That's when a patron in the corner recognizes him, his eyes widening in shock. "Second young master?" The title drops like a bomb, changing everything. Panic ripples through the room. The heavenly demon's son is here. The bully freezes, the color draining from his face as he finally realizes who he just threatened. Yeo-woon smiles, his voice deceptively calm. "Relax," he says. "Today, I'm not here as the young master. I'm here as the Nirvana Pavilion Master." Leon thinks to herself that being the Pavilion Master should make him even more terrified. The bully can only manage a weak, "Oh, is that so?" Now, the real groveling begins. He bows low, apologizing profusely for not recognizing him, blaming it on his youth and ignorance. Yeo-woon leans in close, his voice low and sharp. "You don't seem that young from your behavior." The bully can only stammer that he is still very ignorant. Yeo-woon notes the kid's shrewdness. He's a monster, but he knows exactly when to bow to a greater power. The bully tries to make a quick exit, but Yeo-woon stops him cold. "Wait, I came here on business with you." The bully's heart sinks. "With me?" He was so close. Yeo-woon's expression turns deadly serious. He lays it out, cold and clear. "I'm here to investigate the assaults you've committed." The bully is stunned, sputtering that the pavilion already investigated and found him innocent. Yeo-woon confirms that's true, before informing him that the case has been officially reopened. On the floor, the father looks on with a flicker of hope. And then, Yeo-woon begins to list the charges. Habitual extortion, instigating theft, assaulting a friend to the brink of death, and assaulting the victim's grieving father right here, in public. He delivers the verdict. "Your crimes are far too heinous. You'll be imprisoned for at least 20 years. The bully's face goes white. 20 years. His life, as he knew it, was over. He desperately falls back on the old lie. "It wasn't an assault! We were just sparring!" Yeo-woon's lips curl into a predatory smile. "Have you forgotten? You already confessed, and I, the Pavilion Master, heard everything." His own arrogant words flash through his mind. He's trapped, condemned by his own mouth. He plays his last card, the one that always worked. "My father won't let you get away with this," he threatens, his voice trembling. Yeo-woon dismisses it with a wave. He tells him not to worry, because his father is going to be far too busy to help him. Then comes the final blow. A terrifying grin spreads across Yeo-woon's face. "I also intend to arrest your father for conspiring with a corrupt investigator." The bully snaps. He screams, "Do you think my father would just let you?" He starts raving, threatening that his father would take revenge. Before he can finish, Yeo-woon moves. In a blur, he has the bully by the throat, lifting him clean off the ground. With a sickening thud, he slams him headfirst into the floor. He calmly informs the choking wreck that for threatening the Pavilion Master, his sentence is now 30 years. The bully is completely broken. Tears and snot stream down his face as he chokes out the only words he has left. "Please forgive me." Yeo-woon looks down with cold disdain. "Enough about your father. Give me one reason why I should forgive you. The bully's mind is blank. He's never had to justify himself before. Yeowon presses him. Have you ever spared anyone? Ever helped someone in need? Tell me one good deed you've ever done. I'll even listen if it's a lie. The bully searches his memories, but finds nothing. Not a single act of kindness, real or fabricated, comes to mind. His life has been a monument to cruelty. Yeowon's eyes are filled with contempt. He points out that the bully can't even lie about being kind, because the very concept is foreign to him. Then he asks the final, damning question, why should I forgive someone like you? As the bully desperately starts to promise he'll change, Yeowon's fist puts an end to the conversation. He leaves him unconscious on the floor, telling the empty space that he can try being a better person after he serves his 30 years. Yeowon turns his piercing gaze on the two remaining cronies. They immediately start begging, pleading they were only following orders. Yeowon tells them to start talking, or they'll take the fall. Instantly, they both scream, I'll tell you everything! He gives a simple order to Seo Daryong, bring them to the pavilion. Daryong snaps a crisp, yes sir. Investigators appear and haul the unconscious bully and his terrified friends away. Justice is served, swiftly and publicly. Yeowon then addresses the entire tavern. His voice rings out with a new promise. If anything like this happens again, they are to report it. He declares that as long as he is the pavilion master, no amount of power or influence will corrupt his investigations. The patrons look on, stunned into silence. They have never heard a leader speak with such unwavering conviction. Then Yeowon adds one final legendary line. With a smirk, he says if anyone ever tries to use their powerful father's name to bully someone, I'll just call for my own father. The father and his friend stare, dumbfounded. The sheer audacity of the threat is actually kind of funny. A few chuckles break the silence, and then the entire tavern erupts in laughter. It's a laugh of relief, of hope. He just reminded them all who sits at the very top of the food chain. Lee-an then approaches the father with one last piece of news. She tells him that on Yeowon's orders, the demonic physician has already tended to his son. The father can hardly believe it. What? His voice trembling, he asks if it's true that the cult's greatest healer saw his son. Yeowon steps forward. Your son is more important, he says softly, and I saw him wake up before I came here. You should go to him now. The father's eyes widen as a tidal wave of joy, disbelief, and gratitude crashes over him. He falls to his knees, tears of pure relief streaming down his face. He grabs Yeowon's hand, promising he will never, ever forget this kindness. Yeowon smiles gently. Haven't you already devoted your life to this cult? He asks. It's only natural that the cult protects its own. The father clutches his chest, completely overwhelmed by the gesture. He holds Yeowon's hand, his voice choked with emotion as he repeats over and over, Thank you. Thank you so much. Lee-an and Seo Daryong watch, witnessing their master not just punish the wicked, but lift up the righteous. The father's friend wipes a tear from his own eye, moved by this powerful display of justice and compassion. But Yeowon isn't just thinking of this one man. He looks out over the tavern, his expression thoughtful. This is about more than one family. It's about their entire cult, the very institution he is determined to rebuild from the inside out. And this is just the beginning. Back at the Nirvana Pavilion, a crowd of senior investigators blocks his path. Their faces are grim, their stance confrontational. This is no welcome party. He expected his first challenge to come from the powerful Sword Demons faction, but the first rebellion is brewing right here, inside the pavilion. The man leading them, most senior investigator Gok-myung, offers a tense greeting. He apologizes for the disrespect, but makes it clear he's here to challenge his new boss. Yeowon stands alone, unfazed. He calmly asks why they've gathered. Gok-myung gets straight to the point. He heard Yeowon is reopening a closed case. Without a hint of hesitation, Yeowon confirms it. Yes, I am. Gok-myung argues that overturning a previous ruling undermines the authority of every investigator in the pavilion. Yeowon's eyes narrow. He understands their official argument, but he senses something more is at play. He asks the crowd if they all feel the same. A unified, "Yes, we do," echoes in the hall. They stand united against him. Yeowon's response is swift and sharp. Well, I don't. He tells them the original, corrupt ruling is what truly damaged their authority. He puts the question directly to Gok-myung, asking if he's heard that the culprit already confessed to his crimes in public. Gok-myung admits that he has. Yeowon presses the point. You did? Then why are you standing here? The senior investigator pivots, claiming the issue isn't the confession, but the principle of reopening a case. Yeowon scoffs. A matter of principle? Gokmyong insists, arguing that it sets a dangerous precedent. Yeowun's voice takes on a harder edge. Investigator Gok. He lays out the facts with brutal clarity. An innocent boy was nearly killed. The culprit confessed. He looks Gokmyong in the eye and asks how he can stand there talking about principles in the face of such obvious injustice. But Gokmyong refuses to yield, stating that an organization is only as strong as the principles it upholds. Yeowun changes tactics. All right, he says, drawing a line in the stone floor. Those who agree with the reinvestigation, come to my side. The investigators hesitate, the air thick with tension. He's forcing them to choose their respected senior or their new, untested master. Then, a single foot steps forward. Yeowun glances to his side. It's Seo Daryong. He stands before his new master and declares, I believe a reinvestigation is necessary. Yeowun asks for his reasoning. Daryong states simply that the initial investigation was flawed. He adds that they can't ignore the possibility that external pressure was involved. He's choosing justice over blind tradition. Good, Yeowun says. Anyone else? Another voice speaks up from the crowd. I agree as well. A man named Ik-ho steps forward. He was the one injured by the corrupt demonic army commander. He thanks Yeowun for avenging him. Yeowun simply asks how his injuries are. Ik-ho replies that he's fine now. That's good to hear. A small exchange, but it sends a powerful message. This leader remembers his people. Gokmyong watches in silence as his united front begins to crack. Yeowun's gaze sweeps across the crowd and lands on one man in particular. Investigator Zhonghua! The young man snaps to attention. Yeowun puts him on the spot. You were in charge of this case, correct? What's your opinion? Zhonghua looks nervous, but sticks to his story, insisting his investigation was thorough. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Then Yeowun asks the question that changes everything. Did you take a bribe? Gokmyong explodes, shouting, How dare you! But a wave of immense pressure from Yeowun slams into him, forcing him into silence. Yeowun's eyes glow with power. Do not speak unless I permit it. He's making it brutally clear who is in command. The other investigators can only stare, stunned by the oppressive aura of their new master. Yeowun repeats the question. Speak! Did you take money from the 100-sword demon? Zhonghua frantically denies it, swearing on his life. A small, knowing smile touches Yeowun's lips. I already know, he says calmly. You didn't take any money, the crowd murmurs in shock. Gokmyong protests that investigating their own people without a special order is forbidden. Yeowun shuts him down again. This was a special investigation, ordered directly by the heavenly demon himself. The name silences all dissent. He turns back to Zhonghua. I'm curious. If you didn't take a bribe, why did you cover up the case? Then he drops the bombshell. Were you threatened with the safety of your sister? Yeowun explains his logic. He read the reports on Zhonghua, a man said to be incorruptible. He didn't believe it at first. But you truly were as clean as they said. Zhonghua can only stare, stunned that this man knows so much about him. Yeowun poses the final logical question. Why would a man so clean botch an investigation so badly? The answer was simple. You have one great weakness. Your younger sister. Your only family. Zhonghua's face crumbles. The secret is out. Gokmyong asks in a hushed, worried tone, Is it true? Were you really threatened? Yeowun realizes why Gokmyong led this protest. It wasn't about principles. It was about protecting a junior he cared for from being exposed. He looks at the two men. Don't worry about your sister, he says, revealing that he already sent his own warriors to protect her. She is safe. Both men look at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Zhonghua's voice trembles. You really did that? Of course. And with that, the dam breaks. Tears of relief, shame, and overwhelming gratitude stream down Zhonghua's face. He drops to the ground in a full bow, crying out that he has committed a grave sin. Gokmyong is speechless. He now understands the depth of his new master's strategy. Through his sobs, Zhonghua accepts his fate. I'll gladly take any punishment. The other investigators look on, their opposition melting into respect. Get up, Yeowun commands. He looks down at the broken man. If this had happened on my watch, I would not have forgiven you. But since this happened before I arrived, I will make an exception. Zhonghua looks up, unable to believe it. You'll forgive me? Yes, Yeowun says, but with one condition. The incorruptible life you built was nearly destroyed. Remember that it was I who saved it. He tells him his perfect record is now gone. I want you to build that life again, from this day forward. It's not just a pardon, it's a second chance. Zhonghua can only whisper thank you. Gokmyong looks on, his expression now one of complete awe. He steps forward and offers a deep, sincere bow of thanks to his new master. Yeowun then turns to the entire assembly, his voice booming with authority. Listen up! He makes a vow that will change everything. From this day forward, their families are his family. If anyone dares to threaten them, he will personally crush them. He roars that the Nirvana Pavilion will no longer be swayed by any outside influence. He promises that if they are ever threatened, they are to report it to him, and he will ensure their families are protected. Do I not look trustworthy? He challenges them. If you can't trust me, then trust in the heavenly demon. He vows to beg his own father for help if he must, promising them that he will make it so they can do their jobs with their heads held high, without fear. A confident smile settles on his face. In a single, masterful stroke, he has not just solved a case. He has reforged the very soul of the Nirvana Pavilion and earned the unwavering loyalty of every man under his command. Yeowun finishes his speech with a powerful vow. He tells his investigators that only when they know their families are safe can the Nirvana Pavilion truly dispense justice without fear. A new fire ignites in their eyes. Gokmyung speaks for them all, declaring that from now on, anyone who commits a crime, no matter their status, must be punished. Yeowun takes it a step further. He proclaims that even if someone from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion itself commits a crime, he will not let it slide. Then, with unwavering conviction, he makes an unthinkable promise. If the cult leader himself commits a crime, then I will hold him responsible. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. No one has ever dared to place justice above the supreme leader of the cult. Yeowun explains his true fear. It isn't the powerful masters or the demon supremes, it's the thought of the Nirvana Pavilion becoming useless. He paints a grim picture of their failure, a world where they can't protect the innocent, while the guilty walk away laughing. His words strike a deep chord with every man present. A voice calls out from the crowd, admitting they were wrong, and pledging to follow their new master's will. One by one, the senior investigators who had just opposed him begin to step forward. Another veteran joins the growing ranks of his supporters. Seo Daryong watches with a proud smile as his master wins the hearts of every investigator. Soon, the entire group of senior officers is on the move. They cross the courtyard, abandoning their old positions to stand united behind their new leader. Yeowun now stands at the head of a completely unified Nirvana Pavilion, his authority absolute. Gokmyung drops to one knee before him, a gesture of total submission and loyalty. Yeowun looks down at the veteran, telling him that to make his vision a reality, he will need his experience. He extends a hand. Please, help me. It's not a command, but a request, an act of respect that seals the old man's loyalty forever. Gokmyung looks up, his eyes wide with emotion. He has never been treated with such dignity by a superior. Yeowun's expression is sincere. He hasn't just gained a subordinate, he's forged a powerful ally. Gokmyung grasps his hand firmly. Thank you, Pavilion Master, he says, his voice thick with gratitude. Yeowun has turned his staunchest opposition into his strongest supporters. The handshake symbolizes the birth of a new order within the pavilion. With his authority secured, Yeowun wastes no time. He turns to Seo Daryong and gives his first official order, go and arrest Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon. Gokmyung warns that Yang Tae commands 100 warriors and won't come quietly. Yeowun's reply is chillingly simple. Let him do as he pleases. If he resists, I'll charge him with mutiny. The investigators are stunned by his boldness. He's going after a powerful master on his very first day. Soon after, a muscular man with spiky white hair arrives. It's the 100-sword demon, Yang Tae. He greets Yeowun with a cold, second young master. Yeowun immediately corrects him. Address me as the Nirvana Pavilion Master. He is setting the terms of this engagement. Yang Tae's eye twitches. He is not used to being corrected. He offers a clipped apology, then asks why the summons threatened a mutiny charge. Yeowun states it was the only way he thought he could get a man of his stature to show up. A calculated power play. Yang Tae's gaze hardens. This young master will not be easily intimidated. He makes excuses for his delay, a veiled way of saying he's too important to be summoned like a common criminal. Yeowun simply replies, I understand. He lets him talk, giving him enough rope to hang himself. Yang Tae tries to downplay his son's crime, dismissing it as nothing more than kids being kids. But the image of the bruised and broken victim flashes in his mind. He continues, trying to normalize the brutal assault as a simple childhood fight. Then he switches tactics, offering political support and funds, a clear attempt at a bribe. Yeowun sees right through it. He wants to be bought off. Yang Tae adds a veiled threat, reminding Yeowun he needs support to become the official successor. It's a bribe and a warning in one. Yeowun plays along. I would be very grateful for your help. Yang Tae smiles, thinking he's won. As expected, you are a reasonable man. He promises his loyalty and prepares to leave, but Yeowon stops him. Where are you going? Yang Tae is confused, thinking the deal was done. Yeowon asks innocently, when you offered to help, you didn't mean after you got out of jail? The color drains from Yang Tae's face. The trap has snapped shut. He forces a weak smile, telling him not to joke like that. Yeowon's expression turns to stone. Do I look like I'm joking? He reminds him of the crime, threatening an investigator's family. Yang Tae denies it, but Yeowon cuts him off. He already has the testimony from the threatened investigator. He then reveals a crucial piece of cult law. An investigator's testimony holds more weight than anyone else's, a rule designed to protect them. Yeowon twists the knife. This rule exists because of people like you. He's making it clear that the old ways of intimidation are over. Yang Tae is silent, completely cornered by the very laws he thought he could ignore. Yeowon gives him an ultimatum. Confess now, and get 10 years. Deny it, and get 20. Yang Tae asks if he's lost his mind. Yeowon replies that if being crazy is what it takes to deal with men like him, then so be it. He gives him a moment to decide. Yang Tae finally asks the real question, why are you doing this? He can't understand why he's blowing up the established order over something so minor. Why am I doing this? Yeowon repeats, his voice dripping with contempt. He spells it out. Yang Tae's son nearly killed a boy after years of bullying. And Yang Tae, his father, threatened to kill an investigator's family to cover it up. And you dare ask me why? Yeowon's eyes blaze with fury. Yang Tae explodes, arguing that a powerful warrior like himself shouldn't be treated the same as a mere storage guard. Yeowon listens, his expression cold as ice. He tells Yang Tae those are frightening words. Yang Tae looks confused. That won't be the case any longer. Yeowon is drawing a new line. Status no longer protects the guilty. Yang Tae plays his final card, invoking the name of his superior, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Yeowon's response is devastating. He will do nothing. He points out that the Sword Demon didn't lift a finger when Yeowon killed his own brother. Why would he intervene for a mere subordinate? He smashes his fist on the table, the crack of the wood shattering Yang Tae's last hope. Yang Tae can only glare, defeated. Yeowon mocks him. What? Are you going to threaten my family now too? Yang Tae is speechless. He has no moves left. Yeowon tells him his time is up. Confess your crimes. The command is absolute. A short while later, a wail of despair echoes from the pavilion. The 100-sword demon has been arrested. As Yeowon walks away, his mind drifts back to his past life. He realizes the reason the demonic cult fell wasn't just the monster Hwa Mugi. This is the proof. A subordinate of a subordinate dared to threaten an investigator, and even him. The rot started from within. Was our fall really just because of a monster? The chilling question hangs in the air. His thoughts are interrupted by a messenger. He has been summoned. He's been called to a private meeting. At a quiet residence, a familiar figure with wild, spiky white hair sits waiting. The Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Yeowon arrives, walking calmly into the courtyard to face one of the most powerful men in the cult. The Sword Demon holds a cup of wine. He takes a slow, deliberate sip. He greets him with a casual but loaded welcome. Welcome, second young master, or should I be calling you the Nirvana Pavilion Master now? Yeowon meets his gaze, his face unreadable. The battle of wits is over. The clash of titans is about to begin. When you corner one of the most powerful men in the cult, you don't get a quiet reprimand. You get a private invitation. And in this world, that's far more dangerous. Yeowon stands before the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon, the air crackling with tension. The Sword Demon's voice cuts through the silence, simple and direct. Come, have a drink. Yeowon's expression is a mask of calm. He knows this isn't a friendly gesture. It's the opening move in a battle where every word is a weapon. Without a word, he walks forward, his steps sure and steady, closing the distance. He kneels, taking the offered cup. It's a sign of respect, but his posture is solid, unyielding. He's not here to be broken. As the Sword Demon pours, his voice is a low rasp. I warned you, didn't I? Nothing good comes from meeting with me. Yeowon looks up, his gaze unflinching, and flips the accusation right back. You're the one who keeps seeking me out. The Sword Demon's eyes narrow. He is not used to being challenged, especially by someone so young. But Yeowon's gaze doesn't waver. He's not here as a subordinate. He's here as an equal in a very dangerous game. The old master admits that he started seeing Yeowon differently after he won his tournament, recalling the moment he made his wish to the cult leader. A cunning smile spreads across his face. He remembers thinking that if the kid was smart, he'd make exactly that kind of move. It was the first time he saw a true strategist behind the young prince's eyes. Yeowun gives a faint, confident smile of his own. I agree. It was a good wish. The sword demon pours another drink, the mood shifting. He says that from that day forward, you started to make my blade cry. It's a poetic, chilling accusation. Yeowun looks genuinely curious, asking how he could possibly be responsible. The sword demon clarifies that his blade is lamenting. He begins listing the sins of his own faction, his disciple using forbidden poison, another disciple humiliating a subordinate. He continues, his voice growing harder, his own brother using the demonic army for personal gain. His subordinate, the 100-sword demon, threatening an investigator's family. So of course my blade cries, he concludes, his eyes fixed on Yeowun. It laments that those around me don't live up to my standards. He cleverly twists the blame, holding Yeowun accountable for the failures of his own men. Yeowun can't help a grim smile. You certainly have a way with words. He holds his cup, looking the old master in the eye. But you're wrong. Yeowun leans in slightly. You said the people around you don't match your standards. No, they're perfect for you. The sword demon's confident smirk falters. Yeowun lands the finishing blow, because that's all you amount to. A shocking insult, implying the master is just as corrupt as the men who serve him. Yeowun lets the silence hang, the weight of his words sinking in. He analyzes the old man. The sword demon isn't driven by pride or fame. He's driven by pure, cold ambition. The game of words is over. The sword demon gets straight to the point, his voice dropping to a command. Release the 100-sword demon. He claims that because of Yeowun's actions, the morale of his entire faction is collapsing. And then, without warning, a massive wave of demonic energy explodes from his body, a suffocating pressure filling the air. Yeowun feels the immense power crushing down on him. He grits his teeth, resisting the overwhelming force. He understands now why his father said the time wasn't right. He's still not strong enough to face a monster like this head-on. Shrouded in a fiery aura, the sword demon offers some advice. He tells Yeowun to simply stop. But even under this immense pressure, Yeowun just asks, stop what? With a strained smile, Yeowun points out the hypocrisy. If you're going to ask for a favor, then just ask. He calls him out for trying to intimidate him while begging for help. In an instant, the crushing pressure vanishes. The sword demon sits back down, the fiery aura gone. His eyes are sharp, focused. He's been called out, and he knows it. A moment of silent assessment passes between them. Finally, the sword demon grins, a hint of genuine amusement in his eyes. You're right, he admits. It's rare for someone to speak so directly to me. Yeowun presses his advantage, turning the sword demon's own words back on him. You should be on guard. Stagnant water is bound to rot. He continues the metaphor, looking at the old man's reflection in his cup. After staying in the water for a while, people start to like it, and they miss their chance to get out. He looks directly at the old master. That's why we don't put ourselves in rotten water. The message is clear. The 100-sword demon is not worthy of his protection. The sword demon takes a slow, thoughtful sip, considering his words. Then, he holds his cup out in a gesture of peace. Will you accept a drink from me? Yeowun looks at the cup. A silent understanding passes between them. He accepts. The confrontation has become a negotiation. The sword demon concedes. All right, I'll get rid of the rotten water. Yeowun has won. But then comes the shocking twist. In return, the sword demon says, his eyes locking onto Yeowun's, I want you to become my water. Yeowun is momentarily stunned. He realizes what the old man is implying. The sword demon clarifies his shocking demand. Drink that liquor if you intend on becoming the next heavenly demon. I will become your backer. Yeowun's eyes widen. This is a move he never saw coming. Everyone knows the sword demon supports his older brother, the heir apparent. And now he's offering to abandon him for Yeowun? Yeowun voices his disbelief. Aren't you already supporting my brother? The sword demon grins, a feral, ambitious look on his face. That was before I knew you were this crazy. Yeowun quietly takes a sip, processing the insane offer. His mind races. This man is a snake. He killed his brother, crippled his disciple, and imprisoned his most trusted subordinate. And yet, he's offering his support. It makes no sense, unless he sees a better path to power. Yeowun tests him. I killed your brother. The memory of the bloody battle hangs between them. The sword demon's expression doesn't even flicker. He brushes off the accusation as if it were dust. His response is cold and utterly ruthless. Once we leave our parents' embrace, we are all strangers. Family loyalty is meaningless to him. He points out that his support for the older brother was never official anyway. And even if it were, I can always change my mind. Yeowun presses him. Having the sword demon's backing would be a massive advantage. But why now? The sword demon's answer is simple and terrifying. Seeing the fearless madness you have, I think I could bet my fate on you. He's choosing him because he's a force of chaos. A wide, unsettling smile stretches across his face. Yes, I'm going to devour that madness of yours whole. Yeowun remains silent, thoughtful. The offer is tempting, but it's laced with poison. The sword demon waits, his smile unwavering. If he were just a normal young man, Yeowun might have been flattered. But he's not. He has lived an entire lifetime of betrayal. He knows the games old men play. He replays the offer in his head. He sees the trap. The sword demon is trying to manipulate him, making it seem like this alliance is the only path to the throne. Yeowun sets his cup down. He thanks the old man, then coolly pivots. It's time for me to do what's been entrusted to me. He's reminding him of his duty as Pavilion master. The sword demon watches him, his own cup now empty. Yeowun asks what his father, the heavenly demon, would think if he shirked his new duties to play politics. But the sword demon laughs, dismantling his argument. What do you think will happen if you perform well as Pavilion master? He leans in, his voice a low whisper. There's only one path for him, to become the heir or not. He lays out his value. If Yeowun works with him, the heavenly demon will be forced to take him seriously as a contender. Yeowun knows he's right, but he also knows the old man has overlooked one crucial thing. His father doesn't want a puppet. He wants a true successor, one who can fix the cult's internal rot. Yeowun looks at the cup of liquor, the symbol of their deal. He tells the sword demon he needs time to think. I'll drink this once I've decided. The sword demon's eyes narrow. The negotiation isn't over. He gets to his feet. All right, taking time is normal. He grabs his sword. If you had just foolishly accepted, you would not have been worthy. He plants the massive sword into the ground, shattering the stone path. A wave of fiery energy bursts from his body again. The power is a storm of heat and pressure. He draws the sword, its blade glowing with intense golden light. Yeowun has to raise his own blade to block the sheer force radiating from him. Surrounded by flames, the sword demon gives his deadline. I'll hear your answer tomorrow. Yeowun pushes back, his voice steady. I'll tell you in 5 days. The sword demon's eyes bulge. 3 days, he snarls, his final offer. And with a final massive surge of power, he vanishes, leaving behind nothing but shattered earth and a lingering echo of his terrifying energy. Yeowun slowly sheathes his sword. A wry smile plays on his lips as he rubs his arm. That old man, he mutters. That actually hurt. The game is set. He has 3 days to decide whether to make a deal with the devil. While a political storm brews in the shadows, the foundation of Yeowun's new order is being forged in sweat and pain. Inside the Nirvana Pavilion, the training grounds echo with guttural groans. Men are pushed to their absolute limits, muscles trembling as they struggle to hold on. They strain under the weight of massive barrels, their faces twisted in agony. This isn't just training, it's a crucible designed to burn away weakness. Overseeing it all is Commander Jang Ho. He roars at a trainee on the verge of collapse, telling them this is standard for the demonic army. If they can't handle this, they're useless. His voice booms across the courtyard, a simple, brutal command. Endure it! Watching from above, Jang Ho tells his men that anyone can betray them, but the sweat they shed today never will. Standing nearby, Seo Daryong smirks, finding it funny that the unmarried commander is giving advice on wives and children. Yeowun cracks a small smile. He has to admit, it's a fair point. Daryong's expression turns serious. He asks Yeowun how he managed to get a formal apology from the powerful Namdo sect. He admits he never thought he'd see a day when a group that powerful would publicly admit they were wrong. Yeowun just smiles. Why don't you go ask them yourself? Daryong quickly says he'd be killed, but Yeowun corrects him. Right now, he could go dance in their main hall and walk out unharmed. The key words, right now. He has terrified them into submission. Daryong is left speechless, trying to comprehend the sheer influence his master now wields. But Yeowun's mind is elsewhere. The 3-day deadline from the sword demon is ticking. Daryong interrupts, asking about the fate of the 100-sword demon and his son. Yeowun's expression turns to ice. He gives a direct order, send them to the harshest prison possible. They will take responsibility for their actions. There will be no mercy. Daryong bows, understanding completely. Alone, Yeowun reflects. If he hadn't stepped in, those men would have lived in comfort while their victims suffered. And he knows this wasn't an isolated case. Countless others have suffered in silence because of corruption like this. Looking out over the cult's domain, he makes a silent vow. From now on, I won't let these kinds of people run rampant. Later that night, in the bustling streets of Manga village, a town living in the shadow of the demonic cult, an old village elder and a crowd of residents look on with fear and uncertainty. They watch as workers install a new sign. The elder asks in a hushed tone if this is a branch of the Nirvana Pavilion. Yeowon, standing among them, confirms it. He explains that if they are ever wronged by the cult's martial artists, they can file a report here. The villagers are silent, their faces a mix of disbelief and fear. For generations they have had no power. Yeowon asks the elder what they used to do when they were wronged. The old man hesitates. What could we do? The answer was nothing. Yeowon's eyes are sharp and knowing. He answers for them. They endured it. Even if they knew they could report it, the system was designed to keep them out. To even enter the main pavilion, a commoner had to state their purpose, undergo verification, and a body search. It was an intimidating process meant to discourage anyone from seeking justice. The system was broken by design. Yeowon addresses the crowd directly, telling them to report any injustice right here, at their new local branch. One villager asks in a trembling voice, "Really?" They can't believe it. Yeowon confirms it, telling them to spread the word. They now have a place to go. And he makes them a powerful promise. They don't need to fear retaliation. With a chilling smile, he declares that anyone who harms a whistleblower will be executed. A spark of hope ignites in the elder's eyes. This isn't a political game. This is real. He bows deeply, overcome with emotion. "I'll make sure everyone knows." Yeowon watches, quietly satisfied. This is the beginning of real change. He stands alone, looking at the village he has just empowered. 3 words echo in his mind. It begins now. His mission is greater than the throne. He will protect the weak and punish the unjust. He has one core, unbreakable principle. All lives weigh the same. Standing alone, he reaffirms his vow. His mind made up, he walks towards his destiny. The 3 days are up. It's time to give his answer. The Bloodheaven's sword demon is waiting exactly where he left him. He watches as Yeowon approaches. The sword demon's gaze is intense. "Now," he rumbles. "Are you ready to drink my liquor?" Yeowon kneels before him. "I'm ready," he says, his voice firm. The sword demon's eyes glint. He thinks he has won. He picks up the bottle and begins to pour, the sound echoing in the tense silence. His eyes are locked on Yeowon, a silent promise of power passing between them. The cup is filled to the brim, a symbol of their pact. "Drink it," the sword demon commands. But as Yeowon looks at the cup, his own eyes reveal a different plan. Just before drinking, he stops. "I need a side dish." The sword demon's eyes narrow. This was not part of the deal. "What kind of side dish?" he asks, his patience wearing thin. Yeowon looks him dead in the eye and names his price. "The demon army." The sword demon is stunned into silence. Yeowon clarifies his insane demand. "Put the entire demon army under my command." He doesn't just want support, he wants total control. The sword demon is speechless, the implications crashing down on him. His expression shifts from shock to pure, unadulterated rage. He grits his teeth. "Listen here, young master. There is an order to things." Yeowon remains perfectly calm. "Isn't it natural to have a side dish with a drink?" The sword demon's hand trembles with fury. He clenches his fist. "I've waited 3 days," he seethes. And then he explodes. "For you to give me these absurd conditions?" he roars. "Fine!" The ground cracks beneath him. His patience shattered, he makes a new vow. "I'll take your head and present it in the heavenly demon hall!" With a furious scream, he swings his massive sword. The attack is a blur of golden light, aimed to cut Yeowon down. But Yeowon moves in an instant, drawing his own sword and deflecting the blow with a shower of sparks and shattered earth. He grits his teeth, holding his ground against the immense force. The sword demon's eyes widen slightly. "Not bad. Impressive," he admits, as his own power flares even brighter. He realizes taking Yeowon's head won't be easy. He raises his sword high, channeling an incredible amount of power into the blade. A massive pillar of golden energy shoots into the night sky. Yeowon reacts instantly, his own body beginning to glow with a cool, blue aura. The sword demon brings the blade down with cataclysmic force. The attack descends, a beam of pure destruction aimed right at Yeowon. The world flashes white with the impact. The sword demon's face is a mask of pure demonic fury, and Yeowon meets his rage with a grin of his own, their powers about to collide. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, blasting dust and debris in every direction. A nearby building groans under the strain, its roof tiles shattering and wooden beams splintering from the raw force. The very ground explodes where they stand, carving a deep crater into the earth. Yeowoon is thrown backward, skidding across the dirt as he fights to absorb the overwhelming power of the sword demon's assault. But he isn't just defending. In a powerful twist, he catches the sword demon's arm, turning the old master's momentum against him. For a moment, the sword demon is stunned. He never imagined the young Pavilion master had this kind of strength or technique. But the shock quickly turns into a wicked, excited grin. This is far more than he bargained for. His massive sword, still planted in the ground, trembles from the force of their clash. Very interesting, he roars, his battle lust now fully awakened. The negotiation may have failed, but a true fight has just begun. Yeowoon lands a short distance away, gritting his teeth. He can feel the huge difference in their raw power. But there's no fear on his face, only a confident smirk. This is all going according to plan. Engulfed in a blazing aura, the sword demon wonders aloud if his own signature technique will be enough to block what's coming. Yeowoon's eyes narrow, his focus absolute. He knows exactly what he has to do. Sweat beads on his face as he feels the strain. This isn't just a fight of power, it's a battle of endurance. He tells himself to be patient. There's no need to get into a reckless, all-out brawl when he has a much smarter plan in mind. Standing tall amidst the swirling dust, he repeats his outrageous demand, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Give me the demon army!" The sword demon's rage flares again. He sneers, demanding to know who Yeowoon wants to make the next demon lord. "It's not you, is it?" And that's when Yeowoon reveals his true, shocking answer. "Put Jang Ho, the 3rd Corps commander, in that position." The sword demon is floored. Jang Ho is one of Yeowoon's own men. He accuses him of being too greedy, warning him that such ambition will be his downfall. But Yeowoon just throws the old man's own words back at him. "Weren't you the one who wanted to join a madman and devour everything? The path of madness is never an ordinary one." The sword demon is struck silent. Yeowoon is trapping him with his own twisted logic. "Madmen," he mutters, the word now tasting like ash in his mouth. Yeowoon presses his advantage. "How could you offer to join hands with me without being a little mad yourself?" Trapped and outmaneuvered, the sword demon has no response. Yeowoon's expression turns deadly serious. It's time to play his trump card. He explains that in his past life he never found out the sword demon's ultimate ambition because he died before he could achieve it. The image of a broken sword in a pool of blood flashes in his memory. Yeowoon reveals a devastating secret from the future. Of the 8 demon supremes, the first one to die was you. He dangles a question that only he can answer. Why would someone so cunning be the first to fall? The sword demon stares, his mind reeling. It's impossible. How could this boy know something like that? He stumbles back, his composure completely shattered. "You!" he stammers, pointing a trembling finger. "Your greed has ruined the entire feast!" With a final roar of humiliation and defeat, he leaps into the air and flees the battle. Yeowoon stands alone in the now silent courtyard, his own energy still glowing faintly around him. A confident, knowing smile spreads across his face. He knows the sword demon has no choice but to accept his proposal now. After all, there are 7 other powerful players in the world. If the old master doesn't join him, he'll be left to face that grim future alone. 2 days later. A completely baffled Commander Jang Ho stands before Yeowoon asking what in the world is going on. He explains that the Blood Heaven sword demon just recommended him as a candidate for the next demon lord. He looks at Yeowoon, already suspecting the truth. "This was your doing, wasn't it, Pavilion Master?" Yeowoon smiles, praising his commander's sharp intuition. "That's right. I asked him to." Jang Ho is overwhelmed. He insists that while he appreciates the honor, a position like that is far beyond his abilities. Yeowoon dismisses his humility, reminding him that in his past life, Jang Ho had commanded men far greater than the current demon lords. He encourages him to just lead as he always has, assuring him that if he does, he'll become the greatest demon lord in the cult's history. Jang Ho's eyes are wide with shock, the immense weight of this new responsibility slowly sinking in. He says again that Yeowoon is overestimating him. "Or perhaps you're underestimating yourself," Yeowoon counters smoothly. He tells him to simply wait and see how things unfold for now. Still trying to process everything, Jang Ho can only agree. As the commander leaves, Yeowoon's expression becomes thoughtful. He may have told Jang Ho to wait, but he has no intention of being passive. He plans to move diligently to create his own opportunities. For just a moment, a flicker of the immense burden he carries from his past life crosses his face. Later, Yeowoon goes to see his father. He finds the heavenly demon in his chambers, dressed in an ornate, floral robe. Yeowoon approaches from behind, the mood in the room heavy and serious. The heavenly demon turns to face him. Ever the sharp observer, Yeowoon eyes his father's unusual attire. Is that a newly crafted suit of armor? His father responds with deadpan seriousness. No, they're my pajamas. A long, awkward silence hangs between them. The heavenly demon finally breaks it, asking what brings him here at this hour. Yeowon looks genuinely puzzled. At this hour? It's early evening. He can't help but joke, asking if his father's early bedtime is classified information that the enemy could use to time their attacks. Annoyed, the heavenly demon tells him to get to the point. Yeowon smiles, his tone shifting back to business. I want to use the Blood Heaven's sword demon as my sword. His father raises an eyebrow. Weren't you going to kill him before? Killing him would be a waste, Yeowon explains, a predatory glint in his eye. The heavenly demon listens, his expression unreadable but attentive. Yeowon bows his head respectfully, stating that none of this should be news to him. The moment the sword demon recommended Jang Ho, his father must have known they'd joined hands. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow. He knows his son is playing an incredibly dangerous game. He warns him, the Blood Heaven's sword demon won't be tamed as easily as your sword. Yeowon's response is chilling. I don't intend to tame him. I'll use him until he breaks. His father poses a critical question. And what if that sword cuts you? Then I'll take the cut, Yeowon says without hesitation. He explains that once the old master breaks, he's finished. But for him, every wound will only make him stronger. The heavenly demon admits it's easier said than done, then asks why Yeowon is even reporting this to him. Yeowon gives a clever, filial reply. I'm receiving an allowance from you now, so I'm obligated to report. The heavenly demon cuts through the pleasantries, asking if Yeowon is here to ask him to accept the sword demon's recommendation. No, Yeowon says with a sharp smile. Quite the opposite. Please don't approve his recommendation. His father is taken aback. Don't approve it? Yes, Yeowon confirms. I want to take this chance to break the Blood Heaven's sword demon's spirit. He explains that the old master is too full of himself, acting as if he's the heavenly demon's equal. I plan to crush that arrogance. The heavenly demon is silent, processing the sheer audacity of his son's plan. He questions the logic. You'd give up the chance to gain a demon lord just to humble him? He tells him to stop talking nonsense and reveal his real reason. Yeowon grins, as sharp as ever. He admits his father is right. The truth is, he needs something from the sword demon, and for that to happen, things can't go the old man's way. His father asks the crucial question. Is it more important than the demon lord? Yeowon's face transforms, a dark, ambitious energy radiating from him. In some ways, yes. Then he adds a final chilling promise. Oh, and I'll make the demon lord mine, too. The heavenly demon is left speechless by his son's boundless ambition. He simply turns and walks back to his bed, clearly done with the conversation. Stop joking and leave, he says, dismissing him. Yeowon watches him go, a faint smile on his lips. He's planted the seeds. In his mind he thinks of his father, the great ruler of the demonic cult. And he thinks to himself that, at least for tonight, nothing will be funnier than the sight of the heavenly demon's pajamas. Inside the throne room, the heavenly demon remarks to his chief advisor that his son, Yeowon, is certainly making a name for himself within the cult lately. Just then, the Blood Heaven's sword demon arrives. The heavenly demon looks at him pointedly. Isn't this your doing? He asks, subtly accusing the old master of orchestrating Yeowon's rise. The sword demon bows, playing his role perfectly. He insists the young master is the leader's own magnificent creation, and that he's only just now realized how impressive he truly is. But the heavenly demon isn't so easily flattered. With a hint of dismissal, he looks away. Still, he says, he's immature. The sword demon seizes the opening. Immature, he repeats, leaning into his true purpose for being here. He looks at the heavenly demon with feigned sincerity. That is why I wish to help shape the young master into an even greater man. He's asking for permission to interfere. The heavenly demon closes his eyes, considering it. He knows this is no act of loyalty, but a trial by fire for his son. A chance for Yeowon to be tested against one of the most cunning men in the cult. Do as you wish, he grants. Thank you, the sword demon says, bowing before turning to leave. He has the permission he needs. But as he walks away, a cunning glint appears in his eyes. He's not done yet. He stops and turns back. Since you're granting permission, he presses, could you offer your full support? The sword demon makes his real request. When it comes to the matter of the next demon lord, he asks his leader to let him handle it his own way. The heavenly demon is silent, his gaze sharp and analytical. He remembers his son's warning, never let things go the way the sword demon wants. The old master continues, claiming that letting him handle it is what the young master wants too. He twists Yeowun's scheme to his own advantage. The heavenly demon feigns reluctance, sighing that he's already given Yeowun enough support, and that he must also consider his eldest son. The sword demon presses on, offering a piece of wisdom from his own experience. He says that when you support someone, you must support them completely, admitting he was criticized for failing to do so himself. "That's fine for me," the heavenly demon says with a cold smile. His voice drops to a chilling whisper. "Unlike you, I kill anyone who criticizes me." A stark reminder of who holds the true power. The veiled threat hangs in the air, silencing the sword demon completely. The heavenly demon asks if he has anything else to say. "No, my lord," the sword demon replies, bowing once more. "I will take my leave." "Very well," the leader says, dismissing him. As the sword demon leaves the throne room, his mind is racing. He can't understand the heavenly demon's hesitation, thinking that a true leader should fully commit to their chosen successor. He comes to a bitter conclusion. The leader still values the eldest son more. This is the crucial piece of information he was fishing for. Back in the courtyard, he relays this news to Yeowun, who responds with a simple, "Is that so?" He doesn't seem surprised or disappointed in the slightest. The sword demon scoffs, suggesting their alliance was a mistake. He complains that he's not here to clean up the mess if Yeowun can't even compete with his own brother. Yeowun looks at him, his voice laced with ice. "Are you saying that I'm lacking?" He doesn't wait for an answer. "No. I'm saying you're the one who is disappointing." He turns the insult right back on him. The sword demon grits his teeth in frustration. He slams his cup down. "Listen, young master," he says, his patience gone. "Making Jang Ho the demon lord was impossible from the start." Yeowun stares at him, his expression unreadable. "Have you already given up?" The sword demon pours another drink, dismissing the idea entirely. "There's no need to cling to the impossible." In a sign of utter contempt, Yeowun pours his liquor onto the ground. "So you were boasting without having the power to achieve even this much?" The sword demon explodes. "This much? Boasting?" Yeowun reminds him. "You were the one who offered to back me, and you were the one who acted like a child, begging to make the impossible happen." He leans in, his voice dripping with scorn. "If you couldn't do it, you should have refused then, instead of nominating Jang Ho the very next day." He has him completely cornered. The sword demon is speechless, trapped by his own actions. Yeowun draws his sword just slightly, the sharp sound of steel cutting through the silence. He taps the ground with the scabbard, cracking the stone beneath his feet. "You claimed to know the limits of my father's favor," Yeowun recalls. "I believed you." He drives his point home, the ground cracking further under the pressure. "But it seems the true limit here was your own influence." The sword demon has nothing to say. He has been utterly humiliated. Yeowun looks at him, his gaze as cold as ice. "Yes," he says, twisting the knife. "You must have nothing to say." Then he delivers the final, crushing blow to the old master's pride. "If it were me, I would have succeeded." The sword demon's eyes narrow into slits of pure fury. He can't believe the sheer audacity. "Then why don't you try it?" he challenges. "You mocked me for failing at this much," the sword demon sneers. "So it should be easy for you." He scoffs at the idea. "Go ahead. It will only backfire." He's certain that if his request was denied, Yeowun's will be too. Yeowun knows he's right about one thing. His father is not a man to be easily swayed. But this was always part of his plan. He looks the old master in the eye. "Are you suggesting a bet?" "A bet?" the sword demon repeats, intrigued. A grin spreads across his face as he takes the bait. "Fine. Let's do it." He lays out his terms. If Yeowun fails, he will stop his games and become his loyal subordinate. "And if I succeed?" Yeowun asks. The trap is sprung. The entire conversation has been manipulated to lead to this exact moment. The two masters, one old and one young, face each other under the night sky, their fates about to be sealed. The sword demon agrees to grant him whatever he wants. Yeowun states his price, a special elixir, something far greater than a Majungdan. The old man's eyes widen in shock. He asks if Yeowun has any idea how difficult that is. Yeowun calmly replies that he knows, and that's precisely why he's asking for it. The sword demon is silent, weighing the impossible demand. But Yeowun didn't just ask for any elixir. From his future knowledge, he knows the sword demon possesses a legendary treasure, the heavenly divine pill. The old master tries to back out, insisting the task is impossible. Yeowun cuts him off. If he can't even produce the elixir, then there's no point in their alliance. He's calling his bluff. The sword demon glares, his pride wounded beyond repair. Finally, he gives in. "Fine," he growls. "If you make Jang Ho the demon lord, I'll get you the elixir. Yeowun draws his sword and points it at him. Do you promise? The sword demon's face is dark with anger, but he is bound by his word. He strikes his own massive blade against Yeowun's, sealing their oath with the ringing of steel. With the deal made, he vanishes into the night. Yeowun watches him go, the clear victor of a battle fought entirely with words. He knows that with the heavenly divine pill, he'll gain enough power to face the other demon supremes on equal footing. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face. He already knows exactly how he's going to win this bet. We cut to Yeowun in a lavish office, asking a simple question about Jang Ho's chances. The man he's speaking to is Sima Myung, the heavenly demon's most trusted advisor. Be honest with me, Yeowun asks. Sima Myung closes his eyes, considering the complex political situation. He gives his blunt assessment. The chances aren't even 1 in 1,000, not even with a recommendation from the sword demon. He explains that the leader has already rejected it, and he never reverses a decision without an overwhelmingly good reason. I'm well aware of that, Yeowun says with a small smile. He leans forward, proposing a new scenario. Then how about this? What if we get a recommendation from another Demon Supreme? Sima Myung's eyes fly open in shock. Another Demon Supreme's recommendation? Yes, Yeowun says, his expression perfectly calm, perfectly confident. He's about to play a card that no one in the entire cult ever saw coming. An ornate sword appears, held by a mysterious figure shrouded in flowing robes and falling red petals. A new, powerful player is about to enter the game. To win an impossible bet, you need an impossible plan. And inside the chief advisor's office, Yeowun is laying his cards on the table. Sima Myung listens, his decades of political experience screaming that what he's hearing is pure madness. His eyes narrow as the sheer audacity of the idea sinks in. He thinks to himself, trying to process it. 2 of the 8 Demon Supremes recommending the same person? It's never happened in the cult's entire history. Yeowun stands there, perfectly calm, and confirms it with a simple, yes. Sima Myung has to admit, while it's completely unprecedented, it might just work. It would give the heavenly demon the perfect excuse to reverse his decision, giving Jang Ho a real chance. But then, doubt creeps in. He looks at Yeowun. Is something like that even possible? A sly grin spreads across Yeowun's face. We'll have to see, he says, adding cryptically, sometimes it's easier to face 2 tigers at once than just one. Sima Myung falls silent, the metaphor echoing in his mind. 2 tigers. Then, he understands. His mind races as he connects the dots. Don't tell me, he begins. The other tiger is... He can't believe he's even saying the name. You're not talking about the Ilwa Swordmaster, are you? The scene shifts to an interrogation room, where a man named Bei Jongtak, a warrior from that very clan, is shouting. Assault? What are you talking about? He insists the girl is making false accusations and demands to confront her face to face. Yeowun looks at him with a cold, analytical gaze and asks a simple question. Why do you think she's accusing you falsely? Bei Jongtak rambles, claiming he has no idea. Maybe someone put her up to it. But he swears on his life. He didn't do it. Yeowun watches him, his expression completely unreadable. After a moment of silence, he agrees. Fine. I'll let you confront her. Yeowun calls for his subordinate, Seo Daryong. Daryong enters, bringing a young, terrified girl with him. The moment Bei Jongtak sees her, he starts yelling again, but Yeowun silences him with a sharp warning. Quiet. One more outburst and this is over. Yeowun turns to the girl, his voice softening slightly. Is this the person who hurt you? With her eyes full of fear, she gives a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Bei Jongtak explodes, pointing and screaming about her lies. Look at her trembling! It's because her lies are about to be exposed! She's trembling because she's scared, Yeowun cuts in, his voice calm, but firm. Then he drops the hammer. Didn't you threaten to kill her entire family if she ever told anyone what you did? The confidence drains from Bei Jongtak's face. He stammers, trying to deflect. Why are you only listening to her side of the story? Yeowun just looks at him, letting the accusation hang heavy in the air. At his signal, Seo Daryong brings in more people. 3 more young girls enter the room, their faces also marked by fear. Bei Jongtak's eyes go wide with panic. Yeowun reminds him, You remember them. They used to be your servants. The man tries to act casual, but his voice is trembling. The trap is closing. The girls can barely look at him, the horrible memories still fresh. There's no need to pretend, Yeowun says. They've already told us everything. He lays out the disgusting truth. The method of assault was the same. The threats were identical. He'd abused them for a few years before moving on to his next victim. Bei Zhongtak starts to sweat, his face twisting in panic as he realizes there's no way out. Finally, he breaks. He bows his head, begging for forgiveness, claiming he was drunk and that there's no law against harming a servant anyway. "You did your homework," Ye-woon says with disgust, confirming that he's technically right. Thinking he's found a loophole, Bei Zhongtak starts groveling, swearing it will never happen again. Ye-woon tells him there's no need for a pledge. Then he says the words Bei Zhongtak was desperate to hear, "You're not going to prison." The girls look on in absolute shock. Was he really going to get away with it? Overwhelmed with relief, Bei Zhongtak thanks him over and over, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. And in that moment of relief, a flash of blue energy erupts as Ye-woon's blade slices through the air. There's a sickening sound. Bei Zhongtak's eyes go wide with shock, his life fading in an instant. As the body slumps to the floor, Ye-woon speaks with cold finality. "Instead, you'll be going somewhere else. Justice, served not by law, but by the sword." The girls gasp, their despair turning to stunned silence. Seo Daryong is equally speechless, witnessing the ruthless efficiency of his master. Ye-woon turns to the victims, his expression softening. "The one who tormented you is dead. Your families are safe." He looks at them, seeing the strength beneath their fear. From now on, live without worry. He knows they can't simply forget what they endured. "Since you can't forget the past," he says, "then don't forget what happened here today." He wants this moment, the moment their abuser paid for his crimes, to overshadow the terrible memories. Only remember this man's final moments. He can't erase their pain, but he can give them justice. The girls stare, the weight of his words and actions finally sinking in. One of them bows deeply, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you for avenging us." And with that, the dam of suppressed emotion finally breaks. A single sob escapes, and then another. Soon all of them are crying, not from fear, but from overwhelming relief, thanking him through their tears. Ye-woon and Seo Daryong watch silently, allowing them this moment to finally let go. "There's no need to thank me," Ye-woon tells them. "It was your bravery that brought him down. This is the justice you earned for yourselves. Continue to live bravely." As he turns to leave, the girls watch him go, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. Ye-woon reflects on the teachings of the so-called righteous path. He thinks that if the strong fail to protect children like these, they deserve to be punished by the very villains they claim to fight. "No," he corrects himself. "There would be no excuse." He's forging his own code, one that values protection over power. Seo Daryong approaches, his face etched with worry. He points out that the man they just executed belonged to the powerful Northern Sky Sword Clan, and their leader won't let this slide. "Pavilion Master, aren't you scared?" Ye-woon looks out into the darkness. "Of course I'm scared," he admits. "I'm scared I might die before I get rid of all the trash in this world." Leon chimes in, noting that the cult has been changing for the better since he took over. Ye-woon scoffs at the idea. "Not harming servants isn't being kind," he says. "It's the bare minimum." Leon falls silent, realizing the truth in his words. "And yet," he continues, "we couldn't even manage that until now." His decision made, Ye-woon gives the order to notify the Swordmaster immediately. He will explain everything personally. He's not running from the consequences, he's running straight toward them. And so, they travel to the vast, sprawling territory of the Northern Sky Sword Clan. Ye-woon and his subordinates walk toward the clan's main residence, ready to face the second tiger. They arrive at a serene building surrounded by a dense bamboo forest. The atmosphere is peaceful, yet charged with tension. A voice announces their arrival. "The Pavilion Master has arrived." The doors slide open with a soft click. An elegant figure steps out. Dressed in beautiful, flowing white and blue robes, a woman emerges. She greets them with a calm, knowing smile. This is the Ilwa Swordmaster, Yeonrong, and the real negotiations are about to begin. The Ilwa Sword Supreme, leader of the Northern Sky Clan, was a living legend. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, she was more than twice that age. There was a saying in the cult about her, "The world may change, but the Swordmaster does not." In fact, it was said she seemed to grow younger with each passing year. Ye-woon greets her with a respectful bow. "It's been a while, senior." She walks past him, her voice light and teasing. She says being called senior makes her feel old and suggests he call her mentor instead. Ye-woon respectfully declines, saying that considering the vast difference between them, he couldn't possibly do that. She stops, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Should age alone command respect?" she asks. "I believe respect should be given to those who deserve it." Ye-woon finishes her thought. "Just as the young should be respected if they are deserving." He understands her philosophy perfectly. He concedes with another bow. Very well, I'll follow your wishes, mentor. Then he adds his own condition. In return, please call me Pavilion Master. She agrees. With the pleasantries over, Yeowon gets down to business. He introduces Seo Daryong, the special investigator who will explain the details of the case. But as Daryong begins to speak, the swordmaster raises a hand, cutting him off. That's enough, she says. Her logic is simple and absolute. If the pavilion ruled them guilty, then they are guilty. Her gaze is like ice. She states that anyone who would harm a child deserves to die, and her clan will not contest the matter. Yeowon is slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so direct and decisive. With a subtle nod, she dismisses Seo Daryong. Her subordinate closes the door, leaving just the two of them alone. The real conversation can now begin. She turns to Yeowon, a small smile on her lips. She's heard that his efforts have brought a wind of change to the cult, and praises his work. Yeowon plays along, returning the compliment. It's all thanks to you being such a reliable pillar for the cult, mentor, she chuckles, waving it off. Don't waste such praise on this old face. Why would you say that? He asks, feigning surprise. You still look like you're in your 20s. 20s is a bit much, she replies, though she seems pleased. She says someone like her should just step back and focus on martial arts. But Yeowon knows the truth. His knowledge of the future gives him a unique insight into her true nature. In his past life, the Swordmaster lived a life completely opposite to those peaceful words. He remembers the chaos that erupted after the monster Hua Mugi killed his father. The 8 demon supremes all fought desperately to seize the throne, and after a bloody struggle, the one who emerged victorious was her, the Illawa Sword Supreme, but her reign was filled with even more bloodshed. She was a warrior, not a leader, and her ambition far outstripped her ability to rule. Ultimately, her rule didn't even last 3 years. She was a tragic figure, powerful, but doomed to fail. Yeowon brings himself back to the present and begins his calculated maneuver, admitting he felt a lot of pressure when the case involving her clan member came up. Pressure? She asks, intrigued. He explains that, as she's probably heard, he's had many clashes recently with the Bloodheaven's Sword Demons faction. This is his first move. He's intentionally mentioning his rival, knowing that among all the Supremes, these two despise each other the most. He continues, saying the Sword Demon has been pressuring him heavily. He's painting himself as a victim caught between 2 powerful forces. She looks at him, her expression sharp. I am distinctly different from the Sword Demon, she states coldly. Of course, you are. Yeowon agrees immediately, validating her feelings. Her eyes soften just slightly. He's struck the right nerve. She changes the subject, asking about the very thing he wanted to discuss. Speaking of which, I heard that Buffoon recommended someone named Jong Ho for Demon Supreme. Yeowon explains that Jong Ho is both capable and loyal. Then he adds the crucial line, to be honest, Jong Ho is my man. She wants to know how he convinced the stubborn old sword demon. Yeowon tells her a half-truth, saying he played on the elder's pride. She's not convinced, knowing her rival wouldn't be swayed so easily. Yeowon then offers another possibility. Perhaps it's because he didn't want to lose to me. She goes silent, considering this. A young man powerful enough to make the proud sword demon bend? It's an intriguing thought. Yeowon presses his advantage. Besides that, he adds, the sword demon said something interesting. He claimed that among the 8 supremes, he's the one most devoted to the sect. He's directly challenging her own pride. Yeowon explains that even with his influence, the sword demon can't make Jang Ho the demon supreme on his own. He says that the chief advisor suggested a method, but it's not an easy one. She takes the bait. What method did he suggest? Yeowon delivers the line he's been building towards. He said it's possible if another demon supreme joins the recommendation. The problem is, there's no one willing to do so. He looks her directly in the eye. Why do you think that is? She's confused for a moment. Pardon? He lays his final card on the table. Do you think the sword demon is the only supreme who truly cares about the sect? She starts to deny it, saying that's not true, but then, in a flash, she understands everything. The reason he came here, the calculated conversation, even the provocation of her pride. Her eyes narrow as the entire scheme clicks into place. You came here to ask me to recommend Jang Ho alongside the sword demon, didn't you? Yeowon smiles. As expected, you figured it out. Now that she knows, Yeowon lays his philosophy bare. When schemes and truths are mixed so thoroughly that they can't be told apart, that's when a plot truly comes to life. Did you notice? She turns away, silent. He's not just asking for a favor, he's showing her the brilliant, terrifying mind that outmaneuvered her greatest rival. He knows she must be wondering why that stubborn old man would ever choose to back him. The look in her eyes is sharp and analytical. She's seeing past the young man and recognizing the master strategist beneath. "Now I truly understand," she says, her voice filled with a newfound respect, "why the heavenly demon appointed you to this position." Yeowon is momentarily confused. What? In a swift, graceful movement, she closes the distance between them. She leans in, her face just inches from his. The air crackles with intensity as they stare at each other, a silent battle of wills. "You," she whispers, her voice low, "have a strange way of stirring people's hearts." A slight, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. She pulls back and gives her answer. "Very well, I'll recommend Jang Ho." Yeowon can barely hide his surprise. "Really?" He instinctively takes a step back, the victory almost too easy. "Let's just say," she tells him, "it's to prove that the sword demon isn't the only one who cares for this sect." Yeowon bows deeply. "I won't forget this favor." As they walk away, Yeowon confesses to his subordinate that he had expected her to agree, but for a different reason. The truth is much simpler. She detests the sword demon. She absolutely loathes him, and Yeowon knows exactly why. As proof of that, he remembers a crucial event from his past life. After she became the sect leader, the very first person she killed was the Blood Heaven's sword demon. Their hatred ran deeper than anyone knew. Back in the throne room, Sima Myung reports the unbelievable news to the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon isn't surprised. He sees the move for what it is. He exploited their discord. He asks Sima Myung for his honest assessment of Jang Ho. The advisor admits his abilities are exceptional, but he's a pure warrior with no political power, making him the perfect pawn. But the heavenly demon sees deeper, believing his son's choice was driven by loyalty. He concludes that Yeowon is more emotional than he lets on. Sima Myung sees this emotional side as both a strength and a weakness. The heavenly demon's verdict is swift and cold. "It's a weakness." Sima Myung then asks how they should proceed with the demon's supreme issue. The heavenly demon's eyes flash with reluctant resolve. His hands are tied. "If two of them recommended him, we have to accept it. We must honor their dignity." He gives the final command, his voice echoing with authority. "Appoint Jang Ho as the demon supreme." Sima Myung bows. "Understood." With that single command, Yeowon has won his bet and placed his own man in one of the highest positions of power in the entire cult. The game has changed completely. After a masterful political victory, gratitude hangs heavy in the air. Yeowon has just reshaped the power structure of the entire cult. Jang Ho, the man who was just elevated to the rank of Demon Supreme, stands before him, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. He bows deeply, overwhelmed by the impossible favor he's been shown. Yeowon looks down from the balcony, remarking that knowing Jang Ho's honorable nature, he doubts he'll ever feel the need to repay this favor. Jang Ho is confused. "What do you mean by that?" Yeowon explains that he had two reasons for putting him in that position. The first was simple. He believed Jang Ho was the most suitable person for the job. He clarifies that the choice wasn't for personal gain, but for the good of the demon army and the entire. After forging an alliance in the darkness of a courtyard, Yeowon now walks through a sunlit garden. But the politics here are just as sharp. A delicate hand reaches out, gently touching a flower. It belongs to the Ilhwa swordmaster, Yeonrang, who seems perfectly at home in this serene, beautiful place. "The flowers are beautiful," a voice says. Yeowon stands amidst the blossoms, taking in the scenery. The swordmaster remarks that they say as you get older, flowers look more beautiful. She looks at him and adds, "For you, Pavilion Master, that's still a long way off." A memory of his past life flashes in Yeowon's mind. He thinks that when you get even older, you might not have the luxury of enjoying such things anymore. He gets straight to the point, offering her a flask of alcohol as a token of his gratitude for her help. She gently refuses. "I appreciate the gift, but I quit drinking a long time ago." But it wasn't a mistake. He knew she didn't drink. He brought it on purpose, a subtle move to avoid seeming like he knew her too well. He knows it's the small, cautious details that build relationships. As they walk through the field of flowers, the air is filled with a quiet tension. The swordmaster says that a favor received should be repaid, and then asks him directly, "Is there anything you want?" Before he can answer, she gives him her own suggestion. It would be best to cut ties with Doma. Yeowon thinks to himself that the sword demon was right. This is exactly what he predicted she would do. He calmly asks her why. She doesn't look at him as she explains. She claims Doma is the opposite of the strict, disciplined order Yeowon is trying to build, a man who hates rules more than anyone. Yeowon listens, his expression unchanging. He takes a moment before responding. "I'm sorry," he says, his back to her, "but I cannot follow your words." She turns, a hint of surprise on her face. "You can't?" Yes, he says, turning to face her, because Elder Doma gave me an invaluable gift. His gaze hardens. I, he declares, plan to make both the Bloodheaven Sword Demon and the Illawa Sword Master my people. He's not choosing sides, he's claiming both. She presses him, asking what the gift was, questioning if their relationship isn't close enough for such conversations. Yeowun looks down, considering her words. He lets out a small sigh. Since you've shown me such kindness, he relents, I will tell you. The Elder gave me the Heavenly Divine Pill. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. The Heavenly Divine Pill? She can't believe it. He really gave it to you? That greedy man? Yes, Yeowun confirms. He must have decided that I was more valuable than the elixir. The Swordmaster is silent. Her rival didn't just help Yeowun, he made a massive investment in him. She changes the subject, offering her assistance in the future before Yeowun prepares to leave. But she stops him. Pavilion Master. What kind of person do you think Doma is? She asks. Yeowun thinks for a moment. He describes him as eccentric, violent, and unpredictable, admitting that while he disliked him at first, his opinion has changed. She cuts to the heart of it. Not because he gave you the elixir? Yeowun smiles slightly. I can't deny that played a part. She makes her final demand. No matter what, Doma is the wrong choice. If you want my help, cut ties with him. Then prove it, Yeowun says, turning the tables on her completely. Prove what? She asks, confused. He looks her straight in the eye. Prove that you are more helpful to me than Elder Doma. She's left speechless. He lays out his cold, simple logic. Elder Doma gave him a priceless gift. To betray that trust, he would need a very, very good reason. She tries to appeal to his duty to the sect's ideals. Yeowun's expression turns to ice. Dreams, ideals, loyalty, people who try to win others over with such empty words. His voice drops to a harsh whisper. I despise them. An immense wave of energy explodes from her, a flash of pure frustration that blasts the flowers around her into a whirlwind. The serene garden is torn apart. Yeowun stands firm amidst the chaos, telling her that he is preparing for a great cause. He explains that he can't always be certain of what's right or wrong, so show me something I can easily judge. Give me something in my hands that is even more valuable than what Elder Doma gave me. She is utterly silenced, his logic inescapable. Yeowun knows this has nothing to do with ideals. It's all about her hatred for Doma. That's why you are trying to shake my resolve, he thinks, seeing right through her. The energy subsides, leaving them standing in the ruined garden. Her pride wounded, she finally asks, What is it that you want, Pavilion Master? Yeowun looks at his hand. He clenches it into a fist. No, not right now, he says. Her eyes narrow, trying to understand his game. He knows what this sounds like to her. It sounds like he's saying, I already have Doma, so I don't need you. He turns to leave. Then, I'll see you next time. And thank you again for your help. He walks away, leaving her standing alone, utterly defeated in her own garden. A sly, calculating smile spreads across his face. He knows exactly what he's doing. By asking for nothing now, the proud Swordmaster will only become more impatient, more desperate to win him over in the future. Later that night, Yeowun meets with the Bloodheaven Sword Demon. What did that fox say? The old man grunts. Yeowun tells him plainly, She told me to cut ties with you. Doma explodes. I knew it! I told you that's what she'd say! Yeowun explains that she claimed their ideals were different. The old man scoffs. Nonsense. He glares at Yeowun. So, what will you do? Of course, Yeowun says with a sharp grin, I should side with the one who offers better terms. Doma is outraged. What? Yeowun continues, his gaze cold and pragmatic. I have to weigh my options. Wouldn't you do the same, Elder? Doma is silent, trapped by Yeowun's ruthless logic. For now, you still have the advantage. Yeowun reassures him, adding a tease. You're not planning on offering something better than the elixir, are you? Yeowun then asks a question he already knows the answer to. Why exactly did you two fall out? Well, Doma begins, hesitating. He can't seem to find the words. Yeowun says that he already knows the reason. Doma just brushes it off. Do you really need a reason to dislike someone? Yeowun changes his approach. How about a drink? He suggests with a grin. If you leave like this, you'll just be frustrated. What do you take me for? Doma growls, but the anger is already fading. Yeowun tells him that cold rationality isn't always a virtue. When you're upset, you should let it out, he says, gesturing for the old man to follow. Come on, let's go. Tonight, I'll buy the drinks. A small, reluctant smirk appears on the old master's face. He stomps his foot, cracking the ground beneath him. He leaps into the air, calling back, I'll be waiting in Manga village. Yeowon watches him go, the situation perfectly diffused. A look of satisfaction crosses his face. He hasn't just avoided a conflict, he's turned his allies' anger into another bond between them. In the martial world, alliances are made with power, but trust is forged in much quieter places. Inside the bustling Pungru Tavern, patrons enjoy their meals, completely unaware that two living legends are sitting among them. The air is calm, but a storm of ideals is about to break. Yeowon breaks the ice, casually mentioning he's surprised Doma didn't pick a pleasure house. The old man just scoffs, grumbling that he can't stand places with women. With a knowing look, Yeowon points out that Doma's late brother certainly enjoyed them. The casual remark hits a nerve. Doma's face darkens, and he snaps at Yeowon to drop the subject. Yeowon agrees easily, his expression calm. But inwardly, he knows what he's doing. It was a calculated jab, meant to keep the old man's past wounds from festering into something worse. Just then, the tavern owner approaches, bowing nervously, honored by their presence. Yeowon offers him a reassuring smile, telling him they came simply because the food and drinks were good. The owner leaves, visibly relieved. As the owner walks away, a heavy silence falls between the two masters. Doma is the first to speak, calling Yeowon unnecessarily kind. Yeowon calmly asks, "Is there anything wrong with being kind?" The old master shakes his head, his voice dripping with cynicism. He believes that getting swayed by emotions only leads to mistakes down the road. He uses the owner as an example, arguing that you get a better meal by threatening a man's life than by being kind to him. He claims this ruthless approach is exactly what gives Yeowon's older brother, the Grand Prince, an advantage. Yeowon admits that a ruthless life is certainly easier, but it's a path he refuses to take. Doma, intrigued, wants to know why. A small, knowing smile touches Yeowon's lips. "Because I believe food made with joy tastes better than food made in fear." Doma falls silent, taken aback by the simple but profound metaphor. He warns Yeowon that one day that tavern owner will use his kindness to ask for something bigger, and if refused, he'll curse his name. "That's just human nature," he growls. But Yeowon sees it differently. He believes that one day, that same small kindness could be returned in a way that might even save his life. He looks Doma dead in the eye. That's also human nature. The old master has no comeback. His entire philosophy has been challenged. Yeowon simply says, "Let's wait and see." As their food arrives, he adds with a faint smile, "Besides, I think you're more emotional than I am, Elder." They eat in silence for a moment, the tension of their debate still hanging in the air. Doma takes a long drink, then asks the question that's been bothering him: how did Yeowon, with his injured eyes, manage to block his strike earlier? He feels he's been seriously underestimated. Yeowon sips his drink. "I think I judged you perfectly." He thinks to himself how Doma has been uncharacteristically emotional through all their interactions. Even now, he's engaging in a deep conversation he would normally dismiss, wasting energy on feelings he's suppressed his entire life. Doma slams his cup down on the table, a clear sign of his growing frustration. Seeing his opening, Yeowon decides to push further, suggesting it's time Doma started properly managing his own disciples. His gaze sharpens as he warns, "Otherwise, you'll keep clashing with the Huangqian Pavilion." Doma's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. "You're getting arrogant," but Yeowon calmly fires back. "The one being arrogant is you, Elder." Doma's pride is wounded. "What did you say? Aren't you looking down on both the sect and my father?" Yeowon's question cuts through the tavern's quiet chatter. That's the last straw. Doma roars that his reputation as the Blood Heaven Sword Demon is all that matters, regardless of what his disciples do. A wave of raw power explodes from the old man, shattering their table and sending splinters flying across the room. His face is a mask of pure rage, his authority utterly challenged. But amid the chaos, Yeowon sits perfectly still, completely unfazed by the violent outburst. The tavern is in shambles, the floor littered with the wreckage of their meal. The owner and the other patrons are frozen in terror. Doma glares at Yeowon, his voice a low growl. "You're too arrogant. I really feel like beating you senseless." He then turns his fury on the terrified owner, demanding new food and drinks immediately. Yeowon cuts in, his voice calm but firm. "That's not how you handle this. You do it like this." He places a heavy pouch of gold on the ruined table with a solid thud. Turning to the owner, he apologizes sincerely. "This should be more than enough to cover what was broken and make up for today's losses." The owner tries to refuse, but Yeowon insists, telling him to take it and prepare another feast grand enough to make the table legs bend. The owner accepts, his gratitude overflowing. Doma is stunned. "You want me to do something like that?" "If you don't want to," Yeowon replies coolly, "then don't smash things in the first place. Are you trying to teach a demon lord good deeds?" Doma sneers. Yeowun clarifies, the demonic path I'm building doesn't involve smashing taverns over a bad mood. The old master is completely thrown off. He can't comprehend the young man in front of him. Yeowun slowly rises to his feet. Stop shouting and sit down! It's not a request, it's a command. Doma grits his teeth, his rage battling a strange, new feeling of respect. Arrogant brat, he mutters, but sinks back into his seat, defeated. Yeowun looks at him, a faint smile on his face. Doma just shakes his head. You're definitely insane. Leaning in, Doma gives him one final, deadly serious warning. If you betray me, I'll kill you. The threat hangs heavy in the air, the innkeeper cowering in the background. Yeowun simply asks, Are you serious? Yeah, I am, Doma confirms. Then, Yeowun begins. He leans forward, his voice low and intense. Be truly loyal to me. He explains that a threat like that only has meaning after true loyalty has been given and then broken. A flicker of a painful memory flashes in his eyes. That's when you have the right to drive a sword into your master's heart. Doma is speechless. Yeowun has just flipped his simple threat into a profound lesson on the true weight of loyalty and betrayal. Yeowun picks up the flask. Accept my drink, he says, pouring for the old master. The cup is filled to the brim. He then pours a cup for himself. Their eyes meet across the table. A silent understanding passes between them. Yeowun raises his cup. Doma meets his gaze, his face a storm of complex emotions. With a short grunt, he raises his own cup and takes a drink. Yeowun smiles faintly and drinks as well. He knows. The Blood Heaven Sword demon didn't clink his glass, but in that moment an unbreakable pact was sealed. Meanwhile, miles away under a cold, moonlit sky, the Ilwa swordmaster, Yeonrong, receives the report. Yeowun is sharing drinks with Doma. Her attendant scoffs, calling the young master an arrogant brat. Watch your mouth, she snaps. She reminds him that speaking recklessly behind someone's back is the lowest form of conduct. The attendant dismisses the alliance as nothing more than a storm in a teacup. Yeonrong acknowledges that this is not the weak young master she once knew, but then her attendant poses a chilling question. What if that teacup is big enough to hold the entire martial world? The question hits her hard. She realizes that for a greedy man like Doma to offer up the heavenly divine pill, he must see Yeowun as his true successor. The attendant asks if she also saw such potential in him. She remains silent, lost in thought. She admits to herself that Yeowun is unexpectedly sharp, but surely not valuable enough for a treasure like the pill, and that is what infuriates her. Did that damned old man see something that I couldn't? She dismisses her attendant for the night, but as he turns to leave, her voice turns to ice. I have prepared a new man. A new pawn is about to be placed on the board. The intricate game for power is far from over. A shadowy figure appears in the moonlit garden, and a new conflict is about to begin. Across 2 lifetimes, this is a first. A son facing his father, not as a disposable prince, but as a power his father is finally starting to recognize. With steady purpose, Yeowun steps into the lion's den. The hall is immense, echoing with the silent weight of absolute power. This is the heavenly demon's private sanctum, a place few have ever been allowed to see. Yeowun takes it all in, realizing this is the first time he's ever set foot in his father's personal training hall. The moment feels both foreign and deeply significant. His eyes lock onto something impossible, a massive slab of scarred stone hanging from the ceiling. He recognizes it instantly as 10,000-year cold iron, one of the hardest materials in existence. And those marks, they look like they were carved by a beast. He stands before it in quiet awe. To use something so rare purely for training, this is a silent testament to his father's overwhelming strength. The heavenly demon's voice cuts through the silence, cold and impatient. He orders Yeowun to demonstrate the wind god's steps. Without a word, Yeowun agrees. The test has begun. A soft blue aura erupts around him as he channels his energy. In an instant, the air itself seems to bend to his will as he settles into a ready stance. And then he moves, becoming a blur. The wind god's steps is a profound art, with over 900 variations that transform simple footwork into a deadly dance. His feet barely graze the floor. He flows across the hall, each movement a seamless blend of grace and lethal efficiency. His expression is one of pure, unbroken focus. He isn't just performing a technique, he's showing his father a level of mastery that should be impossible. Watching him, the heavenly demon's stern facade cracks. For the first time, a flicker of genuine confusion crosses his face as he questions his own understanding of the art. He wonders if his son, this boy he'd barely acknowledged, had already reached a depth of mastery that he himself was still exploring. Looking back, Yeowon would realize this was the moment everything changed. His father, finally acknowledging his skill, began to discuss martial arts not as a master to a student, but as an equal. His father shared his own interpretations, but also listened to Yeowon's ideas. Incredibly, he even accepted them, admitting his son's insights had merit. In that moment, the heavenly demon saw his son not just as an heir, but as a true martial artist. He even concedes a point, agreeing that Yeowon's idea of shifting more power to the right foot is the correct approach. For a man like him, this is a monumental admission. Yeowon is genuinely surprised. He never imagined his unshakable father could be so rational and open-minded when it came to the art of combat. Then, the heavenly demon offers something more. He tells Yeowon to close his eyes, for he will now share the true enlightenment he has gained over a lifetime of training. This is no longer a test, it's a lesson. For a brief, profound moment, the immense gap between father and son disappears. As Yeowon closes his eyes, his mind is flooded with pure insight, a direct transmission of knowledge from one of the world's greatest warriors. In his mind's eye, he stands on the surface of calm, endless water, the technique taking on a new, clearer form. He sinks into the depths, his understanding of movement broken down and reformed by this new knowledge. It's a baptism in martial wisdom, absorbing in moments what would take others decades to learn. Back in the hall, Yeowon understands that this single exchange has elevated his mastery of the Wind God's steps to an entirely new plane. He bows deeply, offering his sincere gratitude and promising to repay this kindness one day. In his heart, he knows exactly how he'll do it, by destroying Hua Mugi, the monster who ruined their family in his first life. But on the outside, he lightens the mood with a joke, adding that maybe he'll just repay him with some pocket money. The heavenly demon dismisses the joke with his usual stoicism, but then says something that stops Yeowon cold. Enough nonsense. Eat before you leave. Yeowon is completely floored, his face a perfect picture of disbelief. His father just looks back, confused by his son's strange reaction. Yeowon explains, his voice filled with shock, that this is the first time in his entire life his father has ever asked him to share a meal. A rare, almost imperceptible awkwardness flickers across the heavenly demon's face. This is clearly new territory for him as well. He says nothing, letting the weight of the invitation hang in the silent hall. Trying to regain his composure, he brushes it off, saying it's a strange thing to be surprised about. A table laden with food appears before them. It's a feast. He simply tells his son to eat his fill. Yeowon sits down, the entire situation feeling completely surreal as he picks up his chopsticks. They eat in a thick, heavy silence. Yeowon can only imagine how strange this must be for his father, a man who has never shown this side of himself. But as he sits there, a profound realization hits him. His father has no idea he's sharing a meal not just with his young son, but with the weary, battle-scarred warrior from a future filled with regret. In his past life, he never thought a simple meal like this was something he wanted. But now, sitting here in this moment, everything is different. And in that moment, he understands. Buried beneath a lifetime of pain and loneliness, this was all he ever truly longed for. The heavenly demon breaks the silence, asking if the food is to his liking. Feeling a bit more at ease, Yeowon jokes back, offering to switch his father's chefs with his own. His father shuts him down with a simple, "No need." The brief moment of levity is over. The heavenly demon sets his chopsticks down. The meal has ended. It's time for business. He gets straight to the point, asking for the real reason Yeowon came. Without hesitating, Yeowon says he has a request. "Please allow me to add one more to my family." The words are carefully chosen, and the heavenly demon's eyes narrow. His father assumes he means marriage, but Yeowon's request is far more radical. He wants to teach the heavenly flying sword art to his personal guard, Li-an. He explains that for her to fulfill her duties as the Ghost Shadow Lord, she needs this technique. But it's a sacred art, passed down exclusively through the heavenly demon's bloodline. His father's gaze hardens. He questions the hypocrisy of scorning a blood brother, only to turn around and call a mere guard family. Yeowon's answer is unwavering. He declares that Li-an is more precious to him than blood. When his father asks if he's really willing to give away his personal technique, Yeowon is ready. He declares his own martial art will be the Nine Flowers demonic art, the one reserved for the true successor. It's a bold claim of his destiny, and seeing this unbreakable confidence, a slight smirk plays on his father's lips. He's impressed. Fine. The single word drops into the silent room. Yeowon's eyes fly open in shock. He can't believe it. He asks if his father is truly allowing it, breaking a centuries-old tradition so easily. But there's a condition. The heavenly demon tells him he must promise one thing. Yeowon is ready to accept any terms. Give me your command. The condition is a political one. If you ever decide to kill a demon lord, you must inform me first. He makes it clear, it doesn't matter which one. It's his father's way of keeping a leash on his son's rapidly growing power. Yeowon understands the game perfectly. He gives a knowing smile and agrees. It's a small price to pay. Later, back in his own residence, Yeowon calls for his guard. Leon appears in an instant, her loyalty as sharp as ever. Yeowon addresses her by her new official title, Ghost Shadow Lord Leon. She responds dutifully, awaiting her orders. He tells her that from this moment on he will be teaching her a new martial art. She looks up, surprised but curious. Her face lights up with excitement. To learn a new technique from her master is a great honor. Then he tells her what it is. He's going to pass down the heavenly flying sword art. The excitement on Leon's face vanishes, replaced by pure, undiluted shock. She immediately protests, her voice loud with alarm. "You can't!" The heavenly flying sword art is only for the heavenly demon's bloodline. She knows the rules, and the danger of breaking them. Yeowon remains perfectly calm, cutting through her panic with a simple question. "Are you done?" But she can't stop, insisting that it's absolutely forbidden, terrified of the consequences. He lets her finish, then calmly states, "I have my father's permission." She stares at him, her mind reeling. "Really?" she whispers. He just nods. "Yes." Still, she can't comprehend it. It's more than just permission. She has to know why he would teach his own sacred technique to someone like her. Yeowon gives her 2 reasons. The first is practical. She needs to be strong enough to truly be the Ghost Shadow Lord. "And," he adds, his voice softening, he looks her right in the eye, "you are like family to me. That is why you can learn it." The simple, powerful statement hangs in the air. For Yeowon, it's the truth. For Leon, it's everything. Her eyes well up with tears, her expression a mix of disbelief and overwhelming emotion. Yeowon watches her with a gentle, knowing smile. But she's still struggling to accept this incredible gift. Through her tears, she asks how she could possibly dare to learn his martial art, feeling completely unworthy. The weight of his trust is almost too much for her to bear. She stumbles back a step, completely overwhelmed. No one has ever valued her this much. In a world that so often discarded people, he was giving her a purpose, a bond she never dreamed of having. Yeowon calls her name softly, reaching out a hand to steady her. Leon collapses into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Holding her, Yeowon says the words she's needed to hear her entire life. "You have always been precious to me." He looks down at her not with pity, but with deep, genuine affection. In this new life, he's not just building an army, he's rebuilding his family. Gently he comforts her, letting her release all the years of feeling overlooked. This is more than a master and his subordinate. This is family. And for the first time, Leon truly feels like she's home. In this world, true power isn't just about strength, it's about building a foundation that no one can ever tear down. For a time, Yeowon devoted himself entirely to that foundation, focusing on teaching Leon everything he knew. His days became a careful balance, managing the endless duties of the pavilion, while relentlessly pushing his own training, preparing for a future no one else could see coming. To his surprise, Leon took to the heavenly flying sword art with a natural grace he never anticipated. She absorbed every lesson, every movement, like a desert traveler finding water. She had far more raw talent than he'd ever imagined. Driven by her own fierce effort, her progress was so explosive that even Yeowon found himself genuinely impressed, and in teaching her, he stumbled upon a truth he'd never had the chance to learn. He realized that teaching is also a way of learning, forcing him to see his own skills from a completely new perspective. His mind drifts back to his past life. In that long, lonely 40 years of war, he had never once taught another soul. He was always the one fighting, the one surviving, but never the one to pass on his knowledge. So this experience, sharing his strength and watching someone else grow from it, was more valuable than any treasure. It was a piece of his humanity that he was finally winning back. The scene shifts to the Hwangcheon Pavilion, the heart of his new power base. Yeowon stands before his assembled investigators, his presence calm but commanding. He notes that it's been a while since they all gathered like this. A thunderous yes roars back from the disciplined crowd, their eyes fixed on him, ready for his command. A slight smile touches his lips. He likes their spirit. He tells them he came today to add more fuel to their fire. The crowd falls silent, their faces a mix of confusion and eager anticipation. He turns to his loyal subordinate. "Seo Daryong, open it, Next to them sits a large, ornate red box. Daryong lifts the lid, his eyes widening in pure shock at what's inside. The box is filled to the brim with stacks of gold coins. He stammers, asking what this is all for. Ye-woon's instruction is simple. Hand one to everyone. Daryong can only stare back, completely baffled. What? Hurry! Ye-woon presses, his tone leaving no room for argument. Daryong scrambles to obey. As the money is passed out, the investigators look down at the small fortune in their hands in disbelief. Ye-woon announces it's a special gift, from him to them. A wave of stunned silence washes over the crowd. This kind of generosity is unheard of. After a moment of roaring thanks, Ye-woon raises a hand, his expression turning deadly serious. He explains that this money comes with a condition. They are never to take bribes. If they need money, they come to him. His voice rings with absolute authority as he promises to lend them money from his own pocket if need be. Understood? He demands. The response is another deafening yes, this time filled with unwavering loyalty. Dismissed. He's drawn a clear line, absolute integrity, backed by his own personal support. Later, as they walk through the quiet halls, Daryong can't contain his curiosity. Pavilion Lord, how did you know? Ye-woon plays innocent. Know what? Daryong explains that one of the investigators, Iko, was desperately in need of money for his sibling's wedding. He continues, telling him how Iko had spent everything on his parents' medical bills and now gives all his earnings to his siblings, leaving nothing for himself. Ye-woon tries to brush it off as a coincidence, but Daryong sees right through it, telling his master not to lie. A small, knowing smile appears on Ye-woon's face. He admits he knew all along. He was originally going to help Iko privately, but decided to reward everyone to build unity. He then asks Daryong if a detail like that is really so important. Of course it is, Daryong insists passionately. He argues that loyalty isn't just given, it's earned in moments just like this. Ye-woon's expression becomes cool and detached. He warns his subordinate not to be fooled by such things, calling it a simple trick to make himself look good. But Daryong refuses to accept that. He argues that even if they are tricks, they're necessary. Because in a world without them, good people will just be exploited. Ye-woon falls silent. His young subordinate is learning fast. Daryong bows deeply, showing profound respect for the lesson his master just taught him, whether he calls it a trick or not. As Daryong walks away, Ye-woon watches him go, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He knows the path of a true leader is a lonely one, filled with choices others may never understand. The scene changes to Nam-dojang, the residence of the Blood Heaven's sword demon. Doma looks up as Ye-woon enters, greeting him with a gruff joke about being arrested. Ye-woon smirks back, asking if he's already committed a new crime. Doma just leans back, admitting his life is full of sins anyway. Fortunately, Ye-woon replies, not today. Dropping the act, Doma demands to know why he's really here. Ye-woon's gaze is steady. He holds out a small, beautifully crafted box. I came to give you this. Doma eyes it with suspicion, joking about it being an assassination attempt. Ye-woon just smiles, playing along, asking where one might buy such a thing for future use. Doma gets impatient. What is it? Just open it, Ye-woon insists, his smile widening. Still wary, Doma slowly opens the small box. His eyes widen slightly as he sees what's inside. Resting on a silk cushion is a delicate, reddish confection, a top-grade poison wine, an extremely rare delicacy for martial artists. Doma knows what it is, but he's confused. Why are you giving this to me? Ye-woon's answer is simple. It's a birthday gift. Doma freezes. The words hit him like a physical blow. Ye-woon states it plainly. Happy birthday. It's today, right? For a split second, the gruff, battle-hardened mask on Doma's face cracks completely. He touches his face, repeating the words to himself as if they belong to a forgotten language. Today is my birthday? You didn't know? Ye-woon asks. Doma admits he stopped caring about things like birthdays a long, long time ago. His gaze sharpens as he looks at Ye-woon, the real question finally surfacing. But how did you know? Ye-woon grins, claiming there's no information his pavilion can't get, even joking that he knows how many pairs of underwear Doma owns. Doma calls his bluff instantly. How many? Ye-woon is caught off guard. He quickly recovers, admitting that part was a joke. His tone softens again. Anyway, happy birthday. As Ye-woon turns to leave, Doma stops him, his voice laced with disbelief. Did you really just come here to give me a gift? He asks, needing to be sure. Yes, Ye-woon confirms. It's just a birthday gift. Don't overthink it. Doma is still processing it. You're just leaving? This simple gesture is so far outside the world of political maneuvering he's used to. Ye-woon just smiles. I'm a busy man. He invites the old master for a drink later that night, saying he'll be waiting, and with that, he's gone, leaving Doma alone in the quiet room with the small, significant gift. Doma picks up the box again, looking at it with a complex expression. His mind echoes with a single thought. My birthday? A gift? For a man who has lived a life of violence and isolation, this small act of kindness is more disarming than any blade. The sun sets over the demonic cult, casting long, peaceful shadows. Yeowon stands outside, enjoying a rare moment of quiet as the day ends, but his peace is short-lived. He senses a presence and turns. Sitting gracefully in the courtyard, as if she's been waiting all along, is the Ilhwa swordmaster, Yeonrang. She greets him, her voice smooth as silk, remarking that he's had a long day and should stay for a drink. Yeowon's expression remains neutral, but his mind is already spinning. He's just solidified his bond with one powerful, volatile demon, and now the other, more cunning one, has appeared to make her move. The game never stops. Yeonrang watches him, her serene expression a perfect mask, hiding a mind that's constantly calculating. He breaks the silence, accepting her offer as he sits. All right, senior. The word senior is a careful choice, respectful, yet distant. He immediately throws a wrench in her plans. But didn't you say you don't drink? He remembers every detail. Every lie. She doesn't miss a beat. With a graceful smile, she tells him the drink isn't for her, it's for him. She pours him a cup. He accepts it with a quiet thank you, his hand perfectly steady. Without a moment's hesitation, he brings the cup to his lips and drinks it all in one go. Yeonrang watches, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She leans in, her voice a soft challenge, asking what he would have done if it was poisoned. He drank it without even checking. I didn't check, he admits, but I was prepared. She looks confused. Prepared? He brings a hand to his mouth, revealing a small red pill on his tongue. He explains that it's a poison-dispelling wine pill. Held in the mouth, it can neutralize any toxin as he drinks. He was never in danger. Yeonrang's expression hardens. She knows it must be a top-grade version to be so small. She's been outplayed. Yeowon lays his cards on the table, telling her frankly that he knows she doesn't trust him, so he couldn't possibly drink her offer without caution. She fires back, probing for a weakness. Did you take an antidote when you drank with Doma? No, I didn't, he says calmly. Her face falls, the implication hitting hard. So you trust him, but not me? He explains that with Doma, a foundation was built first. There was a history between them before that first drink. She argues, asking if they haven't been through a lot together as well. His answer is blunt. No, we haven't. She tries to defend herself, reminding him that she was the one who recommended his ally, Jang Ho. But Yeowon's gaze is like steel. He cuts right through her argument. Was that choice made for my sake? He spells it out for her, dismantling her entire pretense. She only helped him to drive a wedge between him and Doma. Her actions were never for him. They were for herself. She falls silent, unable to deny it. He sees right through her. But then, Yeowon shifts his strategy. He tells her he wants to build a real, sincere trust between them. He wants to be able to drink what she offers without needing an antidote. It's an unexpected offer of a genuine alliance. She scoffs, telling him not to say things he doesn't mean, accusing him of already belonging to Doma. He ignores her accusation, simply placing the antidote pill on the table. He pours another cup of the wine she gave him, and before her shocked eyes, he drinks it. This time with no protection. He sets the cup down, his gaze unwavering. Yeonrang's eyes are wide with disbelief. It was a massive gamble, but Yeowon understood her perfectly. He knew her pride was too great. She would never stoop to using something as crude as poison, especially when it would make her seem lesser than Doma. He was betting on her arrogance. She's speechless. He's completely turned the tables on her. Young master, she says, her tone completely different now. He simply replies, yes. She asks what he truly wants. His demand is clear, help me become the successor. But then he adds the impossible condition, and do it without demanding I cut ties with Elder Doma. Her expression is a mix of frustration and intrigue. He wants everything on his own terms. She gives him a cold dose of reality. In this world, only a parent gives unconditional help. Alliances always have a price. Yeowon gets up to leave. He tells her he'll be drinking at the Pungru Tavern tonight. If you feel like it, come. The choice is now hers. He's laid out his terms, and now she must decide if she's willing to play his game. He walks away, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She stands in the fading light, the weight of his offer settling upon her. As Yeowon walks through the courtyard, he senses a powerful presence. He looks up, and his expression shifts to one of pure surprise. Standing on the roof of his residence is the one person he never expected to see here. Father? He can't help but wonder what's going on. First two demon lords and now the heavenly demon himself. He approaches, formally asking what brings his father to such a humble place. His father's reply is shockingly simple, almost paternal. I came to see how you are living. Yeowon is stunned into silence. He realizes this is the first time his father has ever come to his personal quarters. Thinking back, he recalls their first hunt, their first meal, and now this. In this new life, he's experiencing so many firsts with a father he barely knew. He invites his father inside, but the heavenly demon refuses, saying he's already sad enough today. Yeowon looks on, processing the strangeness of it all. He joins his father on the roof, casually mentioning that a doctor once told him sitting for too long shortens your lifespan. The heavenly demon looks at him, a rare hint of curiosity in his eyes. Do you want to live a long life? Of course, Yeowon says with a genuine smile. There are still so many things I want to experience before I die. He then turns the question back to his father. What about you? Is there anything you want to do besides being the heavenly demon? The answer is a short, clipped no. But Yeowon senses something more behind that denial. It didn't sound like his father had nothing he wanted to do. It sounded more like there were too many things to even begin to list. Yeowon looks out at the horizon, suggesting that one day he'd like to travel with him to the Central Plains. The heavenly demon's eyes widen slightly at the unexpected idea. Yeowon quickly clarifies, not to attack their rivals. His father listens, intrigued. He just wants to travel around and see how other people live. He asks his father, how about taking a trip with me someday? He adds, almost wistfully, that he heard the snowy mountains are beautiful in the summer. They stand there together on the roof, a father and son sharing a rare moment that transcends politics and power. His father remains silent, but the idea has been planted. For the first time, someone has asked him what he wants, beyond his title and duty. A quiet understanding passes between them, high above the world they are both trying to control. The scene shifts to the Pungru Tavern, where a simple meal is set out for Yeowon. He thanks the owner, who is clearly happy to have him back. The owner insists he should be the one giving thanks. Ever since Yeowon's Pavilion set up a branch nearby, troublemakers and unpaid tabs have vanished. It's all thanks to you, young master, the owner says gratefully. But Yeowon shakes his head. It's not just me. The owner explains that many people in the area have received help from the Pavilion. Yeowon isn't just feared anymore, he's becoming respected. A gruff voice cuts in from behind. You're quite popular. Doma strolls into the tavern, his imposing presence immediately silencing the room. The patrons freeze in terror. They know exactly who he is, and they want no part of whatever is about to happen. Yeowon greets him, telling the terrified owner not to worry. He assures him the demon lord is a man of great character, and as long as they don't cause trouble, they'll be fine. Doma sits down, grumbling about the lie. Yeowon calls it a harmless one, meant to let the owner relax. If Doma doesn't like it, he can leave. Doma scoffs, saying if Yeowon wanted to be so righteous, he should have just paid everyone to leave and compensated the owner. Yeowon counters that it's not about righteousness, it's about common decency. When Doma questions if this is how a demonic cultivator should act, Yeowon simply asks, aren't demonic people still people? Doma is left speechless. Yeowon's perspective is completely alien to him. He admits that sometimes he can't tell if Yeowon belongs to their demonic sect or the straight-laced Murim alliance. Yeowon just smiles faintly. He explains that his identity isn't just tied to the cult. In his past life, he left the sect and wandered the world, meeting all kinds of people. His worldview is broader than Doma can imagine. Changing the subject, he raises his cup. Here, happy birthday. Doma gets flustered, telling him to keep his voice down. He grumbles that getting older is nothing to celebrate. Yeowon grins. It's just an excuse to drink and have fun. Doma notes that the young master seems to enjoy drinking more than he lets on. Yeowon turns the question back on him. Doma pauses for a moment. He admits he used to enjoy it, but these days he's cut back a lot. Yeowon's eyes flash with understanding. But you haven't quit completely. The words seem to hold a deeper meaning. Doma looks back at him, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Suddenly, a new figure appears at the entrance, her presence as elegant and sharp as a drawn sword. It's Yeonrang. She looks directly at them, having accepted Yeowon's challenge. Doma's eyes widen in shock and fury. The last person on earth he wanted to see is here. The peaceful drink is over. The real storm is about to begin. The air between them is electric, thick with unspoken history and pure animosity. The entire tavern holds its breath. The terrified patrons can only watch, praying they don't get caught in the crossfire between two living legends. But Yeowon remains perfectly calm. He pulls out a chair, a deliberate act of hospitality in the middle of a cold war. Welcome, senior. Please, have a seat. Yeonrang's gaze doesn't waver as she moves toward the table. She walks past Doma without a single glance, an insult more cutting than any word. And just like that, they are seated together. Two bitter enemies and the young man who thought he could control them, trapped in the most awkward silence imaginable. They glare at each other across the table, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yeon observes them, his expression neutral. The first part of his plan is complete. Yeonrang breaks the silence, her voice dripping with ice. "Why did you call me here?" Yeon offers a simple, almost naive explanation. It's Doma's birthday, and he was taught that you should celebrate, even with people you dislike. He finishes by saying he hoped they could all celebrate together. Doma just scowls, hating every second of this forced reunion. Yeonrang is not impressed. "Next time," she says, her voice low and sharp, "call me when I'm alone." Doma finally snaps. "What exactly are you so upset about?" She turns on him, her facade of calm cracking. "You're asking me what's wrong? Do you really not know?" He growls back, genuinely clueless. "Yes, I don't know." "What has you so angry?" Her eyes widen in fury and disbelief. "It's you! It's because of you!" He tries to argue, but she cuts him off with a scream. "Shut up! Just shut up!" Doma falls silent, his confusion turning to simmering rage. Yeonrang takes a breath, trying to regain her composure, but the damage is done. She looks at him with pure contempt. "You're a selfish idiot." The words hit Doma like a slap, and he clenches his fist. She goads him, asking if he's going to swing that brutish blade of his like he always does. Doma's hand tightens on the hilt of his sword. The situation is about to explode. Yeon just sits there, watching, a silent observer to the chaos he created. He knows they won't actually draw their weapons. There's a strict rule among the demon lords: they are forbidden from fighting each other. This isn't a battle of swords, it's a battle of wills. He thinks to himself that there's still time before midnight. He'll just watch for now. Suddenly, Yeonrang's fury turns on him. "Young master! What are you doing?" she yells, her demonic energy flaring. She demands to know how he could be so arrogant as to pull a stunt like this. Yeon finally speaks, his voice calm and serious. "To be honest, I need you, senior." He admits he hoped they could reconcile, even though he doesn't know the cause of the deep-seated hatred between them. Yeonrang closes her eyes, a flicker of pain crossing her face. The memory is clearly something she wants to keep buried. Doma scoffs, saying a single drink could never fix their history. But Yeon presses on, saying they just have to keep meeting and fighting until there's nothing left to fight about. Yeonrang looks at him, her expression cold. "Young master, you're asking for too much." She makes her position crystal clear. She cannot and will not walk the same path as that man. It's an ultimatum. She stands and turns to leave, the meeting a complete failure. Doma, for his part, grabs his drink. He slams the cup down, growling that he accepts the birthday wishes before stomping out himself, leaving a trail of furious energy in his wake. With a loud crash, the force of his exit shatters the table. Yeon watches him go, unfazed. A few coins drop to the floor from Doma's purse as he leaves. The tavern owner rushes over, but Yeon just sighs, joking that Doma should really fix his habit of breaking things. As Yeon stands alone in the empty tavern, he reflects on the night. He knew it would end up like this. He stares out into the night, his resolve hardening. He has to keep bringing them together. He has to draw out their buried emotions, force them to clash and argue and fight. He has to make them confront their past until the resentment that has eaten them alive for decades finally feels insignificant. It's a cruel strategy, but for the future he needs to build, it's a necessary one. Later that night, back in his quarters, Yeon is trying to rest. He sits up suddenly. He feels a presence outside, someone calling to him without a sound. He gets up, grabbing his sword. Standing silently in his courtyard, bathed in moonlight, is Yeonrang. He greets her by her full title, One Flower Sword Supreme. The conversation isn't over. She's impressed. She had hidden her presence completely, but he still sensed her. This young man is anything but ordinary. He just shrugs it off with a simple excuse. "I'm a light sleeper." Yeonrang gets straight to the point, reminding him that he once said he despises leaders who win loyalty with nothing but empty dreams. "Yes," he confirms, knowing where this is going. She tells him there's also a type of person she despises. When he asks what kind, her answer is a direct challenge. Someone who speaks eloquently but lacks the skills to back it up. He looks at her, his expression unreadable. "Are you saying I'm that kind of person?" "Let's see for ourselves, shall we?" she says, her hand moving to the hilt of her sword. This is no longer a conversation, it's a test. She draws her blade, its edge gleaming in the moonlight as a powerful aura erupts around her. Yeon observes her stance, impressed. As expected of the Sword Supreme, he can't find a single opening. But he has a challenge of his own, telling her there's another type of person he dislikes. Another one? She asks, intrigued. Who? Someone who is strong but lacks consideration for others, he says, his words aimed directly at her. I despise those who use their power to suppress and manipulate, hurting others because of their own limited imagination. An immense wave of energy explodes from her, powerful enough to crack the very ground beneath them. I praised you a little, she says, her voice laced with fury, and now your arrogance knows no bounds. The sheer force of her presence is overwhelming, a testament to her title as one of the cult's strongest masters. But Yeowon is completely unfazed. He asks a simple, audacious question. If I win, what will you give me? She can't believe it. Her eyes blaze with fury. Did you just say you'd win? Against me? Yes. The single word is spoken with absolute, unshakable confidence. She's so sure of her victory that she makes a vow. If you defeat me, I'll grant whatever you wish. Even if you tell me to die, I'll do it. Fine, he says, accepting the terms. She asks what he'll do if he loses. He mirrors her promise. I'll do whatever you want as well, senior. Her demand is exactly what he expected. What I want is simple. Cut Doma out of your life. Yeowon knows her confidence is understandable. After his father, she considers herself the strongest in the entire demonic cult. In her mind, this isn't a fight. It's a foregone conclusion. He asks if she isn't curious what he'll ask for when he wins. She dismisses him with utter arrogance. Not at all. It's something I'll never have to hear. A dangerous smile plays on Yeowon's lips. Then today, you'll find out what I want. He draws his own sword, its dark steel humming with power. The time for talk is over. She offers one last insult, a gesture of supreme condescension. I'll give you 3 moves. He accepts, knowing he'll finish this within the 3 moves she gave him. He explodes into motion, unleashing the first form of the heavenly flying sword art, Equal Heaven Form. A massive, brilliant beam of blue sword energy erupts from his blade, tearing through the night sky toward her. Yeonrang's eyes fly open in pure, undiluted shock. The power radiating from this attack is beyond anything she could have possibly imagined. She stares, completely stunned, as the wave of impossible power barrels towards her. In that split second, her arrogance shatters, replaced by the dawning realization that the young man she dismissed as all talk might just be a monster. She expected a challenge, a test of skill. What she got was a hurricane. Yeonrang's sword meets his, and in that split second, her entire world is turned upside down. Her eyes are wide with pure, undiluted disbelief. The raw power coming from his blade is something she never thought possible from the young man standing before her. But Yeowon's expression is locked in. This isn't arrogance, it's absolute, deadly focus. Their swords grind together with a deafening shriek of metal, sparks flying like a firestorm as 2 immense energies collide. The shockwave rips through the courtyard. An explosion of force tears up the ground, sending stone and debris flying everywhere. Yeowon is thrown back by the recoil, his body a blur against the chaos. Yeonrang lands gracefully, but the ground around her is a crater. The sheer destructive power of that single exchange is staggering. Her perfect composure is finally starting to crack. She looks at him, no longer with condescension, but with a dawning, terrifying respect. But Yeowon hasn't even paused to breathe. Blue energy swirls around his blade as he prepares his second move. He promised to finish this in 3 strikes, and he intends to keep his word. He unleashes a torrent of sword energy that flows like water, unpredictable, relentless, and impossible to pin down. This is the second form of his technique, the changing heaven form. Multiple slashes of brilliant blue light crisscross the air. Yeonrang is forced onto the back foot, parrying desperately against the storm. In a matter of seconds, she's gone from the hunter to the hunted. Her eyes narrow. She's starting to understand. This technique isn't about brute force. It's about constant, fluid change. With a grit of her teeth, she decides she's had enough of defending. She unleashes her own devastating counterattack, a powerful beam of golden energy that slices through the air to meet his blue storm head-on. The 2 attacks collide in a blinding flash of light, but Yeowon was ready. To an outsider, it might look like he broke his promise by attacking again, but the truth is far more brilliant. He knew he couldn't just defend against her counter, so instead, he used his own offense as his defense, a strategy so advanced it leaves her reeling. And in the chaos of their clash, he's already preparing his final move. A dark, swirling energy begins to gather around his sword, something far more sinister than the previous attacks. It's the 3rd form, mysterious heaven form. A vortex of pure black energy erupts from his blade, a twisting, chaotic storm that seems to absorb the very light around it. For the first time, a flicker of genuine fear appears in Yeonrong's eyes. The black tendrils of his attack lash out, and she feels herself being pushed back. Her mind screams in denial. She, one of the supreme masters of the cult, is being overwhelmed. I'm being pushed back? No way. It's a thought born from shattered pride and pure disbelief. The attack closes in, and her only thought is to protect her face, the one part of her that has always been a symbol of her untouchable elegance. The vortex seems to swallow her whole. The dust settles. The two fighters stand opposite each other. The duel is over. Yeonrong is disheveled, her hair a mess, a thin line of blood trickling from a cut on her cheek. Her perfect mask is broken. She can't comprehend it. "Young master, what just happened?" Yeowon calmly tells her she should have been more careful with her own sword. She dismisses the excuse, insisting she shouldn't have lost. When she asks how this is possible, he drops the bomb. "The truth is, I've already mastered the heavenly flying sword art." Her eyes go wide. "Already mastered it? That's unbelievable!" A technique of that caliber should take a lifetime. He lays out the simple, terrifying logic. "Do you think my father would make me Pavilion master just because I'm his son?" And then, the final piece of the puzzle. "As for my lacking internal energy, I took the heavenly divine pill." The realization dawns on her. His skill, his power, it all makes a terrible kind of sense now. He looks at her, his gaze steady. "I've won this duel. Do you acknowledge it?" She tries to save face, claiming she let her guard down, but he cuts her off with a cold truth. If word got out that she, the great swordmaster, broke her promise, she would be branded a coward for the rest of her life. Her own pride is now his weapon. "Shut up!" she snaps, but there's no heat behind it. She's been beaten, in body and in spirit. She looks at him, her pride forcing her to honor the deal. "I keep my promises. Tell me what you want." He reminds her of the stakes. "You said you'd give your life if you lost." She meets his gaze, her voice steady despite it all. "Do you want my life?" "Of course not," he says with a small smile. "Elder Doma has called me crazy, but I'm not that crazy." "Then what do you want?" she asks, her confusion growing. His expression softens, becoming serious and intense. And then he says the last thing she ever expected to hear. "Please accept my apology." Her eyes reflect a world of confusion. He continues, his voice filled with a strange sincerity. "I apologize for being so rude to you until now, Swordmaster. It's a sincere apology, so please forgive me." She is utterly speechless. "Young master," she says, her voice barely a whisper, "are you mocking me right now?" "No," he insists. "I was rude to you today, Senior. I didn't intend to call you out like that." She asks the question burning in her mind. "Why are you apologizing when you won?" He reveals his true goal. "Honestly, I want to apologize to win your favor. I want you to truly support me from the heart." She scoffs at the idea. "Sincerity? In a battle for succession, you speak of sincerity?" In her world, such a thing is a weakness. He explains his philosophy. "It depends on the opponent. If someone throws dirt at me, I shove them into the mud. If they splash water, I throw sewage back. But I didn't want to do that with you, Senior," he says, his gaze locking with hers. "You're more worthy of respect than anyone among the 8 demon supremes, and your character is noble." She's completely disarmed. He didn't just beat her, he's now appealing to the very pride she holds so dear. "You really think that about me?" she asks, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. "Yes," he says, his voice unwavering. "You are refined and dignified." She turns away, unable to meet his gaze, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He gives her a moment, then turns to leave. "Then I'll see you next time." He walks away, leaving her standing alone in the ruined courtyard, the victor of a battle she can't comprehend. As he walks, his true thoughts surface, thinking of her future, the one he remembers from his first life. Everything he just said was a lie. He recalls a vision of her, covered in blood, her future a tragedy. But those things haven't happened yet. He wonders, if meeting him becomes the turning point in her fate, could that bloody future disappear? Could a new life unfold for her instead? He looks back at her silhouette against the night sky. A quiet, desperate hope fills his heart. Couldn't flowers bloom in the barren wasteland I saw in her eyes? Yeonrong watches him go, a profound, unreadable expression on her face. This was never just about winning an ally. For Yeowon, it was about saving a soul. The next day, under the pale light of a fading moon, Yeonrong returns. She stands before Yeowon and, with a quiet dignity, says she'll accept his apology. Yeowon looks at her closely. Her face is pale, her eyes heavy. He asks if her defeat caused her inner demons to surface. Thank you, she says, brushing off his concern. She admits it plainly. I lost the duel yesterday. I accept it. But then her eyes harden with a familiar fire. So let's fight again today. Yeowun's answer is immediate and firm. No. She's taken aback. Why not? Because I'll never be able to win again, he admits with surprising honesty. He explains that if she hadn't let her guard down and given him a handicap, he never would have won. She doesn't buy it. She argues that with his mastery and power, he could easily win again if they fought properly. But Yeowun shakes his head, his expression grim. I can't win. He calls his victory a rare stroke of luck, and he's not foolish enough to mistake that for true skill. Desperate, she changes the terms, offering a rematch where he risks nothing, but she will grant his every wish if she loses again. He looks at her, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He thinks to himself how foolish and naive she is, and in that moment he sees it, the seed of the tragedy he remembers from his past life, the pride that would eventually lead her to ruin. He knows her pride is so immense that she can't stand the idea of being indebted to him. He tries a different approach, one of kindness, promising he won't tell anyone what happened. So you don't need to try so hard to beat me, he tells her to get some rest, pointing out how exhausted she looks. But his words only seem to strike another nerve. She turns away, her voice barely a whisper. I was ashamed. There's no need to be, he insists, reminding her again that he only won because of luck, but it wasn't just the loss. She looks at him, her eyes burning with humiliation as she remembers her moment of weakness, that instinctive cry, not the face. The memory flashes through her mind again, her desperate, vain plea. The more I think about it, the more humiliating it feels. Yeowun tries to comfort her, but he knows that for her, it's different. But not you, Sword Master. You can't be like that. Her voice is filled with self-loathing. I should have just been stabbed in the face. Now do you understand why I came back? She asks, her desperation clear. He sighs, finally getting it. Yes. Then will you fight me? She asks again, her hope renewed. No, he repeats, exasperated. Can't you just let me enjoy this one stroke of luck? And that's when she plays her final card. She reveals she made a promise that she'd never lose to anyone except that person. A sudden chilling realization hits Yeowun. No way, he thinks, his eyes wide. Yes, she confirms, her voice filled with a strange mix of pride and reverence. I made a promise to the cult leader. Seeing the look on his face, she quickly clarifies, warning him not to misinterpret her pure respect for his father. He assures her he wasn't thinking anything of the sort. He asks her, genuinely curious, but why do you respect my father so much? Her gaze softens, becoming distant and filled with memory. For a long moment she says nothing, and Yeowun waits, the silence speaking volumes. He realizes that by bringing up his father, she's played her final, unbeatable card. He can't refuse anymore. All right, he says with a sigh of resignation. A promise made to my father must be kept. A radiant, relieved smile spreads across her face. Yeowun can't help but be a little surprised. Are you that happy? He asks. Of course, she replies, her entire demeanor changed. They both draw their swords. He promises to give it his all this time, and she responds, It's what I want. They face each other under the night sky, ready for round 2. The tension is different this time. It's not about victory or defeat anymore. It's about honor. Yeowun readies himself. Yeonrong does the same, her focus absolute. She strikes first, a blur of motion as she closes the distance in an instant. Their blades meet in a sharp clang, the fight beginning with an explosive exchange of blows. Yeowun channels his energy, meeting her flurry with his own. The courtyard becomes a storm of flashing steel and colliding energies. They are perfectly matched, a beautiful, deadly dance of swordsmanship. Yeonrong's eyes gleam with concentration and something else, excitement. She dodges a strike, her movements fluid and graceful, their swords lock once again. But this time, Yeowun feels a shift in her energy. It's becoming more refined, more powerful. He's forced to put everything he has into blocking her strike. He grits his teeth, realizing the true gap in their power. Their swords are locked, a contest of pure strength. The pressure is immense. He holds her blade at bay, inches from his face. He looks past the steel and into her eyes, and he sees it. The same fierce focus, the same love for the sword that he has. They break apart, moving with incredible speed. They leap through the air, their battle taking them across the rooftops. She unleashes a powerful slash of golden energy. He meets it with his own, deflecting the blows with perfect precision. The forest around them becomes their arena, trees splintering from the force of their attacks. In that moment, Yeowun becomes fully immersed in the pure act of clashing martial skills. He knows it must be the same for her. The killing intent has faded away, and they are focused solely on swordsmanship. He thinks to himself, she's truly incredible. She really does deserve the title of swordmaster. A rare, genuine smile touches his lips. This is fun. This moment of purely testing martial skill brings more thrill than any life-or-death battle ever did. The duel ends. They stand opposite each other, breathing heavily, covered in sweat and minor cuts. The fight is over, but a new understanding has been forged between them. Yeowon looks at her, a newfound respect in his eyes. And she looks back at him, the hardness in her gaze replaced by something softer. He sheathes his sword and concedes. You didn't use your killing move, so I've lost this match. Isn't it the same for you, she counters, a small smile playing on her lips. No, he lies, his face straight. This is all I've got. She looks at him for a long moment, seeing right through his bluff. And then, she says two words he never expected to hear from her. Young master, thank you. He's genuinely surprised. She turns away, her posture relaxed. She lies down right there in the clearing, completely at ease. For the first time, she looks truly peaceful. Yeowon watches her, a small, knowing smile on his face. This was never about winning. It was about this moment right here. The next day, they meet again. Yeowon looks much better, having slept well after their duel. Yeonrong explains her own experience. The first day she lost, she couldn't sleep a wink, but after their draw yesterday, she slept like a log. She admits she slept so well she wonders if she's ever slept that deeply before. He realizes she doesn't usually sleep well. She confirms it, saying she's never really slept soundly. Then she asks him if he knows what she started thinking. She looks at him with a playful glint in her eye. Do I need to duel every day just to sleep well? He's caught off guard, a small laugh escaping him. You know what they say, she says, her tone light and challenging. Third time's the charm. Let's have one final match today. He looks at her, seeing not a schemer or an enemy, but a true rival. A genuine smile spreads across his face. Sounds good, he says, drawing his sword. She draws hers, ready. The animosity is gone. All that's left is the pure joy of the fight, and the beginning of a powerful and far more honest alliance. The duel is over, but the lesson has just begun. Seated by the river, the two masters analyze their battle. Yeonrong, ever the perfectionist, questions one of Yeowon's moves, asking why he dodged left during a crucial exchange when a right dodge seemed so much easier. With the calm of a seasoned teacher, Yeowon explains his logic. By moving left, he deliberately restricted her options, forcing her into a corner she didn't even know she was in. A dodge to the right would have given her 3 potential follow-up attacks, but his move to the left, he continues, left her with only 2, a subtle but critical move to control the fight. The strategy clicks in her mind. She realizes he was playing chess while she was playing checkers, expertly manipulating her center of gravity to his advantage. A small, knowing smile touches her lips. He was right. In this moment, the lines between victor and vanquished have completely blurred, and so their exchange continued. For every question he asked, she answered with complete honesty, and for every question she had, he gave a sincere, thoughtful reply. He could feel her sincerity, and she could sense the truth in his words. He reflects that teaching isn't about losing knowledge, but gaining a deeper understanding of it yourself. Looking up at the moon, a rare look of peace settles on her face. She admits she can't remember the last time she was so completely absorbed in the pure art of the sword. Perhaps this is the first time ever. A genuine smile touches his lips. He understands the feeling all too well. She turns to him, a playful challenge returning to her eyes. Shall we begin again? His response is immediate and eager. Gladly. In an instant, the calm river erupts as their sparring resumes with explosive force. A massive wave of churning water and sharp ice crystals bursts from the depths, a testament to their immense power. They move like phantoms across the violent currents, their blades a blur of silver light. Yeonrang flows through the chaos with a lethal grace that seems to defy gravity itself. They clash mid-air, a perfect storm of raw power and refined skill meeting in a shower of sparks. Yeowon grits his teeth, focusing all of his energy into a single, overwhelming strike. The impact sends him flying back as she counters, summoning a towering pillar of ice from the river below. He lands with a look of thrilled surprise. This is the kind of challenge he has been craving. She presses her advantage, a relentless and beautiful force of nature in her assault. Her eyes are sharp, focused, and alive with the pure thrill of the fight. He meets her intense gaze with a confident smirk. He's enjoying this every bit as much as she is. A beam of golden energy from her blade collides with his brilliant blue slash. The resulting explosion of power tears a nearby tree to splinters, a casual display of their incredible strength. Their battlefield is a whirlwind of splintered wood, churning water, and flashing light. Yeowon is soaked, his hair plastered to his face, but his focus remains absolute. Yeonrong glances back, a single bead of sweat on her temple, yet her expression is perfectly serene. They simultaneously lower their swords, breathing heavily. The fight is over. They stand amidst the wreckage they created, a silent understanding passing between them. She speaks his title, Young Master. Her request is simple and completely unexpected. "Do you have any alcohol?" He's caught off guard for a second, before a warm, genuine smile spreads across his face. "Yes, I do." "I'd like to drink with you," she says, her tone now soft and open. "Let's go." They find a quiet spot under the moonlit sky, sharing a drink in comfortable silence. She takes a sip and nods, impressed. "This is good alcohol." He teases her gently, asking if she really knows anything about liquor. "Just because I don't drink often doesn't mean I know nothing," she retorts coolly. "I used to drink, in the past." Her expression turns serious. "Young Master, may I ask you something?" "Of course." She finally asks the question that's been nagging at her. "What caused you to change so suddenly? You were never like this before." She admits that while she never paid him much attention, she knew his reputation. He was seen as weak, someone to be overlooked, nothing like the formidable man before her now. He stares at the bottle in his hand, choosing his words with care. "It wasn't sudden," he says quietly. "I've been preparing for a very long time." "So you were hiding your true self all this time?" she asks, her eyes searching his for the truth. "Something like that," he admits. He explains that revealing his strength too early would have been a death sentence from his ambitious brother. "I kept myself hidden until I was strong enough to protect my own life." She takes a slow sip, absorbing the weight of his confession. "You're truly a terrifying person, young master." A comfortable silence settles between them once more. Two fierce rivals, now sharing a quiet moment of mutual respect. The glowing particles of their fading energy drift around them like snow. They sit together, not as political opponents, but simply as equals. Her gaze softens, a profound change coming over her. She says something that seems to surprise even herself. "This might sound strange, but being with you, it feels like being with a friend." Yeowon is visibly taken aback. Her tone, her entire demeanor has completely shifted. He remains quiet, processing her words. He wonders if she somehow sensed the old soul within him, the warrior who had lived an entire lifetime before. He realizes that with others he always maintained a lighter, more playful front to hide the darkness of his past. But with her, especially during their duels, he let his true, serious nature show. It was the ancient warrior inside him that she had connected with. "It may be disrespectful to say," she continues, "but I feel like we forged a bond of friendship through our swords." She gives him a slight, knowing smile, her meaning clear. "I don't know what kind of relationship we'll have from now on," she says thoughtfully. "But I know today's duel with you will stay with me for the rest of my life." He looks at her, his expression filled with a deep, solemn respect. "I will never forget it either. Thank you for the great lesson." She smiles wryly. "Are you sure I was the one teaching you?" His gaze is steady and unwavering. He thinks to himself that without a doubt, he learned more from her than she could ever know. Their 3 days of dueling forced him to re-examine his own swordsmanship in a way he hadn't in years. The barriers of his old mastery have crumbled, and he can feel himself ascending to an entirely new level of power. She turns to leave, the meeting at its end. He watches her go, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. In a final, swift motion, their swords clash one last time. It's not a challenge, but a salute. No words of goodbye were needed. The clear, ringing farewell of their clashing blades said everything. Their long duel had finally, truly, come to an end. Later that night, back in the solitude of her quarters, Yeonrong pours herself another drink. She sits alone in the quiet room, her mind a world away. She reflects on the person she was just a few days ago, consumed by rage and humiliation after her first loss. The person she is now feels like a complete stranger to that woman. A voice cuts through her thoughts. It's her subordinate, Soo-jong. "Is something troubling you?" He notes her drinking, commenting that he's never seen her do so before. He cautiously asks the question on his mind. "Is this about the young master?" Her gaze remains fixed on her cup, her face hidden by her hair. "It's nothing," she says dismissively. He apologizes, then mentions he's brought a young man for her, but she cuts him off with a voice as sharp as glass. "That's enough." Her tone is cold as ice. "Stop bringing me men." Soo-jong is stunned. The formal, distant way she speaks to him is completely new, and it sends a chill down his spine. He can't understand this sudden, drastic change. "It's something I should have stopped long ago," she says, her voice laced with regret. "No, it is something that should never have started at all." She thinks back to how it all began, with a single moment of weakness. She remembers the thought, a foolish justification to indulge a fleeting desire just once, but once led to twice, and twice spiraled into a habit she could no longer control. It's time to put an end to it. For good. Her subordinate, oblivious to her inner turmoil, offers to send the young man away, but she interrupts him again, her voice shaking with newfound resolve. Never again. She finally looks up, and her eyes are blazing with a cold fire he has never seen before. That kind of thing will never happen again. Do you understand? I'll keep that in mind, he replies, bowing his head in submission. Leave me, she commands, and if you ever use my name to harm another young man again, you will die by my hand. Don't worry, he says, but his mind is racing, trying to make sense of this new, terrifying version of his master. As he leaves, he sees her sitting there, a figure of formidable, icy resolve. He thinks about how this dark secret once bound them, how it solidified his position by her side. But now, all he feels from her is an unfamiliar coldness. A dark thought begins to form in his mind. He was so sure he was on the path to power, as her most trusted aide. But now, everything has changed, and he knows exactly who to blame. His face twists with resentment. Ever since Qian Yeowoon appeared, she has been changing, and he doesn't like it one bit. Deep in a secluded forest, a horrifying discovery has been made. Investigators stand at the edge of a ravine, their faces pale, paralyzed by what lies below. One of them murmurs in disbelief. How could this happen? Shock, disgust, and fear are etched on their faces. These are hardened members of the demonic cult's investigative unit, but what they've found is enough to shake even the most seasoned among them. A wave of nausea hits a younger member as the stench of death hangs heavy in the air. The forest is unnaturally silent, as if even nature itself is holding its breath. And then we see why. The forest floor is littered with bodies, piled into a shallow, hastily dug grave. It's a scene of pure butchery, hidden away from the world. Qian Yeowoon stands over the scene, his expression grim. One of his subordinates reports the findings, about a dozen corpses, all buried recently. But that's not the worst part. He delivers the most chilling detail. Every single victim is missing their heart. A cold glint appears in Yeowoon's eyes. His mind connects the dots instantly. This isn't random violence. This is the signature of something far darker, a forbidden soul art. Soul arts are twisted techniques that steal life force from the hearts of the living to fuel the user's power, and within the demonic cult, only one person is known for practicing such a dark craft, the soul-absorbing supreme demon. A memory from his past life surfaces. He recalls hearing rumors that this very demon was using these forbidden arts to gather demonic energy. The cold reality sets in. Could those old rumors have been true all along? His trusted investigator Seo Daryong approaches with more information. The victims, he explains, were not martial artists. They're ordinary people? Yeowoon asks, his voice dangerously low. Daryong confirms it, a mix of men and women with no signs of training. And then, the final, gut-wrenching detail. Among the bodies, they found children. A storm of controlled fury gathers behind Yeowoon's eyes. A line has been crossed. He thinks to himself that fighting between warriors is one thing. It's an expected part of the brutal world they live in. He's no saint himself. But when a trained martial artist targets defenseless civilians, especially children, that's not a fight. It's just one-sided, irrational violence. His fist clenches at his side, the fabric of his sleeve straining. If the rumors from his past were true, the soul-absorbing demon has been doing this for decades. The scale of the horror dawns on him. If this has been going on for so long, then thousands, maybe even more, have been sacrificed. A dangerous light flickers in his eye. It's the reflection of the old warrior from his past life, a man who watched the world burn. An image of that battle-worn and scarred warrior flashes in his mind, a man who had seen countless horrors. And now, looking through his younger eyes, that same warrior's resolve hardens into steel. His own life and his quest for revenge are important, but this is something he has to stop first. An investigator interrupts his thoughts, holding out an object. Please look at this. It's an ornate folding fan, a ghost fan used by necromancers from the West Illusion Fort, and it was found right here, with the bodies. The West Illusion Fort is the territory of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. All the evidence points to one person. Yeowoon takes the fan, his expression unreadable. But he's already thinking, who would be so careless as to leave behind such a damning piece of evidence? He asks about the herb gatherer who found the scene. Daryong reports that the man got scared and ran off while they were distracted. Yeowoon snaps the fan shut, his decision made. Clean up this place, he commands. I'm heading to the West Illusion Fort. His men are stunned. Daryong asks with wide eyes. You're going to confront the soul-absorbing supreme demon? Yeowun glances back, his face a mask of grim determination. Indeed, with this much evidence, I have to conduct an investigation. As he walks through the woods alone, his mind races. Something about this case doesn't feel right. The body's found by a random person, a fan pointing directly to the suspect left conveniently at the scene. It's all too perfect. He comes to a chilling conclusion. Someone is deliberately trying to manipulate him, pushing him towards this confrontation. And he has a prime suspect, Seo-jung, Yeonrong's aide. He remembers an incident from his past life involving the man's obsession with his master. His recent 3-day duel with Yeonrong must have provoked him. This is Seo-jung's move. Standing tall in the clearing, he considers the possibilities. Either Seo-jung wants him to die fighting the soul-absorbing demon, or he wants to distract him from Yeonrong. Either way, he's walking into a trap. Soon, he arrives at the West Illusion Fort. It's a massive, ominous structure, with towers like jagged teeth reaching for the sky, all shrouded in a strange mist. Inside, the air is thick with a swirling purple energy, the architecture strange and disorienting. Yeowun walks through a vast chamber filled with bizarre astronomical devices, completely alone. He can feel it instantly. The entire place is saturated with ghost energy. For anyone else, this energy would cloud their mind, making them see hallucinations and susceptible to control. But as Yeowun takes a step forward, the glowing floor beneath his feet has no effect. The disorienting wave of ghost energy washes over him, but his mind remains perfectly clear. The soul-absorbing demon's home is one giant, confusing trap, and he just walked right through it. He enters the main chamber. The psychedelic colors intensify, and at the far end of the room, a figure sits hidden in shadow. The figure looks up, revealing a pale face with unsettling, glowing purple eyes. This is the soul-absorbing supreme demon, Ya-so. Yeowun looks at him, his mind drifting back to his past life. Before, he'd had no connection to this man. Their paths had never crossed. But he remembers one chilling fact. In the apocalyptic future, Ya-so was the very last of the 8 demon supremes to survive. Yeowun bows slightly. Greetings, soul-absorbing supreme demon. A slow, unsettling smile spreads across Ya-so's face. Welcome, second young master, he replies, his voice smooth and eerie. He gestures to the strange, energy-filled room. What brings you to this far corner of the world? But Yeowun knows this isn't just a friendly greeting. He can feel a subtle pressure on his mind. The soul-controlling spell has already begun. Unfazed, he answers calmly, I'm here to investigate an incident. Ya-so just stares, his purple eyes fixed on Yeowun, waiting for his spell to take hold. His pupils flare with power as he increases the intensity of the mental attack. But Yeowun stands perfectly still, completely unaffected. Ya-so is genuinely surprised. He's impressive. Yeowun explains, I've always been known for my strong will, but truthfully, it's thanks to the heavenly demon defense art. It's a message. Your petty tricks won't work on me. Getting straight to the point, Yeowun says, a number of unusual corpses were found, along with an item belonging to a necromancer. Ya-so remains silent, simply asking, what kind of item? Yeowun holds up the closed fan. Ya-so's expression doesn't change, but his eyes narrow slightly. He turns his head slightly and says one thing. Call in Neling-hyu. Yeowun watches him, his mind working. Even though he specifically mentioned the corpses were unusual, Ya-so never asked for details. The conclusion is obvious. He already knows. A man with a shaved head enters and kneels. Here I am, soul-absorbing supreme demon. This must be Neling-hyu. Without looking at him, Ya-so keeps his gaze locked on Yeowun and asks, where is the ghost fan? Neling-hyu answers calmly, about that, I lost it yesterday. Before he can say more, Yeowun tosses the fan. It lands with a sharp thud right in front of Neling-hyu. Hugh looks up, startled. This is mine, he confirms. Yeowun's voice is cold as steel. Where did you get it? Yeowun corrects him. Several corpses were discovered yesterday, and this was found with them. The implication is clear. Neling-hyu stays silent, his head bowed, as Ya-so watches the exchange without a word. Yeowun notes that neither man is asking about the bodies. They're playing dumb. He looks at Hugh and says, given the circumstances, you'll need to come in for questioning. Hugh glances back at his master, seeking permission. Ya-so gives an almost imperceptible nod. Neling-hyu turns back to Yeowun. Understood. I'll come with you. As they prepare to leave, Yeowun offers a polite but firm farewell. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll meet again. Yeowun and Neling-hyu walk out, leaving the soul-absorbing demon alone at his desk. The moment they're gone, the faint smile on Yaso's face vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating glare. Back at his office, Daryong gives Yeowon an update. It'll be hard to get him to talk. All he's said is that he lost the fan. Yeowon sits at his desk, listening patiently. He already knew this would happen. I can tell just by looking in his eyes. His loyalty to the soul-absorbing supreme demon is so great that no interrogation will work on him. Daryong sees the problem. Without concrete evidence, they can't hold him for long. They're at a dead end. But Yeowon isn't focused on the subordinate. He's just a pawn. To get to the bottom of this, we need to arrest the soul-absorbing supreme demon himself. Daryong is stunned by the sheer audacity of the plan. Please be careful. You're dealing with one of the 8 demon supremes. Yeowon leans back, his expression calm and steady. He asks Daryong, "Do you remember what I said when I was first assigned here?" He leans forward, his eyes burning with intensity as he repeats his vow. "Even if it's my own father who's in the wrong, I'll still arrest him." Daryong's eyes go wide with respect. He remembers that day clearly and sees that same unwavering commitment right now. Yeowon's gaze is absolute. For him, the law is the law, no matter who the criminal is. Daryong is momentarily speechless, moved by his master's conviction. Then, with newfound determination, he straightens his back and declares, "Yes, sir!" He is ready to follow his pavilion master anywhere. A slight, confident smile touches Yeowon's lips. Suddenly, the door to the office flies open. An aide rushes in, looking panicked. "Pavilion master!" He delivers a message that freezes everyone in the room. "The cult leader is here to see you!" Yeowon and Daryong are stunned into silence. The heavenly demon, his father, is here. Just as he plans to arrest a demon supreme, the most powerful man in the cult has shown up unannounced. The timing couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Just as Yeowon prepares to challenge a demon supreme, the one man who can stop him has arrived. He faces his father, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. He breaks the heavy silence, asking the question on everyone's mind. "What brings you all the way here?" The heavenly demon sits across from him, taking a slow, deliberate sip of tea. He is the picture of calm, but the air around him is thick with absolute authority. He places the cup down gently. "I was just passing by," he says, a casual excuse that neither of them believes for a second. Yeowon knows his father better than that. "I don't think so," he counters. "You must have come, because you have something to say to me, father." The heavenly demon's eyes narrow. The pleasantries are over. He gets straight to the point, his voice leaving no room for argument. "You must not touch the soul-absorbing demon. Not yet." The command hangs in the air in absolute order. Yeowon leans forward, his expression hardening. "Why not?" he demands. His father's response is blunt and cuts deep. "Because your martial arts are not strong enough to kill him." Yeowon scoffs at the idea. If strength won't work, he'll use cunning. He'll strike when his guard is down, or even stab him in the back. He's willing to do whatever it takes. But the heavenly demon shakes his head. Killing him is one thing, but dealing with the political fallout of a dead demon supreme is a battle of a different kind. Yeowon's grip tightens on his cup. Is the soul-absorbing demon really that strong? His father closes his eyes, considering how to explain the demon's unique threat. He gives a strange, paradoxical answer. He is the weakest, and at the same time, the strongest. Yeowon listens intently, deciphering the riddle. And then it clicks. If you can resist his soul-stealing magic, he's nothing. But if you can't, your power means nothing. He's an opponent with a single, devastatingly effective trick. Yeowon looks his father directly in the eye, making a bold request. "Will you help me surpass him?" The heavenly demon's answer is dismissive. It can't be done in a short time. But Yeowon pushes back with a confident smirk. "As you've seen, I'm a quicker learner than you expect, aren't I?" He's reminding his father of his impossible rise to power. "That's not enough," his father insists, explaining there are only 2 ways to block the demon's technique. The first is to master a specific technique, the Gua demon art. If he could reach a high enough level, the soul magic would be useless. Yeowon immediately cuts him off. "I don't need to hear the second way. I'll stop him with the first." But his father isn't finished. "The second," he continues, "is to master the heavenly demon guardian art, the ultimate defense of their clan." He looks at his son, his tone final. "But both are impossible for you right now, so step back." For the heavenly demon, the conversation is over. But for Yeowon, it's just beginning. "Is the soul-absorbing demon truly necessary for our cult?" he presses, his voice filled with a cold anger. His father explains the political reality. Yaso is a powerful deterrent, a strategic weapon against their enemies. Yeowon can't believe it. "Even though he rips out the hearts of living people for his dark arts?" He looks his father dead in the eye and asks the damning question, "Did you know about that?" The heavenly demon turns his head away, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He answers quietly, "I only found out recently." His father turns back, his voice strained with an inner conflict. "Do you think I, as your father, would ever approve of such a monster? But as the leader of this cult," he continues, the weight of his duty evident, "I can't simply discard one of our strongest assets. It's the conflict of a father versus a king." Yeowon stands up abruptly. "This isn't something I can leave in your hands, father. This is something I must handle." He reminds his father of a promise made long ago. "You told me to let you know before I killed a demon supreme, didn't you?" His voice rings with absolute conviction. "Well, I'm telling you now. I am going to kill the soul-absorbing demon. He will be the first." He thinks of his past life, where Yasuo outlived everyone else. He vows internally that this time he will live the exact opposite fate. He is rewriting history. The heavenly demon is silent, staring at the son who is openly defying him. Yeowon explains his reasoning. This isn't about anger, it's about justice. What Yasuo does is methodical, calculated, and regular. He does all this just to get a little bit stronger, doesn't he? That's not human. Yeowon's voice softens, but his resolve is like iron. "Father, I know this puts you in a difficult position, so please, leave this to me." He reminds him of the authority he was given as Pavilion Master, asking to be allowed to wield it to the end. The heavenly demon sits in silence, the weight of his son's words filling the room. He doesn't respond, lost in thought. Yeowon knows he's pushed the limit. He thinks to himself, "I want to walk the same path as my father, but for this, I have to think differently." He is prepared to go against his father's wishes on this. But then, the heavenly demon looks up. His hand, resting on his knee, clenches into a fist. He stands up, his presence immense, and looks down at his son. Yeowon braces himself for the verdict. But what his father says next shocks him to his core. The heavenly demon declares, "If you are that capable, then you can fill the void left by the soul-absorbing demon." Yeowon is stunned. He can't believe it. He actually supported my decision. The heavenly demon turns and walks towards the door. He has given his answer, a challenge and an approval all in one. A genuine, heartfelt smile spreads across Yeowon's face. "Thank you, father," he says quietly. He clenches his own fist, a wave of determination washing over him. "My father and I, we're still walking the same path." The next day, Yeowon returns to the eerie, mist-filled fortress of the soul-absorbing demon. He stands once again in the main chamber, but this time, he's not here to investigate. He's here to deliver a verdict. Yasuo watches from the shadows as Yeowon approaches. Yeowon has a new plan. It will take time, about 2 months. For now, he just needs to make sure the demon stays put. "What is it now?" Yasuo asks, his voice laced with impatience. Yeowon gets right to it. Nungyu has been declared innocent. There was no evidence. Yasuo's eyes gleam with suspicion. "Then just release him." "Why did you come here yourself?" Yeowon stands tall. "I have something to say." Yasuo simply replies, "Speak." Then Yeowon drops the bomb. "I know you're using the Soul Core technique." Yasuo feigns ignorance. "Soul Core technique? I've never heard of it." "Stop using that technique," Yeowon commands, his voice sharp and direct. But Yasuo continues his act. "Young master, I have no idea what you're talking about." "No idea," Yeowon repeats, his patience wearing thin. He stares the demon supreme down, his eyes like ice. "If you reject my proposal, you die." The threat is delivered without a hint of hesitation, but Yasuo just throws his head back and lets out a wild, cackling laugh. Yeowon continues, his voice echoing in the chamber, "Refuse and you die." But as Yasuo laughs, Yeowon grits his teeth. He clarifies his statement as a golden aura, the sign of the heavenly demon guardian art, begins to shimmer around him. Yasuo's laughter dies in his throat. He recognizes that aura. That is the technique of the heavenly demon himself. Yeowon says, "I'm not the one who will kill you. It won't be me." Yasuo's eyes widen as Yeowon lays out his true, terrifying plan. "I will convince my father." He sees the disbelief on Yasuo's face. "You probably think that will never happen. But every morning," he continues, his voice steady and relentless, "I will go to him and make my request. To kill the soul-absorbing demon." Yasuo can only stare, the sheer audacity of this plan finally sinking in. Yeowon continues his psychological assault. "If I'm refused, I'll ask again the next day. A man who rips out living hearts only tarnishes the cult's name. Please kill him." A cold dread begins to creep into Yasuo's eyes. "And the next day, and the day after that, I will keep trying, with every word I can. And then, one day, when you make a grave mistake in front of my father, that might just be the day it finally happens. A terrifying image flashes in Yaso's mind. He is trapped. He can't fight. He can't run. All he can do is wait, knowing that every single day, the Pavilion Master will be chipping away at his life, waiting for one tiny slip-up. The Demon Supreme is left in stunned, horrified silence. The hunt has begun, not with a clash of swords, but with a patient, inescapable promise of death. But Yeowon wasn't finished. He stood there, surrounded by a faint golden aura, his gaze piercing through Yaso's defenses. Yaso could only stare back, the arrogance gone from his face, replaced by a dawning sense of pure dread. And then, a slow, cold smile spreads across Yaso's lips. It's not a smile of amusement, but of bitter recognition. Suddenly, the world around Yeowon dissolves. The psychedelic chamber melts away. He's now floating in a beautiful, ethereal space. Yaso's voice echoes around him. Do you realize the world you lived in was just an illusion? This is the real world. Yeowon looks around, a soft, warm light caressing his face. He feels a pleasant dizziness, as if he's hearing Yaso's own deepest desires for a peaceful, eternal existence. Back in reality, Yaso watches him. His purple eyes wide with shock, he thinks to himself, so the rumors were true. This young master was a hidden dragon, a threat on a level he had never anticipated. But then, Yeowon's eyes snap open inside the illusion. He was never trapped. He was never under the spell. In the real world, Yeowon's form flickers, revealing he's been standing right beside Yaso the entire time. Yaso is stunned. He realizes with a chill that even standing this close, he can't tell if the young master is real or an illusion. Yeowon's illusion begins speaking, perfectly reciting Yaso's own philosophy, a desire to live a long, quiet life, getting stronger only to ensure that peace. These were the very words the soul-absorbing demon often spoke. The illusion continues, quoting an even deeper belief of Yaso's. I spent my whole life getting stronger so that no one could kill me. The real Yeowon smirks from beside him. A fine thought, he says, his voice cutting through the illusion. With that, the beautiful world shatters into black smoke. Yeowon stands there, completely unharmed. He just turned his enemy's greatest weapon back on him. He explains the technique he just used, a martial art that creates a perfect, dreamlike world, a world so vivid it feels more real than reality itself. A truly magnificent martial art, Yeowon says with a hint of a boast. It's a martial art that only I can perform in this world. Yaso stands in the now empty illusion, completely outplayed. Yeowon's illusion walks calmly through the beautiful field he created. Then, he casually corrects himself, dropping a piece of knowledge from the future. Actually, the leader of the Wind Heaven sect can use it too. He explains how he discovered this in his past life, flexing knowledge that no one in this timeline should possibly have. He gestures to the peaceful world around them. How about it? Don't you want to live in a world like this? He's twisting the knife, showing Yaso the paradise he craves but can now never have. Yeowon's illusion smiles. If you teach me your arts, I will gladly learn. Yaso scoffs, but the illusion just smirks back. But thanks to that, you'll have me. Yaso's eyes flash with purple energy. I can see right through you, he snarls. You might fool a simpleton like Doma, but not me. Then what am I thinking? The illusion asks. Yaso guesses. You want to grab my hair and slap me across the face. And as you slap me, he continues, you'd say, you stupid bastard, who do you think you are ignoring me? But the illusion just smiles. Close, but not quite. The illusion suddenly steps right up to Yaso, and he reveals what he was truly thinking. Not about being ignored, but about justice. You stupid bastard, who do you think you are, killing people? Let's rip out that heart of yours first. The illusion fades, and the real Yeowon stands before him again, calm and collected. He asks with a slight smirk, what do you think? A little different, right? Yaso is silent, utterly defeated. He finally cracks a smile, a mix of amusement and fear. He accuses Yeowon of trying to provoke him into a fight, but Yeowon dismisses the idea. Of course not. Better to be a living third-rate than a dead number one, right? Again he quotes the soul-absorbing demon's own words back to him. Yeowon knows him inside and out. The look in Yaso's eyes changes. The defiance is gone. He understands now. This isn't a fight. This is a complete and utter domination. The illusion completely dissipates around them. Yaso asks one last question, a hint of awe in his voice. Young master, aren't you afraid of me? I could trap you in a hellish illusion forever. Yeowon smiles disarmingly. I am afraid. Very much, he admits. That's why I said I'd persuade my father, didn't I? He doesn't need to fight him directly. He's already won. Yaso breaks into a wide, manic grin. At this point, I have to admit it, he says, a strange respect in his voice. No wonder Doma was so desperate to cling to you. He concedes. Young master, you may go now. Yeowoon turns to leave, offering one last piece of advice to stay quiet for a while. Yaso simply agrees. As Yeowoon walks away from the disorienting fortress, Yaso calls out one last time, young master. He gives a final chilling warning. If you ever see me again, you will never return to this world. The truce is temporary. Next time, there will be no games. Yeowoon leaves without another word, his mission accomplished. Later that night, Yeowoon sits with his loyal subordinate, Seo Daryong, who anxiously asks if his mission went well. Yeowoon gives a vague answer, not wanting to reveal the details. He thinks to himself that his psychological trap should keep the demon quiet for 2 or 3 months. He's bought the time he needs. Daryong is visibly relieved, full of admiration for his master's courage. No one else would have even tried, he says. That alone gives it meaning. Daryong looks down, ashamed of his own weakness. I'm sorry I can't do more. If I could, I'd want to face him myself. Yeowoon looks at his earnest subordinate, a soft glint in his eye. He decides to accept the sentiment. This is what a good right-hand man is for. Daryong then asks about Li An, wondering if she is Yeowoon's true right arm. Yeowoon shakes his head. An? She's not my right arm. He holds his cup, then places his other hand over his chest. He looks at Daryong, his expression softening into something incredibly sincere. She's my heart. Daryong is left speechless, stunned by the depth of emotion in that single statement. A small, genuine smile plays on Yeowoon's lips. Daryong manages a weak smile back, joking that now he feels a little hurt. The two of them share a rare, light-hearted moment. Yeowoon looks around the tavern. The left arm and heart are here, but now the left wing is late. Daryong puzzles it out. The left arm must be Jong-ho. The heart is Li An. Then, who's the left wing? Yeowoon just sips his drink. There is someone. Daryong waits in anticipation. Just then, a large, scarred man enters. It's Jong-ho. Sorry for being late. Jong-ho sits, grabbing a drink, saying he would have been disappointed if he hadn't been invited to the first gathering of Yeowoon's people. Daryong watches the easy camaraderie between his master and the powerful demon supreme. He can't help but feel a little out of his league. The door slides open again, and Li An rushes in. Sorry for being late. Yeowoon tells her to sit, and she greets everyone formally. Jang-ho looks at her with a critical eye. An, you seem to have changed. Yeowoon explains proudly that her mastery has grown, and Jang-ho's sharp eyes must have sensed the change in her energy. An grins, adding that the hellish training also made her lose some weight. She eagerly asks for a drink, craving one after all her hard work. Yeowoon pours her a cup. You've worked hard. Jang-ho watches them, a silent approval in his eyes. Daryong watches the powerful Jong-ho and the cheerful Li An, feeling more out of place than ever. He takes a nervous gulp of his drink. He mutters to himself, I feel like I'm the only loser here. Li An overhears and asks him what's wrong. Jong-ho and Yeowoon just look on, amused. Yeowoon turns to his loyal investigator. Do you want to properly learn martial arts too? From you, my lord, Daryong asks, his eyes wide with hope. But Yeowoon simply says, no. Then from who? He asks, confused. Yeowoon puts the question to him seriously. If there was someone to teach him, would he learn? Who could that be? Daryong wonders aloud. A knowing smile spreads across Yeowoon's face. He doesn't need to say a word. Just then, heavy footsteps approach from outside, commanding everyone's attention. The crowd shrinks back in fear as a powerful presence walks through the street. A massive figure with wild white hair and a giant sword on his back appears at the tavern entrance, his voice a low growl. So arrogant, acting like you can summon anyone. It's the Bloodheaven's sword demon, Doma. He has answered the call. A storm groans outside the tavern, but inside, an even more intense one has just arrived. Seo Daryong, his cheeks flushed with alcohol, slurs at the window. Looks like it's about to pour, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. But Yeowoon cuts him off. Quit the pointless talk! He looks directly at Daryong. You have 15 minutes. Think it over. The offer to learn martial arts is on the table, but the clock is ticking. Daryong is flustered. Decide right now? Yeowoon explains the urgency. If you think too long, you'll never decide. He knows that once the liquid courage fades, so will Daryong's resolve. Daryong stares into his cup, his mind racing. This is a path he never imagined would be open to him. Across the table, Jang-ho and Li An watch in silence, giving him the space to make his choice. Yeowoon explains his reasoning to the others. He sees Daryong as a future leader, but he lacks the raw power needed to command respect in their world. To lead, he needs something more. He needs strength. Spurred on by the weight of the decision, Daryong downs another cup in one go. Yeowoon silently refills it, keeping the pressure on. Leon gently chides him for drinking so fast, but it's not alcohol he's consuming, it's courage. He slams the empty cup down on the table with a loud thud. Jong-ho watches him, his expression stoic. Leon looks on with a mix of concern and anticipation. Daryong lets out a heavy breath, the alcohol burning in his chest. He looks up, his voice filled with anxiety. "Is it okay? I'm 32. I'm worried it might be too late." "It is late," Yeowoon admits bluntly, "but that has its own advantages." Daryong looks confused. "Advantages?" Yeowoon leans forward, his voice low and serious. "You'll put in more genuine effort." He explains that because Daryong is starting late, he won't take a single moment for granted. Every sword swing will carry more weight, and every step will be taken with deeper thought. The words hit Daryong like a lightning bolt. A flicker of hope ignites in his eyes. Leon and Jang-ho exchange a knowing glance. They've seen their master's uncanny ability to inspire people before. Daryong looks down, considering his master's words. Finally, he looks up, his gaze steady for the first time all night. He bows his head. "I'll do it." He admits that from anyone else he would have refused. But since you're the one suggesting it, it feels like a real opportunity. Leon raises her bottle with a proud grin. "Our young lord has the best persuasion skills in history." Yeowoon just smiles, taking a sip of his own drink. Daryong holds his cup with trembling hands, the reality of his decision sinking in. But he still has one regret, the thought of throwing away his 10-year dream of becoming a special investigator. "Throw it away?" Yeowoon asks, confused. "Why would you do that?" He clarifies. "You're the most needed person at the Pavilion. I meant you should learn martial arts after work." Daryong's face is a perfect picture of bewildered horror. "You want me to die of exhaustion?" he squeaks. But Yeowoon just smiles. "But you'll achieve the dream you haven't reached yet." Daryong argues that he should risk everything, but Yeowoon shakes his head. "Why rush? Just learn slowly." Daryong falls silent, processing this new, even more grueling path. Yeowoon offers some wisdom from his past life. Rushing leads to failure and self-doubt. Working your job and carving out small bits of precious time to train, that is when you will grow the most. Daryong looks down, his expression a mix of terror and resolve. Yeowoon refills his cup one last time. Daryong clenches his fists and finally gives his answer. "Understood. Then please, teach me now. Who will be my master?" Leon and Jang-ho lean in, curious. Who could possibly be qualified? Heavy footsteps echo from the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps are heavy, filled with a crushing pressure that makes the floorboards groan. The presence is so intense, it feels like a beast is ascending the stairs. Leon's eyes go wide, her face blushing as she realizes who it must be. A wave of raw, killing intent washes over the room, so powerful it feels like a physical force. The Blood Heaven's sword demon, Doma, appears at the top of the stairs, radiating pure power. Both Leon and Jang-ho are frozen in shock, their faces a mix of awe and fear. Daryong, still drunk and oblivious, just looks confused. "Why do you two look like that?" In a flash, Doma is beside him, a whirlwind of motion and barely contained rage. "Huh?" Daryong yelps, finally registering the terrifying old man. Doma glares down at him. "Don't you think you've gotten too cocky lately, calling me out to a place like this again?" Jang-ho and Leon immediately stand and bow respectfully. "Welcome, Elder. Please, have a seat." Doma glances at them, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He plops into a chair, his massive sword clattering against the floor. "Why was I called?" he demands. Yeowoon smiles easily. "Why else would we call you to a tavern? To have a drink with us." He personally pours a drink for the old warrior, a gesture of respect. But as he pours, he glances over at Daryong. And Daryong finally understands. His face drains of all color. "No, right? It can't be. You're joking, right?" Yeowoon just gives him a serene, almost cruel smile. "Nope, that's right." Before Doma can react, Jang-ho stands with a bottle and bows. "Thank you for recommending me the other day, Elder. I'm finally greeting you properly." Doma grunts, pointing at Yeowoon. "It wasn't my idea. It was his." "Thank him." But Yeowoon deflects the praise. "I've been thanked enough. Honestly, none of it would have been possible without you, Elder." Doma is visibly taken aback by the genuine gratitude. He looks down at his cup, gruffly trying to hide his feelings. "I only recommended you because I believed you could handle it. Don't think too much about it." Jang-ho just smiles warmly. "Thank you." Doma takes a drink, the atmosphere softening ever so slightly. Yeowoon sees his opening. "Elder, I have a request." Doma eyes him warily. "What is it?" Daryong, realizing what's about to happen, immediately bows his head to the floor. "Please teach this guy some martial arts," Yeowoon asks point blank. Doma stares, utterly bewildered. What? He glares at the trembling investigator. Who the heck is this little squirt? Daryong, in a drunken fit of courage, launches into a ridiculous self-introduction, describing himself as a rebel, a pacifist, and the Lord's right-hand man. And I'm not some squirt, he declares, before bowing his head to the floor again. Yeowon bursts into a rare, genuine laugh at the absurd display. Jong Ho and Lee An just sweat, embarrassed beyond belief. Yeowon puts a hand on Doma's shoulder. He's pretty drunk, please forgive him. Doma just scoffs. Martial arts? Be glad I didn't kill him just for that face. But Yeowon is serious. He's someone we really need. Doma's answer is immediate and final. No! Yeowon pleads, Elder! I said no, Doma snaps back. And why should it be me? Yeowon leans in, his voice sincere and full of respect. Because you're the most skilled, Elder. Doma freezes, the unexpected praise hitting him hard. Yeowon looks at him, his gaze unwavering. I want him to learn from the best. Doma is speechless. The young master didn't command or manipulate him. He asked, appealing to his pride as a warrior. He looks down at his cup, the weight of the request, and the respect behind it, settling upon him. To build an army that can save the world, you need more than just soldiers. You need masters. And sometimes, you have to force them to see potential where they see none. With a steady voice, Yeowon makes his request. He wants Daryong to learn from the absolute best. Doma, the Blood Heaven sword demon, just stares back, his weathered face unreadable. The air in the room is thick with tension as he processes the absurd proposal. His sharp, golden eyes narrow slightly. He is a man of pride, and what Yeowon is asking goes against everything he stands for. Doma finally speaks, scoffing at the idea of passing down his sacred martial arts to someone who isn't even his official disciple. Yeowon's reply is simple and direct, cutting right through Doma's pride. Then make him your disciple. Doma is completely taken aback, staring in pure disbelief. Yeowon presses his advantage, his words calm but sharp. He points out that, frankly, he doesn't think any of Doma's current disciples are truly fit to be his successor. He gestures to the terrified Daryong. How about this guy here? Doma immediately shouts, No way! Yeowon then hits him with a personal challenge, asking if he's spent his whole life just doing whatever he wants. He suggests that for once, he should try doing something he doesn't like. But Doma is a creature of pure, stubborn will. His face contorts with anger as he growls, I said no. The two get right in each other's faces. Doma yells that he just doesn't want to. But Yeowon, completely unfazed, shouts right back that he doesn't want this either, implying this is a necessary evil. They're locked in a silent battle of wills, a storm of tension brewing between the young master and the old demon. From the side, Jang Ho and Lee An watch with wide, stunned eyes. They can't believe what they're seeing. Meanwhile, the man at the center of it all, Seo Daryong, is having a complete meltdown, frozen in utter terror. Daryong finally finds his voice, whining if anyone thinks he's actually enjoying this. Lee An looks on with pity, whispering his name, but it's no use. He glares at Doma, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and defiance, shouting that Doma shouldn't even dream of teaching him. With every ounce of his being, he screams that this is absolutely not happening. Jong Ho and Lee An can only stare, completely speechless at the chaotic scene. The standoff is broken by the outburst, a single bead of sweat rolling down Yeowon's temple. This is proving more difficult than he thought. Finally, Daryong turns to the one person he trusts, his voice a desperate plea. Yeowon looks back at him, his expression cold as ice. He tells him to ask his question, adding with chilling calm that since he's probably going to get killed soon anyway, he might as well be honest. With tears in his eyes, Daryong asks, Why are you throwing me to that heartless, cold-blooded man? He breaks down completely, wailing. Doma, hearing himself described as heartless, clenches his teeth in annoyance, muttering, You little brat. Yeowon watches the scene, realizing his direct approach isn't working on either of them. He turns back to Daryong and answers simply. He's doing this for one reason, to help him learn martial arts. But Daryong is inconsolable, clutching his head and sobbing that this isn't right. The poor guy is at his breaking point. Jang Ho looks on, a hint of sympathy on his scarred face. Yeowon shifts his strategy, casually picking up a sugar cube as if this were all a casual chat. He turns back to Doma with a slight smile, softening his request. Could you just teach him for half an hour after work? He keeps pressing, saying even a few days would be fine. All he's asking is that Doma gives the boy a single chance. The two lock eyes again, but this time the energy is different. Yeowon isn't demanding, he's appealing to something deeper. Doma glares at the now passed-out Daryong, his voice filled with contempt. Do you really trust that drunkard? But Yeowun's response changes everything. His eyes lock with Doma's, and he speaks with absolute sincerity. "I'm trusting you, Elder." That single sentence hits Doma like a physical blow. This isn't about the kid anymore. This is a personal appeal, a test of their bond. Yeowun's gaze is unwavering. He's putting his faith not in Daryong's potential, but in Doma's character. He thinks to himself that there's something similar about Doma and Daryong. He sees them both as outsiders who possess more passion than anyone else. But Doma is still wrestling with his pride. As he starts to refuse again, Daryong mumbles one last tear-filled protest. "I'm the one who hates this!" The outburst surprises everyone, who thought he was completely unconscious. Suddenly, an idea seems to strike Doma. His hand tightens around the hilt of his massive sword. Yeowun grins, knowing exactly what's coming. Doma is about to test Daryong's resolve in his own terrifying way. With a swift motion, Doma slams the hilt of his sword down on Daryong's head, and that's the final straw. With a choked whisper of "I said I hate this," Daryong passes out cold. With the protests now silenced, Doma turns back to Yeowun, his expression serious. The negotiation is back on. He's finally willing to consider it, but on his terms. "If I agree to teach this brat, what will you do for me?" Yeowun doesn't hesitate. He makes an offer Doma could never have expected. "I'll help you resolve that long-held grudge of yours." Doma's eyes widen in shock. He's heard the one thing that could possibly change his mind. The tension in the room finally breaks as liquor is poured into a cup. Yeowun calmly pours Doma a drink, a silent gesture sealing their new agreement. He wonders to himself if Doma truly wants reconciliation with his rival, the source of that long-held grudge. Doma downs the cup in one go. The deal is accepted. Jong-ho and Leon share a drink, still processing the whiplash of the last few minutes. Yeowun takes a slow sip, his plan having come together perfectly. As they continue to drink, the atmosphere shifts. They are no longer adversaries, but partners. Empty bottles begin to pile up, marking the time spent finalizing their new alliance. Daryong is still passed out on the table, oblivious to the fact that his future has just been decided for him. Doma breaks the silence, making sure Yeowun's offer wasn't a joke. Yeowun confirms it wasn't. He can't let Daryong learn Doma's legendary arts for free. Doma strokes his beard, considering the implications of Yeowun's promise. He then asks about the business branch Yeowun set up for him in the city. Yeowun looks out the window and replies that it's running smoothly, but Doma clarifies. He doesn't care about the money. He wants to know if it's helping improve Yeowun's reputation. A slight smirk plays on Yeowun's lips. He admits most people probably think he just set it up to boost his own popularity, but he tells Doma it's been a great help. He knows Doma doesn't understand that helping the common people is just as important as killing demons. It's all part of the bigger picture. He looks at the unconscious Daryong. "I'm counting on you." He needs people who understand both worlds. Doma sighs. "Leaving the brat with me, what are you going to do?" Yeowun gives a simple one-word answer. "Busy." "Busy with what?" Doma asks. Yeowun casually lists off his immense responsibilities, thinking of ways to kill monsters, finding a right wing, and even buttering up his own father. Doma listens, processing the immense weight on this young man's shoulders. And then it clicks. "Wait, am I the left wing?" Yeowun casually replies, "Yes." "Want to switch to the right?" Doma's eyes fly open, the implications staggering. He points an accusing finger, calling him insane for trying to lump him and his greatest rival together as his wings. But Yeowun calmly throws his own words back at him, reminding him of his promise to embrace Yeowun's madness. "Have you already forgotten?" he asks. Doma is left speechless, caught by his own advice. Doma lets out a frustrated sound, leaning back in his chair. He's been completely outplayed. Yeowun leans forward. "Go mad with me. What life do we have left to hesitate for?" Doma pushes back, but Yeowun's reply is simple and undeniable. "Because I'm crazy." Doma can only stare. He's looking at a man whose ambition is so vast, so insane, it just might be enough to change the world. Then Yeowun drops the final piece of his plan. He announces that he'll be leaving the sect for a couple of months and asks Doma to please look after our kids while he's away. Doma looks at him for a moment, processing this deep level of trust. Then, he gives a single, gruff reply. "Got it." With the deal sealed, Doma takes another drink, a silent acceptance of his new responsibility. For Yeowun, that single word, spoken without question, means everything. That short reply is incredibly reassuring. He has finally secured his left wing, and his family will be safe while he is away. Daryong, still half-conscious, mutters desperately for water, his body aching all over. A gruff, familiar voice cuts through the haze, telling him there's some right next to him. The words slowly piece together in his foggy brain. Next to him? His eyes flutter open. He grabs the teapot and starts chugging, desperate for any relief. He sits up, clutching his pounding head and swearing off drinking forever. As his vision clears, he takes in his surroundings. Wait, who just spoke to him? Suddenly, he hears the distinct sound of a book snapping shut. His eyes slowly drift across the room, a sense of pure dread washing over him. And there he is. Standing by the window, bathed in morning light, is the fearsome Bloodheaven sword demon, Doma. Doma stands there calmly, flipping through a book as if nothing is out of the ordinary. The color drains from Daryong's face. The full weight of his situation crashes down on him. He stammers out the question, "Why is the demon lord here?" Doma doesn't even look up. "Because this is my room." That just raises an even more terrifying question. Daryong looks around, his voice a whisper. "Then why am I here?" Doma finally looks over, annoyed. He explains that as they were leaving, Daryong suddenly demanded that Doma carry him. He continues, his voice dripping with irritation, that Daryong then clung to his pant leg, yelling about how a master could possibly abandon his disciple. Daryong is absolutely mortified. Sweat pours down his face as he asks in disbelief, "I did that?" Doma snaps the book shut, muttering that it's been decades since anyone else has even stepped foot in his private quarters. He glares down at Daryong. "Kid, you want to die but don't have the guts to do it yourself, right?" Daryong is too terrified to speak, his mind racing for a way out of this nightmare. He manages to change the subject, asking why Doma let him sleep on his own bed. Doma just sighs, clearly exhausted. "Of course you don't remember that either." Daryong flinches, bracing for another horrifying revelation. "What else?" Doma explains that when he tried to put him in the guest room, Daryong accused him of being a heartless master. He then adds that Daryong sat on the floor crying about how a guy like him deserved such poor treatment. Daryong looks absolutely miserable. Doma looks at him with a mix of pity and disgust. "Is life that hard for you?" His expression darkens. "It was hard for me too," he says, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "Hard to hold back from killing you." A wave of pure terror washes over Daryong. His life literally flashed before his eyes. He immediately drops to his knees, bowing his head to the floor and apologizing profusely. Doma scoffs. "Why quit good liquor? Quit your drunk behavior instead." It's the first piece of genuine, if harsh, wisdom he's offered. Daryong doesn't care. He just agrees to quit everything, begging for forgiveness. Doma just stares at him, his patience worn thin. He finally dismisses him with a simple, "Go now." Daryong looks up, relieved but still shaken to his core. As he gets up to leave, he sees the book Doma was reading. He looks over at the bookshelf, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He picks up the book, his entire demeanor changing. A genuine smile spreads across his face as he recognizes it as his favorite. He excitedly asks Doma if he's read it. The atmosphere in the room instantly turns ice cold. Doma's face is a mask of pure fury. He speaks with a low, threatening voice. "I hate people who touch my stuff without permission." Daryong gasps, realizing his mistake too late and dropping the book in his panic. Before he can react, Doma is on him, delivering a swift kick that sends him flying. Daryong scrambles to his feet, rushing to pick up the book he dropped. He clutches it, apologizing over and over, relieved that it wasn't seriously damaged. "I'm sorry," he yells, bowing again. He tries to make a quick exit, but Doma's voice stops him. "Why do you like that book?" Daryong hesitates, then answers honestly. He says he feels like the protagonist is similar to him, gloomy, doesn't fit in, but still becomes a hero. He admits he's read it over 20 times, turning to it whenever he feels lost. Doma listens in silence. It seems Daryong's earnest answer has struck a chord. Daryong bows one last time and turns to leave. But Doma isn't done with him yet. He asks a much more serious question. "Do you think the young master will become the successor?" Daryong doesn't even have to think. He answers with a firm, confident yes. Doma presses him. "Why?" Daryong explains that Yeowon is the most extraordinary person he's ever seen, and he believes with all his heart that he'll change the cult for the better. Doma's eyes narrow slightly. He's testing the depth of this loyalty. He asks the ultimate question, "Would you give your life for him?" Daryong's answer is immediate and surprising. "No." Doma looks genuinely surprised. "Didn't you just say he's an extraordinary man?" Daryong looks down, ashamed but honest. He admits that he himself is not extraordinary. He's not great enough to sacrifice himself for others. Doma looks at him, and for the first time there's a hint of something other than annoyance in his eyes. Perhaps it's respect. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches Doma's lips. He gives his new disciple his first official order. "Wait in the yard." Daryong, despite his fear, replies with a determined yes. We see the imposing structure of Doma's residence, the place where Seo Daryong's new life is about to begin. Daryong stands alone in the yard, filled with anxiety. He wonders if Doma is going to punish him for his answer. Suddenly, Doma's massive sword lands in the ground in front of him with a heavy thud. Doma stands at the top of the stairs and tells him to listen. Daryong grips the hilt of the greatsword. The metal is cold and heavy in his hands. He lifts the sword, the sheer size of it almost comical compared to his slender frame. Doma watches him struggle. How does it feel? Daryong is confused by the question. He gives the only answer he can think of. It's heavy. Doma's expression remains stern, focused. Then he delivers the first real lesson. That's everything. Daryong is completely lost. Huh? Doma explains. Understanding that weight is the beginning and end of the martial way I'm trying to pass on. In that moment, something clicks. He looks at the blade with new eyes. His heart trembles. It's not just a heavy piece of metal, it's a philosophy. Doma, ever the gruff master, immediately dismisses the emotional moment, blaming it on the hangover. Daryong snaps out of it with a nervous smile. Ah, right. As Doma walks away, he throws one last order over his shoulder. Don't be late for training later. But something has changed in Daryong. The fear is still there, but now it's mixed with a newfound determination. He grips the heavy sword and shouts, "Yes! I won't be late!" The scene shifts to the rainy city of Hongsan. Yeowon walks through the crowded streets, his face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat. He enters a noisy tavern, where a young boy greets him. Yeowon looks at the boy, and a memory from his past life surfaces. The last time he was here, this boy was a grown man. It's a stark reminder of how much the timeline has changed. The boy apologizes, saying they have no seats. Yeowon asks if they have any rooms available. But they're completely packed because of the Blood God Festival, which starts in 10 days. As the boy runs off, Yeowon stands in the doorway, a thoughtful look on his face. Arriving 10 days early, his timing is perfect. The Blood God Festival is his only chance to obtain the one thing that can finally subdue the soul-devouring demon. The item he seeks is kept behind an iron gate, guarded by the Wind Heaven sect's leader. And the leader isn't the only guardian. Another man, bound by ancient shackles, eternally guards a sacred bell. Stealing a relic while avoiding both of them would normally be impossible. But once a year, there is a brief moment of opportunity. A moment when the Iron Gate rises. That moment is the day of the Blood God Festival. On that day, the sect leader emerges to oversee the grand rituals. Tradition dictates he leaves his post, leaving the sacred relic vulnerable for a short time. Yeowon's eyes gleam with cold resolve. He will use that moment to steal the item he needs. The stage is set for a heist of legendary proportions. A sword is supposed to be an extension of the soul, but for Seo Daryong, this one feels like an anchor, dragging him down into the dirt. The air cracks with the force of each swing. Every motion is a war against his own screaming muscles and the impossible weight of the blade in his hands. Watching him, Doma gives a single, sharp nod. That's how you're supposed to hold it. That's the proper form. Through ragged breaths, Daryong forces out a reply, his voice strained with exhaustion. Yes, sir. With his arms crossed, Doma gives his next command, simple and brutal. 1,000 times. Daryong's eyes widen. The words don't even register at first. 1,000? 1,000 swings, with this monstrously heavy sword, and without using a shred of internal energy. His arms already feel like they're about to fall off. His raw hands tighten on the hilt. This isn't just training anymore. This feels like a punishment. He leans on the sword just to stay upright, his entire body trembling from the effort. Panting, drenched in sweat, a single thought cuts through the haze of pain. Was this a mistake? He thinks about his old life, his quiet, comfortable days. Right now, he'd normally be relaxing at home with a good book. But then, he sees his master's face in his mind. He remembers the trust Cheon Yeowon put in him, and his expression hardens. He's already started down this path. He has to give it everything he has. A single tear cuts a path through the grime on his cheek. He's not just doing this for himself. He grits his teeth, pushing the agony to the back of his mind. His knuckles are white on the hilt, his feet digging into the ground. He will not give up. He struggles back to his feet, a low groan escaping his lips as every muscle protests. And he begins to swing again, his resolve burning like a fire. If he fails on the very first day, he'll never be able to face the Pavilion Lord again. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the training yard in long shadows. He whispers the count, his voice now a ragged rasp. 998. The world around him is a blur of motion and pain. 999. With a final, desperate roar, he pours every last drop of his will into the final swing. 1,000! He gasps, desperate for air. His lungs burn as if filled with hot coals, and then he collapses, his body completely spent. His hands are torn and bloody, but a faint smile touches his lips. "I did it," he whispers, but Doma's cold voice cuts through his relief. "If it's too hard, quit. I won't stop you." The old master towers over him, offering an easy way out of this hell. Tears of pain and exhaustion stream down Daryong's face, mixing with the sweat and dirt, but through gritted teeth, he finds his voice. "I won't quit." Doma asks him why. Why put himself through this? Daryong's answer is simple and honest. "I'll never get a chance like this again." Something shifts in Doma's gaze. That wasn't the answer he was expecting. He warns Daryong that he will never teach him his most secret, personal techniques. There's a limit to what this training will offer. But Daryong just shakes his head. He's not asking for that. Just the chance to learn anything at all from a living legend is more than enough. His voice cracks with raw emotion as he reveals his true dream. "Someday, when I have a kid, I want to tell them their dad once learned from the great Hyeolcheon Doma." For him, that's enough. As a man and as a future father, that single memory would be a treasure. Doma is silent, completely stunned. He came here to train a weak-willed investigator, but found a man with a spirit forged from pure steel. A flicker of something, maybe amusement, maybe respect, crosses his face. "So you plan to get married," he says. Daryong doesn't hesitate. "Yes, I want to." Doma's next question is simple. Why? Tears well up in Daryong's eyes as he gives the truest answer he has. He wants to raise a child, and give them the kind of fatherly love he never had. The two stand there in the fading light, an unlikely bond forming between the grizzled master and his determined disciple. Doma poses one last, hard question. What if your kid ends up hating you, the way you hated your own father? Looking up, a small, tired smile plays on Daryong's lips. He asks if Doma would put his own kid through this kind of training. It's a weak joke, a moment of levity in the middle of his suffering. Doma's eye twitches. This kid has some serious nerve. His voice booms across the yard, shattering the quiet moment. 1,000 more! Daryong's face drops in disbelief. Again? The road to becoming a warrior, it seems, is paved with endless agony. The scene shifts, moving far away to a dark, jagged mountain range beneath a moonless sky. This is the temporary camp of Cheon Yeo-woon. A small pot bubbles over a carefully concealed fire. Yeo-woon is deep in preparation. He spent days brewing a special potion from herbs gathered at several apothecaries, a concoction designed to completely mask his scent, numbing the senses of even the most powerful martial artists. He knows one of the relic's guardians has been confined for years, his senses sharpened by a lifetime of isolation. This potion is his key to getting past him undetected. While the potion simmers, he doesn't rest. He trains, practicing the heavenly demon guardian art. He sits in perfect meditation, his focus absolute. No detail can be overlooked. He can feel his power growing with each session. He's heard this technique becomes even more incredible when combined with the legendary Gua demon art. He looks forward to the day he can finally wield them both together. The vast, starry sky stretches out above him like a blanket of diamonds. Yeo-woon stands at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the heavens. He remembers this place. Even in his first, failed life, he stood here and looked up at this very same sky. His thoughts drift to the two he left behind. He muses that, for all their differences, Doma and Daryong are actually quite similar in spirit. In a rare moment of quiet reflection, he hopes that everyone is doing well without him. Back at the cult, Daryong's eyes snap open with a start. He groans, a wave of agony washing over him. Every muscle feels like it's been torn to shreds. He remembers swinging the sword deep into the night, but everything after that is a complete blank. He looks around, confused. Where is he? He sits bolt upright with a scream. Why did I end up sleeping here again? He's in Doma's bed. Again. He throws the door open, his eyes wide with panic. He sprints out into the courtyard, completely mortified by the situation, but he freezes in his tracks, surprised by the sight before him. There, at the top of the stairs, stands Doma in the pale morning light. The old master is holding his massive sword, a faint, powerful energy pulsing around him. Daryong recognizes the stance immediately. The centered, powerful form. It's exactly the same one he was forced to practice, and in that moment it all clicks into place. Doma was swinging the blade in the exact same stance, with the same grip he'd been taught. This wasn't just mindless torture, it was the same training Doma himself had endured. There was a reason for the pain. Doma's voice cuts through his thoughts. Think you can slack off just because the Pavilion Lord isn't here? Daryong snaps out of it, realizing he's late for his real job. He yells that he has to go, promising to be back that afternoon for more training. Doma glances over his shoulder, a ghost of a smile on his lips. "You'll come?" he asks, testing his resolve. "Of course!" Daryong shouts back as he runs off. Doma calls after him, "Being sore is no excuse. 2,000 swings today." But this time, Daryong doesn't feel despair. He grins, a rush of excitement and determination filling him. "Yes, sir!" Doma watches him go, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. This kid might actually have what it takes. Meanwhile, days later, Yeowon moves through a barren, rocky wasteland. With 5 days left until the festival, his potion is finally ready. Today, he'll find out if the secret passage he remembers from his past still exists. He finds it, a massive boulder hiding the entrance to a dark cave. He activates the hidden mechanism, and the stone door grinds open with a low rumble. Stepping into the darkness, he's once again impressed by how perfectly this hidden path was crafted. He summons a glowing orb of energy to light the way forward. After applying the scent-masking potion, he begins his descent down the long, winding staircase. He finally reaches the end of the passage, where a massive, reinforced door blocks his path. This has to be the throne room. He closes his eyes, extending his senses to probe what lies on the other side. A thin wisp of blue energy separates from his body and slips through the crack beneath the door. The energy flows into the vast, dark chamber beyond. It snakes silently through the room, a silent scout searching for its target. The wisp drifts through the oppressive darkness, and then it finds him, a lone figure, sitting on the throne in the dark, radiating an aura of absolutely immense power. Yeowon's eyes snap open. He feels it instantly, an overwhelming pressure, a presence so powerful it feels like the very air around him is turning to stone. There is no doubt in his mind. That is the Wind Heaven sect leader. The man sits like a mountain, his presence alone dominating the vast chamber. This isn't the aura of an ordinary master. This man is on an entirely different level. The probe continues its silent exploration, shifting its focus. And just as he remembered, it finds the second guardian, a man bound in shackles, standing near the great bell. With both targets located, the picture is complete. Yeowon retracts his energy, melting back into the shadows of the passage. Now he has everything he needs. He'll make his move during the Blood God Festival. 5 days later, the festival is in full force. The city is a sea of light and noise, the streets overflowing with roaring crowds. People from every walk of life are celebrating, lost in the food, music, and festive air. Families and friends laugh together, completely unaware of the predator moving silently through the shadows. Hidden from sight, Yeowon makes his final preparations, applying the scent-masking potion. He then sits in perfect stillness, erasing his presence from the world, waiting for the exact right moment. He knows the tradition. The great bell will be struck 36 times to mark the festival's climax, and when that final chime echoes through the city, his operation will begin. The first deep, resonant toll of the bell rings out over the cheers. Inside the throne room, the shackled guardian pulls the heavy rope, striking the bell again and again as Yeowon listens from the darkness, counting every chime. The heavy mallet meets ancient bronze, sending vibrations through the very stone of the mountain. The 36th strike, the signal he's been waiting for. As the final boom fades, the Wind Heaven sect leader rises from his throne. It's time. He uses a legendary movement technique, the Wind God's Shadow Step. He moves so fast he becomes a blur, leaving afterimages in his wake before vanishing completely. Now, only the guardian in shackles remains. The secret door slides open, and Yeowon emerges from the darkness like a phantom. He remembers from his past life that the sect leader will be gone for about 15 minutes. The window is dangerously small. He glides past the oblivious guardian, approaching his target, a large, ornate statue. The statue sits in serene silence, its stone face impassive. Yeowon raises a hand, his fingers poised. He presses a specific point on the statue's forehead. A series of soft clicks echo in the chamber as a hidden mechanism activates. He then presses another point on its eye. The statue's eyes slide open, revealing a secret compartment within. This is it. The reason he came all this way. The key to everything. He reaches inside and retrieves 2 small vials filled with a swirling crimson liquid, the Blood Eye Elixir. This sacred treasure is passed down only to the sect's leaders, granting the user the ability to see through the most powerful illusions and sorcery. And since the soul-stealing art comes from those same ancient techniques, this elixir is the only thing in the world that can break its power. Without a second of hesitation, Yeowon uncorks the vial and lets the burning liquid fall directly into his eye. The pain is instant and absolute. A wave of searing heat explodes behind his eyes, his vision consumed by red-hot agony. He clutches his face, gritting his teeth as the elixir burns through his nerves, rewriting his very sight. His eyes snap open. They are no longer their natural color. They glow with a brilliant, demonic crimson. The pain fades, replaced by a strange and terrifying new clarity. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. Phase 1 is complete. He carefully places the vials back inside the statue, closing the hidden compartment. There's still enough liquid left inside that no one will ever know a single drop was taken. The current sect leader can pass it to his heir, never realizing its power has been shared. Suddenly, the shackled guardian stirs, as if a cold breeze just passed him by. He glances around the empty room, a flicker of confusion on his face, but sees nothing. Yeowon is already gone, a blur of motion as he uses another of the wind god's techniques to escape. He moves like a streak of blue lightning, vanishing into the night. The scene shifts. Back at the demonic cult, nearly 2 months later, Doma sits alone reading by moonlight. A voice cuts through the silence. "That look really doesn't suit you." Doma looks up, startled. His eyes narrow, recognizing the figure in the shadows. Cheon Yeowon steps into the light. Doma grumbles that the guards are getting sloppy, but Yeowon just smiles, explaining he came quietly to see him first, without causing a scene. Doma is quiet for a moment, just looking at the young master who has been gone so long. "You just got back?" he asks. Yeowon confirms that he did. Doma looks at him, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Don't tell me I'm the first person you came to see." Yeowon's smile is genuine. "My father went to bed early," he says. "But yes, I thought of you first." The words are simple, but they carry the heavy weight of trust. Doma is clearly moved, though he does his best to hide it behind his usual gruff expression. Yeowon produces a bottle of liquor. "Let's have a drink. I brought the kind you like." For the first time all night, a rare, true smile breaks across Doma's face. As they sit, Doma remarks that it's already been 2 months. Yeowon pours them both a drink. "Not quite that long." He explains that his movement techniques improved, letting him get back faster. Then he asks the important question. "So, how is Investigator Seo's training going?" Doma takes a slow sip, thinking it over. "That little runt," he says, "is working surprisingly hard." Yeowon looks pleased. For a man like Doma to use the phrase surprisingly hard, that means Daryong must be exceeding all expectations. Doma adds that while the kid seems defiant, he's got a solid core. When Yeowon says Daryong has never been defiant with him, Doma just scoffs. "He knows who he can get away with it with." The old warrior pops a sugar cube into his mouth, a small gesture of contentment. Yeowon changes the subject, nodding toward the book. He playfully teases him, asking if he really reads poetry. Doma gets defensive. "What? Do I not look like the type?" Yeowon smirks. "I wouldn't say that, but it definitely doesn't suit you." Doma looks away, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he admits that he used to love books when he was young. He'd just forgotten about it for a long time. Yeowon is intrigued. He asks what the great demon lord was like back then. Doma's answer is simple. Dark and gloomy. Yeowon can't help but smile. "Sounds like Investigator Seo." Doma shoots him a sideways look, the comparison hitting a little too close to home. He just grunts, saying those days are long gone. He rubs his eyes as if pushing away old memories. Pouring another drink, he gets to the point. "Did your mission go well?" Yeowon's reply is a simple, confident, "Yes." Doma's expression turns serious. Then trouble is about to stir again. Yeowon just gives him a mysterious smile. "What do you think I went out there for?" "Something bloody, I'm sure," Doma guesses. But Yeowon shakes his head. "That's a misunderstanding. I prefer peace." Doma smirks. "I like peace too." His grin widens, revealing a far more brutal philosophy, the kind of peace that comes after he's forced everyone to their knees. That eerie silence that hangs in the air after a battle is won. Yeowon takes a sip, completely unfazed. He tells Doma he should come with him on the next trip, but Doma declines. There are too many people in the world he wants to fight. It's more peaceful for him to just stay put. He offers a rare piece of advice, warning Yeowon to be careful. In a war for succession, one misstep is all it takes to lose everything. Yeowon looks at him, his gaze sharp and piercing, and asks a question. "If I do misstep, Elder, what will you do?" Doma answers without hesitation. He'd go back to serving the first prince. Cold-blooded, Yeowon notes. "Of course," Doma says. "What good are wings if the body is dead?" He'd have to find a new master. Yeowon remarks that sounds just like something the infamous Blood Sky Butcher would do. The light banter fades, and Yeowon's expression turns serious. He tells Doma he has a request. The request is simple. "Drink with me all night tonight." Doma agrees easily enough. It's not a difficult favor to grant. But as Yeowon gets up to leave, Doma stops him. "Where are you going?" Yeowun says he's going to get more drinks and some snacks. Doma points out that he could just send a servant. Yeowun gives him a cryptic smile. I have something specific I want to bring. Doma watches him, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He knows there's more to this than just a night of drinking. He watches as Yeowun walks away, disappearing into the darkness. Alone on the veranda, Yeowun looks out into the night. He thinks to himself that he's going to prepare the perfect snack for their session, the one he's been planning for the last 2 months. His red eyes glow with a chilling intensity as his plan finally clicks into place. Tonight, he vows, I will kill the soul-stealing lord. After 2 long months of planning, the final hunt begins. Deep within a crumbling ruin, the soul-absorbing demon Yasuo makes his way up a dark staircase, the air thick with silence and decay. He can still hear the boy's parting words, dripping with contempt. The memory of that humiliation stings, and with a scowl, he pushes deeper into his desolate hideout. He pauses, his expression grim. This forgotten place was meant to be his sanctuary, a place to recover his strength after the crushing defeat he suffered at Cheon Yeowun's hands. The chamber is vast and empty, a tomb of stone and dust. At the far end of the hall, on a cold stone slab, lies his next victim, a young girl, unconscious and unaware of the fate that awaits her. She's a sacrifice, nothing more. A heart he needs to fuel his forbidden arts and restore the power he lost. Yasuo looks down at her, his face a mask of cold resolve. He's been weakened, and this is the only way he knows to reclaim his former glory. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. It's been a while since he's performed the soul-seizing grand art. He raises his hand, purple energy crackling around his fingertips. But just as he's about to strike, something sharp smacks him hard across the face, knocking him off balance. He stumbles back with a grunt, clutching his cheek as the purple energy dissipates from his hand. The attack is broken. He has no idea what just happened. His eyes widen in disbelief. This place was supposed to be a secret. No one should have been able to find him here. Then, a calm, cold voice echoes through the chamber, a voice he remembers all too well. Didn't I tell you not to? Standing at the entrance is Cheon Yeowun. He's dressed in simple traveler's robes, but his presence fills the entire room with a suffocating pressure. Yasuo stares, his mind reeling. You, young master? He sputters, completely caught off guard. Yeowun's voice is low and cutting as he repeats a single word like a death sentence. Coward. He takes a step forward, his gaze locked on the old demon. How long are you going to hide? Or is your courage only reserved for tearing hearts out of the weak? Yasuo's face twists with rage and fear. The memory of his last encounter with the boy, the illusion that shattered his mind, comes rushing back. The dark chamber around him melts away. He's trapped once more in that endless, snowy wasteland, the perfect illusion Yeowun had created just for him. The wind howls, whipping snow around Yeowun's figure as he stands on a cliff above him, a specter of judgment. He remembers Yeowun's warning, promising to send him back to a world of nothingness if he ever saw him again. The image of the young master, standing resolute against the blizzard, is burned into his mind. Yeowun's voice from that memory cuts through him, laying his soul bare. You only scare others because you're the one who's truly afraid, aren't you? Back in the present, Yasuo glares at Yeowun, trying to regain his composure. He forces a compliment, then gets straight to the point. Did you come here to kill me? Yeowun's answer is simple and direct. Yes. Yasuo sneers, pressing him. And what makes you so confident you can? Yeowun says nothing, letting the silence stretch, the tension thickening in the air. Yasuo waits, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He can't get a read on this boy at all. Then a sudden thought strikes him, a sliver of hope. Did the sect leader send you? He asks, his voice trembling slightly. A small, chilling smile plays on Yeowun's lips. If my father wanted you dead, he'd be here himself. You know his personality, don't you? The implication hangs heavy in the air. This isn't an order from the heavenly demon. This is personal. The scene shifts. The tense standoff is replaced by a strange calm, as the two sit across from each other at a stone table. A simple tea set rests between them, an illusion of civility in the heart of a tomb. If we must kill each other, Yeowun begins, his tone even, let's have one honest conversation first. Intrigued, and perhaps a little overconfident, Yasuo simply agrees. Yasuo begins to justify his life's work, scoffing at the idea of mercy. We are demons, he declares. What's wrong with devouring the hearts of the weak to grow stronger? He continues, his voice filled with self-righteous conviction, claiming that everything he did, every life he took, was for the good of the heavenly demon sect. Yeowun listens quietly, his face unreadable. He thinks back to his past life, to the ruthless warrior he used to be. He admits to himself that his old self might have turned a blind eye to a monster like Yasuo, using the excuse of strengthening the sect to ignore his atrocities. A vision of his older, scarred self flashes in his mind. But that's not who he is anymore. My fate has changed, he thinks, his resolve hardening. He's not just saying it. He truly is a different person now. Yeowun looks up, his gaze sharp enough to cut through stone. Don't lie, he says, his voice a low growl. You didn't harvest hearts for the sect. It was for your own survival. Yasuo freezes. The words hit him like a physical blow. It was, and still is, only about you. The accusation hangs between them, thick and suffocating. Yeowun presses his advantage, dismantling the old demon's entire defense. If you truly cared for the sect, you would have sought revenge when my father, the previous heavenly demon, died. But you didn't. You just hid, outliving everyone else. He leans forward, his voice dripping with disgust. Your long, pathetic life is soaked in the blood of thousands. You lived only for yourself, and in doing so you became a monster. The weight of the truth crushes the air from the room. Yasuo has nothing left to say. Finally, a dawning realization spreads across his face. You're not that young master. He stares at Yeowun, searching his face. There's no way a boy barely in his 20s could understand me so clearly. You couldn't have tracked me here, avoided my arts, or laid a hand on me. A strange, unsettling energy begins to emanate from Yeowun, a faint mist swirling around them. The energy intensifies, coiling around him like a serpent as a purple light flashes in his eyes. Yeowun calmly names the technique he's channeling, mind-reading, soul-seizing art. He explains that it's a demonic art so forbidden it's banned even within the sect, a technique that tears the truth directly from an opponent's mind. It won't work on me, Yeowun says, a hint of amusement in his voice, but I'll play along. Let's find out what you really want to know. Yasuo unleashes his power, his face contorting as he peers into Yeowun's very soul, demanding an answer. Who are you? Inside the mental landscape, Yeowun appears as a different man, an illusion designed to confuse him. How do you know about me? Yasuo asks, thrown off balance. The illusion speaks with Yeowun's voice. I investigated everything about you. Yasuo asks the question burning in his mind. Is the sect leader behind this? The answer is a simple, terrifying no. The psychic pressure intensifies, but Yeowun remains completely unshaken. Through the mind-reading art, Yeowun confirms his suspicion. So, it's true, he thinks. The one he fears most is my father. The interrogation continues. Why have you come? To kill you. Did you tell anyone you were coming? No one. The mental battle ends. Yasuo has his answers. He believes Yeowun came here alone, with no backup. A wicked, confident grin spreads across his face. He thinks he's found his path to victory. Then, young master, today you will vanish from this world. But Yeowun is one step ahead. As confident as you are about killing me, he asks calmly, are you prepared to handle the aftermath? Yasuo looks confused, so Yeowun clarifies, a faint smile playing on his lips. Because the aftermath isn't for you to handle. It's for Hyolcheon Doma. He lets the name sink in. Doma, the blood heaven's sword demon, the most volatile and powerful of the 8 demon supremes. Yeowun then delivers the final devastating piece of his plan. I won't be the one to kill you. He leans in, his eyes glowing with cold, calculating light. You'll try to kill him and die by his hand. Yasuo's eyes widen in sheer horror as the monstrously clever trap is revealed. He wasn't the hunter. He was the bait. Yasuo lets out a wild, maniacal laugh, a shriek of disbelief echoing through the chamber. He's been played, not just into a fight, but into a war with the one man no one dares to cross. Yeowun watches him, his expression grim and resolute. The trap is set. Now, all that's left is to spring it. He immediately flares his own power, activating the heavenly demon body protection art. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him, a shield against the incoming mental attack. The two energies collide in a silent, violent crash. Yasuo's insidious purple power claws at the golden defense, trying to worm its way inside. The golden aura flickers and strains as the purple energy seeps through, enveloping Yeowun and dragging his mind into a dark, psychic space. Inside his mind, Yasuo's spectral face appears, a horrifying grin plastered across it. He's breached the first line of defense. A voice whispers directly into Yeowun's soul, a hypnotic command meant to turn him into a pawn. Young master, kill Hyolcheon Doma. The order echoes, relentless and invasive. Kill him! Kill him! The words pound against his will, trying to overwrite his own thoughts with Yasuo's murderous intent. Yeowun struggles against the influence. An ordinary person's mind would have shattered instantly, but he is anything but ordinary. Through the psychic storm, he senses a faint light shining from within. He realizes this is the key, the counter to this dark sorcery. With a surge of willpower, Yeowun's eyes snap open. The spell is broken. Yasuo can only stare in utter disbelief. He has no idea what just happened. They stand in silence. The Master of Soul Arts just had his signature move completely shrugged off. How did he open his eyes on his own? Yasuo mutters, completely baffled. You're not supposed to wake up from that. A wry smile touches Yeowun's lips. He decides to have some fun. He must have formed a deep bond with Hyeolcheon Doma, he says, his voice dripping with false sincerity. He just doesn't want to kill him. The lie is so absurd it sends Yasuo into a rage. He unleashes the spell again, pouring even more power into it. Kill Hyeolcheon Doma! Once again, the command to kill floods Yeowun's mind. He can feel it. This time the psychic assault is even stronger. But as the darkness closes in, something new appears in his mindscape. A flash of brilliant blue light. Yeowun breaks free a second time, breathing heavily. The effort is starting to show, but his will remains unbroken. Yasuo is left speechless, staring at the young man he was so sure he could control. Why on earth? He growls in frustration. Why isn't he falling under my spell? Yeowun just smirks, doubling down on his ridiculous lie. I told you, it's because of his deep bond with Elder Doma. Nonsense! Yasuo roars. Refusing to believe it, he changes tactics, unleashing a different, more terrifying illusion. Yeowun finds himself in a desolate, golden-hued wasteland. He looks around, wondering if this is the same illusion as before. But then, the ground nearby begins to stir, bubbling up like black tar. A grotesque monster made of black sludge rises before him, its skull-like face weeping black tears, a twisted soul given monstrous form. All around him, the ground erupts as dozens, then hundreds of these soul creatures claw their way to the surface, their silent screams echoing in his mind. Yeowun doesn't hesitate. He grips the hilt of his sword. As he draws his blade, his new demonic red eyes flare to life, glowing with a dangerous light. The soul monsters lunge, but with his new eyes, Yeowun sees it clearly, a glowing blue core in the chest of each creature. That has to be the weak point. He moves in a blur. His sword becomes a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly weaving between the grasping claws of the soul monsters. He strikes with deadly precision, his blade piercing one blue core after another. With each successful strike, the monsters dissolve into nothing. He's not just fighting them, he's exorcising them. And in that moment, he understands. The Blood-Eye elixir didn't just give him a defense, it gave him the perfect offense, revealing the very counter to this dark sorcery. From the real world, Yasuo watches, his face a mask of shock and horror. This shouldn't be possible. Yeowun turns to him, a mocking look in his eyes. What's wrong? Yasuo's own eyes glow with purple light as he prepares his next assault. The world dissolves again. This time, Yeowun is plunged into a torrential downpour in the middle of a raging, endless ocean. He recognizes the sheer power of this new illusion. To be trapped in one layer of sorcery while inside another falling here would mean the end. He fights to keep his head above the violent waves. A massive wave crashes over him, the force of it immense and overwhelming. It drags him down into the crushing, dark depths. As he sinks, he recalls what he knows of Yasuo. This illusion is his most infamous technique, so vast and real that it can break anyone's spirit. He struggles his way back to the surface, gasping for air. Treading water, he finally understands the true terror of this power. How could any ordinary person possibly overcome an illusion on this scale? He has to find the countermeasure fast, or even his will might break. But as he scans the raging sea, he sees nothing. Panic begins to set in. Why can't I see the counter this time? A desperate thought strikes him. Could the countermeasure be hidden underwater? Without a second's hesitation, he takes a deep breath and dives back into the abyss. He swims deeper and deeper, searching the crushing darkness for any sign of a weak point, any crack in this perfect illusion. He finds nothing. Forced to surface for air again, his desperation grows. Where is it? He yells into the storm, his voice filled with frustration. There's nothing around him, just an endless ocean, the relentless rain, and himself. But then, as he scans the horizon, his eyes lock onto something. Don't tell me! He sees it. A small, insignificant piece of driftwood bobbing on the waves. He's been using it to stay afloat this whole time. In this vast, empty ocean, it's the only other object that exists besides him. It has to be that. He swims towards it with everything he has left, reaching out a hand. The core of the illusion, the one thing holding this entire mental world together, was right under his nose the whole time. He channels his energy into his hand and strikes the log with a powerful palm thrust. The water explodes as the countermeasure is destroyed. He's free. Yeowon stands in the real world again, panting heavily. The mental exhaustion is immense, far greater than any physical fight. Yasuo is stunned into silence. He threw his most powerful illusions at him, and the boy broke through them all. But Yeowon's expression suddenly goes distant, his eyes losing focus. He's been pulled into one last illusion. This one is different. It's quiet. He sees himself as a child, a young man, and then an old dying man. His entire life floats past him in a serene, star-filled void. Each version of himself is a silent testament to the life he's lived. He watches the silent procession, his expression unreadable. He sees the boy he used to be, standing beside the man he is now. Is this my life? His perspective shifts, and he finds himself walking down a long, quiet corridor. He stops. Peering into a room, he sees a vision of himself as an old, frail man, lying on his deathbed. The old man's eyes are open but vacant, his face a roadmap of wrinkles and regrets. Yeowon analyzes the scene with cold logic. This isn't his future, nor his past. It's an illusion created to prey on his deepest fears and regrets. He reaches out, touching the doorframe to steady himself. A voice, his own, echoes from the illusion. "What are you regretting so much?" The voice is cold, accusatory. "You stained your hands with so much blood. Did you really expect a peaceful death? That's just greed." It's his own self-doubt, given a voice by the illusion. But then, another thought, one filled with acceptance and resolve, answers back. "But if you kill Hwamugi and save those who must live, then a death like this is fine." The eye of the dying man in the bed seems to clear for a moment. It looks directly at him, filled with a strange, profound understanding. The old man's voice echoes in his mind, gentle and reassuring. "It's okay. Go on. I know who you are." Yeowon slowly pulls his hand back from the door. He comes to a powerful realization. This illusion wasn't just Yasuo's attack. It was a reflection of his own inner turmoil. He was comforting his present self. He was facing his own doubts and telling himself that it's okay, that he's on the right path. With that newfound resolve, he once again grips his sword. His eyes are sharp, clear, and filled with unwavering purpose. He turns to face the true source of this illusion, a shimmering reflection of himself, holding a glowing blue orb of light, the core. The illusionary self smiles, as if giving its approval. Yeowon draws his sword and shatters the reflection with a single decisive strike. The final illusion shatters like glass around Yasuo, who can only stare in absolute, utter shock. Yeowon stands before him, completely free. He hasn't just survived the assault on his mind, he has emerged from it stronger and more certain of his path than ever before. "How?" Yasuo demands, his voice cracking with disbelief. "How did you know the secret to breaking that illusion?" Yeowon explains the nature of the trap. It was a hall of mirrors, where breaking the wrong one would only trap the victim deeper. He had to find the one true reflection. The chamber is silent now, but the tension is thicker than ever. A smug look crosses Yeowon's face as he sheathes his sword. "You were lucky," he says, deliberately choosing the one word that would shatter the old demon's pride. And it works. "Lucky?" Yasuo roars, infuriated. "You don't break a technique like that with luck!" Then, a horrifying realization hits him. His eyes widen as the pieces click into place in his mind. "So you really did it," he whispers, his voice trembling. "You mastered the Guwa demonic art." The thought sends him into a paranoid fury. "You crazy cult leader!" he screams. "You chose a successor behind our backs!" To him, it's the only possible explanation. And in a way, Yeowon understands his logic. The only known ways to resist his soul arts are the Blood Eye Elixir, or the Guwa demonic art, a technique passed from the heavenly demon to his chosen heir. "Damn it!" Yasuo rages, convinced he's the victim of a conspiracy. "Using your own son as a sword to kill me? You always were a backstabber?" Yeowon's expression remains neutral, but there's a dangerous glint in his eye. He decides to press him. "Always? So this isn't the first time my father has gone behind your back?" He's not just fighting, he's gathering intelligence, turning Yasuo's paranoia against him. Yasuo catches himself and falls silent, realizing he's said too much. Yeowon continues his psychological game. "My father told me that among all the supremes, the one the Orthodox sects fear most is you. He respected you," Yeowon says, his voice deceptively calm. "I don't believe he would betray someone like that." He plants a seed of doubt, making Yasuo question his own sanity. Yasuo grits his teeth, confused and enraged. "What are you trying to say?" Yeowun's face is shrouded in shadow. "Don't lash out in anger," he says, his tone almost chiding. "My father hesitated to kill you until the very end." It's a masterful lie designed to sound like the truth. "Then why are you here?" Yasuo screams, completely lost. If the cult leader didn't send him, then what is this all for? Yeowun's eyes narrow. The games are over. It's time for the real reason. "I thought about it carefully," he begins. He then speaks for every one of Yasuo's victims. "Imagine living a normal life, only to be dragged away and have your heart ripped out for no reason. Wouldn't you feel wronged?" Yasuo scoffs. "Life is unfair. If you're bitter about it, become strong enough to change it." To him, only the law of the jungle matters. Yeowun turns away for a moment. Then he turns back, his eyes burning with an intensity that silences the old demon. "Then all that resentment? Today, you can have it all." This was never about orders or politics. This is payback. Yasuo stares, finally understanding. This isn't the cult leader's will. This is the boy's own personal vendetta. His fear is replaced by a terrifying resolve. "Just as you said, I've lived a long time driven by the desire to survive." A sinister blue and purple energy begins to radiate from him. "Did you really think I never expected a day like this to come?" he asks, his voice dropping to a gravelly tone. "Do you know why I truly devoted myself to the heart-soul technique?" He sneers. "You think it was just for a little more internal energy?" He unleashes his full power, and the chamber is flooded with a corrupt, violent aura. "I'll show you a power that tramples even the Guwa demonic art!" The energy erupts, and Yeowun recognizes it instantly. Dark, demonic energy. He realizes the horrifying truth. Yasuo has mastered the dark demonic arts, a cursed technique forbidden by the cult, because it drives its users insane with bloodlust. "So I didn't even need to come kill you," Yeowun says, a grim look on his face. "If left alone, this power would have killed you anyway." "I won't die from side effects," Yasuo growls from within his shroud of dark energy. "I used the life force from the heart-soul technique to suppress them." It all clicks into place. The stolen hearts weren't just for power, they were the fuel needed to control an even more terrible forbidden art. With everything revealed, Yeowun draws his sword. The time for talk is over. Yasuo, now a monster wreathed in dark flame, makes his declaration. "I will kill you, and one day your father, and take his place for myself." But Yeowun sees right through the bravado. "You're too much of a coward for that," he retorts. He knows from his past life that Yasuo never revealed this power, proving he never had the guts to make a real move. Yeowun charges, his blade cutting through the dark energy. The two clash, their energies exploding in a shower of violent sparks. Yeowun realizes he's at a disadvantage in raw power. If Yasuo hadn't wasted so much energy on illusions earlier, he might have been overwhelmed. He makes a decision. He has to use his strongest sword techniques to win this. He unleashes the heavenly flying sword style, first form. A beautiful, deadly arc of cyan light slices through the air, but empowered by the dark arts, Yasuo's body is impossibly tough. The blade hits, but doesn't cut deep. Yasuo counters with his own technique, the annihilation of man. Hundreds of sharp, violet energy blades shoot up from the ground, converging on Yeowun from all sides. Yeowun moves in a flash, narrowly dodging. A second slower, and he would have been torn to pieces. Yasuo doesn't let up, unleashing the annihilation of demon. Beams of purple light crisscross the air, forming an inescapable cage of energy around him. Yeowun pushes his own energy to its limits, preparing to meet the attack head-on. He unleashes the second form of his sword style, a massive wave of brilliant blue light. The two colossal attacks collide. For a moment, Yasuo's dark power seems to hold its ground, but Yeowun unleashes his third form. His blade transforms into a swirling vortex of pure black energy, a void that consumes everything. The black sword form smashes into Yasuo's attack, causing a massive explosion that rocks the entire chamber. Yasuo is thrown back, his dark energy shield flickering. A trickle of blood runs down Yeowun's face. The clash took a toll on him as well. Yasuo roars, "Destruction!" He unleashes a barrage of countless needle-like energy blasts. They rain down on Yeowun with blinding speed. It's a storm of pure destructive power. The attack engulfs the area, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Yasuo feels the impact, confident he landed a fatal blow, but a flicker of doubt enters his mind. There's something wrong. A blade of burning orange light slices through his dark energy. Yeowun has unleashed his fourth form, the blazing heaven. His sword, burning like a small sun, drives straight through Yasuo's guard and cuts a searing line across his chest. A voice echoes in Yasuo's mind. "You lack real combat experience with this art!" Yasuo cries out in agony as the holy fire of the technique burns him from the inside out. He looks at Yeowun, bewildered. "Young lord, why aren't you using the Guwa demonic art?" he asks, unable to comprehend the power he's facing. Yeowun looks back, his expression supremely confident. "Because I can beat you without it. Your arrogance will be the death of you," Yasuo growls, unleashing another wave of his power. Yeowun dodges, weaving through the dark energy tendrils. He prepares his final attack, unleashing his fifth form. His entire body and sword are enveloped in a swirling blue aura. The technique creates phantom afterimages, making it impossible to tell which is the real attack. The phantom blades slice through Yasuo's defenses, cutting him from multiple angles at once. Yeowun lands, his teeth gritted from the exertion. He put everything he had into that last attack. But when the dust settles, Yasuo is still standing, his neck uncut. The dark demonic arts have made his body unnaturally durable. Yasuo looks at him, a manic, bloody grin on his face. A single drop of blood falls from Yeowun's lip. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, and it still wasn't enough to land the finishing blow. A quiet, awestruck voice echoes in the chamber. It's Yasuo. You really have become a monster." This is it. The final moments of a desperate battle. Yeowun grits his teeth, his body screaming in protest. He knows he has to end this now. The chamber is a maelstrom of chaotic energy as Cyan's sword light clashes violently with a corrupt purple aura, tearing the very air apart. Pushed to his limit, Yeowun has a critical realization. He's been fighting this thing like a normal man, but if cutting off the head doesn't kill it, then its real weakness must be hidden elsewhere. He just has to find it. Yasuo presses his advantage, his dark power surging. Yeowun knows he's in danger. Another direct hit could be the end. "Heaven's destruction!" Yasuo roars, unleashing his ultimate attack. A massive vortex of dark energy forms, pulling everything toward its center. It's a move designed not just to kill, but to completely obliterate its target. In that critical moment, Yeowun pushes his blood eyes to their absolute limit. The world of energy becomes clear, and through the storm he sees it, a faint red glow. He cuts through the noise, pinpointing the true source of Yasuo's power. It isn't in his head or his limbs, it's his heart, pulsing with stolen energy. That's the core. There you are. With his target locked, Yeowun makes his move. He's not dodging, he's going straight through. He activates a legendary movement technique, the Wind God's underworld step. He becomes a blur, weaving with impossible speed through the deadly storm of energy blades. Shards of dark energy graze his face and body, drawing blood, but his eyes are fixed on the prize. He's getting closer, the pressure immense, the pain excruciating, but he doesn't slow down. He breaks through, standing in the eye of the storm. He pours every last ounce of his strength into one final, perfect technique, the eighth form of the soaring sword, the Yellow Springs form. His sword transforms into a colossal pillar of light, a strike meant to drag its target down to the underworld. The attack hits its mark with a deafening crash. Yasuo gasps, coughing up a spray of blood. His ultimate attack is shattered, his body pierced by a devastating blow. Yeowun is also in bad shape, his face covered in blood, his body trembling from the strain. The two opponents stand facing each other, battered and bleeding, surrounded by the remnants of their destructive power. Yasuo looks down at his chest, where Yeowun's sword has pierced straight through to his heart. "How in the world did you do that?" he whispers in shock. A grim smile touches Yeowun's lips. "Your heart was so big it made it easy to stab." As the dust settles, Yasuo realizes something. That technique you used, it wasn't the Guwa demon art. A combination of the underworld step and the soaring sword, Yeowun explains, pulling his sword free. The name of the movement technique is repeated. The underworld step. The name shocks Yasuo to his core. How do you know the Wind God's steps? It's a legendary technique from a rival sect, something no one from the demonic cult should ever know. Yasuo lets out a weak, wheezing laugh. He admits that if it weren't for that impossible move, he would have won. He never expected Yeowun to have such a powerful trump card. His life is fading fast. With his final breath, he glares at Yeowun. "You brat! If I'm reborn, I'll definitely kill you." Yeowun looks down at the dying man, his expression surprisingly soft. "If you are reborn," he says, "live a long life. There are better ways than this." A flash of empathy for a man who chose a monstrous path. Yasuo is silent, stunned by the unexpected reply. Yeowun thinks to himself that unlike Yasuo, he didn't die cursing the world, a small mercy he gave himself in his own past life, and with that, The life fades from Yasuo's eyes. His reign of terror is finally over. The moment he dies, the immense dark energy he was controlling implodes, throwing Yeowon back. His physical body slumps over, lifeless. The battle is over. Yeowon stands victorious, though heavily wounded, over the body of a supreme demon. But he wasn't entirely alone. From the shadows, an aide to another master has been watching the entire exchange. His face is unreadable, but his presence here is no coincidence as he watches Yeowon retrieve the body. Much later, Yeowon returns to Doma's residence. "What took you so long?" Doma grumbles. "Did you really make the snacks yourself?" Yeowon, holding a heavy sack, replies, "Yes. It took a while to prepare them." Doma scoffs, looking at the simple dishes. "This shouldn't take that long to make." He has no idea what the snack really was. "Here, have a drink," Yeowon says, taking a seat. The night's still young. Doma complains about his old age, but Yeowon just smiles, telling him to enjoy himself. Doma's eyes narrow. He can sense something different about the young master tonight. "You seem in a good mood," Doma observes. Yeowon confirms it, saying he's simply happy to see him again. Doma is taken aback by the sincerity. This boy continues to surprise him. "Let's drink," Yeowon says, raising his cup. The two of them drink under the quiet night sky, a silent understanding passing between them. Doma breaks the silence, asking Yeowon if he knows why he likes his new disciple, Seo Daryong. Yeowon is curious. Doma recalls their first day of training. "I asked him if he would lay down his life for you. He said he couldn't." Yeowon chuckles. "That brat needs a scolding." But Doma shakes his head. "I liked his honesty," he admits. In a world of blind fanatics, Daryong's fearful honesty was refreshing. Yeowon suggests Doma tell him himself, but the old master is too gruff for that. "Then I'll tell him," Yeowon says with a warm smile. A single word of praise like that can change a person's life. Doma looks at him, a strange expression on his face. "You really do care about everyone," he says, almost mockingly, joking that even the stable hands will be under his wing. "If I could, wouldn't that be a good thing?" Yeowon replies, his sincerity cutting through the cynicism. Doma is left speechless. He takes a long look at the young man before him. "I've never met anyone like you," he says, his voice filled with a new respect. "With you in charge, this cult will become something no one has ever seen." In that moment, their fragile alliance transforms into one of genuine, mutual respect. "Young master." "Yes. Pour me a drink," Doma asks, holding out his cup. It's more than a request, it's a gesture of acceptance. Yeowon's expression turns serious. He picks up the jug of wine. As he pours, he thinks to himself, "This drink is different from all the others before." "To my left minister," he declares, officially giving Doma the title, "I offer this first cup." This is the moment he brings him into his inner circle. Doma holds the cup, his gaze intense. He drains it in one go. Yeowon watches, knowing the weight of this moment. He feels that Doma has now truly decided to follow him. But Doma, ever the pragmatist, has one last question. Which is higher, left minister or right minister? Yeowon is caught completely off guard by the question. "If I'm getting a title, make it the better one," Doma insists, his competitive nature flaring up. Yeowon can't help but crack a smile. A hearty laugh escapes him, breaking the serious mood. Doma looks at him strangely. "You lunatic," he growls, flustered by the laughter. Yeowon just laughs harder. Doma completely loses his composure. Yeowon wipes a tear from his eye, still chuckling. "Humph. Caught you red-handed, flatterer," Doma says, trying to regain his dignity. Their smiles fade slightly. And yet, the moment feels real. The night fills with the sound of their shared laughter. The next day, however, the mood is anything but light. Yeowon stands alone on the long red carpet leading to the throne in the Heavenly Demon Hall. On the throne sits his father, the Heavenly Demon, his expression cold as ice. He gets straight to the point, his voice echoing through the vast hall. "How did you kill the soul-devouring lord?" Yeowon looks up at his father, his face a perfect mask of calm. "The game is over. Now, it's time to face the consequences. You've just killed one of the most powerful men in the world. Now, his boss, who also happens to be your father, wants to know exactly how you did it." The Heavenly Demon's eyes are cold and calculating. The official story is that Yasuo died from an energy deviation, his own power turning against him. But the Heavenly Demon isn't buying it for a second. Yeowon stands before him, his expression unreadable. He knows this is a test. One wrong word, and everything he's built could come crashing down. The Heavenly Demon states the official report, looking down at his son as the question hangs in the air. Then, he says it plainly. "Are you telling me to believe that?" The accusation is clear. He knows there's more to the story, and he's daring Yeowon to lie to his face. But Yeowon just offers a slight smile. He replies that he wishes he could say, "Yes, I killed him," playing it off as if the idea is completely ridiculous. He continues, saying his father is overestimating him. He's not strong enough to force a supreme demon into energy deviation. It's the perfect non-denial. He's not saying he didn't do it, just that he couldn't have done it that way. The massive throne room is silent, the power dynamic on full display. But Yeowon isn't intimidated. Internally, he admits the truth. He'd love to tell his father everything, but he can't explain how he got the Blood Eye elixir, the key to even facing Yasuo. Telling the whole truth would only create more problems, a burden his father couldn't ignore. If the heavenly demon officially knew his son had murdered a supreme demon, he'd be forced to act, or show a weakness a leader can never afford. So instead, Yeowon offers a perfect alibi. He tells his father he was drinking all night with the Blood Heaven's sword demon, Doma, who can vouch for his whereabouts. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow. He pushes further, suggesting maybe Yeowon and Doma killed Yasuo together, testing their new, unlikely alliance. "Absolutely not," Yeowon says firmly. He then flips the entire situation, suggesting this wasn't murder, but a punishment from the heavens. He reminds his father of Yasuo's crimes, a monster who ripped out people's hearts. His death wasn't a loss, it was justice. The heavenly demon is silent, processing his son's words. He's being outmaneuvered in a conversation he thought he controlled. Finally, he turns away, seemingly accepting the story for now. But he gives a warning. With Yasuo gone, the other supreme demons will start making their moves. He stands with his back to Yeowon, a final chilling statement echoing in the hall. The game is far from over, and Yeowon knows it. The death of one supreme demon is a threat to them all. The fallout is just beginning. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the North Heavenly Sword Clan, we find Saoojong, the aide to the Illawa swordmaster, Yeonrang. He walks through a bamboo forest, his face grim. He tried to use Yasuo to get rid of Yeowon, and the plan backfired spectacularly. His mind is reeling. He can't comprehend how Yeowon not only survived, but emerged victorious against a supreme demon. A voice cuts through his thoughts. It's his master, Yeonrang. She tells him that, technically, he's the one responsible for Yasuo's death. She sees right through his scheme. And who is Saoojong escorting? It's Cheon Yeowon himself. Yeonrang welcomes him to their arranged meeting. Yeowon greets her respectfully. The animosity between them seems to have vanished. She asks about his recent trip, and they speak like old acquaintances, not bitter rivals. Yeonrang looks at him closely, her gaze intense. She can feel the change in him, the power radiating from him even greater than before. "Every time I see you, your progress is remarkable," she says, a genuine curiosity in her voice. "I'm tempted to challenge you to a match right now." The rivalry is still there, but now it's one of mutual respect. Yeowon smiles faintly. "Let's arrange for that soon," he agrees easily. "I'd like that," she replies with a soft smile. "You're welcome any time." This is a whole new dynamic for them. Then Yeowon changes the subject. He pulls out a small pouch. "Just a small gift," he says, explaining he brought back seeds from a fragrant flower he found. Yeonrang's eye widens slightly. It's such an unexpected gentle gesture from the ruthless man who defeated her. She tells him it's the first time anyone has ever given her seeds, and he admits it's his first time giving them. It's a quiet, strangely personal moment. She looks at the pouch, a thoughtful expression on her face. Yeowon watches her, his plan already in motion. This isn't just a friendly visit. Later, as they sit for tea, Yeonrang gets straight to the point. "Have you heard about the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon?" "Yes, I have," Yeowon replies calmly. He knew this was coming. She takes a breath, her gaze sharp and direct. Then she asks the question on everyone's mind. "Were you involved?" Yeowon doesn't flinch, letting her question hang in the air. He knows Yasuo's death has unsettled the other supreme demons. If one of them can fall, so can the rest. He gives her the same story he gave his father. Energy deviation. But Yeonrang is too smart for that. She points out that none of the other supremes will believe it. Then, Yeowon looks her straight in the eye and says, "Still, I wasn't the one who did it." Her eyes narrow as she studies him, trying to see past the lie. He meets her gaze without breaking it. A silent battle of wills is taking place across the tea table. Yeonrang bows her head with a soft sigh. She knows he's not telling the whole truth. "Why do you think it was me?" he asks. She looks up, her expression serious. She explains that ever since he appeared, the calm lake of the cult has become a turbulent sea, and Yasuo was just the first to drown. Yeowon replies with a metaphor of his own. "I'm just someone fishing in that sea. I don't aim to drown anyone." He's not the storm, he's just taking advantage of it. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips. "That's true," she concedes. You did catch the sword demon, referring to how he brought Doma to his side. Then she leans forward, her tone playful, almost challenging. Would it be hard for me to catch you? She's asking if she can bring him into her sphere of influence. Yeowon deflects beautifully, suggesting that if she released the fish she already has, perhaps it would be possible. He smiles, enjoying this game of words, this dance of strategy and subtext. Yeonrong watches him, intrigued. He's unlike anyone she's ever met. She sips her tea, admitting that Yaso was always so careful, yet he was the first of the Supremes to die. Yeowon then steers the conversation to the real reason he's here. With Yaso gone, his faction is in turmoil, and a succession battle is about to begin. He explains that Yaso had 5 disciples, and the most outstanding among them will likely take his place. Yeonrong asks him who he supports. He turns the question back on her. He smiles, leaning in. Well, wouldn't it be better if someone from our side took over? He uses the phrase deliberately, testing the waters of their new alliance. Yes, our side, he confirms with a confident look. You and I are friends through our duels, aren't we? He's officially extending an invitation, turning their rivalry into a partnership. Her eye widens just a fraction. This is the move she's been waiting for. After a moment, a faint smile touches her lips. I suppose I can share an allegiance with a dueling friend. The deal is struck. A new, powerful alliance has just been forged. Later that night, Yeowon sits alone, meditating. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He senses a powerful presence approaching. It's Doma, looking annoyed. What brings you here at this hour? Yeowon asks. Doma gets straight to the point. Got any liquor? Soon the two are sharing a drink. Yeowon can tell something is wrong. Doma throws back a cup of liquor, frustration clear on his face. Those guys blatantly excluded me, he growls. Yeowon had heard the Supreme Demons gathered to discuss Yaso's death, but he's shocked they would intentionally leave Doma out. No one spoke a word to me, Doma says, his voice laced with fury. It was a deliberate snub. Yeowon asks if it wasn't always like this, knowing Doma has never been popular with the others. Doma just grunts, clearly irritated. He admits they never talked much, but this was different. This was a message. Confront you about what? Yeowon asks, though he already knows the answer. About you, of course, Doma explodes, pointing a finger right at him. His face is a mask of fury. They suspect you and I conspired to kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, he says through gritted teeth. That's why they're ostracizing me. Yeowon's expression is dead serious as he asks, was it us who did that? Doma immediately says no, but there's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Doma gets right in his face, the air crackling with tension. You did, he says, his voice a low whisper. You killed him, didn't you? This isn't an accusation. It's a question he needs answered. Yeowon looks down, a shadow crossing his face, thinking, why is everyone suspecting me? The pressure is mounting. Doma presses on, his voice intense. You've been the one spilling the most blood lately, so who's to say his blood isn't on your hands too? It was you, wasn't it? Doma's eyes are locked on him, searching for any hint of deception. Yeowon slowly looks up, his own eyes calm and unblinking. The two masters stare at each other. A silent conversation passes between them. Yeowon doesn't say a word. He doesn't confirm it, but more importantly, he doesn't deny it. And in that moment, Yeowon knows Doma saw the truth in his eyes. He saw that Yeowon was, in fact, the one who killed the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Doma's eyes widen, his fury replaced by sheer disbelief. He stammers, You really do trust me. He's not shocked by the murder. He's shocked that Yeowon would trust him with a secret this dangerous. A small, genuine smile finally appears on Yeowon's face. If I didn't, he says calmly, I wouldn't have let you become my left guardian. Doma is speechless, his chest heaving with emotion. This goes beyond a simple alliance. This is absolute faith. He gathers himself, reminding Yeowon, I may be your left guardian, but I'm also one of the 8 Supreme Demons. He's stating the conflict of interest. The wind blows gently, carrying the weight of their conversation, but Yeowon's resolve is unshakable. While that may be true, he says, his gaze as sharp as a blade, you are my left guardian all the same. In that moment, he declares that Doma's loyalty to him comes first, and Doma, looking into those eyes, finally understands. Their bond is now unbreakable. Trust can be a blade pointed at your back, but for Cheon Yeowon, it's a weapon he's about to aim at the rest of the world. Doma stands over him, warning that trusting people so easily will only get him betrayed one day. It's a hard-earned lesson from a lifetime of conflict. But Yeowon looks up, his expression calm. I didn't trust you easily, he says. He reminds Doma of everything that's happened between them. This trust wasn't given, it was forged in fire. Doma is taken aback by his confidence. "Aren't you afraid?" he asks. "Afraid of what?" Yeowun replies. "Of becoming the enemy of all 8 demon supremes." Doma clarifies. "Taking on one is suicide. Taking on all of them is madness." Yeowun is silent for a moment, as if considering the weight of those words. Then, he corrects him. More precisely, the 4 demon supremes. Doma is confused. 4? What happened to the others? His eyes widen in alarm. His first thought is that Yeowun has gone on another killing spree. "Did you kill more of us?" he demands, panicked. Yeowun calmly holds up a hand, stopping him mid-rant. "I didn't mean it like that." He then begins to lay out his master plan. "With Yasuo dead, there are 7 supremes left." He points at Doma. "You're on my side, so that leaves 6. And since half of the Sword Supreme's forces are with me," he continues, referring to his new deal with Yeonrang, "that leaves 5.5. To him, these aren't people, they're numbers on a board. He calculates that his own faction can handle 1.5 of the remaining enemies. So, he concludes, my true enemies are now 4, possibly fewer." He then looks Doma straight in the eye. "If 2 more take my side, then I only need to deal with 2. A chillingly confident smile spreads across his face. "Sounds easy, right?" Doma just stares, speechless. This isn't a plan, it's the cold strategy of a monster orchestrating a complete takeover of the cult. He lets out a long sigh. "All right, I already knew you were crazy, but you've overlooked one critical flaw." With a grimace, Doma lays it out. "Neither I nor the Sword Supreme will fight against the other Demon Supremes." It's an ironclad rule preventing the cult from tearing itself apart. Yeowun doesn't look surprised at all. "I already knew," he says calmly. "I'll do the fighting," he tells Doma. "Just don't betray me." But Doma argues that betrayal isn't about people, it's about circumstances. Yeowun's eyes are sharp and determined. "Then I'll create circumstances that don't allow for betrayal," he declares. "So please, just help me." Doma looks at the young man before him, at the sheer unyielding force of his will, and in Yeowun's gaze he sees no doubt, no fear, only the cold certainty of victory. Yeowun knows what he's doing. He's treating Doma with absolute trust, believing it's the only way to truly make the wild old demon his own. A slow, wide grin spreads across Doma's face. "If you mess this up, you'll die," he roars, a mix of excitement and a warning. He's in. He's committed to this insane plan. Yeowun watches him, unfazed by the outburst. Doma's expression turns serious once more. A faint smile plays on Yeowun's lips. He knows he's won him over. "Yes, I'll be careful," he replies calmly. Doma just shakes his head with a sigh, realizing just how deep he's in. He takes another long drink, trying to process the sheer audacity of it all. After a moment of silence, Yeowun refills his cup. Doma then reveals why he really came. To get to the bottom of this, he says, the Demon Supremes have summoned the Sky Heaven cult leader. Yeowun's calm demeanor finally breaks. His eyes widen slightly. The Sky Heaven cult leader? This is an unexpected and very dangerous move. Doma explains that Yasuo's techniques were based on the arts of the Old Blood cult, the predecessor to the Sky Heaven cult. They figure the leader of the Sky Heaven cult is the only one who can examine the body and determine the true cause of death. They're bringing in an expert witness to expose the official story as a lie, but Doma reveals there's more to it. This summons has 3 deeper purposes. First, it's a show of force. By bringing in such a high-profile figure, the Supremes are sending a message to the entire world that they are not to be messed with. It proves that even the powerful Sky Heaven cult leader moves at their command. Yeowun understands immediately. It's a political power play. He asks about the second reason. "It's about your father," Doma tells him. They want to undermine the heavenly demon, to prove that the alliance between the 2 cults exists because of them, not their leader. They're trying to isolate him. "And the third reason?" Yeowun asks. Doma points directly at him. "It's you. This entire summons is a trap designed for him." Doma warns that the Sky Heaven cult leader is the one person who could analyze the evidence and figure out that he's the killer. Yeowun falls silent. The stakes have just skyrocketed. He realizes Doma is right. An expert like that might even discover he used the Blood Eye elixir, a secret that can never get out. More than ever, he knows he must keep his involvement hidden. If it's revealed, the other Supremes would block his path to becoming the successor, destroying his ultimate goal of preparing for the apocalypse. He looks over at Doma, the weight of the situation sinking in. "Are you all right with this?" Yeowun asks, acknowledging that Doma is now tied to his fate. Doma just scoffs. He's already in too deep to care. A smirk plays on Yeowun's face. "You've now become my accomplice," he says, reminding Doma that their alibi links them together, for better or worse. Doma just waves it off, already crafting a flimsy excuse. Yeowon asks which of the Supremes was sent to retrieve the cult leader. It was the demonic Buddha. This is bad news. The demonic Buddha is close with the cult leader, showing just how determined the others are to see this through. Doma's mind immediately goes to violence, suggesting he could just kill one or both of them. A dark, dangerous look enters Yeowon's eyes. Or maybe kill them both? Doma immediately shuts that down. Killing two major figures like that would start a war that would tear their cult apart. But Yeowon looks thrilled by the idea. "That sounds great," he says with a wild grin. Doma quickly replies, "If you want to die, do it alone." Yeowon looks genuinely disappointed, as Doma reminds him that for them, survival is a solo game. With that, Doma gets up and walks away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. But as Yeowon watches him go, he isn't worried. He already has a plan. The next day, he is once again summoned to the Heavenly Demon Hall. "Father, you called?" he asks. The Heavenly Demon commands, "Go out for a while." He's being ordered to visit the cult's branch in the Central Plains. Yeowon understands immediately. His father is trying to send him away for his own safety, but leaving now would look like an admission of guilt. "They already suspect you," the Heavenly Demon states plainly. "That's why they called the Sky Heaven cult leader here." He warns his son that the cult leader will definitely figure out that he was the killer. Yeowon sticks to his story, denying everything. His father dismisses his excuses immediately. Yeowon looks his father in the eye and asks a simple question. "If you were me, father, would you leave?" The Heavenly Demon answers with a single firm no. "Then I won't either," Yeowon declares. "I'm your son." He's claiming his father's strength, his refusal to back down. A flicker of something, pride perhaps, crosses the Heavenly Demon's face. "Yes, you are my son," he says, "but you are not me." A warning not to be reckless. Yeowon's gaze is unwavering. "Still, I can imitate you," he says, "and if the one I'm imitating is you, then even an imitation is enough." He's telling his father that he can handle this. The two of them stare each other down, a silent battle of wills. Finally, the Heavenly Demon relents. "Fine," he says. "Then remember one thing." His voice is deadly serious as he gives the order. "You must not kill the Sky Heaven cult leader." Yeowon is stunned. His father wasn't worried about him, but about the cult leader. "Don't kill any more of the other Demon Supremes either," his father adds. "For now, don't kill anyone." Yeowon just smiles, feigning innocence. "I already told you, I didn't kill him." He turns and walks away, leaving his father to stare after him, the tension in the throne room still thick enough to cut with a knife. As he leaves, he thinks to himself, "Father, do you really think I'd kill the Sky Heaven cult leader? I know so much about him," he muses. "To me, he's someone I'm deeply grateful to." A piece of his future knowledge, a secret no one could possibly understand. A cunning, predatory smile spreads across his face. This incoming expert isn't a threat. To Yeowon, he's something else entirely. He's like a treasure vault, and he's about to rob it blind. When you possess a power that can get you killed, hiding it is everything. And Yeowon knows there are only two ways to keep his secret safe. The Blood-Eye elixir has permanently changed him. His first option is a legendary rebirth of bone and flesh. The second is to simply replace his eyes. As they glow with that demonic red energy, he knows which path he has to take, and there is only one person alive who can perform such an impossible surgery, the legendary Demon Doctor. The doctor, a kind but weary old man, looks over the precious herbs Yeowon has brought. He knows this isn't a friendly chat. He cuts to the chase and asks him to speak his mind. "That's right," Yeowon says, his expression direct. He gets straight to the point. "I came because I have a favor to ask." The doctor tells him to go on, and Yeowon promises not to waste his time. "Please perform the Shinin technique on me," he says, asking for the legendary New Eye technique. The doctor's calm demeanor shatters. He looks up in absolute shock. The Shinin technique. It's an ancient, almost mythical procedure that enhances a warrior's eyes beyond human limits. It grants massively improved vision, allowing the user to see perfectly through light, darkness, or even smoke, a power that could change the tide of any battle. The doctor stares at him, baffled. "How do you know I can perform that technique?" It's a secret he has told no one. Of course, Yeowon knows this thanks to his knowledge of the future. The doctor's mastery of this legendary skill wouldn't be revealed for many years to come. He recalls from his original timeline that by the time he learned of it, the Demon Doctor was already dead. The doctor listens, his expression unreadable. He assumes the Heavenly Demon, Yeowon's father, must have told him. But Yeowon corrects him, revealing another piece of future knowledge. His father actually refused the doctor's offer to perform the technique on him years ago. The doctor sighs, unnerved by how much this young man knows. He explains that a key ingredient is extremely rare, so the technique can only be performed once in a generation. Yes, I know, Yeowun says. And you still want it? The doctor asks. Yeowun's answer is a simple, unwavering yes. The demon doctor leans forward. This is a generational legacy he's being asked to give away. If I do this, he asks, what will you give me in return? Yeowun admits that right now he has nothing to offer, but... He looks the doctor dead in the eye, his voice filled with absolute certainty. I will become the cult leader. It's not a hope, it's a declaration of fact. The doctor's eye twitches. The sheer confidence is staggering. Yeowun isn't finished. And one more thing, when I become the cult leader, I'll grant you anything you wish. He then reveals he knows the doctor's deepest desire, the one thing he wanted, until the day he died. It was the real reason his father refused the technique in the first place. Accepting the gift meant agreeing to the doctor's request, a price the heavenly demon was unwilling to pay. The doctor leans back, studying the young man before him. Are you confident you can become the successor? I am, Yeowun says, his gaze burning with intensity. There isn't a shred of doubt in him. He stands, telling the doctor to think it over. He's made his offer. The choice is now his. But before he leaves, the doctor stops him with one more question. He asks how Yeowun will deal with the cult's enemies if he becomes the leader. He's testing his vision, his philosophy. Yeowun turns, his profile sharp in the dim light. One thing is certain, he says. A shadow falls over his face. He declares that anyone he judges to be absolute evil, he will eliminate without hesitation. A lesson learned from a future destroyed by one such evil. The night is quiet as Yeowun leaves. The demon doctor sits alone, lost in thought, weighing the impossible promise against a lifetime of regret. Later, Doma shows up at the doctor's office, asking if he's nearing death for suddenly getting involved in succession politics. The doctor just says that for old men like them, death is never far off. Doma slams his hand on the table. The doctor then asks Doma a pointed question. What's keeping him so attached to this world? Doma wisely remarks that those who claim to have no attachments are often the ones with the most to hide. He gets impatient and asks why he was called here. The doctor says he just wants to ask him something. Why did you choose this young lord? He asks. Doma grumbles that Yeowun's influence is spreading everywhere. The doctor presses him. Why him? Doma says it's because he looks like the next leader, but the doctor wants to know why he believes that. Doma is silent for a moment, thinking back. He recalls something Yeowun once said, in my demonic way, we don't break tavern tables. A simple statement, but to Doma, it meant everything. That's why I chose him, Doma finishes. It showed him Yeowun had a different kind of strength, not just brute force, but a code. The doctor processes this strange answer. He then looks at Doma and says, well, it's about time you stopped breaking things yourself. Doma is taken aback by the sudden jab. As the doctor gets up to leave, Doma complains, but the doctor just says, next time, ignoring his pleas for a drink. He walks away, leaving Doma grumbling in his office. A quiet moment passes. Doma sighs, then smiles to himself. That guy's so diligent, he won't die easily. He's talking about Yeowun. He truly believes in him. Back in his own quarters, Yeowun is meditating when he suddenly opens his eyes. Someone is here. It's the demon doctor. Sir, you've arrived? Yeowun says, already standing to greet him. The doctor is astonished. I didn't release any energy. How did you know I was here? Yeowun smiles faintly. Felt like fate. His heightened senses are not lost on the doctor. The doctor makes a statement. I've spent my whole life saving people. Yeowun replies that it's an admirable life's work. I'm not a selfless man, the doctor confesses. He reveals the truth. He only saved so many lives because there was one person he desperately wanted to kill. Yeowun isn't surprised. I already knew, he says. The doctor continues. For a physician to kill someone is to defy the heavens. So he tried to save as many lives as he could, to atone for the sin he was planning to commit. He looks at Yeowun, the moonlight catching the lines of sorrow on his face. If you become the cult leader, he asks, his voice heavy with a lifetime of waiting, will you kill that person for me? Without a moment's hesitation, Yeowun replies, yes. The two stand on the rooftop, the deal now sealed. The doctor is stunned by his immediate acceptance. Why do you agree without even asking who it is? Yeowun looks out at the night sky. If it's someone you want dead, they must be a villain, he says simply. Then he turns to the doctor, his voice soft but firm. I trust you. The old doctor is silent, overwhelmed by this profound show of faith. Tears well up in his eyes. How do you know what's inside me? He asks, his voice cracking with emotion. Yeowun replies with a simple truth. Sometimes the shell matters more than what's inside. The name Demon Doctor isn't a shell anyone can acquire. I trust the effort it took to build that name. He's not just trusting the man, he's trusting the lifetime of principle and dedication that the title represents. The Demon Doctor looks at him, truly seeing him for the first time. This isn't just a ruthless prince, he's a leader who understands the hearts of his people. And in that moment, the Demon Doctor makes his choice. He will help him. The Demon Doctor's chamber is heavy with the scent of incense and medicine. But tonight, this isn't a place for healing. It's a place for a dangerous rebirth. Yeowun lies on a stone slab, his face a canvas of acupuncture needles, as the Demon Doctor prepares for a procedure that exists only in legends. The doctor looks down, the weight of this moment settling on him. He's about to use a technique he can only perform once in his entire life, all for a single promise. He warns Yeowun that the person he wants dead is incredibly powerful. A failed assassination won't just mean failure, it could mean the deaths of countless innocent people. He needs to know, can Yeowun promise a clean kill, one free of any collateral damage? With unwavering resolve, Yeowun meets his gaze. He vows to become strong enough to ensure only the target dies, with no one else harmed in the crossfire. The doctor's voice is heavy with a lifetime of hope and burden. He asks one final, crucial question. Even if I'm not here to see it, will you still keep your promise? I promise. Yeowun's answer is cold as steel, not just a simple promise, but a chilling declaration. He tells the doctor that when the time comes, he'll drive his blade into the man's heart and whisper that the vengeance was sent by him, Maui. With the vow sealed in blood and trust, the Demon Doctor begins. Yeowun closes his eyes, placing his fate entirely in the hands of the old master. The next day, Yeowun's eyes snap open. The demonic red glow is gone, replaced by his own natural dark eyes. He sits up, a hand to his head, a strange new clarity washing over him as he asks if it's over. The doctor asks how he feels, but Yeowun can already tell. He feels different. A sense of relief and quiet power spreads through him. He feels good, but the real question is, how are his eyes? A slow, satisfied smile spreads across Yeowun's face. Even better, he says, his voice laced with newfound confidence. Looking around, the world is sharper, more vibrant than he's ever seen it. It's so clear, he feels like he's been living with his eyes half closed until this very moment. The doctor nods, pleased. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, every candle in the room is extinguished, plunging them into near-total darkness. He asks if Yeowun can still see, but for Yeowun, there is no darkness. His vision adjusts instantly, revealing every single detail in the room with perfect clarity. The tiny labels on medicine bottles, the faint brushstrokes on a distant painting. He can see it all. The doctor smiles faintly. The legendary Shin'an technique was a complete success. Come with me, he says, leading Yeowun outside for the final test. They step out onto a balcony as the morning sun begins to crest the horizon. The doctor instructs him to look directly at the sun. Yeowun turns his gaze upward. He stares into the brilliant, blinding light without so much as a flinch. He's stunned. The light should be overwhelming, but his eyes feel completely fine. There's no glare at all. Next, the doctor tells him to look far into the distance. Yeowun's gaze sweeps across the sprawling fortress of the demonic cult. A grin spreads across his face. He can see with impossible detail, even spotting a tiny ant crawling on a tree branch far, far away. He assures the doctor he isn't joking. The doctor lets out a happy chuckle, proud of his once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. Yeowun turns and gives him a deep, formal bow, expressing his immense gratitude. The doctor confirms the procedure is done. Yeowun's eyes have been reborn. In return, Yeowun reaffirms his vow, promising to repay this gift by fulfilling his end of the bargain. Thank you, the doctor says. He tells Yeowun that once he becomes the new cult leader, he will reveal the name of the man he must kill. The deal is set in stone. Walking away, Yeowun can't help but think of the irony. This incredible technique came from the knowledge of the very man he's preparing to face, the Sky Heaven cult leader. First the Blood Eye Elixir, now this. It seems his fate is deeply intertwined with the Pungkyan cult. He looks to the sky with a wry smile. In a way, he has the cult leader to thank for the power he's about to use against him. Elsewhere, the sharp cut of a sword slices through the air. It's Li-an, pushing herself to the absolute limit. She's breathing heavily, sweat flying with every ferocious swing. Her movements are a blur of blue energy and flashing steel, each one practiced to perfection. She lands a final, powerful stomp, her form flawless. Though exhausted, her eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering determination. Another subordinate calls out, asking her to take a break and hang out, but Leon refuses. She still has 20 more repetitions to go. Just then, a familiar figure approaches from behind. It's Yeowoon. He asks with a small smile why she's practicing the same move 20 times. She corrects him, it's actually 60 times a day. This is just her evening session. Her discipline is truly relentless. Yeowoon suggests she take the night off to get a drink with him, but she insists on finishing her training first. She tells him she only has 8 repetitions left and dives right back into her routine, not wasting a single second. Yeowoon watches her with a fond sigh, then begins to coach her from the sidelines. He calls out corrections, telling her to twist her waist more, pointing out an opening in her defense. "This time, faster," he commands, pushing her to refine every last movement. Leon listens intently, her face flushed with effort as she absorbs every piece of his guidance. After watching a moment longer, a thought crosses Yeowoon's mind. He tells her he has nothing more to add, and that he's going to go practice his own heavenly demon protection art. He reflects on how crucial that technique was in his fight against Ya-So. The more he practices it, the more it feels like a part of him. It feels less like a learned skill and more like a living, breathing martial art that resonates with his very soul. He sits down to meditate, sinking into a deep trance. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, Leon is standing over him, a look of surprise on her face. He assumes she's just finished her training and asks if she's done. She confirms all 20 rounds are complete. "Let's go drink! I'm starving!" she says excitedly. He replies, "Of course you are. You've gone 3 full days without food." 3 days, she echoes, stunned. He explains that he's been circulating his energy for 3 entire days, and she's been watching over him that whole time. She explains that she came to check on him 3 days ago and found him in a deep trance. Not wanting to disturb him, she simply stayed. For Yeowoon, it felt like less than an hour. Curious about his progress, he stands up and begins to channel his energy. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him. The flow is smoother, the precision is sharper. He's had a massive breakthrough without even realizing it. Leon smiles brightly, happy that his long meditation paid off. He grins back, nodding. Enough to treat someone to a very nice meal. "Congratulations, young master," she says with a playful bow. He thanks her, telling her it's all because of her. She looks confused, so he explains that if she hadn't been so focused on her own training, he wouldn't have been inspired to meditate beside her and enter that state. Her eyes light up with understanding. "You're right, so buy me lots of food," she demands. He laughs and promises to buy her anything she wants. As they walk, she pats her stomach, wondering aloud why she's so hungry. But Yeowoon knows the truth. She wouldn't have eaten without him. She likely stopped her own training to wait by his side, just in case he needed her. He smiles to himself, thinking what a stubborn fool she is. But just then, she turns to him with a mischievous grin. She winks, a clever glint in her eye. She proudly declares that she let him catch her looking out for him, just to show off what a loyal subordinate she is and earn some points. Yeowoon just smiles, completely amused by her antics. "I see. You're a sly fox," he teases. She laughs, replying that she's still got plenty of tricks hidden away. She beams, happy and carefree, simply enjoying the moment with him, and as he watches her, a rare, genuine warmth fills him. In a world this brutal, moments like these are the only thing that truly matters. A storm is brewing in the heart of the demonic cult. Against a dark, cloudy sky, the heavenly demon hall stands as the imposing seat of power. Tonight, it's not just a throne room, but a battleground of wits, and the man sent to uncover the truth has finally arrived. Inside, a powerfully built man with a thick beard and flowing hair bows deeply. This is Nuong Paso, the Sky Heaven cult leader. He offers a formal greeting to the supreme ruler of the martial arts world, his deep voice carrying the weight of a man who commands his own power. On the throne, the heavenly demon looks down, his expression unreadable. His voice echoes in the grand hall as he asks how many years it's been. The air is thick with the unspoken history between these two powerful men. Nuong Paso looks up, thoughtful. He figures it must have been at least a decade since their last meeting. The scale of the hall is immense, accentuating the distance between the ruler and his guests. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the polite words do little to ease the palpable tension in the room. The heavenly demon's gaze is sharp, analytical. This isn't small talk. He's sizing up the man who has come to investigate a death within his own ranks. Beside Nuong Paso, a bald man in monk's robes puts his hands together. This is the demonic Buddha, Jeo Raban. He smiles serenely, claiming it was a pleasant journey to see an old friend. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow slightly. In this world, there are no old friends, only pieces on a board. He suggests they rest for the night and discuss business in the morning. It's a simple courtesy, but one that feels more like a dismissal. Nuang Paso bows his head slightly, agreeing to take his leave. But the gesture is seen as incredibly cold. Even a guest from the outer Murim should at least be offered a cup of tea. Outside the grand hall, Jeo Raban walks alongside Nuang Paso under the night sky. He remarks that the heavenly demon's quick dismissal was a deliberate slight, an insult to their status. Nuang Paso opens his eyes, a steely look in them. He's not here for pleasantries. He cuts Jeo Raban off, telling him to stop trying to stir up trouble. But Jeo Raban insists this is a matter of pride and honor. Nuang Paso ignores him, his mind already on the task at hand. "Let's go see the corpse!" He's wasting no time. Jeo Raban seems surprised, urging him to wait until morning, but Nuang Paso is a man of singular focus. "We can sleep when we're dead," he says with grim determination, striding forward without another word. Jeo Raban sighs, muttering to himself about how stubborn everyone around here is. He has no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Seo Daryong reports to Yeowoon that the Sky Heaven cult leader has arrived, and he didn't come alone. He brought his 10 strongest warriors and 100 elite soldiers. This isn't a visit, it's a show of force. Sitting calmly by candlelight, Yeowoon's expression is unreadable. He knew this was coming. His eyes are steady, focused. He processes every detail, calculating his next move. The investigator is here. The game has begun. The Sky Heaven cult leader is no ordinary guest. He is the absolute ruler of the Outer Murim, a master of the heaven-destroying demonic art. Though his cult's power has waned, he is not a man to be underestimated. Seo Daryong adds a critical piece of information. The first thing Nuang Paso did was go straight to examine the corpse. Yeowoon remains silent, his face a perfect mask of composure. He prepared for this. Now, all he can do is wait. The scene shifts to a cold, dark room, where the pale, lifeless body of Ya So lies on a stone slab. Nuang Paso stands over the body, his expert eyes scanning every detail. He concludes that the damage to the man's energy meridians and heart was caused by the repeated use of his own soul-absorbing art. Jeo Raban asks if that means it was energy deviation, and Nuang Paso confirms it was the final cause of death. But Jeo Raban isn't satisfied. He states with certainty that the soul-absorbing demon died while fighting someone inside his illusionary space. He looks directly at Nuang Paso, his voice firm. He was clearly killed by someone. It wasn't an accident. It was murder. The real question, he continues, is how someone managed to kill him while he was using his most powerful soul-stealing technique. Nuang Paso is skeptical. The idea of someone infiltrating the heavily guarded fortress, assassinating a supreme demon, and escaping without a trace seems impossible. The two masters stand in silence, the weight of the mystery hanging in the cold air. Suddenly, Nuang Paso raises a finger, a single suspect coming to mind, the only person with the power and access to pull it off, the heavenly demon himself. Jeo Raban's expression remains calm. He calmly dismisses the idea, explaining that the Supremes don't believe that's the case. Ya So was one of the cult's strongest assets, and the cult leader had no motive to kill his own man. Intrigued, Nuang Paso asks if there's another, more likely suspect. Jeo Raban hesitates for a moment, his gaze shifting downward before dropping the bombshell. "There is one person," he says. His eyes are cold as he reveals the name that has the other Supremes so concerned, the cult leader's second son. Nuang Paso's eyes fly open in shock. Cheon? Yeowoon? This isn't just an investigation anymore. It's a direct challenge to the ruling family. His mind races. Did they suspect the son from the very beginning? A surge of anger rises within him. He realizes he's been played, dragged into a dangerous internal power struggle without any warning. He clenches his fist. He is a pawn in their game. Recovering his composure, Nuang Paso's expression turns to cold steel. "In that case," he says, "let's start by questioning the second young master tomorrow. If they want him to play, he will play by his own rules." The next day, Yeowoon stands with his hands clasped, offering a respectful greeting. Nuang Paso looks him over, remarking that he's surprised to see the child he once knew grown into an adult. It's a subtle reminder of his seniority. Yeowoon responds calmly, asking what brings such a busy man here. Nuang Paso replies that word of Yeowoon's growing reputation has reached even his own cult. The polite conversation is a thin veil over the intense scrutiny happening just beneath the surface. They sit for tea, and Nuang Paso mentions how deeply saddened the cult leader was by Ya So's death. He adds that Ya So was one of his most cherished demon supremes, probing for any reaction. Yeowoon remains silent, letting the statement hang in the air. Nuang Paso leans forward, his face shadowed and intense, and asks the critical question. "Who do you think could have possibly killed him?" A close-up of Yeowun's eye shows it is calm, steady, betraying nothing. He feigns surprise perfectly. "He was murdered?" he asks, his expression showing just the right amount of shock. "I heard he died from energy deviation." He plays the part of the innocent, uninformed prince. Nuing Paso watches him, his own eyes narrowing. He isn't buying it. And then, something shifts. A faint red glow appears in Nuing Paso's eyes as he activates a hidden technique. Yeowun senses the change immediately, a subtle shift in the energy of the room. But with his new eyes, he doesn't just sense it, he sees it. He can see the faint red energy flowing from the cult leader's eyes, a power he could only feel before. The red energy swirls around him, invisible to a normal person, but perfectly clear to Yeowun's enhanced vision. It's a silent, invisible interrogation. Nuing Paso is scanning him, probing for any trace of a specific power. The swirling red energy is reflected in Yeowun's pupil. He knows exactly what's happening. Nuing Paso is searching for traces of the Blood Eye elixir, the very one Yeowun stole from him. But Yeowun remains perfectly calm. Thanks to the demon doctor's surgery, the evidence is gone. After a few moments, Nuing Paso's scan reveals nothing. Nuing Paso stands up abruptly. "I'll take my leave now," he says, but he waves off Yeowun's polite offer to stay. "I've seen your face, that's enough." His investigation seems to be over. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touches Yeowun's lips. He passed the test. He stands and gives a respectful bow, his politeness flawless and unshakable. Nuing Paso finds the gratitude odd, but Yeowun is being perfectly sincere. "I mean it," Yeowun says, a glint in his eye. After all, it's thanks to this man that he gained his new ability. It's a secret joke that only he understands. Nuing Paso just nods curtly and turns to leave, his mind clearly elsewhere. As Nuing Paso walks away, Yeowun watches him go, his expression calm and controlled. He thinks about their strange connection. In his past life and now in this one, the Sky Heaven cult leader has always, unintentionally, given him exactly what he needed. And because of that, a slight smile appears on Yeowun's face. He feels a strange sense of gratitude towards his fated adversary. Outside, REBORN is waiting eagerly for the results. Nuing Paso states clearly that the second young master has no connection to the soul-absorbing art. He saw no trace of the kind of power needed to pull off such a feat. REBORN is shocked. He can't believe Yeowun isn't the killer. But Nuing Paso confirms it without a hint of doubt. "Are you certain?" REBORN presses, clearly unwilling to accept this conclusion. Nuing Paso turns on him, annoyed. "If you don't trust me, why did you bring me all the way here?" He's had enough of their political games. REBORN quickly backpedals, apologizing and asking him not to take offense. Nuing Paso glances over his shoulder, his final word on the matter absolute. "I'm sure of it." REBORN suggests they report his findings to the other 7 demon supremes together. But Nuing Paso refuses. He tells REBORN to deliver the message himself. He did his job, and now he's done. REBORN knows the others will be furious, but Nuing Paso doesn't care. He dismisses the concern and begins to walk away. Left with no other choice, REBORN sighs in resignation. He begins to walk down the steps, leaving Nuing Paso standing alone. Nuing Paso is lost in thought. His expert analysis had cleared Yeowun. The evidence, or lack thereof, was absolute, but a flicker of doubt remains. A master's intuition is hard to ignore. His skills told him one thing, but his gut was screaming something else entirely. He thinks back on the meeting, on Yeowun's unnerving calm and his strange, sincere gratitude. The name echoes in his mind. "Second young master!" His face contorts with burning suspicion. The logic points to innocence, but an impossible question remains. He thinks to himself, just how did you kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon? He may not have proof, but he knows. He knows. The official verdict is in, but in the shadows of the demonic cult, the real judgment is just beginning. Doma, the wild-haired sword demon, sits with his eyes closed, his voice low. He tells Yeowun that for now, he's been cleared of the charges. The emphasis on "for now" hangs heavy in the air. He opens his eyes, a look of genuine awe on his face. He can't believe it. He asks how Yeowun managed to fool the Sky Heaven cult leader's all-seeing eyes, a feat that should have been impossible. Yeowun answers with a perfect lie. "Because I didn't do it," he says calmly. "Weren't you my alibi that night?" Doma falls silent but warns him it's too soon to relax. Some of the other demon supremes, like a man named Mabul, still refuse to believe the official story. The political battlefield is still full of enemies. Yeowun speaks a single, heavy word. "Elder." Doma looks at him, confused by the sudden serious tone. Yeowun looks him dead in the eye. If you ever start to doubt me like the others, he says, please, just tell me. This isn't a request, it's a test of their new bond. Doma is taken aback. He doesn't understand where this is coming from. Yeowon explains a philosophy born from a lifetime of betrayal. He says that if resentment is allowed to build in silence, they could one day end up pointing their swords at each other, and that pain would be too much to bear. He's asking for trust, for open communication, a currency more valuable and far rarer than gold in their world. Doma is silent, processing the unexpectedly sincere request. But Yeowon isn't finished. He flips the question. What if it's the other way around? What if Doma is the one who becomes unsatisfactory? He pushes the point, asking what Doma would do if he proved unfit for the path ahead. What if the brilliant young master becomes dull and tiresome over time? Yeowon's gaze is unwavering. He's laying all his cards on the table, demanding absolute honesty. What if I lose all my appeal, he asks, his voice cutting through the quiet night. What will you do then? He leans in, forcing the old warrior to confront a deep-seated fear. Would you remove me too? The question is a direct reference to the ruthless nature of the cult, where the weak are always cast aside. The tension is absolute. Doma's eye widens. He finally understands the true meaning behind the question. It's about fear of abandonment, a fear he knows all too well. Yeowon thinks to himself that he never expected such a vulnerable question from a man like the Blood Sky Demon. He looks away for a moment. My demonic path doesn't break tavern tables, he says, a subtle jab at Doma's brutish reputation. Then he turns back, his eyes meeting Doma's, his voice firm and clear. And it doesn't kill friends. The words hit the old warrior with the force of a physical blow. Doma is stunned, completely floored. For a man who has lived his life through violence and betrayal, the concept is alien. Am I? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Your friend? Yes, Yeowon says, without a hint of hesitation. And with that single word, a bond of true loyalty is forged between the ruthless young prince and the veteran demon. Yeowon continues, explaining that if that day ever came, he wouldn't tiptoe around Doma's feelings. He'd just say it bluntly. You're too old-fashioned. You're boring. Find your old charm again? Then, he finishes, a small smile on his face, we'll put our heads together and find a way to like each other again. Doma poses one last hypothetical. What if he tries, but still can't change? Yeowon's answer is simple. Then there's nothing to be done. They would just have to live off their past memories together. But, he adds, raising a fist with a grin, if you don't even try to change, then we'd have to fight it out. It's a solution perfectly tailored to a warrior like Doma, a brawl to clear the air. A new understanding passes between them. Theirs will be an alliance maintained not by fear, but by honesty. The wind blows, and the tension of the night finally settles. Yeowon watches him, a sense of satisfaction on his face. Doma looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. And then, a small chuckle escapes him. It builds into a full-throated, hearty laugh that echoes through the courtyard, a laugh of relief, disbelief, and genuine happiness. He looks up at the sky, the weight on his shoulders seeming a little lighter. He turns back to Yeowon. There's something I said before that I should change, he says. Doma's expression is sincere. When I said my life was nothing but misfortune, that might not be entirely true anymore. Yeowon understands the significance of this admission. As Doma walks away, his silhouette strong against the night, Yeowon watches him go. In that moment, he heard it clearly. It was the sound of Doma's heart opening, of trust being given freely. And Yeowon vows to himself that he will keep listening for that sound from now on. He knows that hearing that door open, from many people, is how he will truly grow. That connection, that loyalty, will be a weapon just as powerful as his martial arts. He looks to the moon, his thoughts turning to the absolute evil from his future. Hwamugi, he wonders silently, what sound are you hearing right now? A moment of peace under the full moon. But it's quickly broken. Yeowon senses a powerful energy approaching, fast. It's Nyung Paso, the Sky Heaven cult leader, appearing unannounced outside his residence. I came because I have something to say, Nyung Paso replies, his gaze intense. Yeowon notes the audacity, coming here alone, at this hour. Yeowon leads him inside. This is no friendly visit. He gestures Nyung Paso into a darkened room. Suddenly, they are plunged into a void of pure darkness. Nyung Paso has created an isolated space around them. Doesn't this martial art look familiar? He asks. Yeowon's eyes narrow. He knows exactly what this is. It's a recreation of the soul-absorbing demon's illusionary space. But Yeowon plays dumb. It's my first time seeing it, he lies smoothly. Nung Paso is done with the games. I don't think so, he says, his voice dripping with accusation. You killed him in this very space. Yeowoon maintains his composure, coolly citing the official story. But Nung Paso cuts him off, stating that while that's the public report, you can't fool his eyes. Yeowoon listens, then asks the most important question, do you have any proof? Nung Paso admits he has no proof. He can't even guess how it was done. But, he declares with absolute conviction, I am certain you killed him. Yeowoon tilts his head, genuinely curious. And why do you think that? The answer is chillingly simple. Because I can't read you. He explains that this unpredictability is what makes Yeowoon so dangerous. If he could kill a supreme demon, then he has the potential to kill him too. It's a conclusion based purely on instinct. A slight smile touches Yeowoon's lips. You've sized me up exactly. Then he immediately pivots. But I didn't expect someone as wise as you to make such a misjudgment. He tells Nung Paso to relax. He has no intention of dying here tonight. Besides, he adds, his eyes glinting, I don't overestimate my own skills. Yeowoon goes on the offensive, asking why Nung Paso didn't share his suspicions with the other demon lords. Nung Paso coldly states that in the Muram world, there are no friends, only people you use when you need them. Then what do you need from me? Yeowoon asks, cutting to the chase. Nung Paso puts a hand to his chest. He claims his silence is a favor, and he came to make sure Yeowoon doesn't forget it. He's trying to create a debt, to gain leverage. Yeowoon's mind works instantly. There must be a rift between Nung Paso and the other demon supremes. Let's be clear about one thing, Yeowoon says, his tone becoming hard as steel. He looks Nung Paso dead in the eye. So far you haven't given me any real favor. Nung Paso is stunned into silence. Yeowoon presses his advantage, his logic like a closing trap. It's not that you didn't tell them, he says. It's that you couldn't. Because you have no proof. Nung Paso's face darkens. He's been completely seen through. He tries to save face, arguing that he could have at least shared his suspicions. Yeowoon just smiles. Then that would actually work in my favor, he says, completely flipping the script. He explains that an unproven accusation would only enhance his reputation, making him seem powerful enough to kill a supreme demon. The others couldn't be sure, but they also couldn't treat him carelessly. His own accusation would have made Yeowoon stronger. Nung Paso is speechless. In fact, Yeowoon says, delivering the final blow, you've hindered me. By clearing him, Nung Paso took away a golden opportunity. Nung Paso can only stare, sweat beading on his temple. He came here thinking he held all the cards, only to realize he was playing a game Yeowoon had already won. Yeowoon leans in, his voice low and commanding. If you offer a favor, I'll gladly accept it. But make sure it's a real favor. The illusion shatters. Nung Paso is left standing there, completely outplayed, facing a young man whose mind is as deadly as any blade in the demonic cult. Just when you think you've seen the whole board, you discover your opponent has a hidden piece that changes the entire game. In a quiet, opulent room surrounded by priceless artifacts, a deep and powerful secret is kept. Hanging from a thick chain is a massive dark metal cage, carved with grotesque, demonic faces that seem to cry out in silent suffering. And inside sits a man, so emaciated his skin is stretched tight over his bones. His long, matted hair hides his face, and heavy chains bind him, a thick padlock at his neck. He is a prisoner in the heart of a palace. A voice asks, "What do you think?" The prisoner slowly looks up, his face still hidden. The speaker is Nung Paso. He stands before the chained man, a mighty cult leader seeking the counsel of a man he keeps in shackles. A raw, grating voice explodes from the prisoner. "You idiot, why are you asking me that?" His tone is pure contempt, completely devoid of fear. Nung Paso doesn't even flinch. He's clearly used to this. "You're the only one in this room," he says calmly. "Who else should I ask?" The prisoner scoffs, delivering a morbid joke about Nung Paso's impending death before cursing him out with a string of insults. Nung Paso just holds up 3 fingers, completely unfazed. "You've got 2 curses left for today," he says, as if this is just a normal Tuesday. "Would you feel good if you were me?" The prisoner roars back, his rage palpable. Nung Paso just sighs, tired of the routine. The prisoner rattles his chains in fury. He pulls at them, a picture of impotent rage. His knuckles are white as he strains against his confinement. Suddenly, the oppressive room dissolves, transforming into a beautiful, sun-drenched meadow filled with wildflowers. Nung Paso stands silently, holding a small golden key. He has granted his prisoner a temporary, illusory escape. With a click, he unlocks the man's collar. Freed from his chains, the prisoner leaps to his feet, a surge of life returning to his withered frame. He runs through the field, arms outstretched, feeling the wind and sun on his skin in a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. He collapses into the soft grass, staring up at the bright blue sky. His face, finally visible, is one of serene bliss. But Noing Passo's shadow falls over him, breaking the spell. The prisoner's peace is disturbed. "Hey, you oversized cult leader! Move!" he shouts, his abrasive personality returning instantly. "You're blocking the sky!" Noing Passo reminds him that the sky isn't real. "I know," the prisoner pleads, his voice laced with desperation, "but I really miss that fake sky. Please, step aside." Noing Passo allows this man 5 insults a day. He keeps him alive for one reason. This prisoner has the sharpest mind he's ever known. He is the secret commander of the Pungcheon cult's army. And though he has to endure the insults, the man's advice has always paid off. The true mystery is why a man with no attachment to life has never tried to end it. It's a question he's never gotten an answer to. Noing Passo gets to the point, explaining that Yeowoon wasn't satisfied with his last favor. The prisoner listens, his moment of peace over. "Could that young master really become the successor?" Noing Passo asks. The prisoner confirms that the rumors are true. Yeowoon did indeed kill the soul-devouring demon. "If someone like that isn't the successor, then who is?" the prisoner retorts. But Noing Passo is still doubtful. "He's skilled," Noing Passo admits, "but still." The prisoner cuts to the heart of it. "Are you afraid the young master might kill you too?" "It would be a lie to say I'm not," Noing Passo admits. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he acknowledges the fear Yeowoon inspires. "There's another reason we must win him over," he adds. The prisoner lays out the real political landscape. "Do you really think the heavenly demon doesn't know it was his son who killed Yeso?" Noing Passo is shocked. "Of course he knows," the prisoner says with absolute certainty. "The Cheonma of this era is an extraordinary man. And a man of great ambition," he continues. "So why do you think he's staying silent?" When Noing Passo doesn't answer, the prisoner snaps, "Use your head! Don't just waste food!" He dismisses the jab as him just having a loud voice. Their twisted codependence is on full display. Noing Passo needs his mind, and the prisoner needs a reason to live. Noing Passo finally understands. When an extraordinary man is silent, it means he's preparing a big move. The prisoner explains that Yeowoon's actions are either ordered by his father or are being allowed to happen as part of a larger plan. The heavenly demon is preparing for war. Once he has all 8 demon supremes under his complete control, he will strike. And the first target. Noing Passo's eyes widen in horror. "Us?" The prisoner confirms it. The heavenly demon would never go to war while leaving a powerful, independent ally at his back. "A wind of change is blowing," he warns. "If we can't feel this wind, we're dead." Yeso died because he was oblivious to this coming storm. "So we must decide," the prisoner says grimly. "Do they side with the establishment, the 8 demon lords, or do they side with the coming storm, Cheonma?" Noing Passo asks who will win. The prisoner's answer is immediate and certain. Cheonma will win. Why? Because the heavenly demon would never start a fight he couldn't win. His advice is to stick with Yeowoon and start by giving him a gift. Noing Passo is silent, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. "What should I give him?" he asks. The prisoner's advice is simple and profound. "Give him the thing you least want to part with. That's how we'll survive." "That's enough advice," he yells, done with the conversation. "Now step back!" He throws his arms out, trying to soak in the last moments of his fake freedom. A sigh of pure bliss escapes him. But then the illusion shatters. "That's enough!" Noing Passo declares. The prisoner is horrified. "No! Please! Just a little more!" he screams as he's pulled back into the dark reality of his prison. His cries are useless. The moment of peace is gone. The scene shifts back to the quiet courtyard outside Yeowoon's residence. Yeowoon sees Noing Passo approaching again. "You've come again?" he asks, surprised. "Come with me," Noing Passo says, and with a flash of energy, he teleports them both away. They reappear in a desolate, rocky wasteland. "This is my hometown," Noing Passo says. Yeowoon, ever composed, simply remarks on the quiet. 2 powerful figures stand in a barren landscape, the air heavy with unspoken words. Noing Passo finally speaks. "I thought it over, and you were right. I realized I still haven't given you any real favor." He reaches into his robes and pulls out an old, worn book. He explains that it's a martial art that can create an illusionary space, a technique that should only be usable by the highest masters of the demonic cult. "Its name is the time-space transference technique," he reveals. Yeowoon's eyes widen. This is the very power used by the man he killed. With the soul-devouring demon lord dead, Nuang Paso says, his expression deadly serious. I'm the only one left who can properly use this technique. He is offering Yeowun the key to a legendary power, a gift so valuable it redefines their entire relationship. An enemy's greatest treasure is on the table, but the price is a gamble on the future of the demonic cult. Nuang Paso explains that in a critical moment, the space created by this technique will save Yeowun's life, allowing him to vanish completely from the world. Yeowun immediately recognizes its value. It's the ultimate escape method, a trump card for the most dangerous of moments. But something feels strange. From his past life to this one, he's always unintentionally received things from Nuang Paso, the core of a legendary beast, the Blood-Eye elixir. And now this. He can't help but wonder if some strange fate has tied them together. Yeowun cuts straight to the point. What is it that you want? He knows an offer this big always comes with a price. Nuang Paso looks out at the barren landscape of his home. His eyes are filled with a deep, simmering ambition. I no longer wish to breathe in this dust, he declares. It's a poetic way of saying he's tired of being a secondary power. He wants more. And then he lays his cards on the table. He wants to advance into the Central Plains, and he needs Yeowun's help to make it happen. He promises the technique will be Yeowun's if he helps, but Yeowun calmly points out the obvious flaw. Unfortunately, that's not something I can decide. He explains that a move this big would require the approval of not just his father, but all the Demon Supremes. Nuang Paso agrees, explaining that the manual is a down payment, a show of good faith for their new alliance. Yeowun wants the specifics. What, exactly, do you want me to do? Nuang Paso explains that in 2 days, he will formally propose his cult's advance into the Central Plains. At that time, he says, holding the manual out, I want you to step in and help persuade the cult leader. He promises the book is his, regardless of the outcome. It's an extraordinary offer, a massive gamble on Yeowun's influence. But then, Yeowun shatters his hopes with 3 simple words. But your method is wrong. He states with absolute certainty that his father will never allow this to happen. Nuang Paso is stunned. All his planning, his big gamble, for nothing? Then what should be done? He asks, his confidence shaken. Yeowun explains the cold logic of his father's rule. The heavenly demon would never risk a war with a powerful, unchecked ally at his back. He'd destroy the Sky Heaven cult first. A flashback to the heavenly demon's own thoughts confirms it. He'd rather keep the Sky Heaven cult close and under his thumb than let them become a true rival. Nuang Paso is silent. Yeowun has just revealed a political reality he was completely blind to. Yeowun holds up the manual. Does this answer your question? In other words, now do you see why your plan is doomed? Nuang Paso concedes. He understands now. A wicked, opportunistic smile spreads across Yeowun's face. He could just take this incredible gift and walk away. As if reading his mind, Nuang Paso warns that such a betrayal would make him an enemy of the entire cult, costing him any chance at becoming the next leader. Yeowun's smile fades. He was just testing the waters. And now, having proven his strategic superiority, he offers the real path forward. Intervene in the succession struggle of the soul-devouring demon's faction. Nuang Paso's eyes go wide with shock. This is a move he never could have imagined. Yeowun lays out the brilliant long-term plan. The disciples of the dead supreme demon are vulnerable. They need the cult leader's support to secure their position. The play is simple. Nuang Paso must ensure the successor is a puppet loyal to the heavenly demon. Once that puppet is in place, then the advance into the Central Plains can begin. It's a masterclass in political maneuvering. Nuang Paso is horrified and amazed. He's finally beginning to understand just how far ahead Yeowun is thinking. The scene shifts back to Nuang Paso's palace. He lets out an exhausted breath. The mental gymnastics have taken their toll. He collapses into a chair, muttering about how exhausting it is to have his things taken from him. He's not just talking about the manual, he's talking about his pride. In the darkness, the prisoner's eyes glow an eerie blue. Nuang Paso reports back. As you instructed, I passed the technique to the young master. He admits his doubts, but the prisoner's voice is calm. You did well. Nuang Paso waits. Usually you start with insults, he says, confused by the sudden politeness. The prisoner explains he must be careful, because some days he feels like he might just kill Nuang Paso. Then, without missing a beat, he perfectly recites Yeowun's entire strategy. Nuang Paso is completely floored. How did you know? Because right now, the prisoner states simply, that's the best method. Nuang Paso explodes in frustration. You knew all along. He realizes his strategist let him give away a priceless treasure for a plan he already knew. The prisoner remains silent. Tell me, Nuang Paso roars, slamming his fist down. The prisoner slowly turns his head. He explains it simply. They didn't buy the method, and the young master didn't sell the method. Through his matted hair, his glowing eye fixes on Nuang Paso. What you bought, he says, his voice low and chilling, was an opportunity. Nuang Paso is lost. What opportunity? The chance to bring the young master to your side, the prisoner clarifies. The manual was just the first payment. There may be many more to come. Do you really believe this young master is that extraordinary? Nuang Paso demands, still reeling. The prisoner's answer is shocking. I don't know. How could I know the future? He asks, before scolding Nuang Paso for regretting a gift he's already given. Because it's too precious! Nuang Paso screams at the end of his rope. He storms away, needing a moment to process. He sighs, defeated. So what should I do now? The advice is blunt. Get close to the young master. Do as he tells you. But Nuang Paso hesitates, afraid of the schemes the young master might be hiding. Enough already! He shouts in frustration. The prisoner finally snaps. You pathetic bastard! He roars, calling him an idiot for hesitating after coming this far. He says it's precisely these useless thoughts that get people killed. Nuang Paso is stunned into silence by the force of the insult. The prisoner lays out the grim reality of their world. All useless deaths in the Murim happen because of a failure of judgment. They trust when they should refuse, and blindly believe when they should doubt. That's why they die. The lesson hits Nuang Paso like a physical blow. A flicker of understanding crosses his face. He starts counting on his fingers, trying to work through the logic. The prisoner loses it. Don't you count on your fingers! Do it before I cut them off! He declares there are no more questions for today. Shut your mouth! The illusion of the meadow returns in a flash. The prisoner is back in his peaceful field, his demeanor calm once more. His glowing blue eye peers through his hair, the storm of his rage now past. He kneels respectfully. Cult leader, he asks calmly, what is it you're curious about? Just say the word. Nuang Paso is left speechless, caught in the bizarre and dangerous orbit of two geniuses. One a rising star, the other a caged tiger, both of whom now control his fate. Just when one battle ends, another is brewing on the horizon, threatening to pull everyone into a war for power they might not be ready for. Deep within the demonic cult, Qian Yeowun sits in meditation. After securing a new, powerful technique, he's wasted no time locking himself away to master it. An intense purple aura surrounds him, a sign of the immense energy he's trying to control. Sweat pours down his face. This isn't just learning a few new moves, he's trying to bend the very fabric of space, and the effort is immense. He is completely focused, his entire being poured into this one task. The pressure to get stronger, to prepare for the future he knows is coming, weighs on him constantly. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain. For Yeowun, every second he isn't getting stronger is a second wasted. As he sits, the sword resting beside him, the room itself seems to respond to his power, the air heavy and charged with energy. Suddenly, the world around him begins to warp and distort. Reality ripples like water. This is the time-space transference technique, the power to create a separate dimension. His eyes snap open, sharp and clear. There's no exhaustion in them, only a calm, focused intensity. A thought flashes through his mind. It worked. He stands, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. It only took 2 hours. Nuang Paso had said it would take a talented person several days, but for Yeowun, it was nothing. He clenches his fist. His goal is clear, to practice until he can wield this power as easily as the monsters he's preparing to face. This technique is more than a new skill, it's a weapon he desperately needs for the war to come. For a moment, there's just silence. The space he's created is empty for now. But he knows that one day, he'll be able to create any world he desires within it. His ambition is limitless. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the cult, Nuang Paso stands in a dimly lit hall, his master strategist chained below him. Suddenly, a figure appears at the entrance. It's a large, bald man in monk's robes, and he does not look friendly. The monk silently gestures for Nuang Paso to come closer, his eyes cold and demanding. He doesn't waste time with pleasantries, asking what brings Nuang Paso here so late. He gets straight to the point. I heard you met the young master. Nuang Paso gives a simple excuse, saying he felt it was necessary to meet a potential future leader. The monk's eye narrows slightly. He's not buying it. He gives a smug, dismissive smile. The heir will be the eldest son. It's a clear warning. You're backing the wrong horse. Nuang Paso pushes back gently, observing that with Yeowun's recent rise, it doesn't seem so certain. He points out the obvious. To anyone watching, it looks like the heavenly demon himself is grooming Yeowun to be the successor. The The monk chuckles, as if talking to a child, telling Noong Paso his time in the Outer Lands has dulled his insight. The monk claims to see it the other way around. He argues that Yeowun's new position is just a way to keep him busy. His expression is condescending. He claims it's just a consolation prize to keep Yeowun out of the real power struggle. Noong Paso seems to accept this, feigning disappointment that he couldn't meet the eldest son. Then he turns the tables. But why do you support the eldest son? The monk's answer is insulting in its simplicity. Because he'll be the successor, isn't that obvious? Noong Paso presses him. What makes you so certain? The monk simply replies, just my intuition. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Noong Paso isn't fooled. A man like this doesn't make decisions based on a hunch. He expresses his disappointment. And we call ourselves friends? The friendly facade is gone. The monk's expression hardens instantly. He leans in and gives a chilling warning. Listen, cult leader, don't do anything reckless. There are plenty of eyes watching you. The threat hangs in the air, perfectly clear. Noong Paso feigns ignorance, trying to regain some control by asking if he's being told to get lost. The monk's reply is crude and insulting. He asks if a guest should shit in the master bedroom, making it clear Noong Paso is an outsider overstaying his welcome. Noong Paso is taken aback. The mask is off. He's being told, bluntly, to leave. The insult stings. His pride is wounded. Am I someone who has to come when called and leave when told? The monk's cold, unwavering gaze says it all. Wasn't that always the case? The two men lock eyes, the air crackling with hostility. The power dynamic has been laid bare. Noong Paso is being treated like a pawn. Then, just as suddenly, the monk breaks into a loud, fake laugh, claiming it was just a joke. It's a classic power move, meant to disarm and belittle him. As he walks away, he tells Noong Paso to enjoy himself, but the act isn't fooling anyone. Noong Paso quietly agrees, a bitter admission of his own weakened position. They walk off together, but the tension remains. As they leave, the monk looks back, his friendly smile replaced by a cold, calculating stare. Later, back in his quarters, Noong Paso turns to his strategist. What do you think? The analysis is sharp. They seem anxious. They've noticed you're trying to join hands with the young master. Noong Paso is surprised. Is that really something to get so anxious about? The strategist confirms it. Their anxiety just proves how much of a threat they see in Yeowun. Defeated, Noong Paso asks what he should do. The strategist snaps back, telling him to think for himself. Noong Paso pleads with him. This is about the life and death of his entire cult. He needs guidance. The strategist rattles his chains in frustration. Noong Paso waits, the weight of his decision heavy on his face. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the strategist's mental space, a vibrant, sunlit field. He's working on a small mechanism, a look of rare peace on his face. Noong Paso appears and asks why he likes this place so much. The strategist doesn't look up, his focus absolute. His response is cutting. You're chained all day too, cult leader. Try switching roles for a day. Noong Paso may not wear physical chains, but he's just as trapped. Back in reality, the strategist lays out the harsh truth. The eldest son's faction will do whatever it takes to force Noong Paso out. Noong Paso asks again what he should do. The strategist tells him this is his chance to establish a foothold in the Central Plains. The path forward is clear. Go to the young master and ask him how to stay here. He'll tell you the way. The strategist admits he already knows the answer, but Noong Paso still needs to give Yeowun another gift to hear it. This finally pushes Noong Paso to ask the real question. Why cling to this young master so much? The strategist looks at him, almost exasperated. Then who else will you cling to? He breaks it down. The heavenly demon dislikes him, the eldest son is against him, and among the supreme demons, only Doma has sided with Yeowun. The choice is simple. Rely on Yeowun, or go back to being a powerless puppet. Noong Paso roars back, his pride wounded. Don't provoke my pride with that nonsense! The strategist calmly explains that winning is simple. Choose well and trust to the end. It sounds easy, but it's why losers never realize they've lost until it's too late. Noong Paso throws his hands up in frustration. Enough nagging! Enough lectures! The strategist warns him that if he can't follow these simple rules, they should just give up and go home. Noong Paso finally admits what's really bothering him. He doesn't want to keep giving things to Yeowun. It feels like too much of a waste. His face contorts as he confesses he's still regretting giving away the time-space transference technique. He couldn't sleep all night, thinking about it. The strategist's reply is brutally honest. That's because you're petty and greedy. Noong Paso's eyes widen in shock. The two stand in silence. Noong Paso fumes. Hearing such a harsh truth from this prisoner is more infuriating than anything the monk could say. but at the same time, he feels a strange pleasure. For the first time, someone sees him exactly for who he is. But even so, his greed persists. Still, it's a waste. "And you're telling me to give him more?" The strategist gives his final, unwavering advice. "If you've chosen, then trust. Give it. Give everything." Nuong Paso grits his teeth, his face a mask of internal conflict. The advice is sound, the path is clear, but his own nature is fighting him every step of the way. And in the end, his pettiness screams out in his mind, "It's a waste! I don't want to give him a single thing!" The strategist is done being patient. He tells Nuong Paso to just go back to his quiet, small life, a life that suits his small ambition. The insult is sharp, designed to provoke. And it works. Nuong Paso's pride flares. He declares that he will establish his cult's main base in the Central Plains, achieving what generations before him could not. He turns to his strategist, his decision finally made. The strategist, however, is unimpressed. "It probably won't happen," he says quietly. Nuong Paso is stunned into silence. That cold, dismissive doubt cuts deeper than any insult ever could. Meanwhile, Yeowoon walks through the bustling streets of the demonic cult's village, making his way to a familiar, humble tavern. The elderly tavern keeper greets him with a warm, respectful bow. "Welcome, Lord of the Pavilion." Yeowoon takes a seat, simply saying he stopped by because he was hungry. But as the owner turns to leave, he hesitates. He asks if he can ask a question, and Yeowoon calmly tells him to ask whatever he likes. The keeper voices his curiosity. Why does a powerful man like Yeowoon always come to this small, humble place? Yeowoon's gaze is steady. He looks at the keeper, almost surprised. "You still don't know?" The old man is flustered, begging for an explanation. Yeowoon lists his reasons: the good liquor, the good food, and the good atmosphere. He then adds with a slight smirk, "And the tavern keeper is handsome." He asks if any more reasons are needed. The old man breaks into a huge, flattered smile, promising to make the food extra delicious. As the keeper walks away, the mood becomes more serious. Yeowoon looks out over the village, his expression thoughtful. He thinks to himself that the owner doesn't realize how important this place is. This village is the foundation of the demonic path he wants to build, more important than any powerful ally. He knows that the moment he forgets this place, the moment he forgets the people he's fighting for, he'll become no different from the ruthless demon lords he despises. This village keeps him grounded. Suddenly, a loud commotion from the street below shatters the peace. A massive, brutish man is yelling at a much smaller villager. The villager tries to defend himself, but the brute grabs him, insisting he was being glared at. He roars and throws a punch, but the man's wife jumps in the way, yelling for him to stop. The brute shoves her aside with contempt, sending her flying. Their young son cries out for his mom. Annoyed, the brute grabs the boy's head and tells him to shut up. Seeing his family threatened, the father forgets his fear and charges. But before he can land a blow, a powerful, invisible force hits the brute right in the face. The brute is sent staggering back, a shockwave of energy rippling through his body. He's thrown completely off his feet, crashing to the ground in pain and confusion. The father is completely bewildered, looking at his own hands, wondering what just happened. His wife asks how he did it, but he has no idea either. The family quickly flees the scene. The brute groans, getting back to his feet. He's furious, screaming for his men to find the family and kill them all. Just then, a calm voice cuts through the chaos from above. "Who just ran his mouth?" It's Yeowoon. He looks down and asks, "You think it's right to hit a father in front of his child just because your eyes met?" The brute, not recognizing him, yells back for the greenhorn brat to mind his own business. Yeowoon calmly replies, "That was my doing." He explains that if he had stepped in personally, the child would have been scarred by the memory. So, he struck the brute with his own energy instead. His reason is simple, but powerful. "Because I wanted the child to remember his father as a brave man. He didn't just save a family, he protected a child's hero." He continues to lecture the bully from above, asking if this was really something worth escalating so far. The brute is beyond reason, screaming at Yeowoon to get down there and die. "All right," Yeowoon says, leaping from the balcony. As he lands, the brute throws a punch, screaming, "Die!" But Yeowoon doesn't even flinch. He effortlessly catches the massive, metal-cuffed fist in his open palm. With a sharp twist, a sickening crack echoes through the street as he shatters the brute's arm. Yeowoon looks him dead in the eye, pointing out how this whole mess wasn't worth it. He asks the man, "So why are you doing this?" Tears of pain and humiliation stream down the brute's face. He knows he's been utterly defeated. But his rage overpowers his fear. He pulls a dagger and lunges. Yeowoon sidesteps the clumsy attack with ease, and delivers a single devastating palm strike to the brute's stomach. The force of the blow sends him stumbling backward. He clutches his stomach, stunned, then coughs up a spray of blood as his internal organs rupture. He lets out a final, agonizing scream as he collapses. The crowd watches in stunned silence. Suddenly, warriors in yellow uniforms appear, recognizing their leader on the ground. Yeowun gives a simple, chilling command. "Take him to Huangqian Pavilion. Expose every crime he's committed." His men immediately obey. "Understood." They haul the broken man away. The villagers stare, their faces a mixture of fear, shock, and dawning respect. This is a side of their new pavilion master they've never seen before, a protector. Yeowun turns to address the crowd, his voice ringing out clearly. He declares that there is no law in the demonic cult that says you can commit evil just because you're a demon. He points towards his headquarters and makes a promise. If anyone like this bully appears again, they are to report them to the Huangqian Pavilion. The crowd erupts into a wave of cheers and applause. For the first time, they don't just fear their leaders, they have hope in one. Back inside the tavern, the owner watches Yeowun, completely awestruck. Yeowun looks up and asks a question, but it's directed at someone else. Standing in the entryway is Nyung Paso. He's been watching the entire time. He looks at Yeowun, a profound understanding dawning on his face. That just because we are demons, he repeats, doesn't mean we should take evil for granted. He finally sees it. Yeowun isn't just building an army, he's building a new world with a new set of rules, and Nyung Paso has just seen the first foundation stone being laid. A true alliance isn't built on words, it's built on sacrifice. And for Nyung Paso, the price of siding with a future king is about to become steeper than he could ever imagine. Back in the quiet tavern, the two men sit across from each other. The tension from the street has faded, leaving a thoughtful silence in its place. Nyung Paso is the first to speak, reflecting on what he just witnessed. He remarks that hearing someone say demons shouldn't be evil is the last thing you'd expect from a future leader of the demonic cult. Yeowun just smirks. He dislikes being boxed in by old ways of thinking, casually dismissing it as how young people are these days. It's a simple statement, but it highlights the massive gap between his modern mindset and their ancient traditions. Sighing, Nyung Paso admits he must be getting old. Yeowun advises him to keep open-minded youth close, adding with a hint of humor that even the fierce Doma has been feeling younger lately, thanks to them. The comment earns a hearty laugh from Nyung Paso, who takes a long drink, the light-hearted chat putting him more at ease. But then his expression turns serious. The pleasantries are over. He gets to one of the real reasons he's here, asking Yeowun if he's had a chance to try the time-space transference technique yet. Yeowun's answer is a simple, confident yes. Assuming the worst, Nyung Paso immediately tries to comfort him, saying that everyone fails at first and that he shouldn't take it too hard. After all, it's an incredibly difficult technique. Yeowun calmly places his cup down and corrects the misunderstanding. "I succeeded." Nyung Paso's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" Yeowun continues, a hint of genuine fascination in his voice, describing the space he created as truly impressive. He thinks he'll become completely absorbed in mastering this new power. Still struggling to process it, Nyung Paso asks, "Already? You actually unfolded it? You didn't just try?" Yeowun confirms it once more. Yes. Barely able to believe what he's hearing, he asks how long it took. Yeowun's reply lands like a physical blow. "About 2 hours." Nyung Paso lets out an audible gasp, his mind reeling from the impossible revelation. Yeowun adds casually that the technique seems to suit his aptitude well, a massive understatement that only deepens Nyung Paso's shock. 2 hours, Nyung Paso mutters to himself. He knows if anyone else had claimed such a thing, he would have called them a liar. Not even a prodigy could master it that fast. Yeowun simply watches him, a calm, knowing look on his face. He's used to shattering people's expectations. Finally, his voice filled with awe, Nyung Paso asks if he could see it for himself later. Yeowun agrees without a second thought. "Of course." Nyung Paso breathes a quiet, "Thank you." This confirmation of Yeowun's monstrous talent solidifies his decision to ally with him completely. He pours another drink, his hand trembling slightly from the shock. He downs it in a single gulp, trying to steady his nerves for what he has to say next. Sensing the shift, Yeowun finally asks the real question. "But why have you come to see me today?" Nyung Paso hesitates for just a moment. He takes a deep breath and confesses, "Because I have a favor to ask." "Please, tell me," Yeowun says, ready to hear him out. Nyung Paso explains that a man named Mabul, representing the cult's eldest son, is trying to force him back to the Outer Lands. Yeowun asks the obvious question, "Why?" Nyung Paso's answer is direct. "Because of you." He explains that the eldest son's faction is afraid of them joining forces. So, he makes his request, "Give me a reason to stay." Yeowun leans back, his expression turning shrewd. This isn't a friendship, it's a negotiation. And what will you give me in return? Nungpaso tries to play it off casually. So cold, between us. Yeowun shuts that down immediately. There's no between us yet, cult leader. There was only one deal. The time-space technique was a transaction. This is a new one. Cornered, Nungpaso gives in. What do you want? Yeowun makes his demand. Can I choose one from the relics you brought? The request shocks Nungpaso. Those relics are the sacred treasures of his entire cult. He internally panics. Is this man insane? Yeowun calmly lays out his logic. With a demon lord dead, the political situation is unstable. Nungpaso can't possibly be reckless enough to make a move now without a powerful justification. For a price, Yeowun is offering him that justification. Nungpaso is silent. He knows Yeowun is right. He needs a reason to stay, and this is his only path forward. Later that night, the two of them walk through the quiet streets towards the relics. Nungpaso is still stunned that Yeowun accepted his proposal. He knows that giving up a sacred relic is the ultimate proof that he's serious about this alliance. Meanwhile, Yeowun wonders why Nungpaso is willing to go this far. The level of commitment feels almost desperate. His mind flashes back to the image of the man in chains. He's starting to piece together the real power dynamic at play. Yeowun asks who the chained man is. Nungpaso offers a simple lie, claiming he's just a subordinate guarding a relic. But Yeowun isn't fooled. He remembers the way Nungpaso looked at the man, not with the authority of a master, but with the caution of someone consulting an advisor. And more importantly, when Nungpaso entered the room, the chained man didn't even acknowledge him. Yeowun knows that if he were just a subordinate, such disrespect would be unthinkable. This prisoner holds some kind of power over the cult leader. They arrive at a hidden vault filled with priceless relics. Nungpaso warns him that two items are off-limits, the blood flame and the ominous yin thunder bell. Nungpaso gestures to the massive ornate bell, asking what he thinks of the famous relic now that he's seen it in person. Yeowun gives a small, almost predatory smile. It's incredible, he says, his voice deceptively calm. But his thoughts are far more specific. He can feel the evil spirit within the bell speaking to him, as if it recognizes him from a past life and is asking, "You again?" His eyes scan the rest of the room, his enhanced senses taking in every detail. The chained man, the forbidden relics. He realizes it's all connected. He and the mysterious strategist are playing a silent game of wits, with Nungpaso as the pawn caught in the middle. Nungpaso gestures to the room full of treasures. "Go on, choose." Yeowun nods. "All right." He walks through the vault, his gaze sweeping past priceless artifacts and legendary weapons. Then, his eyes lock onto something unexpected. It's not a grand weapon or a massive relic. It's a small, simple wooden box. He points. "Please give me this one." Nungpaso is stunned into absolute silence. Of all the legendary treasures in this room, he chose that one? Yeowun senses his hesitation. He can see the refusal forming on Nungpaso's face. Something is happening behind the scenes that Yeowun can't see. Back in his chamber, the chained strategist sends a silent, mental message. Yeowun realizes what just happened. The strategist interfered at the most crucial moment. Nungpaso's voice trembles slightly as he asks, "Do you even know what you've chosen?" Yeowun admits he doesn't, but says he felt strongly drawn to it. Nungpaso just stares at him, his mind in complete turmoil. He picks up the small, egg-shaped container from within the box, holding it carefully in his palm. He opens it, revealing a single, vibrant red pill pulsing with immense energy. "It's called the Blood God Pill," he says. "Have you heard of it?" The Blood God Pill. An elixir said to be the greatest in the entire Outer Lands, a legendary treasure. Yeowun acknowledges that he knows it's an extremely precious elixir. Nungpaso shakes his head. "Precious isn't enough to describe it." "Then why haven't you taken it?" Yeowun asks. Nungpaso replies that he was saving it for the future. Yeowun looks him dead in the eye. "So I suppose that future was me." The implication is clear. This was all a test. Nungpaso is startled, realizing that Yeowun is putting the pieces together far too quickly. Yeowun confirms his suspicion, stating that he knows Nungpaso and the strategist are communicating through voice transmission. He wonders just what kind of man this strategist is, to have such influence over a decision of this magnitude. Nungpaso takes a deep, ragged breath, and finally relents. "All right, I'll give you the Blood God Pill." A satisfied smile touches Yeowun's lips. "Thank you." But Nungpaso pulls the pill back at the last second. He can't hand it over just yet. First, he needs the answer he came for. "Tell me how I can stay in the cult." The The method is this, Yeowon says, and in a flash of movement, he snatches the pill right out of Knowing Passo's hand. Before Knowing Passo can even process what happened, Yeowon swallows the pill whole. His eyes flare with a sudden, intense power as the elixir begins to take effect immediately. Knowing Passo is completely dumbfounded. "You! What are you doing?" Yeowon drops into a meditative stance on the floor, the pill's energy already coursing through his veins. He gives Knowing Passo a simple command: "Stand guard for me while I dissolve the medicine." Knowing Passo's face is a perfect picture of shock and disbelief. He's just been played by a master, and now he has no choice but to protect the very man who just stole his cult's greatest treasure right in front of him. From afar, the chained strategist looks on, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. This is exactly what he wanted to happen. A powerful crimson aura explodes around Yeowon as he begins to absorb the legendary power of the Blood God pill. When you make a deal with a man who thinks 10 steps ahead, you don't get to set the terms. You just have to try and keep up. Knowing Passo is speechless, his face a mask of pure shock and rage. He can't believe it. He roars, "You dare eat that in front of me?" The greatest treasure of his cult, gone in a single arrogant instant. From his dark cell, the strategist just laughs, a cold, knowing laugh that echoes directly in Knowing Passo's mind, mocking his fury. Knowing Passo curses under his breath, his frustration boiling over. The strategist's laughter only highlights his powerlessness. This whole situation has spun completely out of his control. A murderous thought flashes through his mind. Should he just kill him right now? For a split second, he considers ending Yeowon's life while he's vulnerable, absorbing the pill's immense power. But the strategist's voice cuts through his rage, cold and logical. He tells him to go ahead, kill him, and start a full-scale war with the demonic cult. He points out that Yeowon's move was absurd, but that's exactly why he did it, to force Knowing Passo's hand and leave him with no choice. But the strategist isn't trying to calm him down. He's pushing him, taunting him. "I said kill him! Do it! Smash his skull in right here and now!" He's testing him, wanting to see if Knowing Passo has the nerve to follow through. Knowing Passo's hand trembles with rage, glowing with a dangerous energy. He reaches out, his fingers just inches from Yeowon's head. The air crackles with killing intent. But in the end, he can't do it. He pulls his hand back, slumping in defeat. He knows he's trapped. The strategist observes the scene unfold in his mind, noting with a detached coldness that it seems the cult leader won't be dying today. Knowing Passo snaps back, asking if he's a coward for backing down. The strategist corrects him. No, it's because this young master is far sharper than either of them ever imagined. "What makes you say that?" Knowing Passo demands, still reeling from the confrontation. The strategist explains the terrifying logic. Yeowon was confident that a man like Knowing Passo wouldn't dare to kill him. He already knows how to handle him, how to exploit his weaknesses. He admits he didn't know what Yeowon would propose at first, but now he thinks he has an idea. Knowing Passo is losing his patience with the cryptic advice. "Why do you always do this? Just tell me." "Because your face shows everything, cult leader," the strategist replies bluntly. Knowing Passo protests, claiming he was a great gambler back in his day. The strategist shatters that illusion with a single, brutal sentence. He was never a good gambler. The others just let him win out of fear or respect for his title. He was never skilled, just powerful. Knowing Passo is left speechless, the harsh truth hitting him like a physical blow. He looks over at Yeowon, who is completely absorbed in his meditation, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. All he can do now is wait. The strategist's voice cuts in again, this time with a different, more serious tone. Knowing Passo complains about the constant nagging, but the strategist simply tells him to just give it all. It's no longer advice, it's a command. "Are you serious?" Knowing Passo asks, shocked by the absolute nature of the demand. The strategist admits that until now, he had judged Yeowon based on rumors and information. But seeing him in person today, he realizes all of those reports severely underestimated the man. Knowing Passo is once again left stunned by the strategist's conviction. The strategist lays out the brutal reality of their situation. He tells Knowing Passo not to worry about what happens if they give everything away, because he will support him no matter what. "What?" Knowing Passo can't believe what he's hearing. The strategist rattles his chains, his voice filled with a grim determination. He swears he'll drag himself through the streets and sell medicine if he has to. He's willing to do anything. He grabs Knowing Passo's arm through their mental connection, his grip surprisingly strong. Knowing Passo poses the ultimate question. And what if the young master loses the succession battle and dies? What happens to them then? The strategist explains that this is what it means to entrust your fate to another. It's an all-or-nothing gamble. You either gain everything, or you lose it all. He's been trying to tell Nuang Paso this the whole time. Nuang Paso is silent, finally understanding the true depth of the commitment being asked of him. The strategist calls out to him again. Nuang Paso weakly tells him not to speak so casually, but there's no fire left in his voice. He finally accepts it. I understand you. To gain, you must let go, the strategist tells him. Neither of them are fortunate enough to have it all without making a sacrifice. Nuang Paso looks from his strategist back to the meditating Yeo Woon, a new resolve hardening his features. He realizes that the kind of person who can make this all-or-nothing gamble work is someone exactly like the young man sitting right in front of him. He sighs, a wave of regret washing over him. It's such a waste! But the decision is made. Hours pass. The red energy around Yeo Woon pulses and grows, becoming more and more intense with each passing moment. Finally, his eyes snap open. A blinding flash of light erupts from his body, creating a powerful shockwave that sends Nuang Paso stumbling backward. A massive wave of pure crimson energy explodes outwards, filling the entire room with its presence. The power is overwhelming, a tangible force that presses down on everything around it. When the light finally fades, Yeo Woon's eyes are no longer black. They are a piercing, demonic red, glowing with a terrifying, newfound power. He has fully absorbed the blood god pill. Nuang Paso is in awe. He's refining the energy immediately? Just how deep does his power run? But he realizes it's more than that. Yeo Woon isn't hiding his new strength. He's displaying it openly, a silent declaration. I'm this strong, so trust me and follow. Yeo Woon stands and gives a simple, polite thank you. Still reeling, Nuang Paso manages to say, you've got some real guts. He asks if Yeo Woon stole the elixir, but Yeo Woon calmly corrects him. No, he received it as payment. Payment? Nuang Paso is confused. I haven't heard any method from you yet. Yeo Woon explains that his method for him to stay was for him to eat the pill. Nuang Paso is baffled. What? Yeo Woon lays out the plan, brilliant in its deceptive simplicity. Tomorrow, come to my pavilion and report that your elixir was stolen. Nuang Paso's eyes widen as he instantly understands the implications. By reporting a theft, he'll have an official reason to stay until the stolen elixir is recovered. And since Yeo Woon is the head of the pavilion, he will personally oversee the investigation, allowing him to draw it out for as long as they need. Nuang Paso is speechless. The sheer audacity and genius of the plan is staggering. Yeo Woon has created a perfect, unbreakable excuse. The date of Nuang Paso's return will be decided by them, and them alone. Back in his cell, the strategist listens, a smile spreading across his face. You knew? Nuang Paso asks him through their mental link. The strategist stands looking out at the night sky from his prison. I realized it the moment he took the blood god pill, he replies. But Nuang Paso is still confused. How could Yeo Woon have known what the pill was beforehand? The strategist scoffs. Of course he knew. Do you think he picked it just because the container looked nice? The real question isn't if he knew, but how? The strategist provides the final, damning piece of the puzzle. It's because he's this kind of man that they're betting everything on him. Nuang Paso clenches his fist, the reality of his situation sinking in completely. He looks at the now empty container, still mourning the loss. Still, the blood god pill is far too precious a price to pay. The strategist sighs, exasperated. He tells him for the 100th time that he didn't give it as payment. He gave it as a sign of absolute, unconditional trust. Then, the strategist delivers his final, chilling ultimatum. If they give everything away, and this grand plan still fails, then Nuang Paso will die. And so will he. He looks at his master with a terrifying grin. You're promising to die after you kill me. Nuang Paso can only roar in frustration. Shut up! He's trapped in a gamble for his very survival, with two monsters pulling the strings. To secure your future, sometimes you have to face the one person you can never truly outsmart. For Qian Yeo Woon, that person is his father, the leader of the demonic cult. The cult leader's hall stands at the very center of power, a massive and imposing testament to the strength of the man who rules from within. Yeo Woon walks alone across the vast, empty courtyard. Every step echoes in the silence. He's heading into the lion's den, and he knows the stakes of this meeting. He knows his father has likely heard everything that happened. But there's a world of difference between his father knowing and him coming to report it directly. This is a game of respect and power, and Yeo Woon is here to make his move. A stern-faced man with a long braid steps out to greet him, telling him to enter the training hall. Yeo Woon recognizes him instantly. This is Hui, his father's personal shield, the man who is always by the leader's side. Yeo Woon greets him respectfully, noting it's been a long time. Hui's mind flashes back to a fond memory. He remembers walking through a village, holding the hand of a much younger Yeowon who was begging for snacks. It was a simpler, happier time. Returning to the present, Hui asks Yeowon to join him for a meal sometime. Yeowon looks over his shoulder and promises to treat him. Hui accepts, telling him to make himself comfortable. It seems even the cult leader's personal guard now shows a deep level of respect for Yeowon. Yeowon continues up the stairs, his expression unreadable. The meeting is about to begin. The doors to the training hall slide open, bathing the entrance in a bright, imposing light. He steps into the massive, empty hall. The room is unnaturally quiet. At the far end, a single figure stands waiting. His father. But before a single word is spoken, Yeowon's eyes widen. He feels a sudden, immense, killing intent flood the room. A vortex of dark energy erupts from his father. This isn't a greeting, it's an ambush. The heavenly demon lunges forward, his body wrapped in a furious green aura, his eyes glowing red. He moves with terrifying speed, his sword already drawn. He isn't holding back. This is a full-power attack, meant to kill. With a predatory grin, the heavenly demon roars a single command at his son, "Dodge and you die!" With a deafening clang, Yeowon barely manages to draw his own sword and block the strike. The force of the impact sends shockwaves tearing through the hall. The heavenly demon's face is a mask of pure intensity, while Yeowon grits his teeth, his expression a mix of shock and determination. This is the test. Their blades are locked, a storm of energy swirling violently around them as the father presses his attack, forcing Yeowon back. The heavenly demon breaks away, his movements a complete blur. He unleashes one of his signature techniques, a footwork art that makes him seem like he's teleporting across the floor. He executes a devastatingly powerful and direct attack that fills the air with an explosive flash of light. He follows it immediately by moving so fast he practically vanishes and reappears, his sword aimed right at Yeowon's throat. But Yeowon meets every single strike. A flicker of surprise crosses the heavenly demon's face. His son is actually keeping up. Yeowon parries another blow, his expression fierce and focused. He's not just surviving, he's fighting back. The heavenly demon lowers his sword, a look of grudging respect in his eyes. "You've improved," he says. Catching his breath, Yeowon replies confidently that of course he has. He trains harder than anyone in the cult. He pauses, then corrects himself with a faint smile. No, maybe second most. Ian trains the most. Even now, he gives credit where it's due. Intrigued, the heavenly demon asks, "Why don't you think third place?" A small, knowing smirk plays on Yeowon's lips. He doesn't need to say it out loud. In his mind, he thinks, "Father, you must achieve greatness." It's a silent acknowledgement of his father's own relentless training, a moment of deep, unspoken respect between two warriors. The test is over. The heavenly demon finally asks the real question, "What brings you here?" As they walk, Yeowon gets straight to the point, telling his father that Nuang Paso, the Puncheon cult leader, wants to join forces with him. His father listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. Yeowon continues his analysis, stating that the way the demon lords dragged Nuang Paso here in the first place was arrogant and short-sighted. He explains that their actions offended Nuang Paso's pride, creating a rift that could have been avoided if they had shown a little respect. The heavenly demon nods slightly, agreeing with his son's assessment. He remarks that neglecting small details often leads to the biggest problems, and that this was clearly the demon lord's mistake. Yeowon stays silent, letting his father absorb the full political picture he's laid out. The heavenly demon then reveals his own conflict. He admits he would have loved to pit the demon lords against Nuang Paso and watch them weaken each other, but the risk of an attack from the Murim Alliance is too great. The demon lords, for all their flaws, are a necessary evil. Hearing this, Yeowon asks the crucial question. "Then why did the Puncheon cult leader come to me instead of meeting you, father?" The heavenly demon gives two simple reasons. First, Nuang Paso is intimidated by him, and second, he thinks Yeowon is easy to use. Yeowon's face darkens at the thought of being seen as a pawn. His father tells him they'll play along for now, but Yeowon admits he lacks the troops to make any real moves. The heavenly demon looks off into the distance, deep in thought. Yeowon states that finding a clever strategist is now his top priority. His father turns to him, pointing out that he seems to be doing just fine on his own. But Yeowon humbly replies that most of his success has been due to good luck. He reveals a rare moment of self-doubt, explaining that he navigates situations based on memories from his past life. He admits he isn't a natural strategist and truly needs someone with real insight to guide him. The heavenly demon cuts back to the main issue. He stops walking and asks, "Just answer this one question. What does the Puncheon cult leader want?" The question hangs in the air, demanding a clear, direct answer. Then, the heavenly demon answers his own question with 4 words that carry immense weight: advance into the central plains. He confirms that Nuang Paso's ultimate generational dream is to conquer the central plains. Yeowun's mind races. In his past life, Nuang Paso failed because the monster Hwamugi destroyed the world, forcing him to die in the outer lands without ever achieving his goal. But because of his regression, everything has changed. Nuang Paso is now making bold moves he never would have before. Yeowun understands. For generations, the blood cult of the outer lands has aimed for the central plains. The desire to conquer runs in their very blood. A slight smile forms on Yeowun's face. It all makes sense now. He thinks to himself that he could have figured this out on his own, but sometimes it's better to act ignorant even when you know the answer. It's not out of spite, it's a sign of respect for his father's wisdom and authority. He muses that most parents want their children to come to them for advice. He wonders if his father is any different. The heavenly demon seems to sense this subtle shift in his son's demeanor, a quiet acknowledgement of their bond. He turns to Yeowun and in a rare paternal gesture offers, "Since you're here, have a meal before you go." Yeowun looks up, surprised by the simple invitation. He quickly accepts. Later, the mood shifts from family back to politics. Yeowun meets with a large, bald man in monk-like robes, the demon lord, Mabul. He claims a friend had a precious relic stolen, and he's here to check on the investigation. He cuts right through the pretense, asking if it's really true a thief broke in. Yeowun plays dumb. "A thief? What do you mean?" Mabul scoffs, saying no one would believe a common thief could break into their main hall. He suggests a more plausible story, that Nuang Paso staged the whole thing himself. The demon lord's eyes narrow. He's not buying the official story for a second. Yeowun's gaze remains steady. He knows this is a test of his alliance. Mabul argues that if a real thief got in, the cult's reputation would be ruined. It's better to handle this quietly. Yeowun leans forward slightly, playing along. "What do you suggest?" Mabul lays his cards on the table. "Send Nuang Paso back to the outer lands. Get him out of the picture so he can't make a fuss." Yeowun immediately sees the true motive. He thinks to himself, "You're testing me." He realizes Mabul is convinced the robbery was staged and that Yeowun is secretly helping Nuang Paso. Yeowun puts on a humble front, asking, "Would a mere Pavilion lord like me even be listened to?" Mabul counters immediately, pointing out that Nuang Paso must believe Yeowun will be the successor to the heavenly demon. Yeowun feigns surprise, but Mabul explains that a proud man like Nuang Paso would only seek out someone he saw as the future. He drives his point home. Nuang Paso must see Yeowun as the next leader of the entire cult. Yeowun remains silent, letting Mabul think he has him cornered. Mabul presses his advantage, repeating that for the good of the cult, they must send Nuang Paso back. But Yeowun flips the entire argument on its head. "No," he says calmly. "If that's the case, we must not send him back." Mabul is taken aback. Yeowun explains that just as Mabul said, a slighted Nuang Paso could use this incident to tarnish the cult's reputation if he's sent away angry. "Then we should detain him," Yeowun declares, his eyes sharp. "While Nuang Paso is here, under their watch, he won't be able to speak recklessly." Mabul is left speechless as Yeowun continues, saying he will handle it from here. Yeowun gives Mabul a direct order disguised as a piece of advice. "Tell him, if he wants to find the relic, he should not blurt things out carelessly." Mabul can only stare, his mind reeling. Yeowun has not only deflected his test, but has taken complete control of the situation, twisting Mabul's own logic to serve his grand plan perfectly. Having navigated the treacherous politics of his own cult, Yeowun now sets his sights on a new game. In a private meeting, his loyal subordinate, Seo Daryong, reports that the succession fight for the late soul-devouring demon lord is down to 2 candidates, the first disciple, Yangdo, and the third, a woman named Cheongseon. Yeowun listens intently, his arms crossed, and asks about the reputation of the 2 candidates within their own faction. Seo Daryong lays out the power dynamic. Yangdo, being older, has the clear advantage in experience and raw skill. Cheongseon, on the other hand, is the more popular of the 2. When asked why, Seo Daryong explains that Cheongseon is young, beautiful, and has a pleasant personality. Yangdo, however, is known for his brutal temperament, having injured and even killed his fellow exorcists. Despite his cruelty, the old demon lord favored Yangdo as his successor, but now that the lord is dead, the game has changed completely. Yeowun's command is absolute. He tells Seo Daryong to investigate both of them thoroughly, their skills, wealth, habits, and relationships. He wants every single detail. He's not looking for an ally, he's looking for a pawn he can control. He processes the information, his mind already spinning with possibilities. Seo Daryong looks on, wondering which of the two candidates Nyong Paso, the Pongshan cult leader, will choose to support in this struggle. He asks if Nyong Paso is really going to pick a side. Yeo Woon confirms it. That's precisely why Nyong Paso sent him all this information in the first place. Confused, Seo Daryong asks why. With a sharp look, Yeo Woon reveals the truth. Because I told him to get involved. He's not just observing the game, he's directing it from the shadows. The color drains from Seo Daryong's face. His eyes widen in horror as he connects the dots, asking if this means Nyong Paso is going to kill them both, Yongdo and even the popular Cheongson. Yeo Woon's expression is cold as he considers the question. His response is delivered with a chilling calm that's impossible to read. Kill them all. Seeing Seo Daryong's genuine panic, Yeo Woon lets out a sigh. That's a relief. He notes with a hint of amusement that lately, everyone's first assumption is to worry about who he's going to kill next. Trying to lighten the mood, Yeo Woon asks who else was worried. Your master? Seo Daryong looks confused for a moment. Ah, Elder Doma, he clarifies, admitting the old demon hasn't allowed him to use the title Master yet. But Yeo Woon sees right through it. The way the word slipped out shows a bond is already forming there, another one of his calculated plans falling into place. Meanwhile, in a dark, oppressive room, a different conversation is taking place. Nyong Paso needs to decide who to support. He stands before his greatest asset, the chained strategist, his face hidden by long, dark hair. Nyong Paso notices his strategist staring intently at a large, ornate bell in the room, asking if the demon carved on its surface is speaking to him. The strategist looks up, his one visible eye filled with a weary, haunted expression. How did you know? He asks. Nyong Paso is taken aback by the eerie confirmation, a shiver running down his spine. Sometimes it speaks to me, the strategist admits. Nyong Paso leans in, a mix of fear and curiosity on his face. What does it say? The prisoner's voice is hollow as he repeats the demon's question. Why do you live like that? It's a glimpse into the profound torment of a brilliant mind trapped in chains. The weight of that question hangs heavy in the silent room. Nyong Paso, ever the pragmatist, pushes past the unsettling moment. So what did you answer? The strategist says that before, he would have answered that he lives this way because of one narrow-minded, greedy man, a clear insult aimed directly at Nyong Paso. And now? Nyong Paso asks, ignoring the jab. The prisoner's answer shows a shift in his thinking, a change brought about by Yeo Woon. Now I answered that maybe it's not only because of that person. Nyong Paso presses him again. So what did it say then? The prisoner remains silent. Frustrated, Nyong Paso demands to know what the bell said. The prisoner snaps back. Why do you keep asking? How would a carving speak? He's playing with him, pulling him back from the edge of his own madness. Nyong Paso explodes with anger. Are you crazy? The strategist's reply is chilling. If I wasn't crazy, that would be the strange thing. He says soon he'll be sitting here having a full conversation with the carved demon. He stops his rant mid-sentence and delivers his decision with stark finality. It's Cheongseon. Startled, Nyong Paso complains that he could have been a little more formal about it. Nyong Paso stares, completely baffled by the choice. He questions the decision, arguing that Yangdo was the obvious and more powerful choice. The prisoner just tells him to choose Yangdo then, throwing the decision right back in his lap. Nyong Paso is left speechless, his own indecisiveness laid bare for him to see. The prisoner waits, letting him stew in his own uncertainty. Finally, Nyong Paso asks again, why Cheongseon? The prisoner delivers a sharp lesson in leadership. You're the cult leader. How long will you keep following others' opinions? He's forcing Nyong Paso to own the decision, even though he's the one making it for him. Nyong Paso hesitates, the weight of the choice pressing down on him. Finally, he puffs out his chest. Fine then, I'll follow my conviction and choose Cheongseon. The prisoner has masterfully made him believe the choice was his own all along. A slight, almost imperceptible smirk appears on the prisoner's face. The puppet master has pulled the strings perfectly. Nyong Paso's expression is now one of grim determination. The decision has been made. But then comes the next problem. Nyong Paso asks how he's supposed to make her his disciple. The prisoner bluntly replies, that, I don't know. He reminds him it's a bit much to expect him to solve everything while chained to a wall. Nyong Paso concedes the point, admitting he's right. He falls silent, realizing he's once again hit a dead end. The prisoner watches him, ready for the next phase of his intricate plan. Nyong Paso knows he can never remove the shackles. If he does, the prisoner will leave, and who would ever stay loyal to the one who imprisoned them? Desperate, he wonders if he should just go to Cheongseon and demand she become his disciple. The prisoner immediately shoots him down, asking if he really thinks she'd be happy about that. Then what should I do? Noang Paso asks, completely lost. The prisoner tells him to put himself in her shoes. Would he agree if some strange old man from the outer lands demanded he become his disciple? Noang Paso angrily admits he wouldn't. The prisoner explains that there must be a price to pay, but Noang Paso's greed takes over, arguing that since he will be her master, shouldn't she be the one paying? That's an old way of thinking, the prisoner says coolly. The one who wants it more is the one who pays the price. Noang Paso recoils, clutching his chest. He hates that idea. He's always preferred receiving, not giving. He starts ranting, saying she should be the one bringing offerings and kneeling in the courtyard all day, begging to be his student. The prisoner just stares at him with utter disdain. Then he delivers the final, brilliant stroke of his plan. If someone must pay the price, it should be that young master, not Cheongseon. Noang Paso is stunned. The prisoner explains that Yeowon desires the relics in this hall more than anyone. He was eyeing them carefully last time. Cursing, Noang Paso realizes it's true. The prisoner concludes that Yeowon will be the one to bring the solution, just like he did before. Him again? Noang Paso groans, a look of pure agony on his face. He knows he's being drawn deeper and deeper into Yeowon's web. The prisoner looks on, his expression grim. He knows the truth. From now on, it will be that young master until the very end. Back at Yeowon's residence, night has fallen. Yeowon sits at his desk, deep in thought as he reviews the new reports. Seo Daryong confirms that this is all the information he gathered on Yongdo and Cheongseon, but he has something else to report. While investigating Cheongseon, he found something odd. She has met with a man named Seojong several times. The name immediately catches Yeowon's attention. Seo Daryong adds that since the two seem to have no logical connection, he's reporting it just in case. Yeowon's mind begins to whirl, connecting pieces of a puzzle he didn't even know existed. He remembers the incident clearly. Seojong was caught using the soul-devouring technique and was killed by Yeonrong. At the time, they never discovered whose technique it was. And then, it clicks. A cold realization washes over Yeowon, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He realizes, so it was Changseon's soul-devouring technique! He slams his hand on the desk, the full picture becoming crystal clear. There's only one explanation. The two of them were in a secret relationship. Seo Daryong is completely shocked, asking how he could have possibly figured that out. Yeowon explains his logic. Seojong was infatuated with Yeonrong. What would happen if his relationship with Cheongseon, a practitioner of a forbidden demonic art, was discovered? It all lines up perfectly. The person who told him where the bodies from the soul-seizing method were buried, and the one who stole the fan used in the technique, it had to be Cheongseon. Only a disciple of the soul-devouring demon lord could have known those things. She must have leaked the information to Seojong. He's found her ultimate weakness. Yeowon stands up abruptly, his decision made. Startled, Seo Daryong asks where he's going so suddenly. A confident, predatory smile spreads across Yeowon's face. He knows exactly what to do. He declares, "To fetch the relic!" He now holds the key to controlling not just Noang Paso, but the entire succession of a rival power. When you have your opponent completely trapped, that's when you name your price. Noang Paso meets with Yeowon, thanking him for the information he sent over. Yeowon takes a calm sip of his tea, dismissing the thanks as nothing. He's the one in control, and he knows it. Back in his dark chamber, Noang Paso's chained strategist sits in silence. The gears of the grand plan, set in motion by this very man, are turning. Noang Paso gets straight to the point, asking Yeowon if he's found a way to get involved in the succession fight yet. He admits that he hasn't. Yeowon warns him to hurry, as the other demon lords will soon intervene and choose a successor themselves. Noang Paso complains about his situation, pointing out that just like his own strategist, he's effectively shackled here. He can't move freely or even meet with the candidates easily. He's completely stuck. Yeowon listens patiently before cutting through the complaints. "I understand," he says. Then, Noang Paso puts the choice in his hands, asking which of the candidates he would prefer to take as a disciple. A sharp glint appears in Yeowon's eye. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He gives a one-word answer, his voice calm and decisive, "Cheongseon." Noang Paso falls silent, absorbing the answer. It's the same one his own strategist gave him. Yeowon watches him, his expression unreadable. He notes that Noang Paso isn't surprised at all. It's clear he's already come to the same conclusion after speaking with the man in chains. Noang Paso confirms it. He and his strategist also decided Cheongseon was the right choice, but they have no way to actually persuade her. And here comes the hook. With a confident smirk, Yeowon asks, "What if I could get Cheongseon to come to you herself?" Nuong Paso leans forward, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and hope. And then? Yeowun's promise is absolute. She'll ask to become your disciple. He'll do all the hard work for him. Nuong Paso slams his fist on the table, overjoyed. If Yeowun can really pull that off, he couldn't ask for anything more. But nothing from Yeowun is free. In return, he says, his voice turning cold, give me a divine relic. Nuong Paso's face contorts in rage. He grits his teeth and calls him shameless. Yeowun calmly corrects him. Not shameless, just reasonable. He explains that asking for favors based on friendship is an old-fashioned way of thinking. Nuong Paso grumbles that he's a man of that generation. Yeowun raises his hand, gesturing to himself. And I, he says, am a modern one. He delivers a sharp ultimatum. If Nuong Paso doesn't like it, he can stay a fossil and get left behind. Nuong Paso is left speechless, completely cornered by Yeowun's relentless modern logic. Yeowun seals the deal, telling him to leave this matter to him. He promises to deliver results worthy of the price. Defeated and outmaneuvered, Nuong Paso lets out a heavy sigh and finally agrees. Yeowun's eyes narrow. The deal is struck. He knows Nuong Paso must have been thoroughly convinced by the chained strategist to agree to this. Yeowun clarifies the terms. He will only get her to come and ask. Making her a demon lord will be Nuong Paso's job, and just to twist the knife, he adds that if he needs help again, he'll be back for another relic. Nuong Paso explodes, shouting, "Why don't you just take them all now?" Yeowun smiles faintly. "I wish I could," he says, a subtle threat lingering in his words. With the negotiation concluded, Yeowun stands to leave. He gives a respectful bow, the picture of perfect courtesy, even after completely fleecing the man in front of him. The mission is a success. One more powerful piece is about to be placed on his board, and in his cell, the chained strategist sits, having predicted this exact outcome. He knew from the very beginning that the ambitious young master would be the key to everything. The scene shifts to the territory of the Northern Heavenly Sword Clan. It's a serene and beautiful place, nestled among misty mountains and flowing rivers. A man with long, elegant hair greets Yeowun, welcoming him respectfully. Yeowun addresses him as Master Samu. This is Sawu Bell, a key figure in the clan. As they walk, Sawu Bell maintains a polite facade, but Yeowun can feel the tension beneath the surface. He observes the man closely, reading his every move. He knows that even though Sawu Bell's last scheme against him failed, he's hiding his grudge well. But Yeowun is already 2 steps ahead. He thinks, today, I'll use Cheongseon as bait and reel you in too. They enter a room where Cheongseon is waiting. She's beautiful and dressed in elegant robes. Yeowun greets her with a charming compliment, and she smiles, brushing it off as flattery. She invites him over to look at something she's been tending to. It's a pair of small green plants, grown from a seed he once gave her as a gift. The pleasantries continue, but behind Yeowun's calm exterior, his mind is already at work. His eyes are sharp, constantly observing, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He keeps Sawu Bell in his peripheral vision. He can sense the man's energy fluctuating. Just as I thought, he muses. He confirms that the man's energy is subsiding. Ever since he arrived, he has been discreetly releasing his own chi to observe him. Now, it's time to set his trap. He leans in close to Cheongseon and asks her to bring some drinks for Sawu Bell, saying he needs to leak some information to him. She looks at him, confused but intrigued. He tells her he'll explain everything later. Cheongseon turns to Sawu Bell and asks for liquor, saying she'd like to share a drink with the young lord. Sawu Bell bows and agrees, but inside, his mind is racing. He's suspicious. He remembers her saying she wouldn't drink anymore, yet she'll make an exception for this young lord. He knows something is off. A tray of food and drinks is prepared. Sawu Bell serves them, his every move careful and deliberate as he tries to figure out Yeowun's angle. Yeowun begins his carefully crafted speech, mentioning that the top candidates for the next soul-devouring lord are Yangdo and Cheongseon. The name makes Sawu Bell flinch. Cheongseon plays along, saying she heard Yangdo was the stronger candidate. Yeowun then lays out the opportunity he's created for her. He explains that since Nuong Paso's martial arts share roots with her own, she'd have a real chance at becoming the successor if she could get instruction from him. He confidently states that Nuong Paso will accept her, as it would serve his own ambitions to expand into the Central Plains. Taking her as a disciple would give him the perfect justification to stay. Cheongseon nods, admitting it makes perfect sense. Yeowun then presents the alternative. If she doesn't do this, Yangdo will win, and her chance to become a demon lord will be lost forever. He looks her directly in the eye, the unspoken threat hanging between them. He's offered her a lifeline, but it's one he controls completely. Wu Bell returns, having delivered the drinks as requested. He kneels down, placing the tray between them. He bows and prepares to leave them to their private conversation. The room falls silent for a moment. Cheongseon finally asks the real question. Why are you asking this of me? Yeowoon then drops the hammer, asking if she knew Saujong was in a relationship with another woman. She feigns ignorance, her eyes widening. Saujong, I had no idea. Yeowoon continues his veiled threat, saying his investigation revealed Saujong is ambitious and might try to manipulate her from behind the scenes. Cheongseon looks down, her calm facade finally cracking. I had a general idea, she admits softly. Yeowoon explains that while watching him, he discovered their relationship and found a way to use it. That's why he's here. He's laid all his cards on the table. He knows her secret, and he's offering her the only way out. His way. She understands. She's completely trapped. She thanks him for telling her, and Yeowoon advises her to remain cautious. A flicker of understanding and resignation crosses her eyes. She agrees to follow his advice. As he leaves, Yeowoon promises to repay this favor with something she desires most. Then he suggests a sparring match soon, a final reminder of his power. Cheongseon can only watch him go, her fate now completely intertwined with his. She accepts the challenge, knowing she has no other choice. Later that night, in a snowy forest, Yeowoon meets with Yeonrang. She notes that it's rare for him to be the one to ask to meet. For the first time, we see a softer side of him. He looks at her and says simply, "Just today, I missed you." And in the quiet of the snowy woods, away from all the politics and scheming, the two share a quiet embrace. A brief moment of peace in a world of constant conflict. In the quiet of the moonlit forest, Yeonrang notes that Yeowoon has been busy lately, his schemes reaching far and wide. Lying in his arms, she confesses that people are starting to talk about her becoming the next demon lord. He looks down at her, his expression serious, and asks what she thinks about it. She admits that while anyone would want the title, she doesn't believe she can beat her senior brother. Her ambition is tempered by a dose of reality. Yeowoon's voice is firm, leaving no room for argument. You absolutely have to become the demon lord. Surprised, she looks up at him and asks why. The reason is simple and brutal. If your senior brother becomes the demon lord, he says, he won't let you live. He spells out the grim reality of their world. The moment her name was mentioned as a successor, she was already on a stage where the only outcome is life or death. There is no backing down now. The truth of his words sinks in, reflected in her sharp, golden eyes. She still hesitates. But he's stronger than me, she says, her voice filled with doubt. I have no way to win. There is one way, Yeowoon says, offering her a sliver of hope. She immediately asks what it is. He gives her the answer he's been carefully setting up this whole time, the Wind Heaven cult leader. He explains that Nuang Paso just happens to be here right now. If she could learn from a master like him, wouldn't she stand a chance against her brother? Hope begins to dawn on her face, but it's mixed with a deep uncertainty. She remains silent, weighing the impossible choice before her. Yeowoon watches her, knowing his words are taking root. His own thoughts reveal a grander ambition. He knows Yeonrang must rise to the position of Demon Lord. If that happens, he can control the immense power of her faction from behind the scenes. He needs his allies to grow stronger, and stronger still. Because for him, this isn't just about politics, it's about securing the future of the one person he feels closest to. Back at Nuang Paso's residence, things are far less calm. He's clenching a piece of paper, his knuckles white with rage. "These scoundrels dare!" he growls. He storms over to his strategist, demanding to know what's going on. The strategist calmly reports that the food rations for his men have been cut and replaced with scraps. The portions are smaller, the meat is just fat, and the liquor is cheap swill. It's a clear message. They're trying to force them out. Nuang Paso explodes, unable to believe they would stoop so low. The prisoner calmly explains that dirty tactics are often effective, but clarifies this isn't the work of the heavenly demon. This is Mabul's petty scheme. Nuang Paso declares he's going to confront the cult leader. The strategist mockingly asks what he's going to say. "Give me my food back?" Nuang Paso shouts back, "Of course I will!" He lays out his childish plan. He'll storm in, complain that his men are being starved, and tattle like a child. "Sure," the strategist says dismissively. "Have a nice trip." He knows it's a terrible idea. His eye is filled with disdain for Nuang Paso's complete lack of composure. Nuang Paso stops in his tracks, realizing how foolish he sounds. He redirects his anger, blaming Yeowoon for the situation, complaining that he was supposed to find a way for them to stay, and now they're suffering because he's too slow. The strategist simply tells him to be patient. He explains that loyalty isn't bought with food. Those who respect him will do so even if they're starving, and those who hate him will do so even if he serves them feasts. But Noang Paso isn't convinced, knowing the world doesn't work so simply. He argues that his admirers will feel let down, and his enemies will use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. The strategist offers one last piece of harsh advice: only keep those who can endure the storms. Noang Paso can only curse in frustration, feeling completely powerless. Just then, a subordinate rushes in, calling for the cult leader. Noang Paso, still annoyed, asks what it is. The guard reports that a woman named Cheong Seon has come to see him. Noang Paso's eyes widen in absolute shock. It worked. He stands there, completely stunned, as his strategist looks on with a knowing, subtle smile. The plan is unfolding exactly as he predicted it would. Cheong Seon stands before Noang Paso, giving a formal and respectful greeting. He recovers his composure, saying he's heard of her reputation. She humbly dismisses the praise. He tells her he's glad she came. The air is thick with unspoken intentions. Cheong Seon begins her carefully rehearsed speech, saying her late master once told her that her martial arts trace their roots back to the blood cult. Noang Paso agrees, noting that in a way, that makes them martial siblings. Then he gets to the heart of the matter. "So, what brings you to me?" Cheong Seon takes a deep breath, her expression a mix of determination and desperation. She bows deeply, her voice pleading. "Please, take me as your disciple!" Noang Paso's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He can't believe Yeowoon actually pulled it off. He thinks to himself, this young master is insane! He realizes once again that it always comes back to Yeowoon. His stomach churns thinking about the relic he'll have to give up, but his strategist's voice echoes in his head, telling him to take this as a chance to grow a thicker skin. He mentally screams, "Shut up!" He remains silent for a long moment, making Cheong Seon nervous. She wonders why he isn't saying anything, worrying that he's looking for an excuse to turn her down. Noang Paso finally lets out a huff. He feigns concern, wondering if her own leader would approve of their new connection. Cheong Seon, well prepared by Yeowoon, smiles and replies that her cult places no restrictions on such relationships. The strategist silently adds that this will only strengthen her faction, so no one would dare oppose it. Noang Paso asks if she's really okay with this, warning that her senior brother might cause trouble. "I don't care," she says, her voice filled with newfound resolve. She begs him to teach her a way to defeat her brother, even if it means he could die. Her golden eyes don't waver for a second. A single bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. With a chilling intensity, she asks, "But that doesn't mean I should die instead, right?" A grin spreads across Noang Paso's face. He's impressed by the fierce ambition in her eyes. He thinks to himself that the next soul-devouring lord looks very promising indeed. After the meeting, Cheong Seon walks through the courtyard, her future now set on a dangerous new path. The carved demon on the bell seems to watch her go. Noang Paso comments that she's got more grit than he expected. The strategist agrees. Noang Paso admits that at first he was hesitant, but now he's drawn to the strange malice she gives off. He sighs, saying he can't help himself. He's always been drawn to the wicked ones. The prisoner offers a stark warning. "Be careful. I saw an ambition strong enough to devour even her master." A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Noang Paso's face. "That's exactly why I like her." The prisoner smiles faintly. Everything is proceeding as planned. The two men, master and prisoner, watch the gears of their grand scheme turn. Noang Paso notes that his strategist seems to be in a good mood lately. He points out that he's barely even cursed at him. The strategist's expression remains completely blank. He asks sarcastically, "Want me to curse at you if you're bored?" Noang Paso quickly waves his hands, saying he prefers it this way. He settles back down, the mood calm for once. Noang Paso mentions that the heavenly demon has been quiet about their presence. The strategist confidently replies, "He'll stay that way." He explains that it's because Yeowoon already met with his father and settled everything beforehand. Noang Paso is amazed. The strategist notes that success often comes down to attention to detail, then asks why he seems to favor Yeowoon so much. The strategist stays silent, a subtle tell. Noang Paso presses him, asking if he has a problem with it. The prisoner finally snaps back, telling him to go back to the outer cult if it bothers him so much. After all, if he's not allied with Yeowoon, there'd be no reason to show him any favor. Noang Paso is silenced once again, trapped by the strategist's flawless logic. The strategist reminds him of a harsh truth. "I told you, cult leader, you're not someone blessed enough to have everything." Noang Paso loses it, screaming at him to stop calling him unlucky. The strategist retorts, "Because you keep steering yourself straight toward an unlucky life." Noang Paso can only grumble that he always has to get the last word in. Just then, another subordinate rushes in with a report. "What is it now?" Nuang Paso asks, his patience worn thin. The guard reports that some chefs have arrived and are cooking meals for their warriors. Nuang Paso is confused. Chefs? From where? The answer hits him like a lightning bolt. The guard says the young master Yeo Woon sent them, and they've prepared a luxurious feast with the finest ingredients. Nuang Paso is left utterly speechless. The strategist looks on, his expression unreadable, but a faint hint of a smile plays on his lips. Nuang Paso finally understands. So this is it, he thinks, a wave of awe and fear washing over him. The attention to detail you were talking about? He's witnessing the work of a true master strategist. Inside a dimly lit room, the chained prisoner looks up at his master, his voice cutting through the silence. He tells Nuang Paso that for someone so young, Cheon Yeo Woon is truly impressive. He believes a figure like him is born only once in a lifetime. He leans forward slightly, chains rattling, telling Nuang Paso that they are witnessing a historic moment together. But Nuang Paso isn't feeling inspired. He just looks down, completely dejected. All he can think about is the cost. He mutters to himself that in this historic moment, he's the one losing all of his precious relics. His face is a mask of pure misery. The prisoner tells him to try changing his perspective. His relics aren't being lost. They're being invested in a great leader. Nuang Paso's eyes narrow. He snaps back that he has no interest in being a stepping stone for Cheon Yeo Woon's success. The prisoner's tone turns sharp. He tells him that if he wants to be the main character, he needs to work as hard as Yeo Woon. When Nuang Paso defensively asks if he doesn't work hard, the prisoner scoffs, "You mean the kind of effort where you just ask me to solve everything?" Nuang Paso clicks his tongue in frustration, completely shut down. But then, the prisoner's tone softens unexpectedly. He tells him, "Cult leader, I know you try." Nuang Paso's eyes widen. He's not used to hearing any kind of affirmation from this man. He looks over at the prisoner, who meets his gaze with a surprising seriousness. There's no mockery in his eyes now, just a quiet understanding. The prisoner's gaze is steady, almost piercing, as if he's looking right into Nuang Paso's soul. Taken aback, Nuang Paso finally relents, sighing, "What effort? You're right, I don't." "No," the prisoner insists. He explains that resisting his own greed and parting with his treasures, that takes effort too. The prisoner's gaze remains fixed on him. He continues, saying he even understands that Nuang Paso's greed is a part of his struggle, comparing it to someone bleeding while desperately trying to escape a trap. The prisoner's words carry a strange weight. "Your effort is just as difficult," he says. "I know." His eyes seem to reflect a deep, lonely wisdom. Nuang Paso is stunned into silence. He thinks to himself that no one else has ever understood how he feels. He thinks of his people, struggling across barren lands just to survive, and he, their leader, can do nothing but watch, burdened by the weight of it all. For the first time, he feels seen. A moment of quiet understanding passes between the two men. Just as Nuang Paso is about to finally soften, he grits his teeth and declares, "That's it! I won't give him my relics!" But it's too late. A guard announces that the young master has arrived. The guard repeats the announcement, and Nuang Paso stares in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger. The prisoner just throws his head back and lets out a wild, booming laugh. He finds the timing absolutely perfect. Nuang Paso is practically pulling his hair out. "That crazy young master!" he groans. "He really shows up at a time like this?" All his resolve has crumbled into pure frustration. The prisoner, on the other hand, straightens up, a grim smile on his face. "Now then, I'm ready," he says, prepared for the next stage of the plan. Nuang Paso just stands there, defeated and speechless, knowing he has no other choice. The scene shifts to Cheon Yeo Woon, who is calmly looking over Nuang Paso's treasures. With a decisive look, his hand reaches out. "I'll choose this one," he says. He picks up a roll of shimmering purple cloth. Nuang Paso stands beside him, his expression strained. He can't help but ask, "Do you even know what that is?" Yeo Woon's face is unreadable as he replies without hesitation, "Of course, I know exactly what it is." But then he immediately backtracks, playing dumb. "Actually, I don't know," he says casually. "It just looked mysterious." Nuang Paso clutches his head, letting out a pained groan. The boy is toying with him. Forced to explain, Nuang Paso grits his teeth. "It's supreme heavenly silk," he says, "an ancient treasure so tough it can withstand sword strikes and even block an opponent's energy." He continues, explaining that it can be wrapped around the body for protection and is resistant to both cold and fire. In the entire martial world, Nuang Paso says, there are only a handful of weapons that can cut through this silk. Yeo Woon glances at his own weapon, adding, "Among them is the black demon sword I carry." He then turns back to Nuang Paso with an innocent expression. "I didn't realize it was such a precious treasure." Nuang Paso explodes, "If you didn't know, then why did you pick this one?" Yeo Woon simply replies, "I'm sorry." Nuang Passo's shoulders slump in defeat. With a trembling hand, he pushes the silk towards Yeowoon. "Just use it well," he mutters, completely drained. Yeowoon takes it with a simple, "Thank you." Yeowoon gives a slight smile as he accepts the item, while Nuang Passo looks like he's about to cry. Holding the silk, Yeowoon bows his head slightly. "I'll never forget your generosity, cult leader." Nuang Passo can't even form words, his face pale with regret. As Yeowoon walks away, he thinks to himself. Seeing how reluctant Nuang Passo was, there's no way he gave this up willingly. First the blood god pill, and now this. A sharp glint appears in his eye. He knows exactly who is behind this decision. It must have been the work of that shackled man, the prisoner. Yeowoon looks back over his shoulder in the direction of the prisoner's room. He makes a silent vow. "Thank you. I won't forget it." He understands that the prisoner is the true architect of this alliance. Having secured another priceless treasure, Yeowoon returns to his own residence. But as soon as he enters, a gruff voice cuts through the air. "This was your doing, wasn't it?" Doma, the Blood Heaven's sword demon, is waiting for him, his expression stormy. He's talking about Cheongseon becoming the new disciple of the Pungcheon cult leader. Yeowoon, unfazed, asks why he assumes it was him. "So it's not?" Doma asks, leaning forward. Yeowoon calmly places his sword on the table and admits, "It is." Doma slams his fist on the table, cracking the wood. "What kind of scheme are you plotting with that cult leader?" he roars. Yeowoon calmly replies that he's simply helping him. "To help them advance into the Central Plains?" Doma asks, his voice dripping with suspicion. Yeowoon meets his gaze. "Is that not allowed?" Doma leans in closer, his eyes narrowed. "Can you handle it?" he growls. Yeowoon smiles faintly. "If you mean the Pungcheon cult, I have you, Elder." He then adds a challenge. "If you won't fight the other demon lords, then please deal with their leader." Doma warns him not to underestimate Nuang Passo. He's a formidable leader, and if the Outer Muram goes berserk, the Central Plains will be drowned in blood. Yeowoon doesn't back down. "I won't refuse the challenge." He simply closes his eyes and says, "I'll keep that in mind," accepting the advice with a calm that only irritates Doma more. Doma's eyes are sharp with suspicion. He's not done yet. He sighs, changing the subject slightly. "But why Cheongseon?" he asks. Yeowoon's answer is blunt and pragmatic. "Because she was easy to move." He asks Doma if he really thinks Cheongseon could ever become a true demon lord on her own. In his eyes, all the candidates were pawns. Doma nods slowly, accepting the cold logic. "So you should also nurture Investigator Seo well," Yeowoon adds, turning the tables. Doma immediately barks back. "Tell him to stop dreaming!" Yeowoon clarifies that he's the one dreaming for him, not Seo Daryong. Doma gets even more irritated, telling him to stop meddling. But then, his eyes catch something on Yeowoon's arm. "What's that?" he asks, pointing towards the purple fabric wrapped around Yeowoon's forearm. Yeowoon looks up with a slight smirk. "Just for show." Doma isn't buying it. His eyes narrow. "You got it from the Pungcheon cult leader, didn't you?" Yeowoon plays innocent. "Why would you think that?" Doma points at him accusingly, saying he's never seen it before, and Yeowoon isn't the type to help someone for free. "Isn't it stingy to expect a reward every time I help?" Yeowoon asks, a playful grin on his face. "So you didn't take one?" Doma presses. Yeowoon's grin widens. "I did." Doma explodes. "You greedy scoundrel!" while Yeowoon just throws his head back and laughs, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Doma leans forward to inspect the fabric. He recognizes it instantly. "This is supreme heavenly silk." Yeowoon confirms it. "I knew you'd recognize it," Yeowoon says. Doma admits he's heard of it, but this is his first time seeing it. Yeowoon casually offers, "Shall I cut off a piece for you?" Doma waves him off. "Forget it. A thing like this doesn't suit an old man like me." Yeowoon presses. "Precisely because you're old. Shouldn't you wear it for protection?" "No need," Doma says gruffly. Then his curiosity gets the better of him. "Did you get anything else besides this?" Yeowoon's expression turns serious as he drops the real bombshell. "I received the blood god pill as well." Doma freezes. "The blood god pill?" He stares at Yeowoon, his usual gruff demeanor completely gone, replaced by stunned silence. His eyes widen in disbelief. He can't process what he just heard. The shock turns into pure, unadulterated astonishment. He clenches his teeth, his mind racing. He finally finds his voice, roaring in utter disbelief. "The greatest elixir of the outer world?" Yeowoon just gives a calm, satisfied smile, confirming Doma's shock with a single word, "Yes." Doma is reeling, struggling to process what he's just heard. He asks again, his voice strained, confirming if Nuang Passo really just handed over the legendary blood god pill. Yeowoon's reply is chillingly calm. Yes, he confirms, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's already in my stomach. Doma stumbles back, the sheer scale of it hitting him all at once. The blood god pill. He realizes instantly that Yeowun's internal energy must now dwarf his own. A confident, knowing smile spreads across Yeowun's face. He is in complete control. He decides to lay all his cards on the table. He explains that even before the pill, his power was already on par with the Demon Lord's. But now? Now, there's no comparison. Doma's expression turns grim. With so much power gained from another source, he voices his fear that Yeowun will simply discard him, his left wing, now that he's no longer needed. But Yeowun shuts that thought down instantly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. My left wing is part of my body, he says. It can't be replaced. If you cut it off, I die. Doma is left speechless. The absolute conviction in Yeowun's voice hangs heavy in the air. Yeowun reminds him of his own words, that a wing can just fly off and find a new body. Doma slams his hands on the table, the wood groaning under the force. He won't be treated like some disposable tool. Leaning forward with a sly grin, Yeowun changes his tactic. Could it be, he asks playfully, that you're a little jealous of the Sky Heaven cult leader? Doma sputters, instantly defensive. Jealous? Nonsense, it's caution! But Yeowun calmly explains that by taking Nuang Passo's treasures, he's ensuring the man would never dare challenge Doma's position. He looks him in the eye. Satisfied? The old warrior falls silent, his anger completely disarmed. Doma stands, hoisting his massive blade onto his shoulder. Muttering that he's leaving, he tells Yeowun to handle his own affairs. He turns away, but hesitates for a moment, a complex expression on his face. He speaks just loud enough to be heard. I don't care if it's a dragonfly wing. It's his own gruff, clumsy way of accepting his place by Yeowun's side. Yeowun simply watches him go, his expression unreadable. A faint, satisfied smile touches his lips. He's perfectly managed the volatile sword demon once again, securing his absolute loyalty. For a moment, there's a silent understanding between the calculating young master and the fierce old warrior before Doma finally turns to leave. But just then, a guard appears at the door, announcing the arrival of the sword immortal, Yeonrong. Doma, halfway out the door, freezes in place. His face darkens instantly. Of all the people to run into, it had to be her, his greatest rival. He glares at Yeowun, accusingly asking if this was a setup. Yeowun just fires back that Doma was the one who showed up unannounced. As Doma grumbles under his breath, Yeowun casually reminds him to act with a little dignity. Doma mutters that Yeonrong won't be happy to see him, but Yeowun just smirks. And since when have you cared what other people think? Doma grunts. He's been caught and has no comeback. At that moment, Yeonrong enters, her movements as elegant and fluid as Doma's are rugged and forceful. With a loud huff, Doma slumps back into his chair and crosses his arms, making his displeasure perfectly clear. Yeonrong's gaze shifts from Doma to Yeowun, a hint of amusement in her eyes. You, she says. Don't tell me you arranged this on purpose. Doma immediately pipes up, annoyed that they're both thinking the same thing. Yeowun just sighs, pointing out that since neither of them bothered to send word, he couldn't have planned anything. Yeonrong's expression remains calm and composed. She's not easily flustered. Doma glares back, the decades of rivalry between them simmering just beneath the surface. The two rivals sit in a tense silence, with Yeowun positioned between them, the calm eye of the storm. Yeonrong is the first to speak. Senior, what brings you here? He explains he came to share some news, which makes Doma try to excuse himself. But Yeonrong stops him with a firm voice. It's something I may hear too. Doma freezes, surprised she would intervene. She cuts straight to the point. Apparently, their rival, Demon Lord Mabul, came asking for a favor. Yeonrong explains that Mabul wants her to support his candidate Yangdo in the upcoming election for the vacant soul-reaping Demon Lord seat. Yeowun listens intently. So, Mabul is finally making his move on the political stage. The rules for this political game are simple but brutal. The power to choose a new Demon Lord rests solely with the other 7. To win, a candidate needs a majority, at least 4 votes. Yeowun looks at Yeonrong. You once told me that as sparring friends we should support our own side. A pleased smile touches her lips. You remembered. Doma is completely lost. Sparring friends? He grumbles. Yeonrong dismisses him, saying it's just between the two of them, which only irritates the old man more. He points an accusing finger at Yeowun. So you're scheming with everyone but me? But Yeowun smoothly placates him. How could that be? You are my first wing. This just confuses Doma further. Wing? Yeowun clarifies. You are my left wing, and I am now desperately seeking a right wing, looking pointedly at Yeonrang, officially extending the invitation. A silent understanding passes between Yeonrang and Yeowoon. The pieces of his new power structure are falling into place. She gets right to it.
So, who are you supporting?
Yeowoon gives his answer without hesitation. Cheong-son. Yeonrang nods unsurprised. I had a feeling you wouldn't side with Mobble. That's all the convincing she needs. Good. I will support Cheong-son as well. Yeowoon is a little taken aback. He hadn't expected her to agree so quickly and without question. Even Doma seemed surprised by her immediate and unconditional support. Yeowoon realizes she didn't even question his choice. She came here ready to align with him, signaling her complete trust. He offers a silent thank you. But Doma, ever the pragmatist, brings them back to reality. That's only 2 votes. He asks if Yeowoon has anyone else on their side. To install Cheong-seon, they'll need 4 of the 7 votes. When asked if he has them secured, Yeowoon admits, not yet. Doma asks the obvious question, then how do you plan to get them? And this is where Yeowoon's true plan unfolds. He looks at his 2 powerful allies, not with an order, but a request. I need your help, he says. Each of you, please persuade just 1 demon lord. Doma wants to know what's in it for them. Yeowoon is brutally honest. Obviously, I'll benefit more than either of you. Doma starts to protest, but Yeowoon cuts him off. If I benefit, you benefit too. His success is their success. The 2 demon supremes fall silent. The logic is simple and undeniable. Yeowoon knows he has them. They're just putting on a show. Yeonrang concedes gracefully. Fine, I'll try to persuade one of the others. If all goes well, we should secure another vote. Doma just grumbles, you make me look pathetic when you agree so easily. Yeonrang's reply is cold and sharp. Weren't you already pathetic? Having lost everything? Her words are a direct hit, reminding him of his defeat before joining Yeowoon. Doma is struck speechless, his pride deeply wounded. Yeonrang's eyes are like ice. She never passes up a chance to put her rival in his place. But the fire in Doma's eyes isn't just about their old rivalry anymore. This feels different. Yeowoon watches them, letting the tension play out. He knows it's best to let them get it out of their systems. This is just how they operate. They'll bicker and snipe, but they won't cross the line. It's their process. Finally, Doma lets out a quiet sigh, giving in. Yeowoon turns to Yeonrang and thanks her for her help and information.
I won't forget this favor, senior.
She waves it off. Don't be ridiculous. I'll see you next time. And with that, she stands to leave. She walks out, leaving the 2 men behind. Doma gets up as well. I'm leaving too. Yeowoon watches his 2 most powerful allies depart, their new missions clear. He sits alone for a moment, lost in thought. He reflects on Doma's reaction. Most people would be worried, seeing their new master forming such close ties with others. But the old warrior isn't showing it. Just as Doma is about to leave, Yeowoon's voice cuts through the silence. You have always been my priority, elder. The words land with unexpected weight, stopping Doma in his tracks. He doesn't turn around, but the impact of that simple statement is clear. After a long pause, Doma scoffs. You sure have a way with words. But all the heat is gone from his voice. A small, genuine smile finally appears on Yeowoon's face. His words have hit their mark perfectly. Doma knows that even with Yeonrang's confidence, persuading another demon lord won't be easy. Mobble's faction will already be making their moves. Yeowoon's voice comes from behind him once more. So please, I'm counting on your help as well, elder. Doma grumbles one last time about how the other demon lords already shun him, questioning how well it could possibly go. But he walks out anyway, his heavy footsteps a reluctant promise to try. Yeowoon smiles to himself. Even if he complains, he thinks, he's the most reliable of them all. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Nuang Paso is spiraling. He clutches his head, unable to even look at his now incomplete collection of treasures. It's like a beautiful face missing its 2 front teeth. His strategist dryly points out that he still has his fangs and molars. He can either bite back or just clench his teeth and endure the pain. Nuang Paso glares at him, accusing the man of getting excited every time one of his sacred treasures is given away. The prisoner smiles wryly. How did you know? If you freed me from these chains, I'd probably dance for joy. His sheer audacity leaves Nuang Paso speechless. But then, the prisoner's entire demeanor shifts. He looks down, and his voice is quiet, vulnerable. Honestly, I'm scared. Nuang Paso is confused. Scared of what? The prisoner confesses his deepest fear, that this entire elaborate gamble will amount to nothing. That it's all just a dream he'll wake from, left with nothing but crippling regret. He can already hear his future self asking, What on earth possessed me to give everything away? His gaze is distant, lost in that terrifying possibility. Suddenly, he grabs Nung Paso's head, forcing him to make eye contact. Shocked by the sudden movement, Nung Paso demands to know what he's doing. With a desperate intensity, he looks Nung Paso dead in the eye. He's showing him that he is the one who was possessed, who gave up everything because he saw the limitless potential in Cheon Yeowon. He's betting his entire future on this one young man. Nung Paso is just stunned, staring at the man who has chained both their fates to this incredible gamble. The two men lock eyes, one filled with regret, the other with a desperate all-or-nothing hope. And all Nung Paso can think, staring into the eyes of this desperate genius, is one simple thought. This guy is a complete madman.